Corps' Heavy Armor Unit would attack farther east to seize Jaliba Air Base before threatening Basra. The focus of 7th Corps remained the Republican Guard, still dug in above the northern Kuwaiti border. 4 heavy divisions and an armored cavalry regiment would plunge into Iraq on roughly a 50-mile front between the Wadi al-Batin and the eastern edge of 18th Corps, angling north and then east to strike the enemy in the flank. Reviewing the battle plan yet again, the CINC seemed satisfied at last. The Blitzkrieg was nearly ready. Behind the dance of arrows on Schwarzkopf's map lay 3 distinct phenomena that would converge in a battlefield trinity and complete the rout of Iraq: desert warfare, the tank, and the Army's search for a new combat doctrine. Since the age of Napoleon, commanders had gradually freed themselves of the traditional obligation to arrange their forces in a continuous line to avoid being outflanked. But in none of the 9 major wars previously fought by the United States had the combination of topography, weaponry, and fighting methodology offered such an opportunity to avoid the shackles of linear warfare. Schwarzkopf saw the chance and seized it. If the horrors of modern combat permitted any lingering romance about the art of war, it could be found in the clash of armies across the open desert. Battle captains like T.E. Lawrence, Erwin Rommel, Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery all tugged at the imagination of the commanders now massing their forces in the Saudi sand. Schwarzkopf once described donning Arab robes and posing before a mirror just like Lawrence of Arabia. Scores of officers carried copies of the Rommel papers in their kit bags, and Corelli Barnett's lyrical history, The Desert Generals, was recommended reading in 7th Corps. Most American colonels and generals had spent at least a year or 2 as young officers hunting an elusive enemy in the primeval confusion of Vietnam's triple canopy jungle. By contrast, the desert seemed to offer visibility, clarity, and endless fields of fire. The desert suits the British, and so does fighting in it. You can see your man, wrote the World War II Field Marshal William Slim in Defeat into Victory. The quotation was cited widely by the Americans, who, no less than the British, liked being able to see their man. Desert warfare inspired metaphor. The North African campaign in the early 1940s was fought like a polo game on an empty arena, Corelli Barnett wrote. He also described the desert, with its agoraphobic vastness and emptiness and sameness, as naked and overwhelming as a bare stage to a green actor. But the prevailing simile, repeated fervently by U.S. commanders, likened the desert to the sea. In the same way that oceans are uniform, desert terrain offered few constraints. Forces moved like fleets, steaming in formation, with visibility uninterrupted to all points of the compass. Advantage was gained through maneuver, rather than by seizing this hill or that road junction. Although a desert commander could hardly ignore sabkhas and wadis and other topographical idiosyncrasies, any more than a sea captain could ignore shoals and islands, freedom of movement was the rule, not, as in Europe and Southeast Asia, the exception. Like a fleet, Lawrence once wrote, desert armies were singular in their mobility, ubiquity, their independence of bases and communications, in their ignoring of ground features, of strategic areas, of fixed directions, of fixed points. In 7th Corps, where the nautical analogy held most firmly, the armored divisions preparing to set out toward the Republican Guard were likened to aircraft carrier battle groups. To make the point during a visit by the Corps commander, Fred Franks, officers in the 2nd Armored Cavalry Regiment gently rocked the military van in which Franks sat, while serenading him with Anchors Aweigh. If the lack of landmarks and natural barriers afforded opportunity, it also presented hazards. The wise commander worried incessantly about his exposed flanks. Unlike Europe, where 1,000 church steeples and hilltops provided aiming stakes for artillerymen, the desert challenged the most savvy gunner to distinguish north from south. The Defense Mapping Agency accordingly printed 13 million maps for the Gulf War. Desert warfare also placed a premium on competent logisticians. An army may move on its stomach, but it does not move far without immense stocks of fuel, ammunition, spare parts, and water. Horatio Herbert Kitchener, the British hero of Khartoum, was a middling tactician who parlayed his expertise in logistics and transportation into victory. In World War II, the battle for North Africa became a struggle between supply officers. The Germans and Italians found themselves perpetually short of fuel, thanks to attacks by Allied aircraft and submarines based on Malta. Rommel, his supply lines stretched 1,000 miles from Tripoli to El Alamein, had to divert fuel from the Luftwaffe to keep his tanks moving, and thereby diminished his air cover. The British smartly kept their men and machines stoked by building a railroad and water pipeline behind the army as it moved. The Italians, catering to a different need with La Dolce Vita flair, included a motorized brothel in their supply trains. In the Gulf War, no significant movement could or would be made without consideration of the logistical consequences. One other characteristic distinguished desert warfare historically: battles tended to be decisive. Battered armies, like stricken fleets, could not rely on topography to shield a retreat. Rearguard action in the open was suicidal. Without forests, mountains, or rivers to slow a pursuing opponent, withdrawal often turned into rout. Bones littered the world's deserts to prove the point. The vain and ambitious Roman proconsul Marcus Licinius Crassus led nearly 40,000 soldiers into the Parthian wasteland at Carrhae in 54 BC. Only 5,000 escaped. 2,000 years later, during Operation Compass in December 1940, the British destroyed 10 Italian divisions in North Africa and captured more than 130,000 prisoners at a cost of 500 British dead. At El Alamein, Rommel lost 55,000 dead, wounded, or captured, as well as 450 tanks, in a fight that marked the beginning of the end for the Third Reich. Just as the desert is incapable of compromise, battles fought therein result in total victory or total defeat, wrote the historian Brian Parrott. Desert combat possessed a grim purity, the unencumbered clash of force on force in what Admiral Horatio Nelson described before Trafalgar as pell-mell battle. Clausewitz referred to the desert swap of fire between two opposing armies as a cash transaction. In the desert, such commerce often left but small change. In the Gulf War, as in North Africa, the armored tank served as the sharp point on the spear. Developed by the British during World War I as a land ship, again the nautical parallel, capable of breaking the stalemate of trench warfare, the tank was so named because early versions of the secret weapon left the factory beneath tarpaulins deceptively labeled water tank. The first combat model, however, was dubbed Mother. The Chief of Staff of the Royal Tank Corps during the Great War, Colonel J.F.C. Fuller, imagined armored contraptions of great speed and range, capable of penetrating the enemy front and overrunning his command centers. It took only a quarter century for this vision to be realized. In World War II, the German panzer commander, Heinz Guderian, effectively massed his tank fleets, punched through the enemy, and then swept behind the lines in a devastating encirclement. A generation later, Israel used Guderian's blitzkrieg tactic to near perfection during the Six-Day War in 1967. Now, another generation had passed, and the American Army boasted a battle tank unlike anything employed by Fuller or Guderian. The M1A1 Abrams, first developed in the 1970s, was a 67-ton behemoth with thermal sights that permitted its four-man crew to spot targets through smoke and haze at ranges of 2 miles or more by detecting heat emanations. Capable of 30 miles per hour cross-country and nearly twice that on hard surface roads, the Abrams combined speed, power, and lethality. In World War II, a stationary American tank had to fire an average of 17 rounds to kill another tank at a range of 700 meters. The Abrams, which could fire on the move, improved that efficiency to 1 round at 2,000 meters. Abrams gunners fired either heat rounds, which injected a 3,000-degree jet of burning gas into the target, or sabot rounds, which struck the target with a 3-foot-long dart of depleted uranium, comparable, an Army document proclaimed, to the force of a race car striking a brick wall at 200 miles per hour, but with all of its energy compressed into an area smaller than a golf ball. More than 2,000 M1A1s in Saudi Arabia awaited the signal to attack. The two sides combined had approximately 10,000 armored vehicles, compared with 2,000 at El Alamein and the 8,000 assembled by the Soviets and Germans at Kursk, where the greatest tank battle in history was fought in July 1943. A third of the M1A1s had been fitted with additional armor plates, which made them nearly invulnerable. American tank commanders believed that no Iraqi tank round, not even one fired from the Soviet-made T-72, could penetrate the frontal 60 degrees of the Abrams, where the armor was 2 feet thick. The Abrams outweighed the T-72 by roughly 20 tons, and nearly all of the extra weight was in the form of protection for the crew. If the M1A1 had an Achilles heel, it was its fuel gluttony. Burning roughly 6 gallons for each mile traveled, the Abrams' 500-gallon tanks required refilling every 8 hours of operation, which again made logistics paramount. Nevertheless, the M1A1 was a machine of exceptional killing capacity. Like the Shark, it had a dreadful evolutionary beauty. Also evolutionary was the Army's idea of how best to wage war. Even before the fall of Saigon in April 1975, the service had entered an era of creative introspection. Focus shifted from the lost cause in Southeast Asia to a prospective war against the Warsaw Pact in Europe. The Army's best thinkers, led by an irascible general named William DePee, began contemplating a new doctrine, the blueprint for forces in combat, that could exploit the firepower of modern weapons and counter the numerical superiority of the Soviet military. DePee's effort bore fruit in a revised version of Field Manual 100-5, unveiled in 1976. The doctrine stressed an active defense, in which a division commander quickly shifted 6 or 8 battalions to thwart an attack by 20 or more Soviet battalions. Geared almost entirely to Armageddon in Central Europe, FM 100-5 envisioned hammering the enemy with repeated blows to slow his advance. Strategists spoke of battle calculus, which identified enemy targets to be serviced at a quantifiable kill rate. Active defense proved ephemeral, a necessary way station on the road toward a more comprehensive and creative doctrine. Critics, pointing to the Army's traditional offensive spirit, chafed at the stress on defense and a lack of subtlety in meeting the strength of the Soviet attack head-on. They decried a mechanistic concept of war that ignored the confusion of battle, devalued the human variables of courage, leadership, and endurance, and concentrated on Europe to the exclusion of probable flashpoints elsewhere. The doctrinal stress on a paramount first battle seemed to ignore the idea of an extended campaign in which thrust was met by counterthrust. In 1982, after 6 years of perfervid debate, the Army published a new doctrine in yet another edition of FM 100-5. It urged battle commanders to look deep, 100 miles or more behind the front lines, in order to disrupt enemy echelons with strikes by air, artillery, and special forces. The fight would be joined simultaneously across the width and depth of the battlefield, from platoons exchanging direct fire to fighter pilots attacking enemy supply lines and reserve units far to the rear. The doctrine celebrated deception and maneuver in the spirit of Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson. It also cited, among many historical battles, those of Vicksburg in 1863 and Tannenberg in 1914, to illustrate the efficacy of speed, surprise, and mobility, which protects the force and keeps the enemy off balance. At the same time, the Army overhauled training methods and raised personnel standards to attract smarter soldiers, who were easier to instruct and less inclined to buck the rules. In keeping with its stress on the link between ground and air forces, the new doctrine was called air-land battle. Unlike active defense, air-land was greeted with enthusiasm throughout the Army. Initiative, agility, synchronization, and depth, the basic tenets of air-land, soon became part of every officer's vernacular. With minor modifications, the doctrine remained intact as the Army's catechism for Desert Storm. The Marines, admiring the revised version of FM 100-5, incorporated much of it into their 1989 field manual. War would always be fought, in Matthew Arnold's haunting image, on a darkling plain swept with confused alarms of struggle and flight, where ignorant armies clash by night. George C. Marshall, whose 1941 war manual served as a model for the 1982 document, had warned that mobile combat was a cloud of uncertainties, haste, rapid movements, congestion on the roads, strange terrain, lack of ammunition and supplies at the right places at the right moment, failures of communication, terrific tests of endurance, and misunderstandings in direct proportion to the inexperience of the officers. Yet, by serendipity, air-land was perhaps best suited to armored warfare in the open desert. No battlefield on Earth allowed a commander to look deeper, move quicker, or seize the initiative faster. Here, unlike Vietnam, the enemy had few hiding places. The terrain magnified both the effects of air supremacy and the Americans' technological advantages. In Iraq, the Army had found the perfect killing field. Al-Qaysumah, Saudi Arabia. Like so many features of the modern military, the Army Corps was a legacy of Napoleon Bonaparte. By placing 2 to 4 French divisions, each with about 10,000 soldiers, beneath a corps commander, the Emperor increased his ability to maneuver massive troop formations, first to confuse and then to crush his opponents. In World War II, the British, and particularly the Germans, recognized corps operations as a means to concentrate combat power in North Africa and prevent the desert's vastness from scattering the divisions. One point was very firmly fixed in my mind, Montgomery later wrote. Desert warfare was not suited to remote control. Under Schwarzkopf's war plan, 7th Corps was the linchpin of the Allied ground attack. The mission of 7th Corps, the CINC had decreed in November, is to destroy the Republican Guard. First formed in France in 1918 and permanently based in Germany for most of the Cold War, the unit was now the largest corps ever mustered by any army, 146,000 soldiers and more than 1,400 tanks. At first blush, the man in charge of this juggernaut seemed an unlikely candidate for the task. Short and slender, with a trim white mustache and blue-gray eyes behind gold-rimmed spectacles, Lieutenant General Frederick M. Franks, Jr. looked less like George Patton or Erwin Rommel than a grandfather, which he was, or a college professor, which he had been. At West Point, class of 1959, Franks had captained the baseball team. As a graduate student in English at Columbia University, he concentrated on John Milton and Cromwell's influences on 17th century literature before returning to teach at the Academy. He was meticulous, quiet, and even-tempered. At times, his quiet manner and pensive pauses made him appear hesitant or indecisive. But Fred Franks possessed formidable inner grit. In May 1970, as a 33-year-old cavalry officer during the American invasion of Cambodia, he was interrogating captured prisoners when a North Vietnamese soldier heaved a grenade from a bunker. The explosion ripped off much of Frank's left leg. After 6 months in a Valley Forge hospital, where recurrent infections melted 50 pounds from a frame that was already spare, he agreed to amputation. For 20 years since, including command tours with a cavalry regiment and the 1st Armored Division, he had walked through life with an artificial limb strapped on at the knee. In many ways, Franks personified the American Army. Maimed in Southeast Asia, made whole again through force of will during a painful recuperation, he also had endured the dark days after Vietnam, when racial strife, drugs, and indiscipline nearly destroyed the Army. As deputy commandant at Fort Leavenworth, Franks became a staunch advocate of air-land doctrine. His affection for ordinary soldiers bordered on reverence. He spoke with emotion of the bright blue flame that still burned from the war, of young men on the amputee ward at Valley Forge, so traumatized by public disdain toward the Army that they pretended to have lost their limbs in car wrecks or factory accidents. My God, he had told himself, we can't let this happen again. Franks also offered a study in contradiction. At heart, he remained a young cavalryman, admiring the spontaneity, agility, and brio that had characterized the cavalry since the days of Jeb Stuart. As a division and corps commander, however, he could be cautious to the point of inaction. a man, in the words of one subordinate, who couldn't make a decision to pee if his pants were on fire. Combining a low tolerance for uncertainty with an insatiable appetite for more information, Franks often waited until the last instant before issuing orders, to the dismay of his staff and division commanders. In part, this reflected a faith in intuition, a belief that it was a commander's feel for the battlefield that gave him the sense of when to act. As a corps commander in Germany, he had been a notorious procrastinator. But in Saudi Arabia, those closest to him, like Colonel Stan Cherry, the Corps Operations Officer, and a fellow amputee who had first met Franks on the ward at Valley Forge, thought his tendency to delay had become less pronounced. Franks' orders in the Gulf War, Cherry noted with surprise, seemed unusually crisp, clear, and timely. Others, however, were not so complimentary. "If you're expecting 7th Corps to be aggressive," Cal Waller warned Schwarzkopf, "it ain't gonna happen. It just ain't gonna happen." Through December and January, Frank's most pressing concern was getting his forces from Germany to Saudi Arabia in fighting trim. According to CENTCOM's timetable, the Corps was supposed to arrive by January 15th. Instead, as the war began, thousands of tons of equipment, vehicles, and ammunition remained scattered from Bremerhaven to Dammam. Even in early February, ships bearing much of the combat punch of the 3rd Armored Division had yet to make port. Unlike 18th Airborne Corps, 7th Corps had no contingency plans for deploying more than a battalion to another theater. Not since 1958, when 2 divisions left Germany for Lebanon, had a sizable American force moved out of Europe for combat duty elsewhere. Starting from scratch in November, Franks and his planners frantically searched for ways to move 83 separate units, 37,000 pieces of equipment, and tens of thousands of soldiers from one continent to another in 2 months. Planners at Corps headquarters in Stuttgart even studied the possibility of shipping some equipment by train across the Soviet Union and into Turkey, before they remembered that Soviet railroads have a different track gauge from most of Western Europe. By mid-February, the Corps would employ 465 trains, 312 barges, 578 airplanes, and 140 ships to haul itself to the war. 1,000 nagging difficulties slowed the migration. Transporters needed specially designed lowboy rail cars to carry tanks and other heavy equipment to the ports. But only 300 lowboys could be found in all of Europe, and many had been reserved to carry ammunition to Turkey for proven force. German rail workers, accustomed to peacetime working hours, had to be persuaded to labor past 4 p.m. and on weekends. American officers carried baskets of wine and bread to station masters, pleading with them to keep the rail yards open a few more hours. The Bundesbahn, the German rail system, possessed intricately detailed manuals on how to load and secure heavy equipment, which the Germans predictably followed to the letter. Thus, every tank gun barrel was lashed down with a 2-inch cotton rope before a train would budge, even though the Abrams carried a heavy iron bar designed to do the same thing. 3,000 shipping containers overwhelmed the German container handling capacity. In an effort to keep the huge metal crates moving, the Americans decreed that every container be loaded and shipped within 72 hours of arrival at Bremerhaven, Rotterdam, or Antwerp. Some, in consequence, were sealed up with nothing inside but what was referred to as sailboat fuel, air. Despite attempts to ship each brigade's equipment in orderly unit sets, most commanders counted themselves lucky if just a battalion's kit arrived coherently in Saudi Arabia. The equipment of one unlucky battalion ended up on 20 different ships. Trains arrived at the wrong European port. Foul weather upset shipping schedules. Ships broke down on the high seas with alarming frequency. The star-crossed Jolly Sweraldo, for example, flying a South American flag while hauling a battalion's worth of tanks and half a brigade of helicopters, blew an engine 12 hours out of Rotterdam, then blew a main bearing off the coast of France, then stopped in Malta to treat a crewman's appendicitis, then stalled in Piraeus when the crew balked at entering the war zone after the air campaign began. When it finally arrived, more than 2 weeks late, the ship suffered one last indignity. The unloading ramp jammed at the dock. Confusion and congestion in Saudi ports multiplied the snafus. In addition to the units coming from Germany, thousands of British troops and the 1st Infantry Division from Kansas poured into the country to join 7th Corps. Because stevedores stacked shipping containers willy-nilly, their labels could not be read to reveal what was inside. When the scuds began to fall, 4 ship captains, 3 in Dammam and 1 in Jubail, pulled out to sea before being wooed back to complete their unloading. Thousands of tanks, armored personnel carriers, and other vehicles required repainting to cover the forest green camouflage scheme of Central Europe with desert tan. An early plan to build a rail line to the west, as the British had in North Africa, never materialized, so huge truck convoys ferried the equipment on the 2-lane Tapline Road, soon dubbed the Trail of Tears. 200 Third World truck drivers bolted when the war began. Like the ship captains, most eventually were enticed back to work. To save wear and tear on their armored vehicles, commanders wanted to use sturdy flatbed trucks, known as heavy equipment transporters, or HETs. But 7th Corps had fewer than 200 HETs. The Americans eventually acquired more than 1,300, many of those leased or borrowed from the Saudis, Egyptians, Germans, and Czechs. A few HETs designed for lighter Soviet-made tanks blew their tires when loaded with a hefty Abrams. Yet, for all its shortcomings, the deployment was a masterpiece, a tribute to perseverance, ingenuity, and what came to be called brute force logistics. In less than 3 months, a force larger than the combined Union and Confederate armies at Antietam arrived in Southwest Asia, bringing with it nearly as many tanks as had fought at El Alamein. Slowly but inexorably, 7th Corps massed in the desert. Fred Franks had a habit of sitting by himself for hours in front of 3 maps of southeastern Iraq, each set to a different scale. Unconsciously, he moved his hands with small, graceful gestures, like a conductor leading a symphony. His staff, watching surreptitiously from a corner of the tent, realized their commander was fighting the battle against the Republican Guard in his imagination. A corps commander sought clairvoyance. During combat, he disengaged himself from the immediate mayhem to look ahead 24 to 72 hours. His job was not to kill the enemy, but to provide killing opportunities for his tactical subordinates by putting the enemy in harm's way. Now, as his logisticians and transporters muscled the corps into the theater, Franks tried to anticipate Iraqi intentions and then position his own forces accordingly. American intelligence initially assumed the enemy would extend the so-called Saddam Line, the fortified barrier of minefields, trenches, and barbed wire that began along the Gulf Coast, 100 miles or more west of the Wadi al-Batin, to a point in the Iraqi desert where broken terrain formed a natural tank trap. Franks therefore planned to have the 1st Infantry Division breach the barrier west of the Wadi, while the rest of the Corps plunged north through the gap before swinging northeast toward the Republican Guard. But as Iraqi engineering efforts petered out, Franks changed his scheme of attack so often that some wags began referring to the dance of the fairy divisions. His ultimate plan, however, was a good one. The 1st Cavalry Division, assigned the role of theater reserve by Schwarzkopf, would feint into the Wadi to reinforce Iraqi suspicions that the attack was coming up that easy avenue into Kuwait. Farther west, the 1st Infantry Division would breach the Saddam Line, followed by the British 1st Armored Division, which would then turn east toward the Iraqi armor units entrenched north of the border. Still farther west, beyond the Iraqi barriers, the 2nd Armored Cavalry would lead 2 armored divisions across more than 100 miles of open desert in an enveloping attack toward the Republican Guard above Kuwait. Those 2 heavy divisions, the 1st and 3rd Armored, would plunge abreast into Iraq on a front only 20 miles wide. A scheme Franks approved once the division commanders convinced him their units could squeeze themselves into such narrow confines. Franks expected 3 fights. The 1st against Iraqi infantry in the front-line trenches. The 2nd against enemy armor reinforcements moving out of Kuwait. The 3rd and most important against the Republican Guard. The key to crushing the enemy and minimizing American casualties, Franks believed, was keeping his divisions together rather than letting them bolt across the desert in a gaggle. "I'm not going to attack with 5 fingers. I'm going to attack with a fist," he told his commanders. "We will not hit the enemy piecemeal. We'll hit him with mass." Several 7th Corps planners, including Operations Officer Stan Cherry, believed that before hitting the Republican Guard, the Corps should pause for a day or so at Objective Collins, an area 90 miles north of the Saudi border. A pause would allow the logistics trains time to catch up with the armored spearhead and give the combat troops a chance to rearm, refuel, and rest. But Franks refused to hear of it. An Army Corps, he believed, was like an ocean liner or an aircraft carrier, hard to stop and harder to get moving again. He also was influenced by a recent series of war games at Fort Leavenworth, which suggested that the Corps, once halted, might take up to 24 hours to recapture its momentum. In the war plan sent to his division commanders, Franks wrote simply, "No pauses." So adamant was he that staff officers in the Corps headquarters hesitated to raise the issue again within his earshot. They referred instead to the P word. Not until the ground attack began would the P word be uttered openly, when Fred Franks himself decided to bring his Corps to a halt. USS Wisconsin, Persian Gulf. If desert warfare seized the imagination of American Army commanders, the battleship held similar sway over many a sea dog. Her strategic value had long been eclipsed by nuclear submarines and aircraft carriers. As a tactical weapon, she appeared doomed to follow the crossbow and blunderbuss. Yet, for traditionalists, no maritime silhouette better symbolized the American thalassocracy. The pugnacious jutting bow, the looming superstructure, the trio of triple-barreled turrets, each heavy as a frigate. When employed as a gun platform, she remained nonpareil, capable of tossing a shell with the heft of an automobile more than 20 miles. In the Gulf War, her hour had come round at last. For more than 100 years, naval theorists had periodically consigned the battleship to obsolescence, ostensibly doomed first by mines and torpedoes, next by air attacks, finally by guided and cruise missiles. The golden age of dreadnoughts seemed to end at Jutland, then again at Pearl Harbor. Yet new wars erupted, and the battle wagon inevitably took her place on the firing line. In Korea, American battleships sent more than 20,000 16-inch shells ashore. In Vietnam, another 5,000. In the Persian Gulf, Wisconsin and Missouri, 2 among a battleship quartet pulled from mothballs in the 1980s, had hoped to sweep Iraqi targets from the Kuwaiti coastline. American uncertainty over mines frustrated that ambition, and a grand opportunity to use the big guns in defense of Khafji had gone begging. But on February 3rd, finally assured of clear steaming by the minesweepers, Missouri moved 20 miles off the northern Saudi coast and hammered enemy bunkers in extreme southeastern Kuwait. On February 6th, Wisconsin relieved her, throwing 11 shells at an artillery battery in the ship's first combat shoot since 1952. A day later, at dusk on February 7th, Wisconsin unlimbered for a more extensive mission against Iraqi forces reported by naval intelligence to be sheltering at Khar al-Mufata, a small marina 20 miles north of Khafji. Everything in the naval world is directed to the manifestation at a particular place of a shattering, blasting, overbearing force, Winston Churchill, then First Lord of the Admiralty, declared in 1912. With respect to naval gunfire, the dictum was still valid. High above Wisconsin's teak deck, in the cramped crow's nest known as Spot 2, stood the man who knew more about 16-inch gunnery than anyone in the U.S. Navy. Master Chief Steve Skelly had converted a boyhood love of battleships into a lifelong passion for shooting. Short and voluble, with wiry hair and a staccato laugh, Skelly could talk for endless hours about great shoots of yore, of West Virginia's brilliant gunnery in the 1930s, of the 973 rounds dumped by the Japanese on Henderson Field at Guadalcanal, of Massachusetts decimating a Vichy French destroyer squadron with 800 rounds at Casablanca. Skelly had stood in Spot 1 aboard USS Iowa north of Puerto Rico on April 19, 1989, when turret number 2 exploded, killing 47 sailors. That accident, still not fully explained, cast a pall over the Navy's battleship fleet. Many felt the Gulf War would be the dreadnought's last hurrah, again. Iowa and New Jersey had been decommissioned already, victims of a shrinking military budget, and Wisconsin was expected to be next. Like his 1800 shipmates, Skelly wanted the end to come in a blaze of glory. At 7:31 p.m., a warning klaxon hooted through the ship, and with a single round from the left gun of turret number 3 aft, the marina chute began. An orange fireball boiled from the muzzle, followed by a concussive shock that hammered the throat and rattled in the chest. Sailors on the bridge had lowered the windows to prevent them from shattering. The blast even jolted men in the main conning station, encased in 17 inches of armor plating. Traveling at more than 2,000 feet per second, the shells soared into the night with a sound like ripping silk. 50 seconds later, it struck Kuwait. In Spot 2, Skelly read the instruments that precisely measured muzzle velocity, critical to accurate shooting, and watched the television monitor that carried an infrared image of the target taken from a Pioneer drone orbiting overhead. The marina basin, barely 100 yards across, contained 4 piers. More than a dozen boats, including several Kuwaiti yachts supposedly commandeered by Iraqi special forces, bobbed in their berths. Estimating that the first shell had landed short of the marina by 1,000 yards, Skelly phoned adjustments to the gunners below. 2 more rounds burst from turret 3. One fell short, the other carried long. The best shooters in World War II spoke of finding the target in 8 or 10 rounds, an imprecision that Skelly described as the price of admission. 16-inch gunnery melded equal parts science, art, and alchemy. Many of the 1,200 shells in Wisconsin's magazines bore manufacturing dates from the late 1930s. Much of the powder was World War II vintage, requiring careful blending with a more recent concoction to restore its propellant punch. A dozen other factors played into good shooting, including barrel wear, air temperature, sea state, and ship speed. The Pioneer drones, launched from the fantail with a small rocket and controlled with radio signals, augmented the ancient practices of eyeing the fall of shot from the ship, or using human spotters close to the target. But gunnery also required an intuitive sense of ballistics gained only by experience. In the 8 years since battleships had emerged from mothballs, Skelly had fired more than 3,000 rounds, hoping, as he put it, to resurrect disciplines fallen into disuse. Shortly after 8 p.m., following 11 individual shots used to walk in the round, Wisconsin fired her first 3-gun salvo. A 1-second interval separated each of the 3 blasts to allow the turret to recover from the torque. 75 sailors manned each turret, which rested on bearings the size of basketballs 7 decks below. After firing, each barrel dipped toward the main deck, raising the breech for reloading. A hoist lifted fresh bags of propellant from the powder flats below. Another elevator raised a new shell from the projectile deck. The gun captain and rammer shoved in powder and shell. Another sailor attached the primer, a small cartridge the size of a .22 caliber bullet, and the breech snapped shut. In the gun plot room, a gunner pressed the twin brass triggers. 3 sharp beeps echoed through the ship, followed immediately by the blast. The recoil kicked each barrel back 4 feet. Compressed air automatically blew residual gases from the barrels, which then dipped again for reloading. A nimble crew could fire and reload in 40 seconds. The rounds began to find their mark. In the claustrophobic confines of Spot 2, Skelly watched on the video monitor as shells burst across the marina, 19 miles northwest of the ship. The Pioneer's camera zoomed in and out, clearly showing the hail of shrapnel sweeping the basin. Each 1,900-pound shell burst into 2,000 or 3,000 steel shards that weighed from less than an ounce to 50 pounds. Against soft targets, the killing radius extended about 60 yards, with an effect equivalent to the scything of a football field with several thousand machine gun rounds. No Iraqi soldiers could be seen in the picture, but several boats began to list and fires raged. Skelly phoned more adjustments below. Wisconsin loosed a 9-gun broadside, then another. One shell neatly sliced a pier in half. More boats burst into flinders or sank in their slips. After 75 minutes and 50 rounds, the salvos ceased, leaving the ship smothered in the acrid smell of gunpowder. The bombardment had destroyed or badly damaged 16 boats, and had so lacerated the basin that Iraq soon abandoned Kar al-Mufatah. Always excited when the big guns boomed, Skelly now felt ecstatic, virtually dancing beneath the plexiglass dome of Spot 2. In gunnery vernacular, the marina had been a beautiful shoot. Stan Arthur, the Navy commander on Blue Ridge, had spoken boldly before the war of firing the 16-inch guns until their barrels melt. Lack of opportunity and a belief that the shells would be needed to support an amphibious landing led to an initial conservation of ordnance. But Schwarzkopf's cancellation of Desert Sabre allowed the two battleships to unlimber with greater vengeance. So much steel raked the southern Kuwaiti coast that the CINC finally told Cal Waller, "Get hold of Stan Arthur and tell him to quit wasting ammunition hitting the same area over and over again." Waller called Blue Ridge. "Cal, I understand your concern," Arthur replied, "but what the hell do you want me to do? The battleships are about to be decommissioned. I can take all these 16-inch shells and shoot them at the enemy, or I can take them home and put them in a museum." Waller laughed, as did Schwarzkopf, who issued a counterorder. Have at it. Until war's end, the firing would continue, with more than 1,000 shells eventually falling on the Kuwaiti littoral. Soon the dreadnoughts would vanish, but Chief Skelly and his fellow crewmen had resurrected their abandoned disciplines just long enough to leave a scar. Taif, Saudi Arabia. Buster Glossen's peak at having to shift the air campaign from strategic to tactical targets was nearly matched by his frustration over the inability of American pilots to kill more tanks. Despite a steady rise in CENTCOM's dead things count, an increase disputed by the CIA, Glossen believed the tally of Iraqi armor was not commensurate with the number of sorties now devoted to the task. An Allied ground offensive, to his chagrin, appeared inevitable. Every enemy tank left intact posed a threat to the soldiers and Marines who would surge across the border sometime in the next few weeks. Yet Glossen saw few good options for accelerating the destruction. Iraqi commanders often camouflaged their armor beneath sandbags, rendering them nearly invisible from 2 miles up. Even when A-10 or F-16 pilots spotted the tanks or personnel carriers, thick earthen berms shielded them from all but direct hits. Glossen could permit his pilots to drop down to 2,000 feet or lower, where they could more easily find their targets and bomb with better accuracy, but aircraft losses would soar proportionately. Or he could find a new technique. On February 3rd, he called Colonel Thomas J. Lennon, commander of the 66 F-111 Aardvarks in the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing at Taif. Lennon, whom Glossen had known since Vietnam, was autocratic and controversial. Many pilots disliked him, privately calling him Sliff, short little ignorant fucker. Despite 400 combat missions in Southeast Asia and decades of flying experience, Lennon had flown only 200 hours in the F-111, fewer than most of his young captains and majors. He upset his pilots and weapons system officers, WSOs, by frequently shuffling crews when their performance displeased him. He encouraged rivalry, goading the competitive instincts characteristic of most airmen by erecting a large scoreboard in the wing headquarters, with mission results updated daily. In Glossen's view, however, Lennon was the best wing commander in Saudi Arabia, a man of iron will and solid accomplishment, with a shrewd sense of tactics and a brazen bent for confronting higher authority on behalf of his men. Contrary to pre-war computer simulations that predicted the loss of 1 in every 5 F-111s, not a single aardvark had been, or would be, shot down. "We've got a problem," Glossen told him. "The Iraqi tanks are buried and they've got sandbags on top of them. I want to know if you can see them at night and if you can take them out." The two men briefly debated the appropriate munitions. Glossen initially suggested CBU-87 cluster bombs, which Lenin denounced as not worth a shit because we can't hit anything with them. Ultimately, they agreed to try the GBU-12, a 500-pound laser-guided bomb. The Aardvark was a Vietnam vintage airplane designed as a long-range bomber against bridges, airfields, command bunkers, and other strategic targets, not as a tank killer. It carried an infrared targeting system called PaveTac that sensed the faint radiation emitted by warm objects and then converted the infrared signal into a visible image on the WSO's cockpit scope. Before the war, during an exercise codenamed Night Camel, Lenin's crews tried with little success to find American tanks hidden in the Saudi desert. But those tanks had been widely dispersed and were cold, their engines shut down. As Lenin would discover, the Iraqis sometimes kept their tanks running at night for warmth and power. Also, even beneath sandbags, metal absorbed heat from the sun during the day, a phenomenon called solar loading, and released it at night. The cooling rate differential between metal and the surrounding desert produced a heat pulse that was detectable by PaveTac. Also, the Iraqi practice of digging protective revetments disturbed the cooler sand beneath the surface in ways that left a distinctive infrared signature. On February 5th, Lenin and his wingman, respectively Charger 07 and Charger 08, took off from Taif on the first tank hunting mission. At 9 p.m., flying at 18,000 feet, they found the Medina Republican Guard Division entrenched just above the northern Kuwaiti border. Lenin's WSO, Steve Williams, slipped the rubber hood of the videoscope over his head. The tanks showed up as tiny white boxes in the PaveTac screen. Oh yeah, I can really see them," Williams reported. "Come on, turn, hurry up." Lenin, eyeing the desultory anti-aircraft fire now climbing toward them, leveled the plane as Williams marked a white rectangle with the laser beam used to guide the GBU-12. 30 seconds after the first bomb dropped from the plane, the rectangle vanished in a fiery bloom. Within minutes, Charger 07 and 08 had emptied their bomb racks and turned back toward Taif. Lenin immediately studied the gun camera videos. Of 8 GBU-12s launched, it looked as though all but one had destroyed either a tank or a personnel carrier. He called Glosson in Riyadh. 7 for 8, Lenin told him. Glosson paused, then asked dryly, "Why didn't you get 8 for 8? In truth, Buster Glosson was elated. Now he was certain the Iraqi army would literally die in its tracks. On February 7th, he launched 44 F-111s on the first mass tank-killing raid. Glosson kept the new technique secret, lest the Iraqis devise a countermeasure to what soon became a wholesale slaughter of armored vehicles. The Aardvark crews became adept in interpreting chiaroscuro, finding carefully camouflaged enemy forces by reading the subtle shades of whites, grays, and blacks in their PaveTac scopes. At Taif, the 30 by 60 mile attack sectors came to be known as tank boxes. From dusk until dawn, aircraft saturated the principal boxes in northern Kuwait and adjacent Iraq. When Schwarzkopf objected to the pilots' cold-blooded slang for the attacks, tank plinking, Horner relayed the CINC's qualms to his air crews, thus guaranteeing that the term would forever be fixed in their lexicon. Within a week, the Aardvarks, occasionally joined by F-15Es equipped with similar infrared systems, were claiming 100 or more armored targets destroyed every night. Horner established nightly quotas, like an insurance salesman. Lenin added tank plinking to his headquarters scoreboard. By the end of the war, the top crew would be credited with 31 kills. A few airmen even complained of boredom, of missions that too much resembled the proverbial shooting of fish in a barrel. But with its salutary consequences for the Allied cause, tank plinking had one unfortunate effect. It widened the gap between CENTCOM and the CIA over battle damage assessment. Without ready access to F-111 and F-15E gun camera footage, the CIA had to rely on satellites. The agency also suspected pilots of inadvertently inflating the tally by re-killing tanks and other armored vehicles destroyed in previous attacks. The changes in BDA methods used by the Army's John Stewart and adopted by CENTCOM's Jack Leidy were seen as arbitrary, illustrative of the confusion in Riyadh. Occasional miscalculations by Schwarzkopf's intelligence officers further inflamed the rivalry. At one point, for example, the Tawal-Kana Republican Guard Division was considered more than 50% destroyed and thus combat ineffective. When analysts in Saudi Arabia realized they had counted armored vehicles from other divisions among the Tawal-Kana tally, they resurrected the Tawal-Kana at three-quarters its strength. Eventually, the disparity between Washington and Riyadh would reach stunning proportions. When CENTCOM estimated that 1,400 Iraqi tanks had been destroyed of the 4,280 believed deployed in the Kuwaiti theater, the CIA confirmed only 358 of those. In an effort to proof Riyadh's figures, John Stewart selected three bellwether Iraqi units: the 12th Armored Division, the 10th Armored Division, and the Tawal-Kana. Using their complex formula of pilot reports, gun camera videotape, and U-2 footage, Stewart's analysts estimated that armor and artillery in those units had been reduced respectively to 60%, 55%, and 75%. During the first week of February, U.S. reconnaissance planes again flew over the units, snapping hundreds of frames with high-resolution cameras. The new estimates were nearly identical: 61% for 12th Armored, 55% for 10th Armored, and 70% for the Tawal-Kana. Yet soon after tank plinking began, the CIA made note of the BDA schism between Langley and Riyadh in the President's Daily Brief, PDB, a secret intelligence summary distributed to senior government offices, including the White House. Reflecting the agency's mission to provide the chief executive with independent intelligence, the PDB memorandum disavowed CENTCOM's estimates and alerted the President to the agency's inability to confirm more than a fraction of the reported damage. In Riyadh, the PDB sent Schwarzkopf into a steaming rage. Soon he was to make the most difficult decision of his military career: when to launch the ground attack. Soldiers would live or die on the basis of his judgment. The CIA was seen as cynically hedging its bets, providing an alibi in case the Iraqis managed to inflict heavy casualties on the Allies. "Here I am trying to make a decision," Schwarzkopf fumed, "and they're doing this to me." In the CINC's view, when he most needed support from the home front, the Central Intelligence Agency had walked away. Riyadh. On February 8th, Richard Cheney, Colin Powell, and Paul Wolfowitz flew to Saudi Arabia for a review of Schwarzkopf's ground offensive scheme. None of the three was alarmed by the BDA brouhaha. Each had committed himself to support the CINC unless his judgments seemed patently addled. But Cheney especially insisted that the plan pass what he called the sanity test. Unless Schwarzkopf and his subordinates could explain the attack in terms a civilian like Cheney could understand, the Secretary would not feel comfortable advising Bush to authorize it. Powell took advantage of the long flight to Riyadh to offer Cheney another tutorial in the mysteries of war. "Iraqi artillery will be useless against our attack," the chairman predicted. 1, it's mostly towed and can't be moved quickly. 2, because it's in fixed positions, it won't be able to adjust to our movement. 3, by now, Iraqi artillerymen are nowhere near the guns at night if they can help it, for the very simple reason that they're not stupid. They're getting bombed at night, and they haven't been training or registering their guns. Iraqi gunners would be unable to spot their targets effectively, Powell added. "We can blind them. Artillery is useless if you can't see the target electronically or visually. With our total dominance in the air, and with our ability to see them, they'll shoot one round, and all hell will descend on them." On Saturday, February 9th, Powell and the two civilians settled into the big leather armchairs in the MODA war room for a full day of briefings. The Secretary, wearing an open-necked shirt and blue blazer, sat with Schwarzkopf on his left and Powell on his right. The CINC had instructed his staff to give the visitors absolutely every piece of information we can on subjects ranging from logistics and intelligence to terrain and weather. One after another, Schwarzkopf's senior generals offered a status report on his forces and described their role in a ground attack. Chuck Horner promised more than 100 sorties over the battlefield every hour, ready to respond to calls for air support once the attack began. "The ground war is going to move so fast the men on the ground aren't going to know what they need a day or two ahead of time," Horner predicted. They probably won't know what they need even several hours ahead of time. Stan Arthur quickly sketched his amphibious options and spoke of the Navy's readiness to resurrect the landing at Ash-Shweba if necessary. Powell peppered the admiral with questions about potential casualties and damage to the Kuwaiti coastline. Like Schwarzkopf, the chairman considered Desert Sabres so risky that it should be resorted to only in an emergency. After listening to Walt Boomer explain how the 1st and 2nd Marine Divisions would attack into the Kuwaiti Bootheel, Powell again urged caution. "Your mission is secondary. Don't get decisively engaged," he warned. "If you start to take a lot of artillery fire, just stay out of range. If you force the Iraqis to shoot at you, then they're not shooting at Freddie Franks and 7th Corps, and you've accomplished your mission. And if they don't shoot at you, then you can move and go for broke. Just remember, you are the supporting attack." John Stewart, the Army intelligence chief, predicted that the Iraqis would most likely remain entrenched in a positional defense, although a few units might gather themselves for a mobile counterattack. Powell and Cheney asked Stewart more than a dozen questions about his BDA estimates. How did you arrive at your calculations? What kind of imagery are you using? Why are you using pilot reports? How accurate are they? Are the Iraqis using tank mock-ups and other deceptive measures? Could the enemy be fooling us? Stewart fielded the queries for nearly 45 minutes and pointed to a graph that plotted air sorties and estimated Iraqi attrition over the next 2 weeks. If Allied aircraft could double their sortie rate against Iraqi armor and artillery, Stewart predicted, then the crossover date, the point at which half of the enemy's strength was destroyed, should arrive on February 21st. Schwarzkopf turned to Horner. "Can you do that?" "I'm sure we can do it," Horner replied. "We could even lift it higher than that." Schwarzkopf devoted the afternoon session to reports from 3 Army field commanders. Fred Franks led off with a detailed review of the 11 Iraqi divisions confronting 7th Corps' 4 divisions. The Corps, Franks explained, planned to bypass 5 enemy infantry divisions in the front lines, roll over the Iraqi reserves, then strike the Republican Guard in the western flank. Anxious to avoid a premature attack, Franks wanted his units to have at least 3 weeks of desert and gunnery training once all troops and equipment had arrived in the country. Franks was scheduled to speak for 30 minutes, but he droned on for an hour while Schwarzkopf fidgeted in his chair and glared at Cal Waller, who had been charged with keeping the briefings on schedule. In November, Schwarzkopf had been delighted at George Bush's announcement that 7th Corps was being dispatched to Saudi Arabia, but he had been skeptical of Franks since the 1980s, when both served in the Pentagon. Now he was even more certain that the Corps commander was a pedant, not 4-star material, in the CINC's cutting assessment of Franks made to Carl Vuono. To Yosak, Schwarzkopf had derided 7th Corps' slow, ponderous pachyderm mentality, which he contrasted to the audacity, shock action, and surprise needed in the Army's attack. Later, outside the war room, Waller confronted Franks. "Freddie, goddammit, why did you spend twice your allotted time up there?" "I didn't realize I went that long," Franks replied. "I just wanted the secretary and chairman to understand." Waller shook his head. "Oh, Freddie, come on." Major General Ronald Griffith, commander of the 1st Armored Division, followed Franks and quickly flipped through 13 view graphs, all prominently stamped secret. One chart, labeled Scheme of Maneuver, showed the division's planned attack axis as the far left wing of 7th Corps. Powell pointed to the Iraqi crossroads town of al-Busayya, where 1st Armored would pivot east toward the Republican Guard. "Ron, what if you get into a fight down south and can't get your division up to al-Busayya?" the chairman asked. "Sir, I don't think that's going to happen," Griffith answered. "But if we can't get there, I've already talked to the 3rd Armored Cavalry from 18th Airborne Corps. They'll come over and take al-Busayya if I can't." Another of Griffith's slides listed 4 potential supply problems: ammunition, spare parts, fuel, and chemical warfare protective suits. The last man on the agenda revived a room of listeners grown somnolent. Of the Army's 400 generals, Barry R. McCaffrey was perhaps the most flamboyant and controversial. Winner of 2 Distinguished Service Crosses and 2 Silver Stars in Vietnam, McCaffrey had the chiseled good looks of a recruiting poster warrior: hooded eyes, dark, dense brows, a clean, strong jawline, hair thick and gunmetal gray. In 1969, as a company commander on his second tour in Vietnam, he was leading his men into an enemy bunker complex when a machine gunner opened fire from only 15 feet away, killing 3 and wounding 16. One round nearly blew off McCaffrey's left arm. 2 bones protruded from the skin, and a fountain of blood arced 3 feet through the air. As he skidded on his nose in the dirt, clawing his way from the line of fire, other rounds shot the pistol from his hand and the canteen off his hip. A medic dashed into the maelstrom, grabbed him by the web gear, and yanked him to safety. McCaffrey successfully pleaded with the surgeons not to amputate, and for 2 years, Army doctors worked to rebuild the arm with bones from his hip, skin grafts, and a metal rod used to connect wrist and elbow. To his many admirers, McCaffrey represented the officer par excellence: articulate, fearless, charming, intelligent. To his detractors, some of whom certainly were stricken with envy, he was a self-aggrandizing showman. The Army's youngest division commander, he now led the 24th Mechanized Infantry Division, Schwarzkopf's old unit, and was a personal favorite of the CINC's. Since early fall, McCaffrey had urged Army planners not to overestimate Iraqi military prowess. He had predicted, if Bush ordered an attack with just 1 American corps, the encirclement of Kuwait City in 3 days, and the defeat of the Republican Guard in a week. As the only heavy division in 18th Airborne Corps, McCaffrey now explained the 24th Division would dash north to sever the Euphrates Valley between Talil and Jaliba air bases. The 26,000 soldiers would then turn east toward Basra, as 7th Corps was swinging east into the main body of the Republican Guard. In reaching Jaliba, he predicted, the division would shoot 17,000 tons of ammunition and burn 2.5 million gallons of fuel. The attack plan stressed speed and violence. I think the division will take 500 to 2,000 casualties, McCaffrey added. I'm pretty sure it will be at the lower end. How do you come up with 2,000? Cheney asked. McCaffrey turned full face toward the secretary. I've got 10 battalions with 4 companies each, he replied. I think each company will be in a couple of fights and have an average of 25 soldiers killed or wounded in each fight, if the Iraqis resist effectively. My estimates come from having been a company commander, and getting 25 soldiers hit in a fight is about the price of doing business. After a few questions from Powell, Cheney said to McCaffrey, I appreciate your briefing, General, but what I want to know is, what are you really worried about? I'm a very cautious person, McCaffrey replied slowly. I've been wounded in combat 3 times. My son is in the 82nd Airborne, and his life is at stake. He paused, then leaned toward Cheney with dramatic effect. But I'm not worried about a thing. The men in the room stirred. The force is fully modernized, McCaffrey continued. The logistics are all in place. The planning has been done. Thousands of hours of planning. The troop spirit is tremendous. In my judgment, we're going to take the Iraqis apart in 10 days to 2 weeks. I feel uneasy telling you this, but I personally don't believe the enemy is very good. Cheney, clearly impressed, offered a lopsided grin. Thank you very much, General. The session ended. Cheney, Powell, Wolfowitz, and Schwarzkopf repaired to a small office across the hall. Cheney, having listened to the CINC's lieutenants for 9 hours, believed that the plan passed the sanity test. He and Powell agreed that Schwarzkopf had come a long way since the first faltering proposal unveiled in Washington the previous October. After discussing the day's briefings for a few minutes, the men turned to the question of the ground offensive's launch date. The President does not want to wait any longer than necessary, Cheney said, but you can take as much time as you need to prepare. Schwarzkopf assured the Secretary that the force was ready to fight. February 21st appeared to be the optimal date for attack, but with 3 or 4 days of latitude to ensure clear weather for air support. I think we should go with the ground attack now, Schwarzkopf recommended. At the rate we're consuming munitions, I'm not sure how much longer we could keep up the air attack. The CINC's aggressiveness impressed Wolfowitz, who recalled a hesitant Schwarzkopf in December half-jokingly refer to a 365-day bombing campaign. On more than one occasion, the CINC had hinted that he would call Bush or even resign if pressed to strike before his ground forces were ready. But now he seemed eager to finish what he had begun. Would anything be gained by continuing the air campaign? Wolfowitz asked, deliberately offering Schwarzkopf a chance to delay the offensive. The CINC curtly dismissed the notion. "We're ready to go," he replied. "Start your preparations," Cheney ordered. "I'll take those dates back to the president." When they joined the other commanders in the CENTCOM auditorium, Powell observed, "This is the way the world's only remaining superpower is supposed to behave." The Pentagon trio left Riyadh on Sunday, February 10th, stopping briefly in Khamis Musait to visit the F-117 wing. Cheney and Powell autographed a laser-guided bomb with a black marking pen. The secretary scribbled, "To Saddam, with affection, Dick Cheney, Secretary of Defense." Then the chairman, "To Saddam, you didn't move it, and now you'll lose it." On the return flight to Washington, Wolfowitz raised several concerns. Had the air campaign really gone on long enough? Had the bombing accomplished all that it could? Both secretary and chairman strongly agreed that it had. What about the Marines? Wolfowitz wondered. Walt Boomer seemed to have reservations about attacking into Kuwait in less than 2 weeks. Powell pointed out that the Marines' mission was to occupy the enemy, not overrun Kuwait. "If they get in trouble," the chairman said, "we'll just pull them back." "That's easier said than done with Marines," Wolfowitz noted with a smile. "It's hard to give them a mission order that says, 'If this gets tough, turn around.'" Powell insisted he had the matter in hand. On Monday, the secretary and chairman met privately with President Bush in the Yellow Oval Room upstairs in the White House residential quarters. Powell briefly described Schwarzkopf's plan and told of giving the CINC a window for the attack, beginning on the 21st. Bush asked few questions. Cheney thought the president seemed resolved, even eager to press ahead with the ground offensive. "Sounds great," Bush declared. "Let's do it." Chapter 10. Al-Firdos. Riyadh. "Command is a true center of gravity," John Warden had written in the air campaign, "and worth attacking in any circumstances in which it can be reached. The utmost attention should be given to a concerted attack on the enemy's command system." Heeding his own advice, Warden and the Checkmate staff had stressed the importance of smashing the Iraqi High Command as well as the communications network used by Baghdad to control its military forces. In August, Warden had placed Iraqi leadership innermost among the 5 concentric circles on a diagram denoting his targeting priorities. In succeeding months, planners at CENTCOM and in the Black Hole had likewise devoted the utmost attention to pinpointing Iraqi leadership targets. 35 bunkers, command posts, and headquarters made up the target set on January 17th, a number that would increase to 46 by war's end. Killing an enemy's leaders, a strategy known in contemporary military parlance as decapitation, was an ambition as old as warfare itself. Rarely in modern combat, however, had commanders possessed either the intelligence or the means to find and destroy a foe's senior commanders. Among the few exceptions in the 20th century was the code-breaking triumph that permitted U.S. pilots to ambush and shoot down Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, architect of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor over a Pacific island in April 1943. In drafting the Persian Gulf campaign, American planners hoped that the combination of sophisticated intelligence and precision weapons would permit the decimation of Iraq's high command. Foremost among enemy leadership targets, of course, was Saddam Hussein. Since August 8th, when Checkmate officers first scribbled Saddam at the top of their target list, the Iraqi commander-in-chief had figured prominently in the ambitions of the air campaign. Saddam was seen as the casus belli, ergo, his removal would restore the peace. General Michael J. Dugan, who was then the Air Force Chief of Staff and Warden's patron, had publicly disclosed during a trip to Saudi Arabia in September 1990 that Saddam was the focus of our efforts. Dugan believed that Saddam's elimination would likely lead to a prompt Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait, a sentiment widely shared in the U.S. government. Richard Cheney fired Dugan for his indiscretion. Thereafter, American commanders maintained the public fiction that no Iraqi individual was targeted. This charade satisfied the letter, if not the spirit, of a U.S. law prohibiting assassination of foreign leaders. American officials could and did claim that their bombs were intended to destroy various command posts, not any particular person. Of equal weight, the rhetorical artifice prevented Saddam's demise from becoming an unachievable war aim. During the invasion of Panama in 1989, a posse of 25,000 American troops combed the country for 4 days before finally snaring the deposed dictator, Manuel Noriega. That embarrassing memory lingered in Washington's corporate memory, among civilians and military officers alike. Let's not get ourselves in another situation like Panama, where the whole goddamn operation depends on finding one guy in a bunker, argued the Army Chief of Staff, Carl Vuono, during a Desert Shield strategy session in the Pentagon. Vuono's plea drew vigorous nods from his fellow chiefs. Although Schwarzkopf had rated the chances of killing Saddam as high, no one in Washington or Riyadh underestimated Saddam's elusiveness. He reportedly had survived 5 assassination attempts in 1981 alone, and countless plots since. More oblique, but equally unsuccessful, was George Bush's secret order in August 1990 authorizing the CIA to help Iraqi dissidents overthrow Saddam. On the eve of the war, Tony McPeak, Dugan's successor as Air Force Chief, estimated the prospects of killing the Iraqi leader with airstrikes at no better than 3 in 10. Nevertheless, from the opening minutes of Desert Storm, the Americans had tried to beat the odds. Among more than 400 sorties against Iraq's National Command Authority, bombers attacked the presidential palaces in Baghdad, a command complex and bunker at Abu Ghraib west of the capital, Saddam's purported retreat at Taji on the Euphrates River, his summer home in Tikrit, and other potential hiding places. Several times, U.S. intelligence believed it knew where Saddam had spent the previous night. But the Allies never possessed sufficient real-time intelligence to lay the kind of ambush that had killed Yamamoto. Eventually, the Defense Intelligence Agency concluded that Saddam slept only in private houses, rarely if ever spending 2 consecutive nights in the same bed. Other reports indicated he sometimes traveled in a caravan of American-made recreational vehicles. One airstrike on just such a convoy reportedly killed a number of Saddam's bodyguards, but left the Iraqi leader unscathed. After 3 weeks of war, with increasing numbers of Allied aircraft being pulled from the strategic campaign to prepare for the eventual ground attack, the hope of ending the war by decapitation had been reduced to a waning faith in blind luck. Since killing Saddam was at most an unstated war aim, more aspiration than formal objective, this failure was nettlesome for Allied strategists but not particularly troubling. Even if the Iraqi leader remained alive, the continued bombing of his command network was seen as providing useful benefits for Schwarzkopf and others anticipating the ground campaign. Shattering the means with which Baghdad communicated orders would leave the Iraqi army isolated and adrift. American commanders presumed that in a rigidly authoritarian society, where decision-making was highly centralized, attacking the enemy's command and control could cripple its forces in the field. Saddam might remain in power, but he had been reduced to running a modern war with a command system, in Worden's analogy, not much more sophisticated than that used by Wellington and Blücher at Waterloo in 1815. For Buster Glosson, Dave Depula, and other officers in the Black Hole, the continuing attacks offered another and potentially greater benefit: the incessant hammering of Iraqi intelligence, secret police, military, and other agencies could loosen Saddam's grip on his country and perhaps pave the way for a coup or an insurrection. If the pillars that supported and protected Saddam were weakened, he could be brought down. When taken in total, an Air Force operations order predicted, the result of strategic airstrikes would be the progressive and systematic collapse of Saddam Hussein's entire war machine and regime. As Clausewitz had warned, with a sentiment loudly echoed in Worden's writings, only by constantly seeking out the enemy's center of power, by daring to win all, will one really defeat the enemy. The path to victory, Glosson and his men believed, still wound through Baghdad, rather than through Iraq's army of occupation in Kuwait. Even if Allied bombs failed to kill Saddam outright, they could cause his downfall, but only if the Allies dared to win all. One network of potential command posts that had heretofore escaped destruction began to attract renewed American interest during the first week of February. In the early 1980s, Finnish contractors built 25 large air raid shelters in Greater Baghdad. In 1985, 10 of those had been extensively hardened with reinforced concrete ceilings and protection against the electromagnetic pulse emitted by nuclear detonations. American intelligence possessed detailed drawings of the 10 hardened shelters and presumed them to be incipient command bunkers. In November, Glosson had even interviewed European contractors who worked on the 1985 renovations. During the late fall, CENTCOM planners had placed the 10 bunkers on a preliminary Desert Storm target list, with plans to attack them by at least Day 3 of the war. But in early January, Dave Depula took a closer look. Satellite imagery indicated the Iraqis had surrounded the bunkers with fencing, but otherwise they appeared unoccupied. Air Force intelligence in Riyadh also detected no activity. From my perspective, Depula told the intelligence officers, I don't see any need to target them until we get some corroboration that they're being used as command and control facilities. Returning to the black hole, where all strategic targets had been listed in neat columns on a wall chart, Depula drew a thick X through each of the 10 bunkers with a felt marking pen. By early February, 3 of the bunkers showed signs of life. One appeared to be used by the Information Ministry, another by administrators from the Iraqi Defense Ministry. The third seemed less innocuous. Located in the middle-class suburb of Amaria, near Jordan Street in southwest Baghdad, the square facility occupied nearly an entire city block. 2 large ventilation shafts protruded from the roof. Iron grates covered several arched doorways, one of them the entrance to a ramp that led 40 feet underground. Single-story houses dominated the neighborhood to the north and south. To the east, a school stood across the street, and beyond it, a mosque. A sign outside the building proclaimed in Arabic and English, Department of Civilian Defense, Public Shelter Number 25. The Americans called it the Al-Firdaus Bunker, after an adjacent section of Baghdad. At the CIA, interest in Al-Firdaus had been piqued by January 17th satellite photos showing that fresh camouflage paint had been applied to the roof. Later photos showed increased activity around the building and military vehicles parked outside. Beginning on February 5th, U.S. intelligence began collecting SIGINT cuts, signals intelligence from radio emanations in the vicinity of the shelter. The CIA, which believed the building had been used as a command bunker during the Iran-Iraq War, now concluded that it had been commandeered by the Mukhabarat, or General Intelligence Department, a successor to the Ba'ath Party's secret police. Mukhabarat headquarters near the Baghdad Horsemanship Club had been bombed early in the war. CIA analysts believed the organization had found a new home in Public Shelter Number 25. On February 10th, Charles Allen, one of the CIA's senior national intelligence officers, visited John Warden in Checkmate's basement warren in the Pentagon. Allen, who had become a close Warden Confederate, laid out his evidence regarding the bunker and recommended that it be put back on the target list. The CIA, he added, saw no sign of the Iraqis using the facility as a civilian bomb shelter. On February 11th, Warden sent Depula a message suggesting that the building had become an alternative command post because of damage to other facilities. Baghdad may believe that coalition forces will not attack the bunker because of potential damage to the nearby school and mosque. Schwarzkopf's intelligence chief, Jack Leidy, also had been examining the shelter. A fresh satellite photo sent by Rear Admiral Mike McConnell, intelligence director for the Joint Chiefs, again showed military vehicles parked in the compound. Leidy sent a query to the Defense Intelligence Agency. Is it possible that this is being used as an air raid shelter? Told that no evidence had been found to that effect, Leidy also recommended targeting the bunker. Buster Glosson, however, considered the evidence purely circumstantial. The camouflaged roof, the fence, the satellite photos of military vehicles, the electronic intercepts, none of it seemed conclusive. In a police state as compulsive about security as Iraq, camouflage and fencing were common. Even flour mills and water treatment plants were splotched with camouflage paint. Glosson considered Checkmate's analysis irrelevant. That assessment, he later commented, isn't worth a shit. But in the second week of February, each of the most senior officials in the U.S. government, fewer than a dozen, received a sealed envelope containing the latest report from one of the few effective spies operating in Iraq, a top official in Saddam's government who was secretly working for the Americans in Baghdad. The spy, whose information had previously proven accurate, warned that Iraqi intelligence had begun operating from shelter number 25. McConnell called Glosson to make certain he had received the letter. He had, and he believed it corroborated the circumstantial evidence regarding the bunker. The target, he concluded, was now worthy of attack. On February 11th, the bunker was added to the master attack plan. The raid was scheduled for the early morning of February 13th in the time block marked 0130 to 0155 Zulu, 4:30 to 4:55 a.m. in Baghdad. 6 other targets, including the Iraqi Internal Security Directorate, would be hit before dawn by this third and final wave of stealth fighters to enter Iraq that night. For shelter number 25, the attack plan listed precise grid coordinates as well as the aircraft and munitions to be employed. A pair of F-117s, each dropping a 2,000-pound laser-guided bomb. In the space reserved for target description, the plan read, Al-Firdos Bunker. Activated, recently camouflaged command and control bunker. Washington, D.C. Nearly a month into the war, the so-called Israeli problem was considerably less vexing in Riyadh and Washington than it had been in January. Delta Force and the SAS combed western Iraq with a fury that chased Scud missile crews into an ever-shrinking patch of desert near Al-Qaim. 75 to 150 counter-Scud sorties flew overhead every day. The Iraqis rarely fired now, except when bad weather enhanced the concealment. From an average of 5 daily Scud launches during the first week of war, the attacks in the subsequent 2 weeks tapered off to fewer than 1 a day. Patriot launches diminished proportionately, and anxiety over the stockpile of PAC-2 missiles abated. The Pentagon sent 120 new PAC-2s to Israel before resuming shipments to Saudi Arabia, much to CENTCOM's irritation. Version 34, a new software package intended to correct Patriot's proclivity for firing at false targets, arrived in Israel and Saudi Arabia on February 4th. Israel, which commanded the 6 Patriot batteries on her soil, 4 of them operated by U.S. Army crews, had ordered all launchers switched from automatic to manual firing modes after the January 25th barrage in an effort to target only incoming warheads instead of debris. American air defense experts considered the order ill-advised. Men could not react as swiftly as computerized machines. Even so, the dispute seemed inconsequential, since the average warning time of incoming missiles flashed to Tel Aviv from the Pentagon over the Hammer-Rick line had doubled from 2 or 3 minutes to 5 or 6. In the American view, at least as it was publicly expressed, Patriot was flawless. The Patriot's success, of course, is known to everyone, Schwarzkopf told the press. It's 100% so far. Of 33 Scuds engaged, there have been 33 destroyed. In Tel Aviv and at the Israeli embassy in Washington, this gasconade was known as the Patriot bullshit. The Israelis had a point. American claims were based largely on faith and wishful thinking. None of the 21 Patriot batteries in Saudi Arabia possessed embedded data recorders, digital instruments capable of measuring precisely what occurred when a Patriot intercepted a Scud that had disintegrated at Mach 6, 15 kilometers above the Earth. That was because U.S. commanders feared the recorder equipment would interfere with missile operations. The Israelis, by contrast, had 3 recorders and a computerized system used to track all Scud fragments and analyze each engagement. Imperfect though they were, the Israeli data strongly suggested Patriot shortcomings. This infirmity was hard for the Pentagon to admit. Having proclaimed Patriot a war hero, the Army was reluctant to pull its champion off the pedestal. Not until more than a year after the war would the Army acknowledge that it had high confidence in only 10 of the Scud kills proclaimed in Israel and Saudi Arabia. A subsequent study found that as few as 9% of engagements resulted in confirmed warhead kills. although in other cases, Patriots apparently knocked the Scuds off course or dudded the warheads. Yet even the Israelis recognized the political and military utility in lauding the missile. When an Israeli officer suggested publicly disclosing qualms about Patriot, Abraham Ben Shoshan, the military attaché in Washington, snapped, "You shut up. This is the best weapon we've got against the Scuds because it's the only weapon. Why tell Saddam Hussein that it's not working?" In private conversations with the Americans, however, the Israelis showed no such reluctance. On February 4th, at the Defense Ministry headquarters in Tel Aviv, Major General Avihu Ben Nun, commander of the Israeli Air Force, confronted Colonel Lou Goldberg, head of the Pentagon's Patriot Management Cell. "The Patriot doesn't work," Ben Nun declared bluntly. Of 12 Scud Patriot engagements analyzed by the Israelis, at most only 3 warheads had been destroyed. Some Patriots had apparently caused damage by chasing Scud debris into the ground. "You ought to stop producing the Patriot until you fix it," the Israeli general added. "Sir, would you rather have nothing until we can produce something that's perfect?" Goldberg replied. "Or would you rather have this, which is doing a large part of the job?" Ben Nun responded with a scowl and a shrug. 2 days later, back at the Pentagon, Goldberg presented the Army's top generals with a briefing entitled Israeli Patriot Issues and classified Secret, Close Hold. On his first page, Goldberg quoted Ben Nun, "System doesn't work." As if to prove the point, another Scud hit Tel Aviv on Saturday morning, February 9th, damaging more than 200 buildings and wounding 27 Israelis. One flaming chunk of debris landed in the middle of a third-floor apartment. The tenant dialed the police and complained, "The missile's in my living room, and it's burning my home down." Defense Minister Moshe Aarons was among those Israelis unhappiest with Patriot's performance. Notwithstanding the decrease in Scud launches, the Israeli military strongly believed that Saddam would authorize chemical warheads in desperation as the Allied ground attack neared. Aarons feared that the odds of successfully parrying such an attack were slim. Behind his grievances regarding Patriot was the defense minister's ulterior motive. He believed a window of opportunity was opening for Israel finally to strike back at Saddam. "We want to act," he told an Israeli colleague. "It's been 4 weeks, and we're tired of being sitting ducks." Israel's forbearance, Aarons believed, had dangerously eroded 40 years of deterrence built on a policy of swift, sure retaliation. Israeli strike planning had continued apace, with several provisional dates set for an attack. Some Israelis even contemplated direct action against Saddam himself. In 1980, during the American hostage crisis in Tehran, Israeli planners in a training exercise proposed snatching Ayatollah Khomeini from the Iranian city of Qum and using him to barter the Americans' release. By early February, Aarons had concluded that an Israeli strike was unlikely to break up the Allied coalition. Iraq's defeat seemed imminent. But the attack would slap Saddam's face, demonstrate Israel's ability to destroy mobile missiles, rebuild deterrence in the Middle East, and signal the Americans that Israel was not completely in Washington's pocket. With Scuds continuing to fall, Aarons believed he had almost convinced Yitzhak Shamir, his prime minister. Almost. As politically cunning as he was stubborn, Shamir balked at authorizing a specific date for the Israeli strike. Instead, he sent Aarons to Washington for what was known in the Israeli embassy as the cold shower. At 11:30 a.m. on Monday, February 11th, Aarons, dressed as though for a funeral in dark suit and dark tie, walked into the Oval Office to face Bush, Baker, Cheney, Quayle, Haas, and several other senior Americans. The defense minister quickly recounted the damage inflicted by the most recent Scud attacks. "We're very close to having to take action," he warned. Unaware of either Aarons' retaliation theory or details of the Patriots' purported flaws, Bush said, "There's been a dramatic decrease in the number of Scuds launched, so why are you so upset? Why are you so determined to do this?" "Every time a Scud launches, it causes terror in Israel, Mr. President," Aarons replied. "We see sites of destruction in Israel that have not been seen in Western countries since World War II." From the breast pocket of his suit jacket, Bush pulled an index card printed with results from a recent public opinion survey in Israel. "The polls," the president said, "show that Shamir's policy of restraint is very popular." "That's a very brittle level of support," Aarons retorted. God forbid if a chemical warhead lands or a conventional warhead does considerable harm, that support will be wiped out. What can you do that we can't do? The president asked. Aarons, unaware that 2 Delta squadrons and a Ranger company had lagered at RR, alluded to the Israeli plan to use helicopters and ground troops in western Iraq. The minister then returned to the Patriot issue. In my opinion, the Patriots have had only about a 20% rate of success, he said. That's a very rough estimate. Puzzlement etched the president's face. What do you mean by that? Bush asked. Out of 10 Scuds that we try to intercept with Patriot, Aarons said, maybe 2 are successfully destroyed. Cheney, though angry at the Israelis' insolence, suppressed the urge to accuse him of ingratitude. There's a fundamental disagreement, Cheney interjected, about how effective the Patriot is. After 30 minutes, the session broke up, with Aarons and the Americans thoroughly irritated with one another. The president and his men had anticipated a warm, cordial chat between strategic allies. Instead, the confrontation revived the hostility that had long characterized relations between Bush's administration and Shamir's Likud government. Aarons, Richard Haas observed sourly, crapped all over us. The defense minister drove to the Pentagon for a private meeting with Cheney and Wolfowitz. Apparently recognizing that his brusque manner had offended his hosts, Aarons turned conciliatory. He thanked Cheney for both the Patriots and Hammer Rick. He also asked to be alerted before the Allied ground attack began. After raising the issue of Israeli retaliation, Aarons asked whether the Americans would stand aside in western Iraq during a strike by the Israeli Defense Forces. Cheney shook his head. Will you open a corridor through Saudi Arabia so that our aircraft do not have to fly over Jordan? Aarons persisted. Cheney again refused. Aarons paused for a moment, then asked, Have you thought about putting in special forces? Cheney assumed his best poker face and shrugged. That's something, he said, we can't talk about. I'm sure you understand. From the Pentagon, Aarons drove to the State Department. In Baker's suite, he asked for $1 billion to defray the cost of keeping Israeli warplanes on alert and other expenses. As Baker and Lawrence Eagleburger were pressing for an itemization of those expenses, Aarons was summoned to the telephone in the office outside the secretary's sitting room. Another Scud had struck Tel Aviv, detonating just 500 feet from Aarons' house near Ben Gurion Airport. The minister called home to determine that his wife was unhurt, then coolly picked up the thread of his conversation with Baker. Within hours, the account of Aarons' aplomb had circulated through Washington, stirring sympathy and admiration for the Iceman's poise. If not forgotten, the morning's prickly confrontation in the Oval Office was at least forgiven. Once again, the Iraqi genius for poor timing had served to solder cracks in the Allied alliance. Baghdad. At the exact moment that Aarons' mission to Washington was ending, another diplomatic venture began, more than 6,000 miles away. Shortly before midnight in Baghdad on February 11th, a convoy bearing the Soviet envoy, Yevgeny H. Primakov, wheeled into the driveway of the Al-Rashid Hotel. Primakov's journey had been singularly unpleasant. To forestall the indignity of being shot down by American fighters, Primakov flew from Moscow to Tehran, then transferred to an Iranian plane for a flight to Bakhtaran in western Iran. At the Iraqi border, he joined a motorcade whose cars had been smeared with mud for camouflage. Casting nervous glances at the night sky, the drivers raced to Baghdad with their headlights off. Primakov found his room at the Al-Rashid lit with a kerosene lantern and stacked with jerry cans of water. Even so, his accommodations surpassed those he would have found at the Soviet embassy, where the ambassador and a dozen diplomats were bivouacked in large steel tubes embedded in the garden as makeshift bomb shelters. Once Primakov settled in for the night, the usual nocturnal explosions rocked greater Baghdad. Unfazed by the envoy's well-publicized presence, the Americans launched attacks in the early morning of February 12th against Saddam International Airport, military intelligence headquarters in Baghdad, the Information Ministry, and other targets. Thick-set and triple-chinned, with a gift for political survival and self-promotion, Primakov had first met Saddam in 1969 while working as Pravda's correspondent in the Middle East. The U.S. government considered him a meddlesome intruder who represented the old-school Arabists in the Soviet bureaucracy, loath to abandon Moscow's patron-client relationship with Iraq. In October, he had urged that Kuwait present Saddam with face-saving incentives to withdraw by ceding Iraq 2 disputed Persian Gulf islands and Kuwait's portion of the Rumaila oil field. Nevertheless, Primakov's visit appeared to have the blessing of Mikhail Gorbachev, whose fundamental support for the American-led crusade against Iraq was tempered with a reluctance to forsake Soviet influence in the Middle East. Primakov's mission began Tuesday morning with a tour of bomb damage in Baghdad. 4 weeks of war, he discovered, had reduced the Iraqi capital to 19th century privation. The city lacked running water, telephone service, garbage collection, and electricity. Every night, hundreds of motorists desperate for gasoline queued up at service stations for a 7-gallon ration intended to last 2 weeks. Under a water rationing program adopted in late January, tanker trucks circulated through neighborhoods every 3 days, mobbed by residents toting tubs, bottles, and pitchers. Without power, Baghdad's 2 sewage treatment plants no longer functioned, and millions of gallons of raw waste poured into the Tigris. Despite the filth and a shortage of fuel for boiling tainted water, the river served as both communal well and public bath. Food was adequate, although prices were sometimes extortionate. A kilo of rice sold for as much as $15, compared to 60 cents before the war. Urbane Iraqis found themselves slaughtering and plucking chickens as their rural grandparents once had. Hospitals reported shortages of X-ray film, blood typing kits, drugs, and many other accoutrements of modern medicine. Some physicians boiled dressings from one patient to use on another. When generators failed, surgeons operated by lantern, candle, and flashlight. Cases of sepsis, dysentery, hepatitis, and other diseases soared. When morgues overflowed, health workers reportedly buried the dead in hospital gardens. The impact on Iraqi morale was difficult to judge. Frightened children leaped into their parents' laps when the nightly sirens howled. Many residents noted the difference between the relentless nightly raids by the Americans and the sporadic desultory attacks by Iran during that long war. The Allies flew more air combat sorties in a single day than Iran had flown in 8 years. If most neighborhoods escaped bombardment, the steady destruction of the capital's most prominent landmarks was evident to everyone. The graceful July 14th suspension bridge, now half submerged beneath the Tigris. The Palace of Congress's convention center, shattered by 2 laser-guided bombs. The telecommunications centers, where customer accounts swirled in the wind like confetti. Every morning, the city skyline was altered, reduced. Yet equally evident was the American focus on military targets rather than indiscriminate bombing of the population. Although certainly not normal, daily life assumed a wartime equilibrium. Baghdad had announced in early February that 17-year-old students, previously exempt from conscription, would now be drafted. Protest against the measure, like disenchantment with the war itself, was limited to grumbling and to graffiti scribbled furtively at night on walls in the downtown souks. Many Iraqis huddled by their shortwave sets at night, listening to news broadcasts from the BBC or Voice of America, although rumors periodically swept the city like epidemics. A false report of the assassination of Egypt's Hosni Mubarak had triggered a mad celebration, with thousands of Kalashnikov rifles fired in short-lived jubilation. On Tuesday night, Primakov met Saddam at a government guest house in central Baghdad, awash in generator-powered lights. The Iraqi leader strolled into the house accompanied by his senior lieutenants, removed his trench coat, and unbuckled his gun belt. Primakov was startled by Saddam's appearance. He looked gaunt, as if he had lost 30 or 40 pounds since their last meeting, 4 months earlier. Saddam, continuing a tirade begun earlier in the day by his foreign minister, Tariq Aziz, rebuked the Soviets for giving the green light to a United Nations war against Iraq. Baghdad would never capitulate, he vowed. Iraq's will to resist was unshakable. Even to a man as well versed in Iraqi wiles as Yevgeny Primakov, Saddam's war plan was puzzling. Baghdad appeared paralyzed by fatalism. In their session at the presidential palace the previous October, Primakov had reminded Saddam of the ancient fortress of Masada, where hundreds of Jews killed themselves in AD 73 rather than surrender to Roman soldiers. Don't you think that, like Israel, you have developed a Masada complex? Primakov had asked. Saddam nodded. Then, Primakov continued, your actions will to a great extent be determined by the logic of a doomed man. In early January, Saddam told a French diplomat, I know I am going to lose. At least I will have the death of a hero. To the extent that Saddam was guided by reason, rather than a yen for martyrdom or willful obstinance, his strategy was similar to that of the Japanese during World War II. Maintain the wan hope that the Americans would see the futility of trying to dislodge their opponents and eventually accept a negotiated peace brokered by a third party. Like the Imperial Japanese, Saddam seems to have concluded that self-indulgent Americans lacked the discipline and taste for blood necessary to destroy its enemies. Without question, as Aziz would admit after the Gulf War, the Iraqi leadership underestimated the intensity of modern combat and the American willingness to demolish much of Iraq's infrastructure. Insular, naive, plagued with delusions of glory that led him to liken himself to Nebuchadnezzar, the Babylonian warlord and conqueror of Jerusalem in 586 BC, Saddam had an understanding of military matters that was unsophisticated to the point of juvenile. They tell you that the Americans have advanced missiles and warplanes, he had declared in a speech shortly before the war began, but they ought to rely on their soldiers armed with rifles and grenades. Primakov, according to accounts he subsequently wrote for Pravda and Time, tried to jolt some sense into Nebuchadnezzar. The Americans absolutely favor a broad-scale land operation, as a result of which the Iraqi task force in Kuwait will be completely destroyed. Do you understand? Destroyed. Primakov then sketched a Soviet plan for ending the war, beginning with Baghdad's announcement of a total and unconditional withdrawal from Kuwait as quickly as possible. Saddam nibbled at the proposal. How, he asked, can we be sure our soldiers will not be shot in the back as they withdraw? Would the airstrikes end after the pullout? Would United Nations sanctions be lifted? He proposed sending Aziz to Moscow for further discussion, but Primakov chafed at the delay. There is no time left, the Soviet warned. You must act immediately. The meeting ended with Saddam's promise of quick response. At 2 a.m. on February 13th, Aziz delivered a written statement to Primakov. The Iraqi leadership is seriously studying the ideas outlined by the representative of the Soviet president, and will give its reply in the immediate future. Though it was hardly a passionate embrace of the Soviet overture, Primakov considered the note a critical first step. Before leaving Baghdad for the circuitous return trip through Iran, he sent a message to Moscow through the Soviet embassy. There are, he cabled, certain promising signs. Amariya, Iraq. At 4:30 a.m. on February 13th, precisely as planned, a pair of F-117 fighters arrived on station above Baghdad's southwestern suburbs. The two pilots identified the Al-Firdos bunker through their infrared scopes and centered the roof in their laser crosshairs, scrupulously avoiding the nearby school and mosque. The first GBU-27 sliced through 10 feet of reinforced concrete before the bomb's delay fuse detonated in a cataclysm of masonry, steel, and flame, jamming shut the shelter's heavy metal doors. The second pilot also laid his bomb dead center through the roof. Smooge, the dust and smoke extruded from an underground target, rolled from the ventilation shafts. The lucky ones died instantly. Screams ripped through the darkness, muffled by tons of shattered concrete and the roaring inferno that enveloped the shelter's upper floor. Sheets of fire melted triple-decker bunk beds, light fixtures, eyeballs. One survivor, Omar Adnan, a 17-year-old whose parents and 3 younger sisters perished, later described the conflagration. I was sleeping, and suddenly I felt heat and the blanket was burning. Moments later, I felt I was suffocating. I turned to try and touch my mother, who was next to me, but grabbed nothing but a piece of flesh. Black smoke boiled from the building as fire trucks wheeled into the compound. Rescue workers hammered futilely at the steel door. Finally, they cut it open and groped their way down the ramp into the hellhole below. Bodies lay in grotesque piles, fused together by the heat. Limbs and torsos were strewn across the floor. 18 inches of water flooded one corridor, the surface covered with a skim of melted human tallow. For hours, rescuers lugged victims out into the morning light, sometimes vomiting from the stench or collapsing in anguish beneath their unbearable loads. Lingering heat in the basement melted the plastic gloves on their hands. Smoke still curled from some of the bodies, so charred that only their size identified them as children. In the courtyard, the decapitated corpse of a woman lay next to the limbless, headless torso of a small girl. A Daihatsu pickup truck served as a makeshift hearse. Its bed was stacked with bodies wrapped in soiled sheets. Ambulances raced away with several dozen survivors who had been pulled from the nether corners of the crematorium. Most suffered from burns, lacerations, and shock. At Yarmouk Hospital, 4 miles east of the shelter, the chief of surgery counted 52 burn cases. Without adequate electricity, water, or bandages, the hospital laid the naked patients uncovered on beds and, in many cases, waited for them to die. Baghdad promptly claimed that only civilians had been inside shelter number 25. Tariq Aziz initially put the number at 400. Later, the Iraqi government would tell the United Nations Human Rights Commission that 204 had perished. Residents of Amaria insisted that the shelter had recently been opened to ordinary Iraqis, as well as to Jordanians and Palestinians living in the neighborhood. Children, they reported, had enjoyed the generator-powered video cassette player used to show Clint Eastwood and Bruce Lee movies at night, after their families trooped down the ramp at dusk with blankets and sandwiches. By mid-morning, 5,000 Iraqis stood outside the shelter, watching the grisly cortege emerging from the basement. Sunlight poured through the yawning shafts where the bombs had burrowed. For the first time in the war, Western television cameras filmed without censorship. "Why did this happen?" Iraqis shouted at the correspondents. "Is this the way to win back Kuwait?" One man flung himself to the ground in grief, wailing incoherently. Others wept silently or beat their chests as each new victim was laid on the ground. "Allah Akbar," they shouted again and again. "God is great! God is great! God is great!" Riyadh. Buster Glosson, who normally slept from dawn until noon, was awakened at 10 a.m. by a phone call from Dave Depula. U.S. eavesdroppers had picked up emergency radio traffic in Baghdad. "There are indications that there were quite a few civilians in the Al Firdos bunker," Depula reported. "It's going to be on CNN shortly." Glosson showered and walked across the Saudi Air Force compound to the Black Hole, where he found his staff staring at the television. "I can't believe this," Depula said bleakly. "Boy, did we fuck up." Glosson shook his head. "Listen, on the basis of the information we had available, there was absolutely no reason for us not to target that bunker." Glosson called Colonel Al Whitley, the F-117 wing commander in Khamis Musait. "Tell your pilots that it's important for them not to feel guilty about this," Glosson said. "They were given a target and told to strike it. They did what they were told to do." The U.S. government immediately tried to shift the blame to Saddam, even suggesting that the Iraqis had deliberately sacrificed the civilians in shelter number 25 to turn world opinion against the Americans. In Riyadh, CENTCOM officers insisted that some of the dead were Mukhabarat members operating on the lower level of the bunker. The civilians, they postulated, were families of intelligence officers, secretly admitted as a perquisite granted to the elite. "I'm here to tell you," Butch Neal declared to a press briefing, "it was a military bunker." The precise truth would remain uncertain, although without doubt U.S. intelligence erred, grievously, in failing to detect the presence of so many civilians. At the Pentagon, officers found themselves explaining why a war intended to eject the Iraqi army from Kuwait seemed to focus so intensely on Baghdad. "That's the head, that's the brain, that's where the missions come from," Joint Chiefs spokesman Tom Kelly told reporters. "If the Iraqi army is going to mount a multivisional attack and come out of their fortifications to head south into Saudi Arabia, that's where those orders would come from. Even so," Kelly added, "we are going to examine our consciences very closely to determine if we can't do something in the future to preclude this sort of thing." Powell and Mike McConnell, carrying satellite photos and other evidence used to select the target, drove to the White House to face a drawn, pensive George Bush. Clearly, the images of charred bodies had spoiled the administration's effort to portray the war as bloodless. McConnell, who had felt nauseated after hearing the first report on the radio before dawn while driving to the Pentagon, reviewed the evidence in excruciating detail. "Mr. President," Powell added, "we don't have a case that you could take to the Supreme Court, yet we passed the common sense test. We are convinced that this was a military target. We don't understand why those civilians were in there. But I assure you we have examined it, and we stand as strongly behind the decision after the fact as we did before the fact." In Riyadh, Glasson assembled a similar packet of evidence into 3 file folders, one for Schwarzkopf, one for Horner, one for himself, and drove to the MODA building. "I'm sure you will be asked as many or more questions about this as I will," he told the CINC. "Here's a chronology of all the information I had and the thought process behind why I elected to strike that target." Schwarzkopf was somber but calm. "Was that a proper target?" he asked Jack Leidy. "Yes, sir," the intelligence chief answered. "It was." CENTCOM staff officers began compiling schematic drawings of the shelter and other data to be given to the media in Riyadh, although information from the Baghdad spy remained top secret. Glasson and Schwarzkopf discussed tactics to minimize the risk of another disaster in Baghdad, such as limiting attacks to bridges and smaller targets that could not be stuffed with civilians. Even safe targets carried risks, however. 15 hours after the Al-Firdos strike, 4 British tornadoes from Dhahran darted up the Euphrates to attack a highway bridge in Fallujah. A laser-guided bomb, apparently equipped with defective fins, veered sideways from the river and killed an estimated 130 people in a crowded marketplace. After a catastrophe like Al-Firdos, Glasson knew things would never again be the same. The horrific scenes from Amariyah, televised around the world, provided Saddam with an immense propaganda victory. But raids on the Iraqi capital, Glasson believed, had to continue. Already, sorties north of the Euphrates had dwindled to less than half the number he considered necessary. No Tomahawks had been launched in nearly 2 weeks. A further curtailing of the strategic air campaign would hand the Iraqis a military victory by giving Baghdad an undeserved respite from the war and permitting Saddam to strengthen his grip. Surely, Glasson thought, the Allies would not be so foolish. Washington, D.C. In Colin Powell's view, however, the air campaign against Baghdad had nearly run its course. Even before Al-Firdos, Powell had begun to suspect that American bombers were getting diminishing returns for their efforts in the Iraqi capital, making the rubble bounce, as the chairman put it. How much more could be gained by further attacks, he asked himself, particularly with the public and press scrutinizing every dropped bomb. Was it in American interests to further terrify and devastate Iraqi civilians? Powell believed the time had come for air attacks to focus almost exclusively on the Kuwaiti theater, isolating and pounding the hell out of the Iraqi army in preparation for the ground war. Ever attuned to public opinion and the geopolitics underlying any military venture, he sensed a growing unease over the incessant pounding of Baghdad. The effort to kill Saddam or his lieutenants, antiseptically classified as leadership targets, was something the country could accept, even endorse. But killing women and children, however inadvertently, was quite a different matter, particularly when television so vividly displayed the carnage. Another massacre like Al-Firdos would destroy the Allies' moral standing, Powell felt, and anyone who doubted that failed to understand war in the age of modern telecommunications. The chairman may have underestimated the American tolerance for bloodshed. Al-Firdos horrified, but it also hardened. For many, the initial shock soon yielded to a complex mixture of emotions. Revulsion and disgust, certainly, but also anger at the enemy and a flinty determination to see the war through to victory. Americans had at least tacitly endorsed the demolition of dozens of Axis cities during World War II in the cause of military necessity. The public turned against the Vietnam War not as a consequence of the 6 million tons of explosives dropped, but because American soldiers were dying by the tens of thousands. A national poll taken immediately after Al-Firdos found that 8 in 10 Americans blamed the Iraqi government for the tragedy. Only 13% asserted that the United States should take greater pains to avoid hitting civilian areas in Iraq. Nearly 80% still backed Bush's decision to go to war, a level of support that had not diminished in weeks. Without question, though, Powell had anticipated the qualms of the administration's senior civilians. Cheney, Wolfowitz, and others believed a threshold had been crossed with the bombing of Al-Firdos. At the White House, Brent Scowcroft and his deputy, Robert Gates, worried not only about American public opinion, but also about sentiment abroad. Solidarity within the coalition, as well as support from the Soviets, the Chinese, and the Arab world, would be important if sanctions were to be maintained against Iraq after the shooting stopped. Powell took the initiative before he was pressed to act. "We have got to review things to make sure we're not bombing just for the sake of indiscriminate bombing," he told his staff. "Let's take a hard look and determine whether a target's destruction is really required for prosecuting the war, or whether it's just somebody's favorite target. If there's a target in Baghdad that we need to hit, then by God take it out. But don't target indiscriminately." Powell himself would evaluate sorties proposed against the Iraqi capital, not to second-guess every mission, but as a safeguard against imprudence. "The amount of additional damage we might inflict, compared to the consequences of that damage, takes on more policy and political overtones," he told Schwarzkopf on the telephone. "It has to be looked at differently. We don't want to take a chance on something like this happening again." Although Schwarzkopf did not dissent, the chairman anticipated that Riyadh would not be wholly pleased with the new arrangement. With few exceptions, such as the recent curtailment of cruise missile launches, theater commanders had been given a free hand in waging the air war. But it was vital to remember, believed Powell, that the national interest ultimately lay in the overall success of the war. Victory was a matter of perception as well as battlefield position. Military campaigns were not an end unto themselves. To those who took issue, Powell had an answer waiting on a bookshelf in his Pentagon office, a passage he occasionally cited from Thomas Jefferson's first inaugural. "I shall often go wrong through defective judgment. When right, I shall often be thought wrong by those whose positions will not command a view of the whole ground. I ask your indulgence for my own errors, which will never be intentional, and your support against the errors of others, who may condemn what they would not if seen in all its parts." Riyadh. On February 14th, Schwarzkopf summoned Glosson to the MODA building. "I need to go over every target in Baghdad each day so that I can explain exactly why we're striking it and what we expect to gain. Where it's located, what's in the surrounding area, everything," the CINC said. Glosson previously had given Schwarzkopf only generic descriptions of the strategic menu. "Sir, tonight we're going to focus on the Iraqi security apparatus and hit 12 targets in Baghdad." Now, he and Depula had to justify every mission beforehand, orally at first, then in writing. Schwarzkopf seemed unperturbed by the new arrangement. Glosson surmised that the CINC was preoccupied with preparations for the ground offensive. Despite grumbling in the black hole about Colin Powell's presidential aspirations, Glosson recognized the chairman's responsibility for taking account of political and strategic ramifications beyond Riyadh's ken. Yet if Powell commanded a view of the whole ground, in Jefferson's phrase, Glosson felt he commanded a comparable panorama of the air. He believed the Ba'athist regime was tottering. The Air Force could not guarantee that continual bombing would topple Saddam, but it certainly heightened the probability of his demise and weakened his control over Iraq. Neither he nor Depula could understand Washington's apparent failure to recognize the potential political advantage of continued discriminating attacks on the enemy's levers of power. To prove the strategic campaign had not yet run its course, Glosson gave Schwarzkopf a chart showing that, because of bad weather and sundry diversions, on day 18 of the war, strategic sorties had reached only the number originally planned by day 7. Glosson and Depula had faith in the psychological value of rubble. By repeatedly smashing the central symbols of Saddam's rule, such as Ba'ath Party headquarters and the presidential palaces, air power could strip the Iraqi leader of his invincible aura. And, contrary to the chairman's appraisal, the two airmen were convinced that the rubble in Baghdad had not yet begun to bounce. Long before November 1st, 1911, when an Italian pilot flipped an oversized grenade from his cockpit at a Libyan oasis, thus becoming the first aviator to drop a bomb from an airplane during combat, military strategists had debated the psychological impact of celestial assault. It undoubtedly produces a depressing effect to have things dropped on one from above, a German theorist wrote of military ballooning in 1886. After World War I, the aviation writer R.P. Hearn added, "It is particularly humiliating to allow an enemy to come over your capital city and hurl bombs upon it. The moral effect is wholly undesirable." A British analyst estimated the psychological yield of RAF attacks on Rhine towns in the Great War to be 20 times the material damage. Among other consequences, air attacks kept the population in a perpetual state of unease. One French town endured only 7 air raids but 300 alerts, each of which emptied factories, robbed residents of their sleep, and nurtured discontent. The most intriguing question, debated without resolution for nearly a century, was whether bombing could strip the enemy population of its will to fight, or even incite an aggrieved citizenry to overthrow a regime that failed to protect them. Marshal Foch warned that massive air attacks might have such a crushing moral effect on a nation that its government would find itself disarmed. Adolf Hitler in 1939 envisioned an air offensive against the heart of the British will to resist. Britain's Bomber Command subsequently decreed that the primary objective of RAF operations should now be focused on the morale of the enemy civil population. In the terrible laboratory of World War II, theory played out in practice with checkered results. Hitler's blitz on London was a manifest failure, ratifying J.M. Spate's warning in 1930 that air attacks may not smash the will to war but only harden it, intensify it. The Allied devastation of Berlin, and Hamburg and Essen and Frankfurt and Nuremberg and Cologne and 50 other cities, was not what brought the Nazis to heel. Arthur Bomber Harris, who became head of Britain's Bomber Command, concluded that in a police state, even a demoralized people could be kept working and politically neutered. After the RAF's incineration of Dresden on February 13, 1945, 46 years to the day before Al-Firdos, even the bellicose Winston Churchill questioned the bombing of German cities simply for the sake of increasing terror. On the other hand, Allied strategists had hoped that airstrikes on Rome would drive a wedge between Mussolini and his Italian subjects. 6 days after the Italian capital was bombed, in July 1943, Mussolini fell from power. As Lee Kennett has pointed out in A History of Strategic Bombing, the attacks may have been more a contributing factor than the primary cause of Il Duce's undoing, but the results heartened those who believed that air power alone could heave over the enemy leadership. In Japan, where 8 million civilians were left homeless in the sort of methodical campaign Churchill called dehousing, the post-war strategic bombing survey concluded, even without the atomic bombing attacks, air supremacy over Japan could have exerted sufficient pressure to bring about unconditional surrender and obviate the need for invasion. A generation later, the devastating Linebacker II campaign, an 11-day assault on North Vietnam in December 1972 that included more than 700 B-52 sorties, helped push Hanoi into an armistice. It was apparent, the Air Force historian William W. Momure wrote, that air power was the decisive factor leading to the peace agreement of 15 January 1973. In the Gulf War, the weight of this historical baggage pressed on Glosson, Deptula, and other denizens of the Black Hole. For more than 70 years, pilots had envisioned a day when air attacks would be precise and potent enough to bring an enemy to his knees, when strategic air power would indeed be a war-winning weapon in its own right, as General Hap Arnold had once asserted. Michael Dugan, the Air Force chief sacked by Cheney in September, had spoken almost mystically of air power's special kind of psychological impact. Dugan relegated American ground forces to a constabulary role, perhaps necessary for reoccupying Kuwait, but only after air power had so shattered enemy resistance that soldiers could walk in and not have to fight. Yet the faith that bombing alone could win the war was just that, faith. For the notion that a few more attacks in central Baghdad might create the critical mass leading to Saddam's overthrow or Iraq's surrender, Pentagon policymakers like Paul Wolfowitz found no credible evidence. Wolfowitz, who on January 17th would have been delighted with a victory wrought by air power, now insisted that crushing the Iraqi army with ground forces was a vital U.S. objective, a necessary means to strip Saddam of the pretense that he had been thwarted only by high-technology air attacks. If this war ends with the Iraqis able to say we were never beaten on the ground, that's going to be a strategic victory of sorts for Saddam, the Undersecretary argued. Schwarzkopf concurred. His war plan had never embraced a strategic campaign that bombed the Iraqis into submission. Once Saddam and the Baathists had survived the first 10 days or so of air attacks, the CINC concluded that the chances of the regime collapsing from within were nil. Anyone who thought otherwise failed to understand how stubborn Arabs could be. He also suspected that the Air Force was excessively sensitive to any guidance from Washington because it smacked of the straitjacket restrictions imposed during Vietnam. Certainly, the air planners were not immune to service parochialism and a yen for a victory wrapped in Air Force blue. All wars also develop an inexorable momentum, in which destruction can become its own rationale. In the main, however, Glosson and his lieutenants were driven by the honorable impulse to spare American soldiers the presumed bloodbath of a ground war. Their faith in air power, whether embodied in Tomahawks, Navy A-6s, or Air Force bombers, transcended service loyalty. But they ardently believed that the rush toward a ground attack reflected both ignorance of air power's lethality and the Army's determination to play a major role in the war. The war against Iraq would probably shape the structure and budgets of the American military for years to come. Bringing several 100,000 soldiers into the theater without allowing them a significant part in the victory, Glosson and Depula concluded, was a difficult prospect for ground commanders to accept. To some degree, the Air Force fell victim to its own precision. The reduction of Baghdad was wholly different from the flattening of Berlin or the firebombing of Tokyo, where a single raid in March 1945 killed more than 80,000 Japanese and left 16 square miles of cityscape in ashes. Although the Allies would drop 88,500 tons of bombs in the Gulf War, more than was dropped on Japan in the final 6 weeks of World War II, by far the largest number fell outside Iraqi cities. 18,000 strategic sorties would be flown, including 6,000 by shooters. But only 40 or so targets had been hit in Baghdad at the time of Al-Firdos. Nearly a third of the strategic missions, for example, attacked Republican Guard units. 3,000 hit airfields, and hundreds more dropped or damaged 50 bridges. As President Bush himself had publicly stated, the Allies had no quarrel with the Iraqi people. Targets in Baghdad were chosen to weaken the regime, not to terrorize the citizenry. Except for the seats of government power, most of the capital remained unscathed. Iraqis might be without electricity, clean water, and dignity, but the prospect of an infuriated, frightened populace rising in rebellion seemed as unlikely in Iraq as in Hitler's police state. Glosson and Depula also suspected that Iraqi citizens, not unlike many Americans, were baffled about why the war to liberate Kuwait was being waged in downtown Baghdad. In his original Instant Thunder proposal, John Warden conceived of a strategic psychological operations plan. It was to convince the Iraqis that Saddam was the source of their misery, and that the American-led alliance stood ready to help reconstruct Iraq if the demon was exorcised. Leaflets printed with similar messages had been dropped by the tens of millions in previous wars, albeit with limited results. "Adolf Hitler has led you into this hurricane," read one message written by Bomber Harris and dropped after an air attack on Frankfurt in 1943. "What you experienced this past night was like first raindrops which announce a coming storm. Take heed." But in the Gulf War, the strategic PSYOPs campaign never took shape, in part because of protracted disputes in Washington among the Pentagon, CIA, U.S. Information Agency, and others over who was in charge. By contrast, the tactical PSYOPs operation against Iraqi troops later was a brilliant success. Not until February 26th would F-16s sprinkle 500,000 leaflets over Baghdad. Saddam's first line of defense, innocent civilians, the flyers proclaimed. But by then, the war was in its final hours. As required, Glosson began presenting Schwarzkopf with written justifications for targets in Baghdad. Few suggestions were flatly rejected. Many, however, fell into what the black hole soon dubbed the "no, not yet" category. When it came to strategic targeting, Schwarzkopf no longer displayed his usual peremptory command style. Decisiveness yielded to procrastination as the CINC awaited Powell's vetting. During a 5-night stretch following Al-Firdos, no bombs fell on downtown Baghdad except for 2 telephone exchanges hit immediately after the bunker disaster. On the night of February 18th and 19th, stealth pilots again attacked Iraqi Air Force headquarters and the adjacent Muthina airfield downtown, but several days of bad weather aborted other sorties. Not until February 23rd would another leadership target in Baghdad be bombed. The net effect was to give the capital a 10-day reprieve. In the 2 weeks before the Al-Firdos attack, 25 targets had been struck by F-117s in downtown Baghdad. In the 2 weeks following the attack, only 5 would be hit. Like their Army brethren, Air Force officers in Riyadh found themselves nominating targets with little assurance that they would be struck. Officers in Checkmate and the Black Hole complained to one another about a Vietnam-style political mistake, similar to the bombing pauses that had given Hanoi time to regroup. Beyond those subterranean cubicles, however, scant grumbling could be heard. Chuck Horner at times expressed dismay at the new restrictions and periodically offered suggestions on prospective targets that Schwarzkopf and Powell might find acceptable. Yet, in Glosson's view at least, Horner's resentment never reached the level of outrage that Glosson himself felt. Even Mike McConnell, often Buster Glosson's staunchest ally on the Joint Staff, concurred with Powell's reasoning. Among the targets to elude destruction were Baghdad's bridges. 9 bridges spanned the Tigris in the Iraqi capital. None had been targeted as of January 17th. Then, U.S. intelligence concluded that fiber optic cables led from communication centers in the sub-basements of the Al Rashid and Babylon hotels, snaking beneath one of the bridges, no one seemed certain which one, before running south along an oil pipeline to Basra. Western correspondents who later toured the bowels of the Al Rashid found nothing more sinister than a laundry. With blessings from Horner and Glosson, officers in the Black Hole had drafted a memo in January proposing that the Al Rashid and Babylon be bombed after fair warning was issued in a leaflet barrage. The proposal was denied by the CENTCOM staff, which recognized the political hazard of demolishing hotels. As an alternative, Glosson and Depula ordered 4 bridges destroyed in late January and early February. After some difficulties because of bad weather and errant marksmanship, F-117 pilots struck them. But before the others could be dropped into the Tigris, Powell's restrictions took hold. The remaining bridges were spared. Glosson, now thoroughly irritated, complained directly to McPeak, the Air Force chief. Those communications cables, he insisted, helped Saddam control his army in the south. The bridges were as vital to Baghdad's commerce, both military and civilian, as the 14th Street, Memorial, and Key bridges spanning the Potomac were to Washington's well-being. McPeak took up the cudgels in a private session with Powell. "We really ought to be knocking these bridges over," he urged. "Shit, I want every taxi in Baghdad to have to drive the maximum distance to get to the other side of the river. We're trying to get the Iraqis to consume their resources. Why reduce the expense of their operation?" But the chairman remained adamant. Many of the 126 highway bridges and 9 railroad bridges south of Baghdad had been struck, he pointed out, and damage to the capital's infrastructure now affected civilians more than the military. Moreover, the political risk outweighed the military gain. McPeak was convinced by Powell's logic. Glosson, stubborn and strong-willed, was not. Typically, he obeyed while looking for loopholes. One bit of ingenuity involved redefining Baghdad's city limits. If proposed targets within the capital had to be justified, then perhaps the capital could shrink. On one map in the Black Hole, Baghdad's central business district was shaded with dark ink. The perimeter of the shaded swath became, for targeting purposes, Baghdad's boundary. Targets outside it were considered beyond the capital, and thus exempt from written justification. Even so, the number of no not yets climbed. The black holes suggested, for example, bombing the Iraqi Ministry of Strategic Industry, which, U.S. intelligence concluded late in the war, helped oversee Saddam's nuclear bomb program. Destruction will severely hamper regime's capacity to construct weapons of mass destruction, Depula wrote in the proposal presented by Glosson to Schwarzkopf. Of an attack proposed on Republican Guard headquarters, Depula reasoned, destruction will disrupt ability to control forces in Kuwaiti theater and degrade the enemy's ability to reestablish, organize, and train the Republican Guard after the war. In proposing to destroy a large statue of Saddam in central Baghdad, he wrote, removal will emphasize vulnerability of Saddam regime to Allied attack and underline Allied war focus on Saddam and not the people of Iraq. Will strengthen position of elements within Iraq opposed to Saddam's war, one of the largest monuments to the Iraqi dictator. In each case, the answer came back, not yet. Al-Firdos had hastened the shift in focus to the primary objective of liberating Kuwait, by direct attack, not by indirect assaults on the enemy's more remote centers of gravity. It's as if someone changed the rules, Glosson complained. But Horner offered the shrewder observation. We'll probably never appreciate just how much freedom we had. Chapter 11. Misadventure. Washington, D.C. Curiously, the historical antecedent that most frequently haunted Washington policymakers during the Persian Gulf crisis was not Vietnam, although that war provided ghosts aplenty, but Korea. If Incheon offered a beguiling model of bold generalship, the forgotten war itself loomed as a monument to good intentions gone sour. Two aspects seemed particularly cautionary. First, in 1950, the White House and Pentagon had broadened American war aims in mid-fight, with disastrous consequences. Second, the war had dribbled to an inconclusive ending, leaving two hostile armies and a large force of Americans glaring across a treacherous no-man's land for nearly 40 years. The Korean analogy arose often in the musings of the small group, the sextet of deputies responsible for much of the administration's policy before and during the war. Meeting 1 to 3 times a day, either in the White House Situation Room or by teleconference, the deputies served as alter egos for their principals. Paul Wolfowitz from Defense, Robert M. Kimmitt from State, Admiral David Jeremiah, Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Richard J. Kerr, Deputy CIA Director, Robert Gates, Deputy National Security Advisor, and Richard Haas, the resident White House Middle East expert, who also served as the deputy's scribe. The small group framed issues and drafted recommendations for Bush's war cabinet on subjects ranging from congressional tactics and Security Council strategy to the phrasing of the letter laid in front of Tariq Aziz on January 9th. Almost never did deputies and principals disagree on fundamental policy, a symptom of pellucid harmony, or, less charitably, Potomac inbreeding. The paramount question of war aims had occupied the small group since September. What did the United States hope to achieve in fighting Iraq? How should victory be defined? Clausewitz had sorted wars into two types: those aimed at destroying the enemy's existence as a state, and those directed toward limited conquests on the enemy's frontier. The Gulf War clearly fell into the second category, but American wars traditionally tended to grow unlimited, a reflection, as the political scientist Robert E. Osgood noted in the 1950s, of our profound distaste for the very notion of containment and limited war. Korea was a case in point. Although most Americans tended to blame Douglas MacArthur for the widening of that conflict, certainly Harry Truman, Dean Acheson, and Omar Bradley shared the culpability. The war began with the American objective of ejecting North Korean invaders from South Korea and restoring the status quo ante bellum. Several months later, emboldened by battlefield success, MacArthur sent his troops across the 38th parallel with the larger intent of destroying the enemy army, deposing the communist regime, and unifying Korea under a single democratic government. China subsequently intervened, and the war dragged on for 3 years at a cost of 54,000 dead Americans. In the Gulf crisis, President Bush had explicitly laid out American policy objectives within a week of Iraq's invasion: the unconditional withdrawal of all Iraqi forces from Kuwait, the restoration of Kuwait's legitimate government, a guarantee of the safety and protection of the lives of American citizens abroad, and the enhancement of security and stability of Saudi Arabia and the Persian Gulf. For those in the small group attempting to specify these guidelines, the final objective proved particularly hard to define. What combination of diplomatic and military action would suffice to maintain security and stability in the region? Could peace endure with the Ba'athist regime still entrenched in Baghdad? Or did long-term stability require more ambitious action than that proposed in the current Allied war plan? As the triumph of the air campaign against Iraq became evident, the small group, stalked by the Korean poltergeist, resisted the urge to reach for a larger prize. By mid-February, Wolfowitz and others suspected that an armored spearhead to Baghdad would be an easier enterprise than anyone could have dreamed on January 17th. Yet all agreed that liberating Kuwait and demolishing the enemy army of occupation should remain the cornerstones of U.S. policy. Unless Saddam used chemical or biological weapons, the toppling of his regime would not be a formal war aim, however devoutly it might be wished. Beyond the fear of ignoring history, and thus being condemned to repeat it, several other factors obtained. Most of America's European allies, notably the French, adamantly opposed broadening the war. The Saudis, Syrians, and other Arabs wanted Saddam removed, but preferred divine intercession, or one well-placed bomb, to the messy uncertainty of a wider conflict. The UN Security Council resolution of November 29th had authorized the use of force to eject Iraqi troops from Kuwait, not to overthrow the Ba'athists in Baghdad. Even the U.S. Senate had barely given Bush endorsement of his limited war aims. Neither the Security Council nor Congress, the small group concluded, would countenance a war waged to conquer Iraq. For the American military, the overarching lesson from Vietnam and Korea was the need for clear, immutable combat objectives. The Joint Chiefs, through Powell's oracular voice, insisted on a mission that was both finite and within the means of the forces at hand. As translated into Schwarzkopf's war plan, Bush's policy goal of regional security and stability meant eradicating Iraq's capability to build weapons of mass destruction, chemical, biological, and nuclear, and the destruction of Republican Guard forces in the Kuwaiti theater. The latter, in military parlance, did not entail obliterating every last Republican Guard platoon, but rather disabling the divisions as an effective fighting force. This would strip Iraq of its armored spearhead, thus blunting Saddam's most dangerous offensive capability and contributing to regional peace. A drive north of the Euphrates River and on to Baghdad would fundamentally alter the war. At best, only the British would join such an attack, permitting Saddam to portray the invasion as an imperialist Anglo-American expedition. Even in Schwarzkopf's current war plan, Saudi, Egyptian, and other Arab troops would not set foot in Iraq, lest they violate the territory of a fellow Arab. Although no Chinese hordes waited to spill across an Iraqi Yalu, the nature of the combat would likely change if Iraqi soldiers and civilians found themselves fighting for hearth and homeland north of the Euphrates. The river offered a convenient demarcation line between southern and northern Iraq. By remaining in the south, Schwarzkopf's legions could defend a mostly barren wasteland that provided a buffer zone against a counterattack into Kuwait. Should it drive farther north, the Army of Liberation would become an army of occupation, with incalculable logistical, political, legal, and military complications. The U.S. government also worried, perhaps excessively, that a power vacuum in Baghdad might Lebanonize Iraq by dicing the country into warring duchies under the sway of Iran, Turkey, or Syria. Moreover, if the prospect of installing an American viceroy in Baghdad seemed quaint, no strong, pro-Western Iraqi alternative to Saddam waited in the wings to assume power. Unlike Panama, where Guillermo Endara had stood ready to replace Noriega after the U.S. invasion, American planners searching for a successor to Saddam wistfully referred to a mythical creature dubbed Teddy Tickrit. Even MacArthur had warned that nothing is gained by military occupation. All occupations are failures. But how to justify leaving in power the tyrant whom George Bush had so often compared to Hitler? The small group, at times grimacing at the president's hyperbole, which inflated Saddam and diminished Hitler, coalesced around two rationales. The first was that Saddam resembled the poltroon of Munich and the Rhineland, not the monster of Auschwitz and Buchenwald. Checking his ambitions now meant the former would never metamorphose into the latter. The second rationale was a belief that Saddam would succumb to a coup once the defeated Iraqi army returned home to see the catastrophic consequences of his leadership. With luck, and small group members like Jeremiah and Haas thought the odds better than even, the Iraqi military would do the dirty work themselves. As in Vietnam, and eventually in Korea, the Persian Gulf War would be fought for relatively modest objectives. Unlike those earlier wars, the objectives in the Gulf were plainly stated and rigidly maintained. Bush and his men concluded that the excessive price of total victory would be indefinite responsibility for rebuilding a hostile nation with no tradition of democracy, but with immensely complex internal politics. This was, and remains in retrospect, a sensible strategic calculation. What they failed to see as clearly, however, was that limited victory also exacted a price: eternal vigilance. Threats to the great oil fields in the South would persist, from Saddam or his successors, or Islamic fundamentalists, or militant Arab nationalists. Security and stability in the Middle East had never been, nor would it be, more than a fleeting dream. The enemy, in whatever guise, would have to be watched, contained, and periodically rebuffed by force of arms, perhaps for years, perhaps for decades. In pondering how to conclude the war after a presumably successful ground campaign, the small group hoped for a crisp, resolute finale, something akin to a surrender ceremony on the deck of the Missouri, while fearing that a more likely outcome was what came to be known as the ragged ending. Since the 19th century, wars more often than not had been characterized by a pernicious inconclusiveness. Again, the Korean experience seemed ominous. Even if American war aims were achieved, with Kuwait liberated and the Iraqi army routed, the war would not necessarily be over. What if the Iraqis refused to capitulate? What if some units surrendered, but others kept fighting? Saddam appeared obstinate enough to transform his 700-mile southern border into a new 38th parallel. Would 40,000 American troops be needed here too, as a tripwire to forestall another invasion? The prospect was chilling, and wholly at odds with the first principle underlying the small group's mandate: win the war with minimum loss of American life and avoid a Southwest Asian quagmire. Both American and British planners became so preoccupied with this vision of the ragged ending, getting an arm caught in the mangle, in Margaret Thatcher's metaphor, that no clairvoyant foresaw an equally ragged alternative: twin rebellions by Kurds and Shiites, suppressed with sanguinary zeal by an Iraqi army that would throw in its lot with the Ba'athist regime. Moreover, the clarity of Allied war aims may have worked in Saddam's favor. The Iraqi leader was able to gamble that even if he lost his bid to seize Kuwait, he would retain the sovereignty of his country. Another small group obsession was the so-called nightmare scenario, in which Iraqi forces either relinquished most of Kuwait, keeping perhaps Bubiyan Island and a sliver of the Rumaila oil patch, or withdrew completely to loiter just north of the border. Even more than Israeli intervention, such a gambit was likely to fray the American-led coalition. Few allies seemed inclined to rally round a ground attack launched to liberate the Bubiyan mudflats. The greater the Allied success in the air war, the greater the chance that Baghdad would try to avoid utter humiliation by retrenching to the north before Schwarzkopf could deliver the coup de grace. This added to the pressure to launch the ground offensive sooner rather than later. The small group spent weeks drafting a list of harsh measures to be imposed should Saddam announce a withdrawal. After first resolving that no Iraqi armor be permitted to leave Kuwait, the group concluded that a more realistic response would be to demand Iraq's abandonment of Kuwait City and Bubiyan Island within 48 hours of a ceasefire, as well as the immediate withdrawal from all border fortifications and a general migration northward by the entire Iraqi army. Intricate timetables specified the types of weaponry to be removed or surrendered, and the geographic phase lines that Iraqi forces had to reach within a certain hour after announcement of a ceasefire. Failure to comply would result in continued Allied attacks. Such strictures, the small group believed, would quickly disclose whether the avowed retreat was genuine or duplicitous, while also forcing the Iraqis to abandon much of their heavy equipment. Yet the Republican Guard divisions, which had already repositioned in southeastern Iraq, would remain intact, and with them the core of Iraq's military power. More than ever, the enveloping sweep of the Allied left hook seemed necessary to ensure that Saddam did not escape with a partial victory. But a sudden burst of Soviet diplomacy revived Washington's fears of both the nightmare scenario and the ragged ending. On Thursday, February 14th, Gorbachev cabled Bush to report that Primakov detected a change in attitude in Baghdad. Saddam no longer seemed resistant to an unconditional withdrawal. With Tariq Aziz coming to Moscow for further talks, the Soviet president suggested, it would not be desirable to conduct any massive ground operations until the discussions had run their course. Publicly, the White House maintained a cool propriety, professing to welcome any peacemaking efforts that ended the war as long as Saddam complied with United Nations resolutions. Privately, Gorbachev's intrusion provoked exasperated grumbling. Scowcroft had long recognized Moscow's eagerness to forestall a ground war, to avoid the humiliation of its former client and a slugfest between American and Soviet weaponry. At the State Department, Baker clung to his conviction that Gorbachev would not betray the basic strategic commitment he had made to the Allied cause in August. Yet the Soviet overture threatened, as Gates told the small group, to give Iraq half a loaf. On the issue of delaying the ground attack, Bush made his position clear in a comment to Baker: "No way, Jose." On February 15th, Radio Baghdad broadcast a long communique from Saddam's Revolutionary Command Council that for the first time suggested Iraq's willingness to relinquish Kuwait. The announcement sparked a celebration in Baghdad, with the usual automatic weapons fusillade in the city's streets, and an air of anticipation elsewhere in the world. Financial markets rallied, telephone circuits overloaded. Arabs in Riyadh and Cairo greeted one another with exclamations of "Mabruk," congratulations. Bush, alerted to the communique by early morning television reports, arrived in the Oval Office at 7:10 a.m. and immediately repaired to his private study with Scowcroft, Baker, and Gates. For the next hour, they studied the translations of the announcement that came fluttering page by page into the White House fax machine from the government's Foreign Broadcast Information Service. Within minutes, however, the Iraqi offer was seen to be a charade. Any withdrawal was contingent on an end to coalition air attacks, the removal of Allied forces from the region within a month, Israel's surrender of the West Bank and Golan Heights, a new government in Kuwait, and the repeal of all Security Council resolutions. The broadcast ended with a rhetorical blast at the perfidious, the treacherous, and their imperialist masters. A demand that American taxpayers finance the rebuilding of Iraq particularly angered Bush, who immediately called John Major, François Mitterrand, and Turgut Özal to close ranks. At 10 a.m., in an appearance before a group of scientists gathered in the old executive office building next to the White House, the president denounced the communique as a cruel hoax, dashing the hopes of the people in Iraq and indeed around the world. In his most explicit appeal for an Iraqi rebellion since the August 2nd invasion, Bush added, "There's another way for the bloodshed to stop, and that is for the Iraqi military and the Iraqi people to take matters into their own hands, to force Saddam Hussein, the dictator, to step aside." Reports of the jubilation in Baghdad had convinced the president that the war-weary Iraqis were ripe for insurrection. Wolfowitz and others suspected Saddam's shimmy was a direct consequence of the Al-Firdos bombing, and a belief in Baghdad that Allied attacks had intensified in virulence. Later in the day, Bush flew to Massachusetts for a tour of Raytheon's Patriot missile plant, gaily decorated with yellow ribbons, patriotic bunting, and hundreds of American flags. As the president and Barbara Bush strolled through the factory, workers broke into applause and darted up to request the First Lady's autograph. In the cavernous room where the missile radar was assembled, Bush stepped to a microphone, grinning and waving at daredevils scrambling on the steel girders overhead. "I am going to stay with it," the president vowed. "We are going to prevail, and our soldiers are going to come home with their heads high." Israel's private complaints earlier in the week about Patriot deficiencies were defiantly brushed aside. "Thank God for the Patriot missile," Bush declared. 42 Scuds engaged, 41 intercepted. The adoring crowd roared its approval. "USA! USA!" they chanted, and the incantation echoed from the high ceiling with the deep, ferocious timbre of a war cry. Escan Village, Saudi Arabia. Schwarzkopf's target date of February 21st for the ground offensive soon proved overly optimistic. As Wolfowitz had sensed during his trip to Riyadh with Cheney and Powell, the Marines could not get ready in time. Walt Boomer's abrupt realignment of his two divisions and the concomitant logistical complications caused the Marine commander on February 14th to ask Schwarzkopf for a 3-day postponement. The CINC concurred, in part to allow heavier air attacks against Iraqi positions in the western portion of the Kuwaiti Bootheel, where the Marines would attack. Long-range meteorological forecasts also predicted better weather later in the month. Schwarzkopf passed the request to Powell. The chairman was not pleased. Given Moscow's diplomatic ventures and the growing anxiety that Saddam might deprive the Allies of a clear victory by withdrawing, any delay seemed dangerous. Powell also worried that postponement was a slippery slope, with one delay begetting another. The president, he told the CINC, wants to get on with this. For 6 months, Schwarzkopf had been unsure exactly where the pressure points lay in Washington. Except for occasionally referring to those hawks over in the White House, or suggesting that my secretary wants this, Powell, in his phone calls to Riyadh, tended to keep the decision-making at home veiled and anonymous. Rarely certain whether Powell's guidance reflected his own conviction or that of the civilian leadership, Schwarzkopf had difficulty divining what he called the personality lash-up. If pressed by the Pentagon to attack prematurely, Schwarzkopf had told de la Billière and others in Riyadh, he would appeal directly to George Bush. But in this instance, a challenge of Powell's authority was unnecessary. Schwarzkopf had what he believed were solid tactical reasons to delay, regardless of strategic concerns in Washington. After his initial hesitations, the chairman agreed. He had worried about the Marines and the heavy casualties they might suffer more than any aspect of the war. If an additional 3 days of bombing would help to minimize Boomer's losses, then a postponement was warranted. Bush and Cheney reluctantly concurred. The president found it much harder to say "no way, Jose" to his military commanders than to the Soviets. Powell called Schwarzkopf to say the request had been approved. The attack was rescheduled for February 24th. Intended to accommodate the Marines, the grace period also bought some extra time for the U.S. Army. Lieutenant General John Yosak was trying to shift 2 large Army corps, comprising more than 250,000 troops and 73,000 vehicles, halfway across Saudi Arabia and into their attack positions without the Iraqis detecting the movement. As commander of Army Component Central Command, or ARCENT, Yosak had been in Saudi Arabia since August 6th. In those uncertain days, he later said, the most lethal U.S. Army weapon standing between Iraqi tanks and the Saudi oil fields was his pocket knife. Tall and craggy, with a gravelly voice deepened by the bark of 1,000 commands in his long military career, Yosak in the subsequent 6 months had worked doggedly to get his forces into the theater and ready to fight. Taciturn by nature, he seemed to his closest deputies to have become even more withdrawn under the lash of Schwarzkopf's displeasure, as if retreating into a shell to protect himself from the CINC's tirades. Exhaustion and stress finally took their toll. Weakened by an attack of pneumonia and racked with mysterious intestinal pains, Yosak checked into a Riyadh hospital on February 14th. He pleaded with Schwarzkopf not to relieve him of command, but when his condition deteriorated, he found himself on a medical evacuation plane bound for Germany, where surgeons promptly removed his gallbladder. With Yosak gone, probably for the duration of the war, Schwarzkopf called Calvin Waller to serve as his new army commander. The deputy CINC leaped at the chance. Although he was fond of Yosak, Waller found his command style wanting. In Waller's view, Arcent was afflicted with a bunker mentality. Instead of fusing his two corps into a single force, Yosak let them operate almost as disparate armies, preparing to fight two distinct wars. Waller had no intention of lingering in the Arcent headquarters at Eskan village, shuttling into nearby Riyadh for daily meetings with Schwarzkopf. Instead, he would lead from the front as a fighting commander. Now is the time, Waller told himself, to go out there and shake the living shit out of Freddie and Gary. Fred Franks and Gary Luck, commanders respectively of 7th Corps and 18th Airborne Corps, welcomed the change. Luck, in particular, had chafed at Yosak's temporizing and apparent reluctance to confront Schwarzkopf. In private comments to his staff, Luck expressed his annoyance at being subordinate to a man whom the Army had never entrusted with command of a corps. Within hours of Yosak's departure, both corps found Waller in their midst, prodding, questioning, exhorting. As he shuttled among the brigades and divisions, he put the same query to every commander: how do you intend to fight this battle? Vigorous and animated, his bulky figure at once imposing and reassuring, he breathed new fire into staff officers grown weary of reviewing their war plans. After Waller conducted one lively war game over a large map of southeastern Iraq, Stan Cherry, the 7th Corps operations officer, walked from the tent and crowed, "Today I finally feel like I'm playing on the 1960 Green Bay Packers." No longer did Corps staff officers refer to Arcent as amateur hour. Waller also demanded common sense. When 7th Corps requested 35,000 TOW-2 anti-tank missiles and 500,000 hand grenades, Waller balked. The enemy only has 1,700 or so tanks left in the entire Kuwaiti theater, he told the Corps staff. Not all of them are in the sector where you'll be fighting. Why do you need 35,000 TOW rounds? And hand grenades? This is a mobile armored corps. Where are you going to close with the enemy so that every man in the corps needs 5 hand grenades? Who in hell are you going to throw them at? Rare was the commander, from lieutenant to lieutenant general, who did not covet more trucks, more artillery, more intelligence, more ammunition. Rarer still was the commander who did not suspect that someone else was getting his share, and officers in 18th and 7th Corps kept a wary eye on one another. The two corps reminded Waller of fractious brothers, whose blood ties and affection routinely yielded to petulant rivalry. Like a pair of ragamuffin boys, in Cherry's phrase. 18th Corps had arrived first in the theater as the Army's premier quick reaction force. Though a relative latecomer, 7th Corps was to conduct Schwarzkopf's main attack. Complaints multiplied as the ground offensive drew closer. 18th Corps resented Riyadh's order to surrender an artillery brigade, the 1st Cavalry Division, and a fleet of remotely piloted drones to 7th Corps. 7th Corps, in turn, suspected 18th Corps of hoarding the Army's best maps and of inventing enemy troops in its battlefield sector to win back some of its lost firepower. Beginning in late January, 18th Corps had pressed Riyadh for permission to go deep with reconnaissance, artillery, and attack helicopter missions that would pinpoint the enemy, reduce his forces, and acclimate American soldiers to combat. 7th Corps, meanwhile, worried that overzealous deep operations would betray the left hook battle plan and draw Iraqi armored forces into the western desert. The two corps also haggled over communications equipment, four-wheel drive vehicles, and boundary lines. Similar disputes, Waller knew, occurred in all wars. With lives at stake, with honor and glory hanging in the balance, even petty issues assumed a fell urgency. The stress of imminent combat amplified every emotion, affirming, as every battlefield bloodletting affirmed, the 18th century truism that the human heart is the starting point of all matters pertaining to war. The great westward migration of American troops had begun nearly a month earlier. 18th Corps, facing a 300-mile trek to anchor the Allies' outside flank, moved first. Within a week of the initial airstrikes, 10 engineering battalions had begun carving roads, landing strips, ammunition dumps, and bivouac sites near the town of Rafah, roughly 400 miles west of the Persian Gulf. Through the end of January and into February, 130,000 troops and 28,000 vehicles streamed across northern Saudi Arabia, a brigade at a time, moving mostly at night and under radio silence. Much of the traffic rumbled along Tapline Road, the asphalt two-lane running parallel to the border, straight as a gunshot toward Jordan. At the dust-choked crossroads of Hafr al-Batin, a military policeman in a fluorescent orange vest whistled through convoy after convoy of troops, flashing victory signs and chanting, "No slack to Iraq." In August, when the Corps first trickled into the country, some soldiers had ridden to their encampments aboard red Saudi double-deckers, in a scene reminiscent of the taxi fleet that rushed French troops to the front in August 1914. Now, the Americans rode with their tanks and armored personnel carriers and howitzers, fully armed and ready to fight, toughened by long months in the desert. The Corps was an odd hybrid. A heavily armored division, the 24th Mechanized Infantry, a light paratrooper division, the 82nd Airborne, an air mobile helicopter division, the 101st, a cavalry regiment, the 3rd Armored, and the French Daguet division, a creature neither fish nor fowl, that comprised a fleet of small tanks and a colorful assortment of hussars, dragoons, and foreign legionnaires. The 1st Cavalry Division had been peeled away by Schwarzkopf to serve as his theater reserve near the Wadi al-Batin, ready to reinforce either 7th Corps or Arab forces farther east. Each American division was freighted with unique psychological baggage. Barry McCaffrey's 24th had not seen heavy combat since Korea and was eager to prove itself. James H. Johnson Jr.'s 82nd carried the conviction that Schwarzkopf nudged a grudge against the Army's most celebrated unit. To avoid further antagonizing the CINC, Johnson even refused to let his paratroopers wear their distinctive maroon berets. J. H. Binford Pay III's 101st, the Screaming Eagles of Normandy fame, faced recurrent questions about whether the helicopter had become a battlefield anachronism. The Corps commander was a wry, laconic Kansan with brawny forearms, a fondness for Skoal cherry tobacco, and a folksy drawl. When you start to take yourself too seriously, Lieutenant General Gary Luck once warned, that's when you get in trouble. Disdaining pomp and convention, Luck reportedly had transformed the dining room of the commander's mansion at Fort Bragg into a pool parlor. His dog, a black Labrador retriever named Bud, trotted about the Corps headquarters with a nonchalance that perfectly reflected Luck's informality. Luck was a Schwarzkopf favorite, but like so many other senior commanders in Saudi Arabia, he had run afoul of the CINC. In late October, he sent Schwarzkopf a casual but secret message, suggesting possible alternatives to the one Corps concept. A courier brought the CINC's reply in a sealed envelope. You command the Corps, I'll command the theater, and if you object, there are others who would like to command 18th Airborne. Luck, showing the letter to Pay and Colonel Frank Akers, the Corps operations officer, observed, "We're about to get our asses fired." He wrote a note of contrition. Schwarzkopf answered with a conciliatory message passed through an aide, who added, "That's about as much of an apology from the CINC as you're going to get." The incident passed, but 18th Corps became more circumspect in forwarding suggestions to Riyadh. Like Fred Franks, Luck had seen severe, bloody fighting in Vietnam as a special forces and cavalry troop commander. But there the similarities ended. Franks was precise, attentive to detail, and distressed by uncertainty. Luck made an art form of a decentralized style that gave his division commanders the power of feudal barons. Inevitably, personalities clashed. Comrades fell in and fell out. Grievances and rivalries festered and healed, only to fester again. Benny Pay and Jim Johnson both admired Barry McCaffrey's brilliance and sang-froid, yet suspected him of manipulating the Corps headquarters and placing the glory of his division above other concerns. Pay, a courtly, earnest Virginian, at one point took his complaints about McCaffrey to Luck and Akers. To their credit, when the time came to fight, the generals put aside their spats and mustered 3 superbly trained, superbly led divisions. Luck maintained his tranquility, aware that the fate of his corps was about to shift into the hands of subordinate commanders who would oversee the cash transaction of combat. After listening to officers from the 101st Airborne explain the intricacies of their planned helicopter operations, Luck replied with typical brevity, "Well, you're making air assault history. Don't fuck it up." As the general turned away, a sergeant murmured admiringly, "Now that's guidance I can understand." While 18th Corps finished marshalling near Rafah, 7th Corps prepared to make its move. From lager sites around Al-Qaysuma, the Corps would shift northwest 135 miles toward the border. No American commander then in uniform had ever marched an entire division, much less a corps. For nearly half a century, 7th Corps had sat in West Germany, waiting for the Warsaw Pact attack that never came, rarely maneuvering more than a battalion or a single brigade across the cramped Bavarian landscape. To avoid the congestion of nearly 150,000 soldiers and 40,000 vehicles simultaneously crossing the desert, a force larger than the Third Army commanded by George Patton in World War II, planners intended to shift the units northward a single division at a time. But Fred Franks had a different idea. During one of his reveries before the map board, Franks realized that in both distance and angle of march, the move west exactly replicated the Corps plan of attack into the Republican Guard flank. On his office wall, Franks had framed a brief exchange between Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson before the Battle of Chancellorsville. "What do you propose to do, General?" Lee had inquired. "Go around," Jackson replied, "with my whole corps." The left hook, in many ways, resembled the Confederate attack, Franks believed. 7th Corps now had a priceless opportunity to rehearse going around. His staff and division commanders resisted mightily. Maneuvering an armored division with 15,000 men and 350 tanks in a narrow zone was akin to turning an ocean liner in a tight channel. The potential for havoc was enormous. Among other obstacles, the Corps would have to squeeze past a royal camel farm without leaving dromedary carcasses scattered across Saudi Arabia. Unlike Europe, where troops tended to bunch up on constricted roads, the open desert encouraged wide dispersal. "Shit," complained Ron Griffith, the 1st Armored Division commander. "We're really going to end up in each other's way." Franks was adamant. After several days of his dogged campaigning, he reminded one officer of a ward healer wheedling votes. The commanders capitulated. At dawn on February 16th, with clear skies overhead and a stiff breeze blowing from the west, the Corps surged forward. Not since El Alamein had such a desert spectacle unfolded. On the left, the 2nd Armored Cavalry Regiment led 2 armored divisions abreast, the 1st and the 3rd. On the right, the Big Red One, the 1st Infantry Division, spearheaded Britain's 1st Armored. From horizon to horizon, the immense host pressed across the pan on a 50-mile front. Tankers and infantrymen, gunners and loaders, engineers and missile crews, military policemen, radio technicians, cooks, accountants, mechanics, electricians, chaplains, doctors, dentists, gravediggers. Brown streams of dust boiled from beneath each tank and truck. Hundreds of tanks and trucks, then thousands, then tens of thousands. Wave followed wave in an inexorable flood of steel, roiling the desert calm with the shrill creak of armored tracks and the whir of turrets swinging toward imaginary targets, as crews raised their tubes and fixed their sights, and, in their mind's eye, killed and killed again. Northwest toward Mesopotamia the army pressed, terrible and magnificent. A deep rumble rolled over the land, as from an avalanche or a stampede. The stench of diesel fuel hung in the air from the 3 million gallons burned each day to keep the Corps moving. Helicopters scissored overhead, their pilots hooting in disbelief as they vainly searched for an end to the endless cavalcade. Franks and Stan Cherry watched from the ground for several hours, gawking like a pair of 19-year-old corporals. Jesus, Cherry murmured, it's like being in the middle of the Spanish Armada. At mid-morning, Franks took to the air in his Black Hawk. Except for maddening communication problems, damn it, the Corps commander exploded at one point, flinging his radio microphone to the floor. How can I command if I can't talk? The march proved surprisingly free of snarls. Battalions, brigades, and divisions avoided mingling. Logistics trains kept pace. Few vehicles broke down or got lost. The Royal Camel herd survived. This is going to work, Franks told Cherry, smiling broadly. It's going to work. King Fahd International Airport, Saudi Arabia. Buster Glosson, as every officer in the Black Hole knew only too well, could be tyrannical, arrogant, and infinitely stubborn. Unless countermanded by Schwarzkopf or Horner, he assumed, and often proclaimed, complete suzerainty over the 2,600 Allied aircraft in Southwest Asia. Yet his blustery temperament obscured a shrewd analytical intelligence and a gift for innovation. Bold enough to risk failure, Glosson infused the strategic campaign with elan and contributed several tactical triumphs, such as tank plinking. He served well the cause. He also made mistakes. His audacity at times proved to be temerity dressed up in a cocked hat, leaving him in a scramble to correct his own errors. In the first 3 days of the air campaign, for example, Glosson had ordered 180 sorties against Iraqi bridges by aircraft dropping unguided munitions. His targeteers and intelligence officers had warned him that dumb bombs rarely proved accurate enough to destroy a bridge, a lesson painfully learned in Vietnam. But Glosson hoped that modern guidance systems would overcome such historical shortcomings. By the end of the 3rd day, however, not a single Iraqi span had been destroyed. Frustrated and chagrined, Glosson promptly restructured the bridge campaign. He ordered F-117s with laser-guided bombs into the fray, and telephoned a civil engineering professor at his alma mater, North Carolina State University, to determine the most vulnerable aim points. For most spans, he learned, bombs should strike just above the stanchions closest to shore. On day 4, Iraqi bridges began to fall, tumbling at a rate of 7 to 10 each week for the rest of the war. Glosson also tinkered with the barrier combat air patrols, the bar caps, flown to prevent Iraqi planes from fleeing to Iran. By January 31st, 2 days after F-15s began orbiting near the Iranian border, the Iraqi exodus had stopped completely. For 4 days, not a single Iraqi jet left the ground. Glosson, moreover, was aware that many Air Force pilots had become reliant on go and no-go pills to cope with the fatigue of the long bar cap missions. On February 4th, he abolished the bar caps and shifted his fighters elsewhere. More than 30 enemy planes immediately bolted for Iran. Glosson phoned the F-15 squadrons. "That's it," he declared. "I don't care if your guys stay on uppers and downers for the duration. I want these flights stopped. We'll straighten the pilots out with the doctors after the war." On February 6th, the bar caps resumed, again staunching the exodus. In mid-February, Glosson's audacity led to another mistake, one that cost a pair of fighter planes and the life of a pilot. As the ground war approached, he had begun encouraging his airmen to be more aggressive in attacking Iraqi armor and artillery. Altitude restrictions, imposed during the first week of the war to keep pilots flying above most Iraqi anti-aircraft fire, were dropped. Enemy SAM launches had diminished to the point that Glosson, with Horner's approval, urged his A-10 Warthog squadrons to get down amongst them, dropping as low as 4,000 feet, so that pilots could use binoculars and rifle scopes to distinguish tanks from decoys. "American soldiers are about to cross the border," Glosson advised in a message to all wings. "Now there is something worth dying for in Iraq. All restrictions are removed. Flight leaders will have authority to decide whether to drop bombs from 50 feet, or 500 feet, or 5,000 feet. At the same time, he began pushing the A-10s farther north. Sluggish and slow, the A-10 had been designed for close air support of ground troops in combat. Equipped with a 7-barreled rotary cannon that fired rounds the size of milk bottles, the aircraft was supposed to fly no more than a few miles beyond friendly lines on the kind of trench strafing sorties first developed in World War I. Yet the 7 Warthog squadrons based at King Fahd Airport, northeast of Dhahran, had demonstrated unexpected success in hitting radar sites, anti-aircraft batteries, and other targets deep in enemy territory. Torn between their desire for a larger role in the war and a sense of vulnerability, A-10 pilots soon found themselves attacking Republican Guard formations 60 miles above the Saudi border. Glosson notified Horner that he planned to order A-10s on their deepest strike yet, against the Madina Republican Guard Division entrenched just north of the Iraq-Kuwaiti border. "Buster," Horner warned, "I'm not sure they can survive that far up over the Republican Guard." "We've beat the enemy down to the point that I believe they can," Glosson said. "I feel obliged to try it because they've been so successful down in the first echelon. I'm going to do it unless you tell me I can't." Horner replied, "It's your decision, but I'm doubtful it's the right thing to do." Shortly after 3 p.m. on February 15th, the first pair of A-10s crossed Kuwait's northern border to attack the Madina. Flying in the lead Warthog was Captain Stephen R. Phillis, a 30-year-old Air Force Academy and Fighter Weapons School graduate, widely considered his squadron's best pilot. First Lieutenant Robert Sweet flew on his wing. The mission made both men uneasy. Earlier in the day, a Warthog flown by one of the 2 A-10 wing commanders, Colonel David A. Sawyer, had limped home with 300 holes in its tail from an SA-13 fired by Tawalkana gunners southwest of the Madina. After dropping cluster bombs on several tanks and trucks, Sweet and Phillis rolled in for a final strafing pass with their 30mm Gatling guns when an Iraqi SAM blew the aileron and flap from Sweet's right wing. "Oh man, I'm hit," he radioed, "heading south." Within 90 seconds, the aircraft began spiraling out of control. "Try to roll your wings level," Phillis urged. "I can't," Sweet answered. I'm out. At 6,000 feet, he ejected. 10 seconds after his parachute opened, Sweet saw the fireball of his Warthog as it smashed into the desert below. For several minutes he drifted to the ground, Iraqi bullets streaking past him. He landed 30 yards from a T-72 tank. Staggering to his feet, Sweet raised his hands, but when the Iraqis kept shooting, he bowed his head and covered his face with his arms. Several dozen soldiers rushed forward, tearing at his parachute harness and clubbing him with rifle butts. "God, don't hit me again," he pleaded. The savage beating continued until Iraqi officers pulled him away from the mob. He would spend the rest of the war in prison. Phillis, flying aircraft number 37, courageously remained overhead, calling for search and rescue help and A-10 reinforcements until he too was hit. Pilots listening to his transmissions heard a final radio call. 37 is bagged as well. Then silence. Not until March would his body be recovered. Phillis's death and Sweet's capture infuriated the Warthog pilots. Why, they asked, was the A-10 being used interchangeably with attack aircraft capable of flying twice as fast? Wing Commander Sawyer wrote a long letter to Horner on February 16th. Reviewing the Warthog's role in the first month of the war, Sawyer noted that in the first 2 weeks of February, we took hits on 7 aircraft, losing one of them. We expected to take a few more hits because we were taking on the Republican Guard and flying 60 to 70 miles beyond friendly lines. Up until yesterday, I didn't think the loss rate was excessive, that is, serious enough that we needed to change guidance. But that was before we returned to the Tawalkana Division and visited the Madina Division for the first time. After weeks of holding their fire, the Iraqis launched 8 infrared SAMs at us yesterday, bagging 2 A-10s and damaging 1, which I happened to be flying. Believe it or not, on the way home I flew over a flight of F-16s working a target approximately 15 miles north of the Saudi border. A-10s over the Republican Guard and F-16s in the southern KTO, Kuwaiti Theater of Operations, does not compute. Glosson, on hearing reports of the downed planes, knew immediately that he had erred. The sparse anti-aircraft fire of the preceding weeks had deceived him into believing that the Republican Guard was battered to the point of cracking. Instead, the divisions had been digging in deeper, waiting for a chance to fight back. He phoned the A-10 wings at King Fahd and canceled all missions deeper than 30 miles north of the Saudi border. Until the ground war began, no warthogs would fly north of 2930, a latitudinal line bisecting Kuwait Bay. The 30-millimeter Gatling gun, which required attacks at lower altitudes for accuracy, would be used only to support Allied troops locked in battle. An hour after Glossen's call to King Fahd Airport, Horner walked into the black hole. "Pull the A-10s back, Buster," he ordered. "They're only allowed to hit the front-line divisions now." "Yes, sir," Glossen answered. "That's already been taken care of." Phase Line, Minnesota, Iraq. As Allied legions massed along the northern Saudi border to deliver a killing blow to Iraq's army, officials in the United States hunted for something magical to prevent friendly forces from also killing one another. With essentially 4 corps prepared to attack, 2 Army, 1 Arab, and the Marines, the prospect of soldiers shooting the wrong targets in a fast-moving battle at close quarters loomed large. Spurred by the Marine deaths at OP-4 during the Battle of Khafji, the Joint Chiefs ordered a review of on-the-shelf technologies in hopes of finding a device that would enable gunners and pilots to distinguish friend from foe. On February 6th, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, began to evaluate 60 proposals sorted into 5 categories: thermal imagery, infrared imagery, lasers, special radio frequencies, and visual devices. At the Yuma Proving Ground in Arizona on February 15th, only 6 days before the scheduled ground offensive, DARPA started testing the most promising techniques. The crash effort was belated and futile, attempting in a week's time to solve a mystery that had plagued warriors for thousands of years. Since the age of Homer, men had inadvertently slain their comrades. Although modern warfare, with its massed armies and lethal weaponry, had raised the potential for such killings from the snuffing out of individual foot soldiers with spears and arrows to the slaughter of battalions with errant cluster bombs and artillery salvos. Whether called fratricide, amicicide, blue on blue, friendly fire, or, as in official U.S. casualty reports from Vietnam, misadventure, the phenomenon had become all too commonplace on 20th century battlefields. French casualties from friendly artillery in World War I have been estimated at 75,000. Across the trenches, Germans dubbed their 49th Field Artillery Regiment the 48th and a half, because its gunners persistently lobbed rounds short of the intended target. With the rise of air power came new forms of misadventure. The French in World War I stopped using large metal canisters crammed with steel flechettes after an aviator accidentally dumped several on a detachment of Zouaves. At Monte Cassino and Venafro, Italy in March 1944, misguided bombs struck a Corps headquarters and killed nearly 100 Allied troops. In the worst case of fratricide in World War II, Allied bombers in July 1944 decimated the 30th Infantry Division during the breakout from Saint-Lô in France, inflicting 814 casualties and killing Lieutenant General Leslie J. McNair. At the Battle of Hill 875 in Vietnam, a confused bomber pilot slew 42 paratroops and wounded 45 as they fought a North Vietnamese regiment in November 1967. Extrapolating from a review of 269 fratricide incidents in 4 modern wars, a 1982 study for the U.S. Army's Combat Studies Institute estimated that friendly fire accounted for something less than 2% of all battlefield casualties, including roughly 15,000 of the 774,000 Americans killed and wounded in World War II. In Southeast Asia from 1961 to 1975, 1,326 deaths were classified under misadventure, about 3% of the total combat losses. In the Gulf War, by contrast, 24% of the Americans who would be killed in action, 35 of 146, and 15% of those wounded, 72 of 467, fell victim to friendly fire. Most of the 28 fratricide incidents had root causes similar to those which caused a Confederate sentry to shoot Stonewall Jackson at Chancellorsville in 1863: poor visibility, battlefield jitters, misidentification of the target, and the omnipresent fog of war. Several other variables account for the higher proportion in Desert Storm. Unlike earlier wars, nearly every fatality was investigated and documented. Had the 290,000 U.S. battle deaths in World War II been subjected to similar scrutiny, the number of those attributed to fratricide would certainly have been much higher. Because the Gulf War lasted only 6 weeks, few soldiers accumulated the battle experience that often prevents troops from firing on their comrades. Iraqi incompetence kept the overall American death toll low, concomitantly inflating the fratricide percentages. Moreover, the factors that would give American forces superiority, desert warfare, modern tanks, a battle doctrine that stressed speed and violence, also spawned fratricide. Confusion and uncertainty thrive on a fluid, non-linear battlefield. Simply gauging north from south in the open desert at night can be baffling. Distinguishing comrade from enemy nearly impossible. The sights and computers in modern fire control systems permitted tank, helicopter, and aircraft crews to spot and kill a presumed enemy at ranges measured in thousands of yards. Tank gunnery, in particular, stressed the importance of firing the first shot. Crews were trained to detect and destroy a target in 6 to 10 seconds. An Abrams tank crew using thermal sights could spot another vehicle more than 3 kilometers away. Yet the blurry thermal image was so indistinct that positive identification was difficult beyond 700 meters. The impact of amicicide on combat power is geometric, not linear, Charles R. Schrader observed in the Army's 1982 study. Each amicicide incident that results in friendly troops killed or wounded has an adverse effect on morale and confidence, disrupts the continuity of friendly operations, and represents one bomb, shell, or bullet that should have fallen on the enemy to reduce his combat power rather than our own. All of this was known to American officers in Saudi Arabia. Fear of fratricide, though seldom discussed publicly, was never far from the mind of any competent commander. Rare was the colonel or general who could not cite personal knowledge of blue on blue in Vietnam. A young corporal killed by U.S. artillery fire in Lieutenant Colonel Norman Schwarzkopf's battalion became the subject of the best-selling book, Friendly Fire. Commanders adopted various control measures and recognition symbols, battlefield phase lines, fluorescent orange panels, the inverted V daubed on every friendly vehicle. They distributed 5,000 global positioning systems, compact electronic gadgets that triangulated satellite signals to give the user his exact grid location. Yet somehow they were not truly ready, not for 28 incidents, not for 35 dead and 72 wounded, not for the shame and mortification of having to confess we killed our own. The agony was compounded by a reluctance, verging on cruelty, to promptly and fully disclose the details of fratricide deaths to widows and parents. In 33 of 35 cases, the Army and Marines would know within a month after the war that the deaths had been caused by friendly fire. But in most instances, the services waited 4 more months to notify the survivors how their sons and husbands really died. Several families continued to receive official accounts wholly at odds with the truth, including disgraceful, false assurances that their fallen soldiers had received medical care or last rites. The United States government had spent $3 trillion rebuilding the American military in the 1980s. Yet the search for a simple safeguard to avoid unleashing that new-bought firepower on our own soldiers came down to a desperate week of testing in the Arizona desert when the Gulf War was nearly over. DARPA scientists, poring over their 60 proposals, cobbled together a battery-powered beacon that could be seen through night vision goggles 5 miles away. A protective collar around the front of the light prevented the enemy from seeing the flashing signal, unless the enemy lurked on the flanks with night goggles. A few DARPA lights arrived in the theater on February 26th, by which time the friendly fire toll had tripled. It was too little, and it was too late. No misadventure seemed more pointless and pathetic than that which befell the 1st Infantry Division shortly after midnight on February 17th. Having moved into attack positions as part of 7th Corps' westward migration, the Big Red One slashed 20 holes in the sand berm marking the border, known on division maps as Phase Line Vermont. Artillery pounded enemy positions 10 miles to the north, and more than 1,000 soldiers, Task Force Iron, pushed 3 miles into Iraq to establish a screen line on a 20-mile front along Phase Line, Minnesota. The task force was drawn largely from a brigade of the 2nd Armored Division, a Germany-based unit attached to the Big Red One for the war. At 9:45 p.m. on the 16th, troops commanded by Lieutenant Colonel James L. Hillman detected 6 enemy armored vehicles several miles north of the screen line. Half an hour later, they spied another Iraqi patrol creeping southeast. Darting in and out of view, firing flares and then disappearing into the desert's subtle folds, the Iraqis appeared both professional and daring. Several small hunter-killer teams crept to within half a mile of the Americans, drawing machine gun, mortar, and artillery fire. Hillman had anchored his right flank with some scouts, including a Bradley fighting vehicle and an M113, an armored box containing a special radar system used to detect movement on the ground. At 11:30, American gunners reported hitting an Iraqi vehicle with a tow missile. With his forces thinly spread across a broad front, Hillman, fearful of being outflanked, requested Apache helicopter gunship reinforcements. The Apache battalion commander was a 42-year-old lieutenant colonel named Ralph Hales. A tall, aggressive Texan who had been flying helicopters for 16 years, Hales infused his unit with fighting spirit. "Gunfighters, sir," his men barked whenever they saluted him. Division staff officers considered Hales a bit of a cowboy, but knew him to be competent and experienced. In training sessions at Fort Riley and in Saudi Arabia, he had repeatedly stressed the importance of identifying enemy targets before firing. "I have high confidence," he told reporters during an interview 3 weeks earlier, "that we won't shoot any coalition forces." The division commander, Major General Thomas G. Rame, though something of a firebrand himself, had ordered his subordinate commanders to avoid direct participation in the fighting, the better to control their forces. Hales chose to disobey. As he later explained to Army investigators, this would be the first night mission flown by his Apaches in support of U.S. troops in combat, and he regarded himself as the battalion's most qualified pilot. Moreover, flying conditions were wretched, with 25-knot southerly winds and no moonlight. Hale's driver found himself momentarily lost in a sandstorm during the 100-yard trip from the battalion commander's tent to the Apache helipad. 5 minutes after midnight, 3 Apaches lifted off and headed north. Hillman's scouts shut off the ground radar because its electronic emissions resembled those of Iraqi anti-aircraft batteries. At 12:30, Hales, flying under radio call sign Gunfighter 6, spotted the American screen line on his cockpit infrared scope. He raised Task Force Iron on the radio. Hillman described the disposition of his troops, noting that no friendly forces were forward of the map grid line known as 25 east-west. Hale's wingman, Captain Daniel L. Garvey, flying 400 yards behind and to the right of Gunfighter 6, then noticed 2 rectangular vehicles that seemed to be sitting more than a mile north of Hillman's screen. Garvey pointed them out to Hales, who again radioed Hillman. "Gunfighter 6 has 2 big APC, armored personnel carrier sort of vehicles. They do not appear to be part of your screen line. They're stationary. Let me look at them a little bit here." Hales saw several small figures moving around. He concluded that Iraqi soldiers were shifting equipment from one vehicle, perhaps damaged by the earlier tow shot, to the other. "Yeah, those are the enemy," Hillman reassured him. "Go ahead and take them out." But Hales was confused. Instead of flying due north, his formation had drifted northeast, so he was flying nearly parallel to Hillman's line rather than perpendicular. He also misread the Apache's navigational data on his fire control computer, which correctly informed him that the 2 targets were at a different grid location from the one Hillman's troops had reported. Garvey noticed the discrepancy on his own computer. "Hey, Gun 6, this is Blue 6, he radioed. "I'll tell you, I'm getting a range of about 4,000 meters, but it's not coming out right. We better go take a look. You think so?" The Apaches crept closer, noses tilted downward by the wind. At 3,800 meters, or roughly 2 miles from the targets, Hales decided to rely on his own battlefield judgment instead of the Apache computers. "Can you still engage those two vehicles?" Hillman asked. "Roger," Hales reported. "I could shoot those easy." Still, he hesitated. "Boy, I'm going to tell you it's hard to pull this trigger." He tried to fire the Apache's 30mm cannon, but after 3 rounds, the gun jammed. Aligning the larger vehicle in his sights, he readied a Hellfire missile and radioed, "Okay, I'll be firing in about 10 seconds. The first missile leaped from its rail in a halo of white flame. "I hope they're enemy," Hales said, "because here it comes." The missile exploded dead on. "I guess you could say that hit it," Hales said. "I'm going to go ahead and shoot the second vehicle. It's still intact, but it's fixing to go away." A second missile struck home as the other Apaches opened with cannon fire. Moments later, an unidentified voice came over the radio. "Friendly vehicles may have been hit. Over." "Roger. I was afraid of that," Hales answered. "I was really afraid of that. Cease fire. Cease fire." "Cease fire," he repeated. "I hope it's not friendlies I just blew up, because they're all dead." Not all. One missile hit the Bradley anchoring the right flank, wounding 3 soldiers and killing Specialist Jeffrey T. Middleton and Private Robert D. Talley. The second destroyed the M113, wounding 3 more. For a few panicky moments, other soldiers in the screen line assumed that Iraqi sappers with rocket-propelled grenades had slipped behind them. A platoon leader nearly compounded the tragedy by firing on figures silhouetted against the flames. At the last instant, he noticed that they wore American helmets. One Bradley crewman leaped from the burning vehicle, then dashed back to save his badly burned platoon sergeant as ammunition detonated around them. The wounded were wrapped in flak jackets for warmth and bundled into another Bradley, which raced off to find a medic. The bodies of Middleton and Talley would not be recovered until dawn. Hales flew up and down the screen line, trying to fathom the unfathomable. At 2 a.m., he led the Apaches back to the helipad in Saudi Arabia, where he sat alone in the darkened cockpit for 30 minutes after landing. Early the next morning, as ordered, he reported to Rame's command post. There, the division commander slipped Hale's gun camera cassette into a video player. The room fell silent, but for the taped voices of the pilots. Hales watched from a folding chair as the 2 doomed vehicles flickered into view on the screen, then exploded in a white flash. "I made a mistake," he told Rame. "I made a mistake." Rame played the tape again, then again. After a 4th viewing, he turned to Hales. "Okay," the division commander said brusquely. "That's it. No question about it." Hales was relieved of command for violating orders by leading the mission. Later in the day, Fred Franks flew to Rame's headquarters. The Big Red One had planned an Apache raid into Iraq that night, but the Corps commander, after talking to Cal Waller in Riyadh, canceled the mission and ordered Task Force Iron to retreat below the border. Franks feared that Hillman's troops would be drawn into a major battle, upsetting Schwarzkopf's timetable and betraying the presence of the entire Corps. "Don't show yourself in strength," Franks told Rame, "and don't get yourself in a pitched ground fight, or we'll find ourselves with another Kafji on our hands." By late afternoon on the 17th, Task Force Iron had slipped back through the 20 cuts in the berm, relinquishing its fingerhold on Iraq, but leaving behind 2 black smudges, as proof that the Americans had been there. A few hours later, on the morning of February 18th, the trail units from 7th Corps closed on their assembly areas near the border to complete Frank's great march across the desert. The dust clouds subsided and the creak of tank tracks gave way to the sound of shovels and bulldozers. Company by company and battalion by battalion, the divisions dug in and draped themselves with camouflage netting. Across a 400-mile front, from Gary Luck's Corps in the west to Arab brigades along the Persian Gulf near Kafji, the coalition army began its final preparations. Stockpiling fuel and ammunition, replacing shredded tires and worn-out engines, and all the while waiting, as so many armies before had waited, for the order to attack. Chapter 12. Echo to Foxtrot. USS Tripoli, Persian Gulf. General Schwarzkopf's decision to abandon the amphibious landing at Ash-Shweba in favor of Operation Slash, a more modest assault against Failaka Island, had sent the U.S. Navy back to its planning tables. to soften Felaka with gunfire from Wisconsin or Missouri, while simultaneously preserving the threat of a full-blown invasion, battleships had to be able to move along a mine-free path within range of the island, which lay near the mouth of Kuwait Bay. Bereft of hard intelligence regarding Iraq's minefields, officers from the Navy's Mine Countermeasures Group, MCMG, aboard USS Tripoli, fashioned what they believed was a prudent plan for clearing that path and easing into enemy waters. Sweeping would begin at Point Echo, a spot more than 35 miles east of the Kuwaiti coast and presumably beyond the cast of Iraqi mine layers. An alley 1,000 yards wide would be cleared from Echo to Point Foxtrot, 15 miles to the northwest. At Foxtrot, minesweepers would then clear a 3 by 10 mile gunfire box south of Felaka, from which the battleships could unlimber in time to support the ground offensive, now set to begin on February 24th. This caution reflected the Navy's nagging disquiet about mines. "Damn the torpedoes," David Farragut had cried at Mobile Bay in 1864, steaming through mine-infested waters and into naval legend. But legend seldom noted that a ship in Farragut's squadron, the ironclad Tecumseh, promptly struck one of the damnable torpedoes and sank like a stone in 3 minutes. Mines so bedeviled the American fleet in the Korean War that one admiral lamented, "We have lost control of the seas to a nation without a navy." A more contemporary misfortune befell the USS Samuel B. Roberts not far from Point Echo, where in 1988 an Iranian mine almost ripped the ship in half. If the spirit of Mobile Bay in 1864 seemed far removed from the Persian Gulf in 1991, officers on Tripoli had only to recall the axiom that every ship can be a minesweeper once, to keep their intrepidity sheathed. MCMG's 31 ships forsook Farragut's full speed ahead in favor of a more circumspect 5 knots. On February 16th, the American fleet, stiffened with 5 British mine hunters and a half-dozen helicopters flying from Tripoli, began trolling the Echo to Foxtrot channel. They finished shortly after sunset on the 17th. Finding nary a mine, the Allied captains inferred that the Iraqi fields lay closer to shore. This deduction was rational, cogent, and wholly wrong. Afloat on a sea of delusions, the Americans had miscalculated the position of Iraqi minefields by many miles. 6 fields lay east, seaward of Point Echo, forming a 150-mile crescent that bracketed nearly the entire coast of Kuwait. 4 additional mine lines formed a picket just inside those fields to cover the deep water approaches to Kuwaiti ports and the Iraqi naval base at Qasr. All told, the Iraqis had dumped more than 1,200 mines into the Gulf. The MCMG commanders had unwittingly steamed through the minefields on the way to Point Echo. That no ships were struck reflected both blind luck and Iraqi ineptitude. Many moored mines had broken free of their tethers and drifted away. Others were bird-caged, snarled in their mooring cables, and thus too deep to be hit by a passing hull. Still others sank to the bottom, apparently stuffed with too much explosive to float. After the war, ordnance experts estimated that 95% of the acoustically triggered influence mines were improperly primed and therefore inoperable. Iraqi incompetence was matched only by Allied ignorance. Although naval intelligence suspected that Iraq had begun laying mines in the fall, Schwarzkopf had refused Navy requests during Desert Shield to reconnoiter or sink the mine layers because of concern that such attacks could trigger all-out war before January 17th. Even in mid-February, the CINC had administered another tongue-lashing to Vice Admiral Stan Arthur, accusing him of having moved into position for the Felaka attack without proper orders. Thus blinded and bound, CENTCOM and MCMG were reduced to guesswork. As the senior British naval commander in the Gulf, Commodore Christopher Craig, later observed, intelligence is perhaps a little like first love. One's ideals and ambitions are never quite matched by reality. At 7 p.m. on February 17th, the Americans detected radar emissions from a Silkworm missile battery believed to be operating behind a schoolhouse on the Kuwaiti coast. The missile cruiser USS Princeton promptly interposed herself between the fleet and the Silkworm site, while the MCMG ships weighed anchor and steamed east out of range, zigzagging to complicate Iraqi targeting. Tripoli led a procession of 7 ships, including 3 minesweepers spaced behind her at 2,000-yard intervals. 600 feet long, displacing 18,000 tons, Tripoli seemed an unlikely choice to take the point. Designed for amphibious operations and named to honor the early 19th century campaign against the capital of the Barbary States, the ship looked like a small aircraft carrier. But the skipper, Captain G. Bruce McEwen, and the MCMG commanders had legitimate reasons for placing the ship first in line. With a crew of 56 officers and 600 sailors, Tripoli could muster more lookouts than the smaller vessels behind. She had more night vision goggles aboard than the minesweepers, and the towering flight deck afforded a better vantage point to watch for drifting contact mines, believed to be the only threat in the area. At 4:20 a.m., Tripoli and her retinue turned back toward the coast. Now 8 miles east of Point Echo, McEwen intended to reach Foxtrot by dawn, so that his helicopters could begin sweeping the battleship firing box below Failaka. Among 9 lookouts posted on the carrier, 3 dangled over the water in metal cages suspended from the forecastle. 3 others stood on the bow, scanning the dark sea with their goggles and Big Eye, a tripod-mounted night vision telescope, while also taking turns watching the more entertaining spectacle of Allied aircraft passing far overhead. None saw the LUGM-145 contact mine tethered 15 feet below the surface, dead ahead. Olive green, fanged with a trio of 5-inch detonation prongs, the mine held 320 pounds of explosives. At 4:36 a.m., mine met ship. The blast tore a jagged hole 20 by 30 feet through the 1-inch hull steel of the starboard bow. Tripoli heaved up, then heaved again as the shock wave ricocheted from the Gulf floor 20 fathoms below and struck the ship a second blow, cracking the keel. The anchor chain, welded from hundreds of 90-pound links, rippled through the forecastle like a garden hose. A bank of flight lights tore loose from the mast, smashing onto the signal deck. The explosion vaporized hundreds of gallons of paint and thinner stored in a hull locker, smothering the ship in a gray, malodorous miasma. Seawater gushed into the stricken vessel, tugging her down at the bow. On the flight deck, the concussion flung the lookouts back from the bow gunwales. Bosun's mate Anzi Lavelle lay on the deck, clutching a metal cleat used to tie down aircraft. "God," he wailed, "they're trying to kill us." Lavelle crawled to the phone. "Bridge, this is bow. We've been hit. We see no aircraft in the area. It must be a mine." A staccato whooping from the collision alarm clamored through the ship. "Brace for shock! Brace for shock!" a voice warned, followed by the shrill din of general quarters. On the third deck, the ship's master-at-arms, Edwin Alvarez, was asleep in the vacant brig when the explosion threw him from his bunk to the deck, now rent with a 6-foot gash. Spattered with paint from the demolished storeroom below, Alvarez wondered briefly if he were dead, before concluding that a plane had smashed into the side of the ship. Grabbing a chain dangling from the second deck, the brig ladder was twisted beyond use, he pulled himself to safety. Watchstanders on the bridge spied a gray nimbus of smoke and paint vapor rolling starboard along the hull. "All engines stop," the conning officer ordered. At 5 knots, Tripoli would take 500 yards to coast to a halt. Sailors in the fire room far below, mistaking the mine for a boiler explosion, immediately shut down the ship's propulsion plant. Captain McEwen, who had been resting on the leather couch in his cabin, tugged on a pair of coveralls and reached the bridge in 30 seconds. With 2 crewmen reported overboard, an erroneous report soon corrected, he radioed a mine warning to the ships in trace and asked them to launch a search. "Everyone needs to go to General Quarters Station in an orderly fashion," McEwen told the crew over the 1MC public address system. "We're not in danger of sinking. Please remain cool and professional." Then the 1MC went dead. Sailors tumbling from their bunks into a fog bank of paint vapor assumed the ship had been struck with a nerve gas warhead. Several tugged on gas masks, only to collapse from the fumes. One blue-hued seaman was revived with cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Aware that any spark would engulf the bow in a fireball, damage teams quickly rigged several large ventilation blowers to begin pushing the mist from the lower decks. Despite the captain's assurances, Tripoli's seaworthiness remained at issue. The crew, heeding a command to assume condition zebra, latched all watertight doors in 5 minutes, nearly half the standard time. But 250,000 gallons of water flushed into the ship's hull, flooding the forward pump room with 15 feet of water. Water in number 1 diesel room was waist deep and rising, a certain symptom of free communication with the sea. The ship's engineer, Lieutenant Commander Steve Senk, who would win a Silver Star for his heroics, reported the ship down 4 feet in the bow. Crewmen attempting to plug the cracked bulkhead in number 1 diesel with baled rags soon abandoned the effort. Water completely swamped an adjacent storeroom and poured into the ship's magazine, lapping at 1,500 artillery shells stacked on the deck. JP-5 fuel also began seeping from Tripoli's bunkers into the magazine. Efforts to reclaim several flooded compartments with a portable pump proved futile. "It's like trying to pump out the Persian Gulf," Senk commented. While McEwen supervised operations from the bridge, Senk and other officers pulled out the ship's blueprints and damage control books. Like most large vessels, Tripoli was built with a succession of frames, progressively numbered from fore to aft, that served as a rib cage to strengthen and compartmentalize the ship. 13 spaces, most of them forward of frame 19, had been flooded. Senk and McEwen, pondering how best to keep their ship from sinking, quickly sorted through what could be saved and what had to be surrendered to the sea. The damage control documents made clear that if flooding extended aft through frame 26, Tripoli would capsize. There, the line would be drawn. Since before Trafalgar, shoring had been the accepted method of strengthening bulkheads, separating one compartment from another. Damage teams now dragged out hundreds of metal shoring beams and 6x6-inch timbers of Douglas fir, wedging them against Tripoli's half-inch steel bulkheads. Others wedged rags into seeping cracks or jammed wooden plugs into the stuff tubes that carried wires and now water between compartments. Senk directed the shoring on 2 decks at frames 19, 23, 26, and 31 in a frenzy of hammering that McEwen likened to an Amish barn raising. Helicopters hauled additional shoring lumber from the USS Jason and British ships waiting nearby. Sailors bracing the bulkheads in Tripoli's freezer compartments first had to hack away 18 inches of concrete and fiberglass insulation with axes and picks. An hour after the mine struck, Senk reported to the captain on the bridge, "We have the flooding contained. We're certainly not going to sink in our present condition." The engineer paused, then added, "Unless we hit another mine." USS Princeton, Persian Gulf. Like a mother hen shielding her brood, Princeton remained 10 miles northwest of Tripoli, watching for silkworms under air warning red, attack imminent. Commissioned just 2 years earlier, the cruiser was one of the Navy's great prides. Nearly 600 feet long, with a crew of 350 and a price tag of $1 billion, she boasted an Aegis radar system capable of tracking aircraft or missiles hundreds of miles distant and shooting them down with an impressive arsenal. Her skipper, Captain E.B. Hans, and most of her sailors were plank owners, the first men to crew a new ship, and they beheld her with parental affection. An earlier Princeton had been sunk in a mercy killing by American torpedoes at Leyte Gulf in September 1944, 8 hours after a 500-pound Japanese bomb turned the ship into an inferno. In the Gulf War, the cruiser had provided air cover for Navy carriers, carefully counting all friendly planes returning from their bombing missions to be certain no Iraqis infiltrated the formation. After a personal plea from Hans to Gulf Papa on Wisconsin, she had also been allowed to fire the last Tomahawks launched from the Gulf. 3 TLAMs flung at an Iraqi communication station on January 29th. Hans was awakened with news of Tripoli's plight shortly before 5 a.m. The irony of the mishap did not elude him. On Sunday morning, 18 hours before the mine strike, he had flown by helicopter to Tripoli at the request of MCMG officers for a meeting with Christopher Craig, the British Commodore. Articulate, measured, and immaculately uniformed, Craig appeared slightly exasperated by his American comrades. For 45 minutes, he raised pointed questions about the safety of his mine hunters from Iraqi attack. He also wondered aloud whether anyone should feel entirely comfortable about the minesweeping that has been done in this area. The MCMG officers offered assurances, increased the firepower devoted to protecting the British squadron, and adjourned to finish the Echo to Foxtrot sweep. Hans, now responsible under the new arrangement for shielding HMS Manchester from attack, flew back to his ship. At 7 a.m. on the 18th, Hans joined the watchstanders on Princeton's bridge. At 3 knots, bare steerage way, the cruiser hardly rippled the calm surface, her creeping pace dictated in part by depths of only 50 feet, of which Princeton drew 35. A dozen lookouts stood fore and aft, eager to claim Hans's bounty of a steak dinner and 3-day liberty to any swab spotting a mine. At 7:16, Hans addressed his crew over the 1MC. A couple of hours ago, the USS Tripoli struck a mine about 10 miles from us. We're going to have to be extremely vigilant. The mine remains our primary threat. As if on cue, an influence mine, probably an acoustically triggered Italian-made Manta, detonated on the seabed directly beneath Princeton's screws. An immense gas bubble spread beneath the fantail, nearly lifting the 9,000-ton ship from the water with a sound similar to a speeding automobile crashing into a brick wall. Hans dropped the microphone and grabbed the chart table with both hands. Others on the bridge fell to their knees, clawing at the green linoleum. The shockwave traveled from stern to bow, flexing the cruiser like a fly rod so that the ship heaved and fell half a dozen times in as many seconds. The blast also triggered another mine 300 yards off starboard amidships, and a second sequence of shocks buffeted Princeton laterally. As the whipping subsided, the ship shuddered violently. Hans, clutching the table, concluded she was disintegrating. He regretted his stubborn refusal to practice abandoned ship drills, which he had denounced as an exercise in negative leadership. Now, he feared, the crew would pay for his recalcitrance. Stumbling to the port side of the bridge, Hans lifted the red cover from the general quarters button, sounded the alarm, and yelled "All stop" to the engine room. He then grabbed a walkie-talkie and radioed for help. A passing helicopter pilot answered immediately. "This is Princeton," Hans told him. "We've just struck a mine. The damage is unknown." As the captain soon learned, the damage was devastating. At frame 472, 40 feet from the stern, the shock had snapped steel I-beams like twigs, heaving the deck upward 20 degrees and nearly severing the fantail from the rest of the ship. At frame 260, a 6-inch crack opened in Princeton's aluminum superstructure, running from the doorway to the Aegis radar room on the main deck, up through the radio room and down the other side of the ship. Steel teeth snapped from the elevation drive on the aft gun mount. Restraining bolts broke from several missile launchers on the fantail, and 4 harpoons burst through their membrane coverings before sliding back into the launcher tubes. In the crypto vault, where the ship's classified documents were stored, the shock sheared away 22 bolts fastening the door frame to a bulkhead, tossing the frame and its thick steel door 20 feet down a corridor. The whipping action, most violent at the extremities of the ship, tossed dozens of sailors into the air. Sitting on the bow bullnose watching for mines, Seaman Jeselito Alino was flung 3 times into a canvas sunscreen overhead. Cut and bruised, he finally crawled beneath his chair and hung on. Petty Officer James Ford, standing behind Alino, executed a languid jackknife 10 feet above the bow, then smashed into the deck, crushing his knee and suffering critical head injuries. In the aft gun mount, Michael Padilla had just relieved the watch when the blast heaved him repeatedly into the I-beams 6 feet overhead. While medics attended the wounded, the rest of the crew scrambled to general quarters. Several sailors caught in the shower ran naked to their posts, clothes bundled under their arms. Unlike Tripoli, Princeton suffered no puncture of her hull, but she began flooding nonetheless. The shock severed a 6-inch fire main at frame 472, spraying tons of seawater into the stern and swamping number 3 electrical switchboard. Electrician's mate Scott Smith, ignoring the red-lettered signs warning of 450 volts, waded through the room until the power was routed to an auxiliary switchboard. The ship's chill water pipes, used to cool radar and other equipment, also ruptured. Within minutes, the overheated Aegis system shut down, blinding the ship and leaving her without the protection of either her fore or aft missiles. Lieutenant Eric Roeder, who had just crawled from his bunk when the mine hit, grabbed his helmet and life vest, darted into the corridor, ran back to find his glasses, then sprinted toward his battle station in the fantail. Princeton had been turning to starboard, and the blast jammed the left rudder, leaving the ship as difficult to control as a car with one front wheel askew. Roeder crawled into the after-steering room, a cramped compartment in the bottom of the ship where 2 steel control posts led down to the 20-foot-long rudders. Drenched with fluid from a ruptured hydraulic line, the lieutenant and several seamen tried without success to manually crank the bulky rudder back to center line. Their efforts were disrupted by an urgent order to abandon the after-steering room because of fears that the fantail was about to tear away from the ship. As they scrambled to safety, the order was belayed. A few minutes later, Hans called down to check their progress. "So how you boys doing?" the skipper asked. "Well, Captain," Roeder replied, "we're scared as hell, but we're doing what we have to do." The same could be said of the entire crew. Despite hands numbed by the icy spray from the chill water lines, repairmen cut through a steel deck with torches, patched the leaks, and restored the Aegis system less than 2 hours after the mine strike. Other damaged teams clamped the gushing fire mains and began pumping out flooded compartments. Roeder and his seamen, blending ingenuity and brute force, wrapped a long chain around the rudder post and by early afternoon managed to yank the port rudder into proper alignment. Princeton sat dead in the water, ready to fight but unable to move. Hans concluded that further stress on her fragile hull and fractured superstructure, either from another mine or simply the vibration of her engines, could be catastrophic. 80% of the structural strength in the fantail had been destroyed, raising the specter of the stern suddenly filling with water and dragging the cruiser to the bottom. By mid-afternoon, the captain had reached a painful but inevitable decision. The ship would be towed to port. Princeton's war was over. USS Tripoli. Defiant despite her wounds, Tripoli launched half a dozen helicopters on minesweeping operations within 2 hours of the mine strike. That business-as-usual attitude notwithstanding, the carrier's plight remained precarious. Throughout the morning of the 18th, McEwen attempted to creep eastward in search of clear water. The captain issued engine and rudder orders that he repeatedly countermanded as lookouts spotted additional mines. For several hours, the ship lurched forward and backward in an ungainly dance across the minefield. At 11:30 a.m., McEwen dropped the port anchor to consider his options, gambling that the battered windlass would still operate to haul the anchor back up again. Flooding had ceased 4 hours after the explosion. Shoring continued apace, with 2 frames completely reinforced from starboard to port. Pumping, dewatering in naval parlance, also continued, though with limited success. Divers reported that cracks from the mine blast radiated fore and aft from the gaping hole. Even so, Tripoli appeared seaworthy. At 7 p.m., the carrier weighed anchor, the windlass worked, and again headed east, led by 2 sweepers. Shortly after midnight, she cleared the minefield and anchored 30 miles east of Point Echo. Tripoli would remain on station for 5 days to help finish sweeping the gunfire support box. She suffered a final scare when seas rose to 6 feet, causing a phenomenon known as free surface effect, in which water surging through the starboard hole battered the ship with such force that terrified sailors would see the bulkheads pant in and out. Each surge pushed air from the flooded compartments through the ruptured bulkhead seals, sending an eerie howl, promptly dubbed the Monster, through the lower decks. But at length the sea calmed, the monster returned to its lair, and Tripoli, battered but unbowed, retired from the field only when her bunkers ran low of fuel. Princeton's fate was less dignified than Tripoli's. At 5 p.m. on the 18th, the salvage ship USS Beaufort snagged the cruiser with a tow line and began hauling her toward Bahrain. Princeton skidded from the minefield at 2 knots. Her exhausted crew bedded down with blankets and pillows at their battle stations. The sweeper Adroit led the procession, marking suspected mines with flares. Adroit quickly exhausted her flare supply and was reduced to flinging bundles of green chemical sticks overboard, where they glowed like goblins in the dark water. 60 tons of new steel awaited Princeton in Bahrain, enough to patch her for the transoceanic trip to an American dry dock. As she cleared the minefield in the early morning, a Canadian warship sent over 17 cases of beer in sympathy. Captain Hans, his duty done, his ship saved to fight another day, retired to his cabin for private consolation. He wept. Notwithstanding the embarrassing setbacks, the Navy managed to finish clearing the gunfire box in the eastern Gulf. No more ships struck mines. Missouri and Wisconsin steamed north toward Point Foxtrot, and now Failaka Island and Kuwait City lay within easy range of the battleship's big guns. Base Weasel, Saudi Arabia. The duty of a commander, Stonewall Jackson once decreed, is to mystify, mislead, and surprise. To dupe the enemy was to enlist him in the cause of his own defeat, and deception in warfare was at least as old as the Greeks' wooden horse at Troy. Deceit could be as facile as a soldier camouflaging himself with tree leaves and grease paint, or as intricate as the creation of entire armies from whole cloth. The laws of modern war, codified by various international tribunals, distinguished between legal ruses, those measures designed to mislead the enemy by manipulation, distortion, or falsification of evidence, and illegal perfidy, the sort of trickery exemplified by soldiers feigning surrender. Military dupery achieved the status of an art form in World War II. American commanders in the Southwest Pacific deliberately created clouds of dust to delude the Japanese into believing 2 airfields were being built on New Guinea, while a real field was constructed much closer to the enemy base at Wewak. Before the Japanese realized their mistake, a surprise attack in August 1943 destroyed 200 enemy aircraft. Elsewhere in the Pacific, Claire Chennault periodically repainted his small fighter force in China to fool the Japanese into believing the American planes flew from different units and thus posed a larger threat. In the European theater, British commanders showed a particular gift for deception by creating 26 imaginary divisions, of which the Germans believed 21 to be real. The invasion of Sicily succeeded in part because of the celebrated Man Who Never Was, a corpse dressed in a Royal Marines uniform left floating off the coast of Spain with a briefcase chained to his wrist. The false documents and credentials it contained led the Nazis to disperse their forces in Italy and the Balkans. By May 1944, German intelligence counted 71 Allied divisions in the Mediterranean. In truth, there were 38. Before Normandy, the Allies hinted at an attack through Scandinavia by a fictional Fourth Army, reportedly exercising in Scotland. Another pre-invasion ruse, Operation Fortitude, involved a feint toward Pas de Calais, 200 miles from the actual landing site. Eisenhower concocted an imaginary army group, supposedly commanded by George Patton, bivouacked in dummy camps throughout East Anglia and communicating via phony radio traffic. The Germans positioned 15 divisions at Pas de Calais, waiting for the assault that never came. As the philosopher Thomas Hobbes had observed, force and fraud are in war the 2 cardinal virtues. American commanders in the Gulf War drew inspiration from such fictions and studied historical ruses assiduously, for deceit was the fulcrum of Schwarzkopf's attack plan. The most potent lies are usually simple in concept, and CENTCOM's scheme was simple indeed. It sought to convince Iraq that the main Allied thrust would come through Kuwait, when in fact an army of nearly 300,000 was poised to envelop from the west. the latter-day equivalents, respectively, of Pas-de-Calais and Normandy. The Iraqis proved vulnerable to subterfuge, and Schwarzkopf exploited their gullibility with zeal. The threat of an amphibious landing, to which Princeton and Tripoli had been sacrificed, was only part of the plan. As American forces secretly moved west and marshaled below the Iraqi border, they left behind deception cells to simulate their continued presence south of Kuwait. 18th Airborne Corps' operation was typical. A few dozen soldiers set up a phony network of camps. The Corps headquarters, forward operating Base Weasel, lay 30 miles west of the Kuwaiti boot heel, that created the impression of a force of 130,000 scattered across 100 square kilometers. Most of this Potemkin village was built electronically. Portable VHF and UHF emulators scattered across the desert imitated radio transmission bursts, all orchestrated by a computer that cued the devices to concoct messages passed from corps to division and division to brigade. Enemy eavesdroppers heard only a static hiss, since the bursts, like real American radio calls, were securely scrambled. But the computer simulated 16 different scenarios of various headquarters hissing back and forth. Other messages were broadcast in the clear, unscrambled, to exploit the notoriously poor security of Egyptian forces loggered north of Base Weasel. The Americans taped 7 messages in Egyptian-accented Arabic, including one that began, "Soldiers from the 24th U.S. Division came by wanting to know where they could find water." A deception platoon dashed about the desert cranking out visual signatures with smoke generators, and loudspeaker teams along the border broadcast tape recordings of tanks and trucks repositioning at night. Daily convoys shuttled from Base Weasel to Logistics Base Alpha, churning up great banks of dust. The drivers, donning the distinctive maroon berets of paratroopers, deliberately strutted about the truck stops on Tapline Road in full view of any lurking spies. North of Weasel, engineers carved hundreds of tank berms and built bunkers outfitted with generator-powered lights. A fleet of decoys enhanced the illusion. There were inflatable dummies of fuel bladders, 55-gallon drums, Humvees, and helicopters, complete with fiberglass rotor blades. 2-dimensional mock-ups made of plastic tubing and printed nylon fabric showed tank turrets pointing north. More elaborate tank decoys, costing $4,000 each, used metal frames, camouflage nets, and heat strips powered with small Honda generators to emit the infrared signature of an M1A1 Abrams. Radio traffic intercepted from an enemy corps in southern Kuwait confirmed that Iraqi intelligence believed 18th Corps was still near the Kuwaiti boot heel as late as February 21st. The 7th Corps deception cell practiced similar ruses, hoping to reinforce Iraqi suspicions that an Allied attack into Kuwait would probably angle up the natural invasion route of the Wadi al-Batin. To carry the illusion one step further, Fred Franks ordered a feint into the Wadi by the 1st Cavalry Division, which had been noisily demonstrating along the Saudi border ever since the second week of February. Beneath overcast skies on February 20th, the 1st Battalion of the 5th Cavalry Regiment pushed through 2 cuts in the border berm, swung clear of a minefield, then maneuvered toward the flat western edge of the dry riverbed. Under orders to probe the Iraqi defenses without sustaining heavy casualties, the battalion pushed north for 6 miles in a diamond formation, detecting no sign of the enemy. At noon, the first burst of gunfire erupted. "Receiving fire," a scout platoon leader reported calmly, returning same. 7 Iraqi soldiers dropped their rifles in surrender. But as American reinforcements moved forward to collect the prisoners, the Wadi exploded with artillery, mortar, and anti-tank fire. Concealed behind a slight undulation in the terrain, the Iraqis had so cleverly hidden their guns in bunkers and beneath camouflage nets that American reconnaissance flights had overlooked them. As 2 U.S. tank companies rumbled forward to form a skirmish line, a 100mm anti-tank round destroyed a Vulcan air defense gun, killing the gunner. Another round hit the sight atop a Bradley and deflected into the gunner's seat, eviscerating a sergeant, breaking the legs of a soldier in the rear bay, and burning the vehicle commander, who was blown through the top hatch. Bullets pinged off armor plating and chewed into the sand. The Wadi boiled with shouts and screams, explosions and smoke. "Oh my God, they're dead! They're dead!" a hysterical gunner shrieked over the radio. "There's blood everywhere." Private First Class Arden B. Cooper, a strapping redhead, had moved forward to shield a wounded soldier with his body when a mortar fragment hit him in the throat. He stood, blood gushing from his mouth, just as an anti-tank round hit a second Bradley, blowing off the tow launcher, spraying Cooper with more shrapnel and severing an artery in his leg. He would die later that night, despite 18 pints of transfused blood. For more than an hour, the fight raged. Abrams rounds and Bradley cannon fire ripped up the wadi, smashing the enemy bunkers. American artillery shells howled overhead. A-10 pilots maneuvered behind the Iraqis, dropping bombs and stitching the ground with cannon fire. As the shooting ebbed, the battalion requested and received permission to withdraw. When an Abrams hit a mine while pulling back, the tank was demolished, but the crew was uninjured, except for bruises. By nightfall, the Americans had crossed the berm back into Saudi Arabia, bearing 3 dead and 9 wounded. Some felt that bowling into the Iraqi defenses at midday had been foolhardy, but Fred Franks disagreed. 4 enemy divisions guarded the wadi, convinced more than ever that they were blocking the American avenue of invasion. A dozen casualties, the Corps commander concluded, was not an unreasonable price to perpetuate the ruse. Schwarzkopf's effort to convince Iraq that the Allies intended to attack through Kuwait posed a dilemma for the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, MEF, which was preparing to do precisely that. Walt Boomer had won a 3-day delay in the offensive, but his Marines still were struggling to divine the size, shape, and condition of Iraqi defenses in southern Kuwait. With regrettable mistiming, the Corps had retired its primary reconnaissance aircraft, the RF-4C, the previous August. 1st MEF was forced to rely on remotely piloted drones, which had limited range and difficulty peering through oil smoke. The Marines accused CENTCOM of failing to deliver timely satellite and U-2 imagery. CENTCOM, in turn, accused 1st MEF of mishandling the thick sheaves of photographs that were provided. Recriminations whistled back and forth until the Marines finally sent several officers to the Defense Intelligence Agency to gather a plane load of new photographs. The 2 Marine divisions also had pressed Boomer for permission to send teams into Kuwait on surveillance and commando missions. The MEF commander rejected virtually all proposals until mid-February. "You're bringing me ideas that are just going to get the entire patrol killed," he complained. "That's not even worth talking about." 2 proposals approved by Boomer proved fruitless. A February 10th attempt to capture Iraqi soldiers near OP-4 and the infiltration of a sniper team to shoot enemy artillery officers. Boomer eventually agreed to broaden the reconnaissance, and on February 17th, the first of 11 small patrols slipped across the border, hiding during the day and prowling at night around the minefields 10 to 15 miles into Kuwait. Despite the reputation of Iraqi combat engineers as among the world's best, the Marines found barbed wire poorly strung and ill-maintained, few anti-tank ditches, and landmines that, like those strewn at sea, had been planted haphazardly. While the 2 Marine divisions probed the actual attack zones, a 200-man ambiguity force sought to convince the enemy that the MEF's intentions were directed elsewhere. The Army's deception cells wanted to portray an imminent attack up the wadi in westernmost Kuwait. Their Marine counterparts tried to suggest an invasion through the bottom of the boot heel. The actual Marine axis would angle in between the two. At noon on February 18th, Task Force Troy, symbolized by a wooden camel on wheels, began operating along a 25-mile sector south of Al-Wafra, in a zone recently vacated by the 2nd Marine Division. "We don't want the deception plan to be hokey," warned Brigadier General Thomas V. Dowd. "We want to deceive the enemy, not amuse him." Like the Army, the Marines used armor and artillery decoys, as well as taped broadcasts of tanks repositioning at night. The tapes even produced the diesel growl of Marine M60 tanks instead of the high-pitched noise of the turbine engines in the Army's M1A1 Abrams. Task Force Troy added a few innovations, including drive-by shootings by tow and cannon gunners speeding along the berm, a staged inspection of the border by a Marine officer wearing Boomer's 3-star uniform, and several airstrikes with napalm and fuel-air explosions, all intended to suggest the heightened activity preceding an attack. The pièce de résistance was codenamed Operation Flail. Still mourning the slaughter of their comrades in Beirut when a truck bomb blew up the barracks in 1983, the Marines elected to respond in kind. Before dawn one morning, two teams drove a mile north of the Marine lines in a 5-ton truck and Chevrolet Blazer packed with 3,400 pounds of C4 plastic explosives. Covered by artillery and mortar fire, the Marines centered the wheels, armed the detonators, locked the steering column, and jammed the accelerator. As the drivers leaped clear, the trucks, obscured by smoke pots smoldering on their front bumpers, rolled toward the Iraqi lines. The Blazer traveled 300 yards and veered into a ditch, but the 5-ton continued another kilometer to the edge of the Iraqi fortifications. Both blew up in a pair of stunning fireballs visible for miles. The blasts inflicted little, if any, damage, but Beirut, if not avenged, was remembered. King Fahd International Airport, Saudi Arabia. Complementing Schwarzkopf's stratagem to deceive the Iraqi army was an equally elaborate effort to unhinge the enemy psychologically. Early in Desert Shield, with help from the Army's 4th Psychological Operations Group, the CINC had drafted a detailed plan for the psychological preparation of the battlefield. The proposal languished in Washington for many weeks, victim of bureaucratic wrangling, legal skirmishes over the propriety of urging Saddam's ouster, and the scheme's reliance on covert action by the CIA. After Schwarzkopf delivered himself of a table-pounding tirade, Cheney approved a modified plan in December. Further delays followed, as the Saudis considered the wisdom of provoking Saddam before the war began. On January 12th, an MC-130 Combat Talon aircraft flying along the Kuwaiti border sprinkled more than 1 million leaflets advocating Arab brotherhood, and the most intense PSYOPs campaign in military history was underway. An army shorn of its will to fight is no longer an army, but a rabble. In war, Napoleon famously observed, the moral is to the material as 3 is to 1. Schwarzkopf, who retained personal oversight of Allied psychological operations throughout the Gulf War, hoped to do nothing less than convince Iraqi soldiers that their defeat was inevitable and their cause morally corrupt. PSYOPs provoked deep skepticism through much of the U.S. military, which associated its practitioners with such stunts as playing loud rock music outside the papal nuncio's residence in Panama in a famous attempt to flush out Manuel Noriega. In Vietnam, the modest success of the Chu Hoi Open Arms program in enticing defectors was undermined by more dubious enterprises, such as Operation Tintinnabulation, a pulsating noisemaker used to harass the enemy, and Wandering Souls, a campaign meant to exploit Viet Cong fears of burial in an unmarked grave by playing eerie tape recordings, supposedly representing the spirits of dead guerrillas. Schwarzkopf brushed aside skepticism and plunged ahead, certain that the killing of the enemy's courage, in Clausewitz's phrase, was as vital as killing his troops. Showering enemy troops in the trenches with propaganda had been practiced since 1914, but never, ticker-tape parades accepted, had so much paper fluttered over such a small area in such a brief span of time. By war's end, nearly 30 million leaflets would be dropped. Like Madison Avenue executives, PSYOPs experts spoke of market penetration and target audiences. The 4th PSYOPs group used 6 Army printing presses, as well as those of the Saudi military and a private printer, working around the clock to produce 4-color flyers measuring precisely 3 by 6 inches, a size deemed most conducive to fluttering, and thus the maximum flight time. Soldiers practiced their drops from a 50-foot tower, measuring the time of descent to predict dispersion patterns. Laptop computers, programmed with the estimated wind speed for each 1,000-foot increment of altitude, calculated the footprint of every leaflet mission. Flyers fell from the open bays of MC-130s and in special bullshit bombs, programmed to burst open at the optimum altitude, dropped from B-52s, FA-18s, and F-16s. Operating out of King Fahd Airport, the Army developed 50 different leaflets, sorted into 7 themes. An intimidation leaflet depicted an Iraqi coffin lashed to the roof of a taxi, a common sight during the Iran-Iraq War, with the Arabic caption, "Time is not in your favor." At Schwarzkopf's unorthodox suggestion, leaflets showing bombs raining from the belly of an airplane were sprinkled over units before a B-52 strike. "This is your first and last warning. Tomorrow, the 20th Infantry Division will be bombed. Flee this location now." After the raid, another leaflet warned, "Yesterday we demonstrated the power of the multinational forces. Once again, we offer you survivors the chance to live." A day later, the bombers struck again, followed by another paper barrage. Similar messages followed attacks with 15,000-pound daisy cutters. "You have just experienced the most powerful conventional bomb dropped in the war. It has more explosive power than 20 Scud missiles. Flee south and you will be treated fairly." Other messages urged soldiers to abandon their equipment or stressed the hardships of war inflicted on families at home. One leaflet originally showed an Iraqi surrendering to an Arab soldier. Schwarzkopf, assessing the drawing with a connoisseur's critical squint, sent it back for more work. "We've got to reassure the enemy that it's okay to surrender to Americans," the CINC decreed. "They've got to know that we won't hurt them." An artist transformed the Arab soldier into an affable G.I. Joe by giving him a stronger chin, a shave, Popeye forearms, and an American Kevlar helmet. PSYOPs teams also hired a smuggler to drop 12,000 bottles off the Kuwaiti coast, each stuffed with a flyer showing Marines sweeping ashore atop a towering wave. Some 50,000 audio cassettes containing popular Arabic music interspersed with anti-Saddam messages were smuggled into Iraq and Kuwait. In addition, the Americans operated a covert radio station, the Voice of the Gulf, to broadcast news and propaganda on 6 frequencies from ground stations in Saudi Arabia and a pair of EC-130 Volant Solo aircraft flying near the border. The station beamed taped surrender appeals from Iraqi defectors, whose voices were electronically altered to prevent retaliation against their families. 60 loudspeaker teams farmed out to Army and Marine units at the front broadcast similar appeals. Whether any of this was having the desired effect on enemy morale remained an open question. CENTCOM and the Pentagon expected a flood of deserters. Barely a trickle dribbled south, despite the millions of safe conduct passes rained on Iraqi divisions. Most of those who did desert were low-ranking conscripts, whose tales of mass defections to the north, battered morale, and Iraqi execution squads may have been useful for American propaganda, but were considered to be of dubious intelligence value. After the war, a survey of Iraqi prisoners indicated that nearly all had seen leaflets. 7 in 10 said the flyers had been a factor in their decision to surrender. Then, on February 20th, an incident in the West suggested that at least some Iraqi units were close to cracking. Apache pilots from the 101st Airborne spotted a network of bunkers at Thaqab al-Haji, 40 miles north of the border, and astride the division's planned invasion route. Helicopter gunships and A-10s attacked the elaborate complex for 4 hours, inflicting little damage. An airborne company landed nearby with a 3-man PSYOPs team broadcasting surrender appeals over a loudspeaker. White flags fluttered. Hundreds of Iraqis from the 45th Division poured from their holes. By early evening, 435 enemy soldiers had been packed into Chinook helicopters for the short flight south. Schwarzkopf's pleasure was soon soured by the press accounts, which were accompanied by photographs showing screaming eagle patches on the shoulders of the 101st troopers. "God damn it," he fumed in the war room, "any intelligence specialist worth his salt now knows I'm moving forces out there. If the Iraqis have any smarts at all, they'll know what I'm fixing to do to them." Riyadh. Allied success in deceiving and demoralizing the Iraqi army did little to assuage bickering within the American camp as the ground war loomed closer. Among other disputes, the struggle over who would control Allied air attacks against enemy forces in the Kuwaiti theater continued with internecine fury, particularly after Cal Waller, who had been appointed to arbitrate the issue in early February, left the war room to replace Yosak as the senior army commander. Horner and Glosson vigilantly protected their targeting authority. When one of Schwarzkopf's colonels, Clint Williams, proposed distributing more sorties to the Army Corps, Horner snapped, "That's not your business. That's mine." As they had since January, both the Army and Marines accused the Air Force of giving short shrift to targets nominated by ground commanders. Boomer warned of potentially disastrous consequences, since the Marines believed they were about to attack 40% of the enemy in the theater with only 2 divisions. "Who's running the goddamn war?" he complained to his staff on February 16th. "Is it the Air Force or the CINC? You've got to wonder." Boomer also grumbled to Schwarzkopf about the lack of B-52 strikes against Iraqi entrenchments in southern Kuwait. By the 3rd week of February, the Marines had pulled virtually all of their warplanes from the Strategic Air Campaign to concentrate on targets they deemed insufficiently attended to by the Air Force. The Army lacked recourse to its own bomber fleet and complained with even greater pique. An 18th Airborne Corps message voiced grave concerns at the dearth of air support. Fred Franks peppered Riyadh with complaints from 7th Corps, and at one point flew down to confer with the Air Force brass. Few ground commanders shared Horner's enthusiasm for tank plinking. They believed that enemy artillery posed the greater threat and that their own tanks could take care of most Iraqi armor. Not least among the Army's vexations was that Schwarzkopf himself, through decisions made during his nightly 7 o'clock strategy sessions, was responsible for some of the last-minute changes that pulled bombers away from targets the Army wanted hit. "Be patient," Horner counseled his Army and Marine compatriots. "We'll take care of it." Glosson believed, accurately, that many nominated armor and artillery targets had been destroyed without the ground commander's knowledge, because pilots often struck targets of opportunity that did not appear on the formal air tasking order. Every night, Allied pilots reported killing another 100 or more enemy tanks and armored personnel carriers. Glosson and others in the Black Hole were particularly mystified by the Army's stress on hammering conscript divisions near the border, given Schwarzkopf's fixation with the Republican Guard as the Iraqi center of gravity. Bombers already were dropping thousands of tons of explosives on border units at the expense of heavier attacks against the Guard. The issue boiled over in a February 18th situation report written by Steve Arnold, the Army's frustrated operations officer, who likened Glosson and his utterances to someone speaking in tongues. Stamped secret, Arnold's message rocketed around the theater, as well as to the Joint Staff in Washington and American commanders in Europe and Asia. Air support-related issues continue to plague final preparations for offensive operations and raise doubts concerning our ability to effectively shape the battlefield prior to initiation of the ground campaign. Too few sorties are made available to 7th and 18th Corps, and while air support missions are being flown against first echelon enemy divisions, Army-nominated targets are not being serviced. Efforts must be taken now to align the objectives of the air and ground campaigns and ensure the success of our future operations. This complaint sent the Air Force scrambling to the barricades. Horner was livid. "Boomer comes to me with a Black Channel message, and it's just between Boomer and me. You've told the whole goddamn world," he charged in a phone call to Arnold. "You're right on that count," Arnold replied. "I hadn't thought about that, and I apologize for it. You don't understand," Horner interrupted. "This is not a discussion. I'm talking, and you're listening." After a 10-minute harangue, Horner hung up and sought out Waller before a meeting at the MODA building. "What's this all about?" he demanded, thrusting the message at the Army general. "How could you allow something like this to go out?" Waller scanned the offending paragraph and tried to smooth Horner's feathers. "I assure you, Chuck, that we're happy with what you're doing thus far," he told Horner. Back at RSENT headquarters, Waller gently rebuked Arnold. "Jesus Christ, you've got the Air Force all exercised. They're demanding an apology. Don't do that again." Arnold refused to apologize, and Waller, preoccupied with final preparations for the ground offensive, pressed the issue no further. Like so many contretemps in the Gulf War, or any war, this one proved to be a teapot tempest. On the surface, it reflected a wrangle over battle doctrine and the eternal struggle between creatures aerial and terrestrial. But the roots reached deeper, tapping old fears about sending forth soldiers to meet a formidable foe. Had the true size and fighting prowess of the Iraqi army been known, the issue of who controlled the bombs dumped on the 45th Infantry Division or the 10th Armored would have seemed less momentous. Still, having endowed the enemy with legions that did not exist and martial virtues they did not possess, The Americans were obligated to treat the coming battle as one akin to Armageddon. The precise strength of Iraqi troops in the Kuwaiti theater in late February may never be known, but almost certainly the number was tens of thousands fewer than presumed by Allied intelligence. When the Iran-Iraq War ended in 1988, the Americans held detailed order of battle data on the Iraqi army, some of them provided by Baghdad through a covert intelligence pipeline. Saddam's ground forces were believed to have grown from 12 divisions of 350,000 men in 1982 to 56 divisions of 1.1 million men shortly after the war ended with Iran. In the 2 years following that ceasefire, CIA and DIA analysts turned to more pressing issues elsewhere in the world. The Iraqi data grew stale. But for 2 months after the invasion of Kuwait, the old order of battle was used to estimate the size and configuration of Iraqi units. Saddam, however, had restructured his army. Divisions that once mustered 20,000 soldiers for the static war against Iran now numbered roughly half that number. The Iraqis further confused the Americans by replacing Republican Guard divisions, which spearheaded the invasion, with units from regular Army corps as the Guard retrenched in southeastern Iraq. U.S. intelligence experts, after examining satellite photographs and occasional radio intercepts, began to redefine the enemy. They realized that instead of 8 artillery tubes in a battery, the Iraqis now had 6. The 7 tanks in an armored platoon had been paired to 4. But satellites offered only limited information, making it difficult for the Allies to track units as they moved around or mingled. Moreover, the same satellites were needed for map-making and, eventually, battle damage assessments. These heavy demands meant that U.S. analysts occasionally lost track of entire Iraqi divisions. An intelligence system that for 40 years had concentrated on defending Western Europe against the Warsaw Pact proved inadequate when asked quickly to change focus in support of an offensive campaign in the Middle East. Reluctant to trigger the war prematurely, Washington also forbade reconnaissance aircraft from flying over the Kuwaiti theater before January 17th, further restricting efforts to obtain an accurate count. Even after the war began, intelligence gathering was hampered by the untimely retirement a year earlier of the SR-71 Blackbird, a spy plane capable of photographing a 30-mile corridor while flying at 2,000 miles per hour. In mid-January, the Pentagon estimated that the Iraqi occupation force included approximately 43 divisions, with 540,000 troops, a number predicated on an average strength of 12,000 soldiers per division, plus assorted headquarters and auxiliary units. Another 24 divisions, comprising mostly ill-trained infantry conscripts, remained north of the Euphrates. Estimates in Riyadh differed only slightly. As the Allied ground offensive grew closer, Jack Leidy and John Stewart, respectively the CENTCOM and ARCENT intelligence chiefs, believed the number of enemy troops in the KTO to be roughly between 450,000 and 500,000. CENTCOM's tally of Iraqi divisions had climbed from 35 on January 17th to 40 in early February to 42 in mid-February. This reflected both an expansion of the theater boundaries to include some enemy units heretofore excluded, and a continuing struggle to understand how Iraqi corps and divisions were organized, a process Leidy called by guess and by golly. The configuration of units near Basra and the Euphrates Valley, including several Republican Guard infantry divisions, was particularly baffling. This uncertainty over the Iraqi order of battle continued well into the war. 2 infantry divisions believed to be facing 7th Corps, the 31st and 47th, would not be encountered during the ground attack, apparently because they were not in the Kuwaiti theater. Analysts also discovered late in the war that they had inadvertently confused the identities of 4 armored divisions. Schwarzkopf's overestimation of the enemy's size and capability persisted to the last shot and beyond. As the war entered its final hours, he would tell reporters that the Allies were outnumbered at least 3-2, and as far as fighting troops, we were really outnumbered 2-1. Even after the war, Schwarzkopf would continue to assert that Iraq had 623,000 soldiers in the Kuwaiti theater. Scant evidence supports the CINC's claim. Without a network of spies in the enemy camp, the Americans were slow to realize that many units were badly understrength. Some divisions may have had as few as 4,000 soldiers. 5 weeks of bombing badly attenuated Iraqi divisions through casualties and desertion. "We are not preparing the battlefield," Dave Depula had written on a sign posted in the Black Hole. "We are destroying it." Constitutionally wary of underestimating the enemy, another Vietnam legacy, the U.S. military was especially reluctant to estimate how many Iraqis had fled north. Satellites and U-2s provided a fair catalog of Iraqi equipment, particularly armor and artillery, although this also would prove to be overestimated by 20 to 25%. In terms of gauging potential enemy resistance, the tally of Iraq's weaponry was more important than the raw number of troops in the theater. But a photograph that showed an artillery battery with 1 tube destroyed, 1 possibly damaged, and 4 intact, could not reveal that the crews had deserted en masse, effectively spiking all 6 guns. Erring on the side of caution, the Americans also endowed the enemy with an esprit and battlefield savvy that would prove wanting in the last days of the war. If the Iraqis misjudged the difference between fighting poorly trained, ill-equipped Iranians and a U.S. military bred to battle the Russians, so, ironically, did the Americans. One statistic proved particularly telling. The Americans shipped nearly 220,000 rounds of tank ammunition into the theater, of which less than 2% would be fired. Only as the war entered its final weeks did the intelligence picture begin to clear. Notwithstanding confusion about enemy numbers, Leidy and Stewart in particular came to recognize that the Iraqis were in very bad shape indeed. How many able-bodied Iraqis remained in their trenches and revetments as G-Day approached? One post-war Army estimate put the number at roughly 300,000. Others considered half to 2/3 that figure more likely. A study by the House Armed Services Committee, extrapolating from estimates offered by captured enemy commanders, set the number at 183,000 of an original 362,000. Presumed losses included 153,000 deserters and 26,000 killed or wounded in air attacks. Against this tattered remnant, the Allies marshaled 700,000 troops. The ease with which they routed the enemy from the theater would eventually mute public acclamation of the achievement, as if glory could be won only in a sea of blood. Certainly, the intelligence shortcomings in gauging Iraqi mettle were serious and embarrassing. But to err in the other direction by misprizing the enemy, an unfortunate American proclivity on battlefields stretching from Bull Run to the Mekong Delta, would have been unpardonable, if not calamitous. "After Vietnam," Leidy would observe following the Gulf War, "I vowed to myself that I would never underestimate my enemy again." Whatever the sins of commission and omission committed by Riyadh and Washington in this matter, they were venial and not mortal. Whether the next war would be so forgiving remained to be seen. Washington, D.C. Colin Powell had worried that allowing the start of the ground offensive to slip from February 21st to the 24th would encourage requests for further delays. That concern now proved well-founded. As the 3rd week of February slipped past, Schwarzkopf appeared reluctant to press ahead with the attack as scheduled. Phone conversations between chairman and CINC regarding G-Day became ever more intense. Schwarzkopf not only wanted time for the Marines and the Army divisions to position themselves, but he also had promised Walt Boomer 72 hours of fair skies in order to guarantee Allied air cover. Powell found himself caught in the middle. Bush, Scowcroft, and others in the civilian leadership were eager to bring the war to a quick finish. If Saddam were to feign a withdrawal or actually begin to pull out of Kuwait, such a move, the White House feared, would crack the coalition. Powell wanted Schwarzkopf to be comfortable with his timetable, but the chairman saw little reason not to launch the attack on the 24th or even earlier. Yet when he pressed Schwarzkopf to consider advancing the schedule by a day or two, the CINC dug in his heels. Citing meteorological predictions of foul weather on the 24th and 25th, Schwarzkopf proposed instead that the attack be postponed a couple of days more. Powell relayed the request to Cheney. "Norm's under a lot of pressure," the chairman explained. "He knows he's going to go. He wants to go, but he's trying to be considerate of what his commanders want. He's worried about the weather, and he's a little high-strung right now." "Colin, you're making it hard," Cheney said, barely concealing his exasperation. "There's a limit. What reason do I give the president?" For virtually the first time in the war, Cheney intervened directly rather than working through Powell. In a conference call to Schwarzkopf, with the chairman also on the line, the secretary asked the CINC to make the case for postponement. The air campaign had lasted more than a month, with remarkable success. Schwarzkopf had been given everything he asked for, more, in fact, than he had asked for. An enormous army was poised to strike. "Norm," Cheney said pointedly, "tell me your reasons for wanting an additional delay." Schwarzkopf believed, as he later acknowledged in his memoirs, that an Iraqi withdrawal would mean an Allied victory without further Allied casualties. He still feared that the coalition could lose 5,000 dead and wounded in just the first 2 days of the ground war. "Time is on our side," he told the secretary and chairman. But in Cheney's view, allowing the enemy army to escape at this point would be a strategic blunder. The purpose of the war was not only to liberate Kuwait, but also to destroy Iraq's offensive capability. Hearing no persuasive reasons for delay, Cheney urged Schwarzkopf to wrap it up. Powell subsequently placed another phone call to Riyadh from his office. "Norm," he began, "you've got to give me some good stuff on this one, because I don't really understand it." To Powell's surprise, Schwarzkopf exploded. "What if we attack on the 24th and the Iraqis counterattack and we take a lot of casualties because we don't have adequate air support?" In a bellowing rage, the CINC accused Powell of political expediency and timidity in refusing to confront Bush and Cheney. "My responsibility is the lives of my soldiers," he added. "This is all political." Powell had prided himself in ignoring Schwarzkopf's occasional effrontery, but this went beyond the pale. The suggestion that only the theater commander was concerned about American lives infuriated the chairman. With a roar that filled his office, he lashed out. "Wait a minute, buddy. Don't you patronize me. Don't pull that on me that we don't care about soldiers." As abruptly as it began, the storm subsided. "Sometimes I feel like I'm in a vice, like my head is being squeezed in a vice," Schwarzkopf pleaded, his voice unsteady. "Maybe I'm losing it." Powell paused for a moment. It was important to reestablish some equilibrium, to recapture what he thought of as the usual Colin Norm routine. "We need to take a little time on this," the chairman told himself. "It will work out. Let's cool it." "Norm," Powell said, "you know that at the end of the day we will do what you want. I will make any recommendation necessary for you to do what you want. But on this one, you've got to give me some help as to why you think we should change the date. But we'll support you. We always have. I always have." A few hours later, Schwarzkopf called back. "Good news," he told Powell. The weather forecast looked better. Boomer and the Marines would be ready. 4 a.m. on the 24th looked like a good time to launch the attack, after all. But one last issue required resolution before the ground offensive began. The Central Intelligence Agency and CENTCOM had been unable to find common ground on the bugaboo issue of battle damage assessment, BDA. CENTCOM's estimates of Iraqi tanks destroyed continued to climb, from 476 on February 1st to 862 on February 11th, to 1,439 on February 16th. Now the number approached 1,700, or nearly 40% of Iraq's armored force in the theater. CIA analysts, examining satellite photos for blown turrets or shattered hulls, could confirm only about a third. Schwarzkopf growled at the agency in the cloister of his war room, while publicly maintaining the mien of a warrior closing in for the kill. In a newspaper interview on February 19th, he had described an Iraqi army on the verge of collapse, from the daily loss of 2 tank battalions to Allied airstrikes. The war, he added, resembled a beagle chasing a rabbit. Powell, perhaps more owl than beagle, agreed with the CINC's assessment, but thought it prudent to refrain from gloating. "If we start making claims and we can't deliver," he told Tom Kelly, "we're in real trouble." With Powell's blessing, Kelly disavowed Schwarzkopf's comments in a briefing to the Pentagon press corps and warned, "There's still a lot of fighting to be done." Although a CIA analysis concluded that Iraqi forces had been heavily degraded, the discord over dead tanks was nettlesome enough for the agency's director, William Webster, to alert Bush. The president asked Scowcroft to investigate, much to the annoyance of Cheney and Powell. Schwarzkopf was incredulous. "For Christ's sake, Colin," the CINC pleaded. "From the standpoint of military judgment, you know what these guys are saying is wrong. Look at the number of bombs we've dropped. I can't have somebody second-guessing us back in Washington and doubting my judgment as theater commander." CENTCOM's final estimates before G-Day portrayed an enemy army that was badly battered. Assessments compiled by the Army's John Stewart placed Iraq's 4th Corps, entrenched in southwestern Kuwait, at only 58% of its original combat strength. The enemy's 7th Corps, located west of the Wadi al-Batin, was in even worse shape, at 42%. Even the 3 heavy Republican Guard divisions, the Tawalkana, Medina, and Hammurabi, were rated between 57 and 72%. CIA analysis, however, tended to place the enemy units at 75 to 85% intact. The agency sidestepped the issue of whether the ground attack should be postponed, but both CENTCOM and the Pentagon presumed that was precisely where the agency's argument led. Harry Soyster, the DIA director attempting to mediate, met in downtown Washington with Webster and his lieutenants. When a CIA official insisted that these figures from CENTCOM are inflated, Soyster brought him up short. "Whoa, that's the wrong word. Inflated suggests that they've been deliberately pushed up, when in fact it just reflects a different way of counting." The mediation ended. On February 21st at 4 p.m., Scowcroft gathered the disputants in his West Wing office with the intention of either effecting a reconciliation or at least getting somebody to shut up, since the press had got wind of the dispute. Powell, Cheney, and Mike McConnell represented CENTCOM. Webster brought one of his national intelligence officers, David Armstrong. Working from a briefing paper cobbled together at Langley during the previous 2 days, Armstrong reviewed the BDA issue from the beginning of the war. He argued that CENTCOM's methodology had changed twice since January 17th, that pilot reports had been initially accepted without allowing for exaggeration or error, that double and triple kills of the same target were significant. He closed by disavowing any CIA interest in usurping Schwarzkopf's command prerogatives and reiterating that, regardless of the tank tally, Iraq's army was highly degraded. McConnell, armed with charts and graphs, quickly rebutted. Before leaving for the White House, he called Colonel Richard Atkinson, Schwarzkopf's deputy intelligence officer. "How comfortable are you?" McConnell asked. "Right now, I'm extremely comfortable," Atkinson replied. "Can I tell you the morale of this or that division? No. Can I tell you they're on their fannies? Yes." The CIA, McConnell told Scowcroft, was largely limited to satellite images of the battlefield, a view often obscured by bad weather and other limitations. Riyadh benefited from tons of other intelligence not readily available to the CIA, including U-2 and RF-4 photography, pilot reports, and radio intercepts. Moreover, the agency focused almost exclusively on the Republican Guard, whereas some of the heaviest bombing had fallen on Iraq's regular army divisions, in part because of the U.S. Army's success in diverting attacks to enemy divisions closer to the border. Scowcroft, looking like a man with a toothache, listened as the arguments flew back and forth, and then cleared his office of all but the senior policymakers. The schism disturbed him, as it disturbed the president. But Powell and Cheney seemed to have robust confidence in CENTCOM's evaluation. To Cheney, the dispute was yet another Vietnam legacy. The CIA remained wary of light at the end of the tunnel optimism from field commanders. Cheney believed that Webster either failed to understand the limitations of his agency's intelligence collection in this war, or that it was cover your ass time at the CIA. Like the defense secretary, Scowcroft believed the moment of truth had come for the Allied ground attack. Rejecting CENTCOM's BDA judgment, he realized, would signal a devastating loss of confidence, and any delay could give Saddam time to wriggle from the noose. Scowcroft saw no alternative except to side with the military. Declaring the matter resolved, he dismissed the meeting with a sardonic, "Go back to work." 30 minutes later, Powell called McConnell, who had returned to his Pentagon office. "The issue is settled," the chairman announced. "The CIA will not report on it anymore." Moscow. If the CIA had been chased from the field, the Soviets had not. Kremlin diplomacy, endured by Washington as one endures a benign but faintly malodorous cousin, now showed alarming signs of progress. On February 18th, after making the circuitous trek through Iran, Tariq Aziz had arrived in Moscow. Gorbachev immediately offered him a peace plan on behalf of the Allies, with whom the Soviet president had consulted not at all. In exchange for Iraq's immediate withdrawal from Kuwait, Gorbachev guaranteed that Saddam and his regime would survive the war, that no reparations would be exacted, and that other regional issues, including Arab-Israeli disputes, would eventually be addressed. The timing is crucial, Gorbachev warned. If you cherish the lives of your countrymen and the fate of Iraq, you must act without delay. Aziz immediately repaired to Baghdad. Gorbachev cabled a 3-page summary of his pitch to the White House, where Bush had just returned from a weekend at his summer home in Maine. Among other shortcomings, the plan gave Saddam 6 weeks to vacate Kuwait. The clearer this gets, the worse it gets, Scowcroft told Bush. It's designed to make things as easy as possible for Saddam. The president replied with a private message to Gorbachev on Tuesday morning, the 19th. Any armistice, Bush insisted, required Iraq's evacuation of Kuwait within 4 days, thus guaranteeing the abandonment of most armor and heavy weaponry, the immediate release of Allied war prisoners, and a detailed disclosure of all minefields, like those which had crippled Princeton and Tripoli the day before. Searching for the proper wooden stake to drive through the heart of the Soviet proposal, the president had settled for a curt public snub. It falls well short of what would be required. Bush's rebuff sat badly in Moscow. That plan was addressed to the Iraqi leadership, Besmertnik, the foreign minister, observed acidly, so he rejected a plan which did not belong to him. With a humaneness that was in scant evidence during the long Soviet war in Afghanistan, the ubiquitous Middle East envoy Yevgeny Primakov declared, "The slaughter must be stopped. A people is perishing." Bearing new marching orders from Saddam, Aziz returned to Moscow. After touching down in a light snowfall at Vnukovo Airport shortly before midnight on February 21st, he was immediately whisked in a black limousine to the Kremlin, where he and Gorbachev dickered across a lacquered table for 2 hours and 20 minutes. Aziz agreed to an unconditional withdrawal from Kuwait and the immediate release of prisoners of war. He balked, however, at Soviet attempts to impose the withdrawal timetable and insisted that all United Nations sanctions be lifted after 2/3 of Iraq's forces left Kuwait. Vaguely alluding to technical reasons, Aziz continued to suggest that 6 weeks might be required to dismantle the Iraqi occupation. Primakov, slouched with his arms crossed at the end of the table, pointed out that the August invasion had taken but a few hours. Aziz countered that only 2 divisions initially invested Kuwait. Several 100,000 troops had entered the emirate since then. Gorbachev leaned across the table, his patience clearly fraying. The proposed deadline, he warned, can and must be reduced to a minimum. At 2:40 a.m., the Kremlin spokesman, Vitaly Ignatenko, rushed into the Soviet Foreign Ministry building on Smolensk Square. "Please excuse me for having kept you so long, but I do think that the effort was worthwhile," he told a clutch of sleepy journalists. "They finished just 10 minutes ago. The response is positive." Ignatenko recited an 8-point agreement, conspicuous for its lack of a specific withdrawal timetable. "I can say it is a very good morning," Ignatenko gushed. "I do think we can give some applause here." Washington, D.C. No one was clapping in the White House. At 6:47 p.m. Washington time, just moments after Ignatenko's announcement, Bush took a call from Gorbachev in the president's upstairs study. The Soviet leader had phoned earlier but had been forced to wait 20 minutes while the White House hunted down a translator. "Let us work at it over the weekend," Gorbachev urged. "Don't put a deadline on it. We need time. We can work this out." Aziz had promised that Saddam was ready to leave Kuwait unconditionally, but more time was needed to work out the details. Bush, bracketed by Baker and Robert Gates, listened as Gorbachev ticked off the points of agreement. Aziz's concurrence seemed wholly at odds with Saddam's defiant rhetoric during a radio broadcast earlier in the day, delivered with his usual flair for invective and apocalyptic imagery. "There is no other course than the one we have chosen," the Iraqi leader had declared, "except the course of humiliation and darkness, after which there will be no bright sign in the sky or brilliant light on earth." Baker and Gates sifted through Gorbachev's words for signals. The Secretary of State saw no sign that the Kremlin was abandoning its strategic commitment to Washington. Baker recalled how often Eduard Shevardnadze, the former foreign minister, had warned that the only language Saddam understood was that of force. Gates interpreted this gambit as a final effort by the Soviet bureaucracy to save a client state from obliteration. Gorbachev, though earnest, seemed detached. Gates, straining to hear tones of desperation, detected none. The proposal, Bush told Gorbachev, still fell short of the Allied conditions. Not only did the Iraqis seem determined to amble out of Kuwait at their own pace, but there was no mention of assistance in locating mines, restoring the antebellum government of Kuwait, or payment of war reparations. A withdrawal would satisfy only one of the Security Council's 12 resolutions. Gorbachev promised to keep negotiating. Bush cradled the receiver. "We've got to get this thing back under control," the president told his aides. "It's slipping away from us." He hurried downstairs to rejoin a small dinner party that included the Air Force Chief, Tony McPeak, and Supreme Court Justice David Souter. When he finished his meal, the president bundled his guests into an armored limousine and raced 6 blocks east to Ford's Theater for a performance of Leslie Lee's Black Eagles, a play about the Tuskegee Airmen who formed the first black bomber squadrons in World War II. McPeak, settling into an orchestra seat, eyed the infamous presidential box where Lincoln had been shot and his theater guest wounded. "I don't mind sitting near you, Mr. President," McPeak murmured, leaning toward Bush, "but I don't know if I want to sit right next to you." The curtain rose. The drama unfolded. "Maybe we're fighting on the wrong damn side," a Black Eagle named Nolan declared as the second act drew to a close. "No, we're on the right side," Black Eagle Leon replied. "But the right side has got itself a hell of a lot of problems." The curtain fell, and at 10:20 p.m. the motorcade rolled back through the White House gates. Bush bade his guests good night and strode upstairs to his study. 8 men awaited him: Baker, Scowcroft, Quayle, Gates, Cheney, Powell, Chief of Staff John Sununu, and the press secretary Marlin Fitzwater. With the ground attack scheduled to begin in less than 48 hours, none favored a postponement for further Soviet mediation. Scowcroft and Gates believed that the Iraqis were manipulating Moscow in hopes of fracturing the Allied coalition. Saddam must not emerge with what the West Wing called a Nasser victory, an allusion to the former Egyptian president whose stature in the Arab world soared after he defied the Western powers. Cheney, still dressed in a tuxedo from a reception hosted by the Queen of Denmark, pensively chewed on the earpiece of his glasses. The Soviet gambit vexed him. Moscow had no troops committed, nothing at risk. Cheney felt the impulse to snap, "Buzz off, Gorby, what do we need you for?" He sensed that others in the room felt equally inclined, in Powell's phrase, to stiff the Soviet leader. Yet Bush was not among them. "We're not going to sunder our relationship with Gorbachev," said the president, sitting behind his oak desk. Soviet support in the UN Security Council had been critical and would remain so in any post-war armistice arrangements. "But," the president added, "we are going to go forward with the campaign. We're going to get this thing resolved." Bush looked over a typed sheet listing objections to the Gorbachev-Assis agreement. "It's not enough to just say we don't accept the Soviet plan. I went through this with Gorbachev on the phone, and he knows it's unacceptable, and he knows the specific reasons why. We ought to lay them out to the whole world." Powell, casually dressed in a green turtleneck and sport jacket, had scribbled some notes to himself earlier in the evening, including the cryptic, "Can't kick them out, can't let it dangle." Having just wrestled both Schwarzkopf and the CIA to the ground in setting G-Day for the 24th, the chairman was reluctant to open the issue again. Saddam's delaying tactics were clearly beyond compromise. Before the war began, the very process of setting the January 15th deadline for Iraqi compliance had drawn the country and coalition together. It had rallied support and forced a denouement. Perhaps, Powell suggested, a similar ultimatum would work now. If you get them out by noon Saturday, Mr. Gorbachev, you get the Nobel Prize. If you don't, we kick Saddam's ass. I think that's a good idea, Bush said. Has some merit. A public deadline also would prime the Army and Marine divisions preparing to attack from Saudi Arabia, the chairman added. Allied troops would know exactly what to be looking for and when. Cheney and Scowcroft concurred. Baker also liked the idea, while noting that enough time had to be allowed to notify more than 36 Allied governments. For a few minutes, the men debated whether to give Saddam until Sunday or Monday to begin his withdrawal, which would require postponing Schwarzkopf's offensive. In the end, the War Cabinet agreed on Powell's suggestion of noon Saturday, Washington time, 8 hours before the scheduled attack. The meeting adjourned at midnight. Baker and Scowcroft began calling the Allies. Bush walked down the hall to bed. On Friday morning, part of the administration brain trust gathered in Scowcroft's office to polish the ultimatum. Should Saddam capitulate by noon Saturday, the Americans favored giving the Iraqi army but 4 days to evacuate Kuwait. The British and French thought that unrealistic and successfully advocated expanding the timetable to 1 week. The Pentagon estimated that in a week's time, Saddam could salvage less than half his surviving combat equipment and only a fifth of his ammunition stocks. On other demands, the Americans held firm: the abandonment of Kuwait City and release of all prisoners within 2 days, the immediate withdrawal from defensive belts along the Saudi border and the Gulf Islands, the disclosure of all booby trap and mine locations. Once Saddam agreed to pull out, Allied pilots would suspend their attacks for 2 hours to give the Iraqis time to begin their retreat. The moratorium would last as long as the withdrawal continued in good order. Paul Wolfowitz, sitting across the room from Scowcroft's desk, wondered whether even the Saturday deadline was too generous. Not that I'm bloody-minded, but I really think if Saddam's able to pull his army out of Kuwait and pretend that it was never defeated, Wolfowitz said, it's more likely that he or somebody else in Baghdad can make a comeback someday with an aura of invincibility. Dennis Ross, one of Baker's State Department deputies, reminded Wolfowitz that just a few weeks earlier he would have been elated had Iraq withdrawn, obviating the need for a ground war. Aren't you nervous about the outcome? Ross asked. No, Wolfowitz replied. I think it's going to be over very quickly. In the small study adjacent to the Oval Office, Bush took a phone call from Francis Mitterrand, who soon made clear that he shared none of Wolfowitz's bellicosity. The French president dug in his heels, arguing that Saddam should be given more than a day to acquiesce. Shouldn't we consider allowing them at least 72 hours? As Bush fumbled for a reply to this unexpected burst of Gallic raison, Gates hurried in from the West Wing with a new intelligence report, which he handed to the president. Satellites had detected many new pillars of smoke in the Kuwaiti oil patch. Plumes curled from the processing centers at Ash Shweba and Mina al-Amadi, and from the vast Burkan field. Several dozen wells had been destroyed in the previous 5 weeks, but this appeared to be a scorched earth campaign. More than 150 wells now blazed. Other wellheads, sabotaged but unignited, sprayed geysers of oil that pooled in thick petroleum lakes. Bush pounced on the report. Look what's happening, he told Mitterrand. We can't wait. We can't give him 72 hours. Gates walked back to the West Wing, grinning. Once again, he told Wolfowitz, Saddam Hussein has pulled our chestnuts out of the fire. At 10:40 a.m., the president stepped behind a small podium in the Rose Garden, his face deeply lined. For 3 minutes, in a finger-jabbing excoriation that invoked Saddam's name 8 times, Bush laid down his marker. We learned this morning that Saddam has now launched a scorched earth policy against Kuwait, anticipating, perhaps, that he now will be forced to leave. He is wantonly setting fires to and destroying the oil wells, the oil tanks, the export terminals, and other installations of that small country. Indeed, they are destroying the entire oil production system of Kuwait. I have decided that the time has come to make public with specificity just exactly what is required of Iraq if a ground war is to be avoided. Most important, the coalition will give Saddam Hussein until noon Saturday to do what he must do: begin his immediate and unconditional withdrawal from Kuwait. We must hear publicly and authoritatively his acceptance of these terms. Bush finished his statement and turned on his heel. The die was cast. As he had promised, Schwarzkopf began phoning his division commanders a few hours later. In a terse, emotional call to the field headquarters of the 24th Infantry Division, which Schwarzkopf had once commanded, he told Barry McCaffrey, "It's a go. They've set Kuwait on fire. We also think they're torturing our pilots." He hesitated for a moment to gather himself, then added, "I know I can count on you to do what is required. Godspeed." Part 3. Last Week. Chapter 13. The Biltmore. Baghdad. Day by day, the crude calendar scratched on the wall of David Eberly's cell had filled with hatch marks, each slash representing another small triumph over starvation, torture, and madness. With only a week left in February, Eberly could not yet bring himself to etch a new page for March. Instead, he began listing hymns alphabetically, scratching titles on the red brick with his tiny drainplate screw. Amazing Grace, Blessed Assurance, Count Your Many Blessings, Do Lord, Everlasting Arms, until the wall was covered with the careful runes of a man of faith. Each morning he tried to do 20 or 30 push-ups, an ever more difficult ordeal for a body now reduced to barely more than 100 pounds of bone and sagging flesh. Then he paced, 2 steps by 3 steps, by 2 steps by 3 steps, 10 laps clockwise, followed by 10 laps counterclockwise. Calculating 200 laps to a mile, he tried to cover 5 miles each day, periodically resting to work on his hymnal or to daydream about his family. He recreated in minute detail vacations that he had taken with Barbara and Tim, packing the car, driving south on Interstate 95 to Florida, strolling into the hotel at Disney World, staring at the turquoise water of the swimming pool. Sometimes he walked the streets of Brazil, Indiana, retracing his boyhood paper route, house by clapboard house. Or he relived camping expeditions on the James River, feathering the paddle of his canoe as he scanned the leafy shoreline for a perfect glade in which to pitch his tent. His olfactory sense had dwindled, then vanished, overpowered by the stench of a body unwashed since January 19th. In its stead, his hearing sharpened, and he strained to catch every creak and whisper that drifted through the Biltmore cell block. For hours he listened to the guard's radio, imagining that he was beginning to comprehend snatches of Arabic. The most cherished sound was the clang of the gurney trundling down the corridor with the afternoon bucket of broth. Like gunshots, the small steel portals in the cell doors opened and slammed shut as each prisoner was fed in turn. Eberly always stood ready, small orange bowl in hand, eager for the brief glimpse of the hallway when the shutter flew open. "Soup again?" he invariably asked, gesturing for a bit more in the bowl. Sometimes the guards replied with spittle and snarled epithets. "America, George Bush, dog." But twice he cadged the bounty of an extra half ladle. Breakfast typically was a few sips of water and a half slice of bread hoarded from the previous day. Late one night in mid-February, a stranger in a red and white cafetiere had appeared like an apparition at the cell door and handed over 5 dates. Eberly devoured one and hid the rest in his sock. For 3 successive mornings he allowed himself a date, which he savored as he stalked in circles around the cell. Each lasted at least 250 laps. The 5th he saved for Sunday, and took the entire morning to nibble it, molecule by sweet molecule. The interrogations, though less frequent now, had degenerated into sessions of terror. Eberly sat, blindfolded and helpless, while his captors clubbed him in the head or whacked at his legs, demanding details of the Allied ground attack. Several times he felt the blunt jab of a pistol barrel against his skull. Hearing the snick of a cocking trigger, he wondered dimly whether he would also detect the sound of hammer striking cartridge before his brain splattered across the room. A finger tightened on the trigger, the muzzle pressed tighter into his scalp, and with a metallic snap, the hammer fell. For the briefest instant, he dangled between being and nothingness, until the world reasserted itself, drawing him back from oblivion with symptoms of this life. The thump of his heart, sweat beading beneath the blindfold, a sharp slap. The clip had been removed from the gun. Only sleep offered respite from fear and the constant cold, which seeped into his bones through the walls and the floor. Using his fist as a pillow, he gave himself up to vivid dreams of home, of flying, of bowls brimming with dates. But waking before dawn, when the cell was dark and silent as a sarcophagus, he sometimes felt his mind slipping away, felt the bright, sharp edges of reality, always so crisp in his pilot's world, begin to dissolve. He wondered whether sanity was a finite commodity that could run short, as one ran short of sugar or flour in the larder. Lying there on the cold slab, he learned to reach out and lay his palm on the icy concrete. That simple act of contact with the floor, stark and irrefutable, seemed to draw him back from the abyss. On the evening of the 21st, as the glimmer of outside light faded from gold to gray, sounds of sobbing carried down the corridor. The cries grew louder, turning to the shrieks of a man gone mad. Eberly heard footsteps and the clink of keys as guards approached and opened a cell. Now the sounds jumbled together, the bark of commands, the thuds of a body being beaten, screams, grunts, more screams. La, la, la! No, no, no! Eberly listened in horror, praying for the victim, until at last the cries died to a whisper. The next evening the shrieks began again, and again the guards answered with a savage beating. But this time, as the howling continued, the madman was dragged into the corridor and chained to Eberly's door. Pacing furiously, Eberly could hear the rain of punches and kicks, punctuated by the clear sound of a pistol cocking. Oh God, he thought, not here. Suddenly the door swung open, and a guard ordered him out. He caught a glimpse of the poor wretch, a shirtless, howling Arab, bleeding on the floor as the guard led Eberly to a small room at the end of the corridor. "Lower your trousers," an Iraqi ordered. "We are checking for sexually transmitted diseases." Eberly slowly untied the drawstring, anticipating unspeakable tortures. Then he realized that the Iraqis were hunting for Israeli pilots and other Jews by checking to see which prisoners had been circumcised. He stood impassively until the examination was completed, then fastened the yellow pants and shuffled back to his cell amid a barrage of kicks and slaps. One afternoon, shortly before supper, he was led down the rear stairs to the interrogation room. Blindfolded, as always, listening for the slightest rustle that warned of a blow to the head, he sensed several people in the room. This time the questions turned to taunts, to fantastic and clumsy claims evidently designed to fracture his will. 70,000 Americans had died, his captors asserted, and 2,000 prisoners were rotting in a camp south of Baghdad. "Did you know that Mubarak has been killed? We have shown that he is part of the American CIA. Bush, too, was dead. Do you think Quayle will use nuclear weapons?" Eberly pondered the question, momentarily dropping his guise of befuddlement. "Yes," he answered firmly, "he's not going to let us lose. We will win this war." "What is the plan for the ground attack?" someone demanded yet again. Eberly canted an ear toward the voice. "You mean the army still hasn't attacked?" he asked. There at least was a bit of news. He shook his head. "I don't know." "We take you downtown," the interrogator warned, "and show you some of the damage your pilots have made. Maybe let our people take out some of their anger on you." Eberly shrugged, his voice trailing off. "Well, if you must do that. If you don't start cooperating, we will throw you back in that hole," a voice threatened. Eberly thought of Brer Rabbit. "Oh yes, please, the briar patch." A rough hand grabbed him by the shirt and dragged him back to the cell. The session, he estimated, had lasted 3 hours. 70,000 dead? 2,000 prisoners? Surely that wasn't possible. On the floor of his cell he found his soup bowl, a thick skim of grease congealed on the cold broth. Eberly wolfed it down. He hoped that in some small way he had helped to mislead and frustrate the enemy. Although in recent weeks he had spent little time imagining an escape, now he began to plot how a rescue team might attack the Biltmore to free him and his fellow prisoners. He envisioned Special Forces commandos stealing up the narrow rear stairwell in the dead of night, darting through the prison with silencer-equipped weapons, killing the unsuspecting guards one by one before opening the cell doors and leading the men to safety. He carefully popped the stitches on the edge of his blanket, tore away the trim and used it to fashion shoelaces, a belt to hold up his baggy prison trousers, and bandages to support his weak ankles. Maybe he would have to run, to make a desperate sprint toward a waiting helicopter as bullets pinged at his feet. Maybe not. Whatever his fate, he wanted to be ready. Riyadh. For 3 weeks, almost from the moment they arrived at RR to begin scud hunting in Mesopotamia, Wayne Downing and Delta Force had been working on plans to free the American prisoners of war. As in Pacific Wind, the pre-war scheme to assault the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait, Downing and his men spent endless hours contemplating avenues of attack, the proper balance of firepower and mobility, phases of the moon, and 100 other variables. Downing often discussed the plans with Schwarzkopf, who weighed the odds of success against the prospect of negotiating the prisoner's release. As the CINC had confided to Barry McCaffrey, U.S. intelligence suspected that the Iraqis were mistreating the POWs, which provided further incentive to free them as soon as possible. The survival rate of soldiers and airmen in captivity was not heartening. 13,000 American prisoners had died of injuries, maltreatment, and disease in German and Japanese camps in World War II. Of 766 confirmed U.S. prisoners in Vietnam, 106 perished in captivity. Yet the record of past efforts to liberate American captives was poor. In November 1970, a brilliant and daring raid on the Son Tay prison camp near Hanoi failed when commandos belatedly discovered that all the prisoners had been moved 3 months earlier. Operation Eagle Claw, the attempted rescue 10 years later of U.S. hostages in Tehran, had been a debacle. By the 3rd week of February, Delta and American intelligence had identified 3 possible detention sites, among them the Abu Ghraib prison outside Baghdad. None of the 3 was the Biltmore. Only one appeared reasonably accessible to a raiding party. Downing never felt comfortable with the rescue plans, nor did Schwarzkopf, who sensibly chose to hold Delta in check at least until the ground offensive unfolded. Buster Glosson, Dave Deptula, and others in the Black Hole also pondered the POWs' whereabouts because of fear that they would be bombed inadvertently. Glosson believed the most likely site to be a secret police compound at the north end of Saddam's palace in Baghdad. The compound remained off-limits to U.S. bombers. Frustrations in the Black Hole over Colin Powell's bombing restrictions had not abated. Deptula continued to draft written justifications for targets in the Iraqi capital, only to have them slide into the now familiar "not yet" category. These included the People's Army headquarters, the Baghdad presidential bunker, a suspected alternate national military command post that had been bombed but not destroyed early in the war, and Baghdad Barracks Southwest, identified as facilities associated with the personal security of Saddam Hussein. Glosson still chafed at the restrictions, filling his diary with irate scribbles. Other Air Force planners also were convinced that the Army leadership was determined to launch the ground campaign lest air power reap all the credit for winning the war. One senior Air Force officer wrote in his journal, "CINC and CJCS, Powell, and Army refuse to acknowledge what air is doing to destroy the ground army in Iraq. This cover-up has been orchestrated by the CINC and chairman in a manner which they can deny." Yet not all targets in Baghdad were proscribed. As the shock of the Al-Firdos catastrophe receded, Glosson extracted permission to hit several buildings occupied by the security police, as well as hangar facilities at a downtown airfield, in case Saddam tried to flee the country in an executive jet. After several unsuccessful efforts to target Ba'ath Party headquarters, only 2 communications buildings in the sprawling complex had been bombed. Glosson waited until he could slip into the chair next to Schwarzkopf's when no one else was within earshot. "Look, sir, I've just got to talk to you about this target," he said. "It's the pillar of power for that regime, and it's still standing. What a symbol that has to be for the people of Iraq. I don't know how we cannot destroy it." Schwarzkopf studied Glosson's face for a moment before commanding, "Take it out." Glosson hurried back to the Black Hole before there was any change of heart. A few hours later, bombs rained down on the party headquarters. Another target in the leadership category also worked its way onto the air tasking order. East of the Tigris in downtown Baghdad stood a 3-story white building with rows of small windows on either side, almost like portholes on an ocean liner. In Baghdad, the sleek structure was known as the White Ship, On the Air Force documents that scheduled the target for destruction by 4 F-117s on the night of February 23rd, it was identified as Regional Headquarters, Iraqi Intelligence Service, organization responsible for monitoring political dissidents and suspected subversive activity, Deptula had written in his justification. Some of those unfortunate enough to live in the building knew it by yet another name. They called it the Biltmore. Baghdad. In the Biltmore cell block, Saturday the 23rd had been notable only for its monotony. David Eberly received his daily ration of broth around 2 p.m. Shortly after sunset, a guard he had never seen before opened the cell door and peered inside. "May I have some water, please?" Eberly asked, holding out his cup. To his surprise, the guard took the cup and returned with a few ounces of water. "I thank you for being so kind," Eberly said slowly. The guard gave him a blank look and locked the door. Eberly wrapped himself in his blanket and again sank to the floor. 2 hours later, he heard the abrupt scream of an aircraft engine and the slap of footsteps in the corridor. He scooted against the wall and draped the blanket over his head. The plane sounded low, so low that he assumed it was an F-111 at 500 feet. As the jet swooped past, an electrical crackle filled the air. The first bomb struck with a stupendous roar near the generator outside, perhaps 50 feet away. Shards from the narrow glass window sprayed the cell like shrapnel as the blast wave rolled across the cell block. The building swayed against Eberly's back. Too stunned to move, he waited for the floor to collapse or the ceiling to cave in. Was he sitting against the proper wall? Should he be braced against the door for the overhead protection of the steel frame? Or would the door blow in on him? Muffled voices pierced the block. "Get us out of here! Can anybody hear? Let us out!" 30 seconds later, he heard the shriek of another jet and the crackle that he now recognized as the last rattle of a laser-guided bomb. The second explosion seemed to detonate almost on top of the cell. With a crash, the ceiling in the corridor collapsed. He heard pipes bursting and the gush of water below. The cries for help turned to terrified screams. Eberly tucked his arms and legs into a ball as the third bomb slammed into the rear of the building, which wobbled under the impact. "Dear God," he prayed, "it's up to you. Thy will be done." Still as death, he waited, barely breathing. He assumed the attackers had come in a 4-ship formation, but a minute passed, then another, without a fourth bomb. He stood slowly and shuffled toward the door. Smoke and dust choked the air. Voices echoed through the darkness, American voices, shouting American names. Above the cries, he again heard the sounds, an aircraft engine and then the fatal crackle. He threw himself against the wall and bellowed, "Incoming!" The last bomb smashed into the compound with unspeakable violence. How, he wondered, could the floor and ceiling remain intact? Voices filled the corridor outside his cell. Several walls had collapsed, freeing some of the prisoners. Eberly's mind raced. They'd need transportation, maybe a bus, and weapons, and someone who spoke Arabic, at least a map. He imagined them clattering south through the darkened city. Men called out their names and units. "Griff," he yelled, "are you okay?" No answer. Panic gave way to excitement. "Where are you from?" someone asked. "CBS News," a voice answered. Eberly heard the crunch of boots on broken glass and shouts in Arabic. "Here they come," he warned. "Knock it off." He scooped up the scrap of bread he had been saving, tucked it inside his yellow shirt, and sat down. Keys rattled in the lock. Grunting and straining, the guards pried open the warped door. A hand grabbed Eberly and yanked him from the cell. He wrenched free from another hand that tried to tug the blanket from his shoulders. "Hurry, hurry," a guard demanded, dragging him by the collar. By lantern light, he saw that the corridor was choked with debris, much of it the fallen ceiling. Finding the path blocked by a smashed stairwell, most of the steps had turned to rubble, the guard dashed back into the corridor and down a different flight of stairs, hauling Eberly behind. They waded through water gurgling across the basement, a scene that reminded Eberly of an old submarine movie. It's okay," he assured the frantic guard, watching for a chance to break and run. They climbed another flight of stairs and emerged into a courtyard awash with moonlight. Eberly felt overwhelmed, stricken by this sudden sweep of open sky after so many weeks of darkness. Through the rubble they stumbled to a bus across from a row of white stone houses. Guards were everywhere, screaming and herding their charges onto the seatless vehicle with kicks and blows. Eberly sank to the floor on the left side, drawing up his legs and hooding his head with the blanket. Iraqis swaggered down the center aisle, ripping the shirts of prisoners who failed to keep their faces covered. Leaning against the man on his left, he whispered, "I'm Eberly. What's your name?" A vaguely familiar voice replied, "You've got to be shitting me." Eberly waited for a guard to pass, then repeated his name. "I know who you are," the man said. "I'm Roberto Alvarez from CBS. I interviewed you twice before the war." The cameraman was among a four-man CBS crew captured in southwestern Kuwait on January 21st. Farther back in the bus, guards savagely pummeled the crew's correspondent, Bob Simon. Another prisoner, screaming maniacally, was flung aboard the bus. Peering beneath the edge of his blanket, Eberly recognized the barefoot and shirtless Arab madman. Blood streaked his face and chest as two guards fell on him with truncheons. When the screams continued, the Iraqis dragged him through the door and chained him to the rear bumper. The bus lurched forward for a block and stopped long enough for the madman to be unchained and heaved aboard again. For nearly an hour they rode through the shadowy streets of Baghdad. 3 guards stalked up and down the aisle, clubbing those who dared whisper. Eberly estimated that 30 prisoners were aboard, most of them American. From beneath his blanket, he caught several glimpses of a huge waxing moon silvering the palm fronds. How beautiful, he thought. How incredibly beautiful. The bus stopped. For a few minutes, the guards bickered among themselves, either lost or uncertain of where to take the prisoners. The bus started up again, and they rumbled past a stone tower. After a massive steel gate rolled aside, they entered what looked like a deserted junkyard. In fact, it was Abu Ghraib Prison, soon to be dubbed Joliet Prison, after a scene from The Blues Brothers, a popular Hollywood movie. The prisoners were herded into a 2-story cell block. Eberly found himself in a cramped cell with 10 other men, all American flyers, packed so tightly that they had to cross-weave their legs in order to sit. Although disoriented and weak from starvation, Eberly was elated to see that one of the men was Tom Griffith. In hoarse whispers, the airmen took roll, memorizing one another's names to bear witness if any man was left behind when freedom came. Eberly studied the gaunt, stubbled faces. After weeks of solitary confinement, with only his thoughts and imagination for company, he was bewildered by this sudden multitude, so comforting and yet so jarring. Until dawn, the men swapped stories of SAMs and tracers, of flaming airplanes and barbarous Iraqi guards. The optimists speculated that their release was imminent. The pessimists fretted that a year might pass before Saddam set them loose. Eberly found a scrap of cardboard in the corner of the cell. Overcome with exhaustion, he centered it beneath his hips and curled into a fetal ball. The voices droned on, the soft southern drawls and pinched Midwestern vowels of his countrymen. His eyelids grew heavy. "Too bad for the colonel," he heard someone whisper sympathetically. "What a way to finish a career." Too bad? But he was alive, among friends. Someday, soon perhaps, he would be home again with Barbara and Tim. Too bad? He had endured. He had kept faith. And now he slept. Task Force Grizzly, Kuwait. In the cramped confines of the Riyadh war room, Schwarzkopf and his staff busied themselves with 1,000 final details, reassuring the Egyptians and other Arab forces, monitoring fuel and ammunition stocks, examining the latest intelligence for signs of Iraqi repositioning. The CINC's timetable for the ground offensive called for an exquisitely sequenced attack. At 4 a.m. on Sunday morning, February 24th, the flanks of the vast Allied front would strike first, with 18th Airborne Corps lunging into Iraq in the far west, while in the east 2 Marine divisions and the Arab troops of Joint Forces Command East, JFCE, plunged into the Kuwaiti boot heel. Yet these thrusts would be but supporting attacks, deceptions in effect, with which Schwarzkopf hoped to confuse the Iraqis and draw enemy reserves toward the Allied wings. The main attack would not begin until 26 hours later, at dawn on Monday. Then the Allied center would surge forward, with 7th Corps heading north and ultimately east toward the Republican Guard in the so-called left hook, followed an hour later by the Egyptians and other Arab units of Joint Forces Command North, JFCN, angling into western Kuwait. Here lay the heart of the campaign. 7th Corps was charged with Schwarzkopf's primary military objective, destroying the Republican Guard, and JFCN bore responsibility for the political objective of liberating Kuwait City. In the days and hours before the formal launch of the ground campaign, however, skirmishing intensified along the entire length of the Allied line. Divisions inched forward, in some cases crossing the border into Kuwait or Iraq to better position themselves for the attack. Artillery barrages and airstrikes hammered enemy defenses from the Persian Gulf coastline in the east to As Salman, several hundred miles inland. Although the full fury of Allied power would remain in check until Sunday and Monday, the attack crescendo already had begun to build. Certainly the most formidable Iraqi defenses lay along the Saddam line in southern Kuwait, and there the Allied air armada pounded the enemy relentlessly. A week before the ground war was to begin, 14 F-117s had demolished a dozen pumping stations and feeder lines supplying the enemy fire trenches, long ditches that could be filled with flaming oil. B-52s stepped up their attacks on troop formations and artillery batteries. Most Marine and Army engineers preferred that the B-52s avoid striking minefields for fear that deep bomb craters would complicate breaching operations. They originally had hoped that air-burst fuses, designed to avoid cratering by exploding the bombs a few feet above the ground, would solve the problem. But tests in California and the Kuwaiti elbow showed that the fuses tore away barbed wire and other obstacles, yet failed to create enough overpressure to detonate most mines. Marine bombers also dropped napalm and fuel-air explosives, FAE, on Iraqi artillery and infantrymen as part of a no-quarter campaign to kill things that kill Marines. Invented during World War II, napalm had achieved such notoriety in Vietnam, where the jellied gasoline was formerly known as Incendergel, that the Joint Staff in Washington briefly debated whether to risk renewed public outcries by using the weapon in the Gulf War. But fuel-air explosives were as nasty as napalm. The bombs enveloped a target with an aerosol of ethylene oxide, which was then ignited to create an explosive overpressure that swept across the ground at Mach 6, with a force comparable to a nuclear blast. The effect of an FAE explosion within confined spaces is immense, a CIA document warned. Those near the ignition point are obliterated. Those at the fringe are likely to suffer many internal and thus invisible injuries, including burst eardrums and crushed inner organs, severe concussions, ruptured lungs, and possible blindness. FAE and napalm, like the 15,000-pound BLU-82 bombs dropped on the enemy, were intended to wreak psychological as well as physical havoc. To steal a march on the Iraqis even before G-Day, Walt Boomer had asked Schwarzkopf for permission to slip several thousand Marines from his 1st Division into Kuwait at least 2 days early. 4 battalions, 2 from Task Force Taro and 2 from Task Force Grizzly, would infiltrate across the border to mark lanes through the Iraqi mine belts and provide spotters for Marine artillerymen, thereby expediting the February 24th attack by Task Forces Ripper and Papa Bear. Schwarzkopf agreed to Boomer's infiltration proposal, but with a warning. If we suddenly declare peace, make goddamn sure you haven't started the ground war and that you can pull your men back out. The CINC nearly proved prescient. As the 4 battalions slipped across the berm into southern Kuwait, Gorbachev's peacemaking gambit and Bush's ultimatum deadline played hob in the war zone. Commanders found themselves uncertain how aggressive they could be, without scuttling the Soviet efforts to negotiate an armistice. On 1st Division's eastern flank, Task Force Taro infiltrated Kuwait in 2 columns on the night of February 22nd. By sunrise on the 23rd, the 2 battalions had penetrated 8 miles beyond the border, nearly reaching the first mine belt south of Al-Wafra. The Marines hid in foxholes throughout the day on the 23rd, undetected by Iraqi observers. Boomer, heeding a warning from Riyadh, cautioned the 1st Division commander, Major General Mike Myatt, to avoid doing anything irreversible before Bush's Saturday deadline expired at 8 p.m., noon in Washington. Myatt relayed the order to the Taro commander, Colonel John Admire. Deep in enemy territory with 2,000 lightly armed Marines burrowed like crabs in the desert pan, Admire mulled over the precise military definition of irreversible and concluded that it meant avoiding a pitched battle. After sundown on the 23rd, Taro crept forward on hands and knees to begin carving 3 paths through the minefield, still undetected as they probed the sand with bayonets, listening for the telltale clink of metal striking metal. On the division's western flank, though, the infiltration ran into snags. By early morning on February 22nd, 2,200 Marines from Task Force Grizzly had penetrated 12 miles into Kuwait to reach the mine belt. Like Taro, Grizzly burrowed into the sand and draped itself with camouflage netting. But at noon on the 22nd, Iraqi gunners spied the westernmost battalion and began lobbing artillery shells. FA-18 and Harrier jets attacked the enemy positions, and Marine batteries along the Saudi border also returned fire. When the shooting subsided, engineers moved into the minefield on the night of the 22nd, only to be driven back at 9 p.m. when Marine bombers struck targets less than 800 meters from Grizzly's lead scouts. This unexpected bombardment infuriated the task force commander, a tall, outspoken colonel named James A. Fulks, who radioed the division headquarters demanding to know what the hell's going on. By the time the confusion was sorted out, night was spent, and Grizzly had under 24 hours to find a path through the minefield. When the task force regrouped on the 23rd, scores of Iraqi deserters began streaming across the sand, including several who were shot in the back by their comrades as they tried to surrender. Artillery and mortar fire erupted again, lightly wounding 2 Marines. The supposedly surreptitious infiltration threatened to escalate into full-scale combat. Folks began planning a firepower breach that would blast a channel through the mines with plastic explosives and allow him to storm across with an entire battalion. But at 2 p.m., Myatt called Grizzly with the warning against taking any irreversible action before Bush's deadline 6 hours hence. "You have to wait for approval," Myatt cautioned. "You can't put any significant forces on the other side of the obstacle belt yet." Fulks again lost his temper, this time at being given an impossible mission with my hands tied. As the sporadic shelling continued, a group of Iraqi defectors offered to show the Americans a passage through the mines. Fulks sent forward a team of 14 Marines to suppress sniper fire, while the Iraqis marked a lane through the anti-tank mines with chemical lights. Myatt now authorized Grizzly to put security elements across the minefield to protect the breach. Fulks, seizing the opportunity, shoved an entire battalion through. But 800 yards beyond the anti-tank belt, the Marines discovered an unanticipated field of anti-personnel mines 80 yards across. A combat engineer, Staff Sergeant Charles Restifo, led a squad into the second field on hands and knees to carve out a trail 10 feet wide with bayonets. At 9 p.m., an hour past the presidential deadline, Myatt ordered Grizzly to push north in force. By early morning on the 24th, both battalions had threaded their way across Restifo's footpath and were preparing to blast a wider channel for the armored forces that would soon follow. King Khalid Military City, Saudi Arabia. Schwarzkopf's iron grip on the 9400 Special Operations Forces, SOF, in Saudi Arabia loosened slightly as G-Day approached. Except for Delta's secret wanderings through Mesopotamia and 5 unsuccessful scud hunting missions by Green Beret teams in eastern Iraq, few cross-border ground operations had been approved before mid-February. To the dismay of his more impetuous lieutenants, the CINC used his special operations units conservatively. Navy SEALs hunted for sea mines and scouted Kuwaiti beaches from the shallows. Army helicopter crews waited for search and rescue opportunities that rarely came. Air Force Special Operations planes with Army PSYOPs squads dropped leaflets and the occasional 15,000-pound bomb. The 5th Special Forces Group farmed out more than 100 teams to Allied units in response to the CINC's request for ground truth. After some initial puzzlement, "What the fuck is ground truth?" muttered the group commander, Colonel James W. Krause. The Green Berets concluded that Schwarzkopf sought a candid assessment of Arab combat prowess and fighting spirit. Among other services, the teams tried to convince Saudi troops that their flimsy sand fortifications, kill-me berms in the American vernacular, would not stop enemy tank rounds. They also implored commanders in the 6 Kuwaiti brigades to prevent vengeance killings during the liberation of their homeland. "Make sure they understand," Krause told his soldiers, "that he who commits the last atrocity is the one who is remembered." But as the hours ticked down toward the ground offensive, SOF operations grew bolder. Several teams flew by helicopter deep into Iraq on trafficability missions, touching down long enough to snap photographs and collect soil samples that confirmed the desert's strength to support the heavy tread of American armored columns. To reinforce the threat of a marine amphibious assault, 2 speedboats carrying a dozen SEALs raced north from the Saudi port of Al-Mishab on February 23rd. 15 miles off the Kuwaiti coast at Mina Saud, the SEALs slipped into Zodiac rubber raiding boats and closed to within 500 yards of the beach. From there, the men swam to shore, stringing a line of buoys identical with those used to mark amphibious landing zones, and implanting 6 satchels, each filled with 20 pounds of plastic explosive, near the waterline. When they returned to their speedboats, the SEALs peppered the coastal bunkers with machine gun fire. Automatic timers detonated the satchels along the beach, and airstrikes added to the cacophony. While SEALs blew up the beach in Kuwait, 10 Special Forces reconnaissance teams prepared to infiltrate deep behind enemy lines to watch for repositioning tank forces and other signs of Iraqi counterattacks. 5 teams from 5th Special Forces Group would be inserted north of the Euphrates, supplemented by a 6th team in the far west. Corps and division commanders also infiltrated several long-range surveillance detachments on similar missions closer to the Saudi border. 4 teams from 3rd Special Forces Group would be positioned in the 7th Corps' attack corridor to scout the Republican Guard. Deep reconnaissance required patience, courage, and a willingness to live like a mole for up to a week in the claustrophobic confines of a desert burrow. Each A team consisted of 6 to 10 men, led by a captain or a warrant officer, and usually included 1 or 2 18 Bravos, weapons experts, 18 Echoes, communication specialists, 18 Charlies, engineers, and 18 Deltas, combat medics able to perform battlefield surgery if necessary. Most were also crack shots, capable of hitting a skull-sized target at 500 yards with an M16. For weeks, the teams had trained in isolation outside King Fahd Airport. Each man carried a rucksack weighing 150 to 200 pounds. A team's kit might include silencer-equipped weapons, claymore mines, grenade launchers, food, 5-gallon water bladders, more than 1,000 rounds of ammunition, night vision goggles, camouflage material, periscope, laser rangefinder, sniper scopes, and, most important, radios. Because any sudden gesture could betray them in the open desert, the men practiced moving with exaggerated deliberation, almost as though operating underwater. The construction of spider holes or hide sites required special artistry, and each team developed its individual touches. A typical hole for 3 men and their rucks measured 4 by 8 feet, accommodations likened to puppies in a litter, and was built with a subterranean frame of plastic pipe and plywood. The frame was covered with chicken wire and burlap. Some teams favored a particular British weave called Hessian, that was then spray-painted a desert tan and covered with sand. Particular attention was paid to the hue of the sand, which changed as it dried in the sun. Teams avoided shrubbery, lest it attract grazing camels. Urine and feces were deposited in 5-gallon bladders and stored in the hole to avoid luring dogs. The soldiers took elaborate pains to sterilize their hide sites before climbing in, sweeping away boot prints with whisk brooms, and even using their fingers to resculpt any tire tracks in the area. On the late afternoon of February 23rd, 8 of the teams gathered in hangars at King Khalid Military City, north of Riyadh. 2 others staged from RR. Plans called for the infiltration helicopters to cross the border shortly before 8 p.m., giving the teams at least 6 hours on the ground to dig their hide sites before dawn. Some men made last-minute videotapes for their families, or huddled with the chaplain. Those who were superstitious tucked away their good luck charms, or saw to it that their bootlaces were lashed just so. One nervous team leader showed signs of balking until his battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Frank Toney, snapped, "Captain, you get paid for one thing, to put your ass on the line." 2 missions were scrubbed, one because of uncertainty over the boundary line between 7th and 18th Corps attack sectors, another because of enemy movement on the proposed infiltration site. Further delays resulted from confusion over whether CENTCOM had officially authorized the missions, given Bush's 8 p.m. ultimatum. Helicopters carrying several teams were temporarily held up as they flew toward the border, thus delaying the missions for a few hours. By midnight, most of the reconnaissance teams were deep into Iraq. A few dug in without incident. Captain Edward J. McHale and his 5 men set down near Hill 499, southwest of the Tawalkana Division. After filling in the divots left by the Pave-Low helicopter, the team built 2 hide sites, unable even to see the holes they were digging because of the thick oil smoke that blanketed the desert soon after their arrival. They would remain in place for 60 hours, seeing nothing but 2 Bedouin and a camel, and thus assuring 7th Corps that no counterattack appeared imminent. Others were less fortunate. One team landed in an area that had appeared in satellite photos to be strewn with boulders. The rocks proved to be Bedouin tents, and the team was immediately extracted. Another heard Arabic voices all around and aborted. A third found the desert flooded from a recent storm. Unable to dig in, the team returned to Saudi Arabia. For the remaining teams, including 2 inserted halfway to Baghdad, the ease with which they burrowed into enemy soil and seemed to vanish from sight would prove illusory. With dawn would come discovery, and a belated realization that even the most cunning camouflage was no match for a sharp-eyed child. Phase Line Bex, Saudi Arabia. The center of Schwarzkopf's planned attack lay nearly 200 miles west of the Persian Gulf, where 7th Corps slowly coiled itself with the agreeable conviction, soon to be shattered, that the Corps had an extra day to prepare before striking. Fuel tankers and ammunition trucks lumbered forward, division commanders pored over their maps, and thousands of soldiers scribbled final letters home, groping for words to convey the fearful exhilaration that seizes an army on the eve of battle. Many settled for, "I'm scared and I love you." Like Walt Boomer, Fred Franks wanted to occupy a patch of enemy territory before launching his main attack on Monday morning, February 25th. He had deliberately weighted the bulk of the Corps' firepower on his left wing, beyond the barriers of the Saddam Line, which dribbled to a halt farther east. More than 800 M1A1 tanks, 2/3 of the Corps' armor strength, waited below the border on the left in a column only 20 miles wide. By cutting gaps through the berm on February 23rd and pushing a dozen miles into Iraq, Franks hoped to give his corps a flying start toward the Republican Guard divisions 130 miles to the northeast. This penetration mission fell to the 2nd Armored Cavalry Regiment, which served as the spearhead for the 1st and 3rd Armored Divisions stacked abreast. Beginning at the border berm, known as Phase Line Bex, the regiment received orders to move to Phase Line Bud by late afternoon on the 23rd. Other map demarcations named after beers were Coors, Corona, and Light. When the attack began in earnest at dawn on the 25th, the cavalry was to lead the Corps to Phase Line Smash, 70 miles above the border. There, Franks intended to determine how they would destroy the Tawalkana, Medina, and Hammurabi Republican Guard divisions. On the Corps' right wing, the 1st Infantry Division had orders to breach the remnant of the Saddam Line for the British 1st Armored Division, which would veer to the east, freeing the Big Red One to join her sister divisions in the north. The 2nd Armored Cav comprised 8,000 soldiers, 125 tanks, 116 Bradleys, and a helicopter fleet, all divided into 4 squadrons and further subdivided into troops of roughly 150 soldiers each. As the oldest cavalry regiment on continuous active service in the Army, the unit wanted for neither elan nor heritage. Organized in 1836 by Andrew Jackson to battle the Seminoles, the regiment subsequently fought at Antietam, Gettysburg, and beside Theodore Roosevelt's Rough Riders in Cuba. In World War I, it was the Army's only mounted combat unit, and it galloped into battle on French draft horses. A generation later, mounted on tanks, the regiment won a Presidential Unit Citation for relieving Bastogne during the Battle of the Bulge. For the past 30 years, the 2nd Cavalry had been headquartered in Nuremberg, whence it patrolled a 400-mile stretch of the East German and Czech borders. The current commander was a man considered one of the Army's ablest officers, Colonel L. Donald Holder, a laconic, lanky Texan whose troopers regarded him with a devotion unto adoration. Like many officers of his generation, Holder had returned from Vietnam disillusioned, disgusted, and prepared to resign. Instead, he remained in uniform, and joined the informal cabal of loyalists determined to bring the Army back from the dead. Armed with a master's degree from Harvard, he taught history at West Point, and in 1980 joined the Department of Tactics at Fort Leavenworth. There, he wrote the final draft of Field Manual 100-5, consecrating air-land battle doctrine as the Army's new scripture for waging war. Holder returned to Leavenworth in the mid-1980s, and as director of the School of Advanced Military Studies, the Jedi Knights, helped revise and advance the doctrine in the 1986 edition of FM 100-5. By temperament, he was unflappable, a bit remote, tucking his emotions behind a mask of command that kept his subordinates at a respectful distance. In the back of a small notebook, Holder jotted trenchant observations about the major generals commanding the Corps' 4 divisions, as an understudy might review the acting of those at center stage. His influence on Franks, an old cavalryman with an ill-concealed affection for the regiment, was significant. No one more than Holder embraced the metaphor of desert combat as naval warfare, in which armored forces maneuvered like fleets across the bounding main. Now, beyond the berm that rose like a golden wave frozen in mid-curl, theory would play out in the melee of combat. Here the toil of the last 15 years would be assayed, and the concepts enshrined at Leavenworth, agility, depth, synchronization, and initiative, undergo trial by fire. Holder also had a demon to exorcise. His father had taken command of an armored cavalry regiment in Vietnam, only to be killed a month later in a helicopter crash. "I've got to be careful," he told his operations officer, Major Doug Lute, in a wry, rare allusion to the tragedy. "My family tradition in war isn't a good one." At 1:10 p.m. on the 23rd, the Corps radio networks opened after a week of strict silence. 20 minutes later, the 210th Field Artillery Brigade, joined by 3 howitzer batteries and a multiple launch rocket system, MLRS battery, began shelling Iraqi positions 10 to 15 miles across the border. American officers stood with computer printouts of the enemy targets, methodically checking each obliterated bunker and revetment like items on a grocery list. The MLRS barrage was particularly horrific. Each salvo of 12 rockets streaked downrange in a tangle of white smoke trails. Each round burst above the target in a warhead event that rained 644 submunitions the size of hand grenades. A dozen rockets sprayed nearly 8,000 grenades, each capable of cutting through 2 inches of steel across 30 acres. The gunners also fired 8 Copperhead artillery rounds, guided by laser beams from helicopter spotters hovering far forward. 6 rounds struck home, destroying primarily T-55 command tanks. Holder watched the guns boom and the rockets flash from their launchers 1,000 yards to the east. Wild cheering broke from the crews and the cavalrymen poised at the border, like the guttural roar he had heard from his troopers when the first jets zoomed overhead the night the air war began. 20 years had passed since he had last seen combat, and he had forgotten how ferocious young soldiers became when blood rose in the gorge. He felt the hair bristle on the back of his neck. 2 rounds of white phosphorus burst overhead, signaling the end of the bombardment. The regiment surged forward as PSYOP's loudspeakers played The Ride of the Valkyrie. Helicopter scouts darted toward the northern horizon, shadowed by a stately procession of tanks and Bradleys, gliding across the desert like men of war running before a fair wind. Engineers slashed the berm with bulldozers for the divisions that would soon follow. 25 holes on the left for 1st Armored and 18 on the right for 3rd Armored. Holder watched from the hatch of his swaying M113 command track, his cavalry kerchief pulled up to keep the dust from his nose and mouth. Before dusk, the regiment halted on Phase Line Bud, 15 miles into Iraq. Any enemy soldiers left alive from the artillery barrage had fled north, taking their dead and wounded. Here, the regiment was to wait for 36 hours until the launch of 7th Corps' main attack. "We've trained hard for this," Holder told his assembled staff in a brief homily that no doubt echoed exhortations before Chancellorsville and San Juan Hill. "The regiment has always fought brilliantly. I expect the officers to do their duty. God bless the 2nd Cavalry." The end had begun. Chapter 14. G-Day. Washington, D.C. George Bush spent the final hours before the ground offensive on the telephone. Gorbachev called shortly before the noon deadline on Saturday and caught the president and James Baker in the Camp David gymnasium. Taking the call on a phone in the locker room, Bush complimented the Soviet leader for his efforts, but turned down a final request to delay the attack. Gorbachev half-heartedly argued that there was still room to negotiate without an escalation of combat operations to a new, even more destructive stage. Nevertheless, he added, whatever happened in the next few days should not impair the vision Bush and he shared of a new world. Without disclosing that the ground assault was scheduled to begin in a few hours, Bush reminded the Soviet president that Saddam, at his peril, had ignored the first Allied deadline of January 15th, a day before the air campaign began. Like that ultimatum, Bush implied, this one was no bluff. Gorbachev ended the 20-minute conversation by signing off in English. Okay, goodbye. Although Tariq Aziz had formally endorsed Moscow's peacemaking plan, now altered to a 6-point proposal, Baghdad's ruling Revolutionary Command Council denounced Bush's deadline as an aggressive ultimatum to which we will pay no attention. Washington greeted this bluster with relief. By now, few wanted to see the curtain come down before the final act. Bush subsequently spoke with the leaders of Japan, Turkey, Egypt, Britain, Germany, Canada, and Australia, as well as congressional leaders and the 4 living American former presidents. Iraq had chosen to ignore the Allied threat, Bush told one and all. The time had come to oust the invaders by force of arms. At 9:30 p.m. Saturday, it was 5:30 a.m. Sunday in Riyadh, the presidential helicopter Marine One banked around the Washington Monument and over the reflecting pool before settling on the south lawn of the White House. Scowcroft, Quayle, Sununu, Marlon Fitzwater, and Richard Haas waited in the cold moonlight. Bush emerged from the passenger bay, saluted the military aide standing at the bottom of the helicopter steps, and walked quickly into the Oval Office. Preliminary reports from the front were heartening. Schwarzkopf's offensive had begun as scheduled 90 minutes earlier, with supporting attacks by the Marines and JFCE on the Allied right flank and 18th Airborne Corps on the far left. The main attack by 7th Corps still was fixed for early Monday. No confirmed use of chemical weapons had been reported. In Kuwait City, however, the Iraqis apparently had imposed a reign of terror, with executions, rapes, torture, and the taking of hostages. Some of the accounts would prove to be exaggerated, but now they confirmed Bush's fundamental conception of the war as a struggle between good and evil. At 10 p.m., the president strode into the White House press room. The liberation of Kuwait has entered a final phase, he told a national television audience. What we have seen is a redoubling of Saddam Hussein's efforts to destroy completely Kuwait and its people. I have therefore directed General Norman Schwarzkopf, in conjunction with coalition forces, to use all forces available, including ground forces, to eject the Iraqi army from Kuwait. Bush's left arm trembled slightly as he finished reading from the notes spread on the podium before him. Tonight, as this coalition seeks to do that which is right and just, I ask only that all of you stop what you are doing and say a prayer for all the coalition forces, and especially for our men and women in uniform, who at this very moment are risking their lives for their country and all of us. Gudayr, Kuwait. Schwarzkopf's earlier hesitations in launching the ground attack had reflected not only his desire to give the Marines more time to get ready, but also to assure them of fair skies. We need good weather, Boomer had advised Schwarzkopf in mid-February. We're still outnumbered, though not as much as we thought we were, but we depend on aviation to complement our ground forces. CENTCOM meteorologists, tracking the highs and lows sweeping east from Europe and the Mediterranean, had forecast a favorable front pushing across Southwest Asia around the 24th. Like Eisenhower before Normandy, Schwarzkopf anxiously watched the elements and tried to divine the heavens. The weather, Chuck Horner had assured the CINC, is going to be okay. All right, Schwarzkopf told Boomer, we'll get you 72 hours of good weather. In this, he was mistaken. We probably didn't get 72 minutes, Royal Moore, the Marine Air Chief, later lamented. A purple bank of oil smoke had rolled over the Marines late in the afternoon of Saturday the 23rd, followed by steady rain and a thick fog that cut visibility in some areas to 100 yards. Unhappy but undaunted, the Marine regiments had begun moving into their attack positions around midnight on Sunday, as Bush was making his telephone calls from Camp David. PSYOP's loudspeakers played the Marine Hymn at ear-splitting volume in honor of the 46th anniversary of the celebrated flag raising on Iwo Jima's Mount Suribachi. Now we will attack into Kuwait, not to conquer, but to drive out the invaders and restore the country to its citizens, Boomer proclaimed in a message to his 1st Marine Expeditionary Force. Your children and grandchildren will read about your victory in the years to come and appreciate your sacrifice and courage. Boomer's main attack lay with the 2nd Marine Division halfway up the western border of the Bootheel. William Keyes, the division commander, planned to breach both mine belts between the Gudayr and Al-Manakish oil fields with 6,500 men from the 6th Marine Regiment. They would be followed by the Army's Tiger Brigade, equipped with M1A1 tanks and better night fighting equipment than the Marines possessed, which would then swing north to secure 1st MEF's western flank before seizing Al-Jarrah and Mutla Ridge to block Iraqi escape routes from Kuwait City. Keyes' operations officer, Colonel Ron Richard, estimated that the division would suffer 1,000 casualties. The 6th Marines broke camp at 4:30 a.m. and pushed across the line of departure an hour later, just as the first of 300 enemy artillery and mortar rounds fell. Despite repeated radio warnings of Oscar, Oscar, the code word for incoming shells, the Marines soon realized that Iraqi gunners, with no forward observers or airborne spotters, were firing blindly. Foul weather notwithstanding, Royal Moore pushed a fresh pair of Marine fighters over the battlefield every 7.5 minutes. More than 140 artillery tubes and 9 rocket launchers also pummeled the Iraqi batteries with counterfire. By 6 a.m., the regiment had rolled 12 miles into Kuwait to phase line Elk, forward edge of the first minefield. Breaching an obstacle belt, the Marines had realized during weeks of rehearsal, was strikingly similar to crossing a beach in an amphibious landing. Speed and precise timing were vital to avoid stalling in the enemy kill sack. Keyes' plan called for cutting 6 lanes the width of a tank, evenly spaced across a 3-mile front. From left to right, the breach lanes were labeled Red 1, Red 2, Blue 3, Blue 4, Green 5, Green 6. 500 engineers, commanded by Major Gary Wines, fanned out along the barbed wire fence the Iraqis had erected to avoid blundering into their own minefield. As 3 M60 tanks fitted with mine plows or steel rakes rumbled to the head of each prospective lane, demolition experts moved into position with line charge launchers. The most sophisticated launcher, the Mk-154, carried a trio of 2-inch cables, each studded with a ton of plastic explosives and lashed to a rocket. When fired, the rocket streaked 35 yards downrange, unspooling the cable and draping the line across the minefield. From the safety of his armored cab, a Marine driver triggered the explosives, blowing up the mines with sympathetic detonation. The tanks then rolled into the channel to proof the lane by pushing away any remaining mines with plows and rakes. In Red 2, the breach went smoothly, although the Marines quickly discovered that half the line charges would not command detonate, requiring the driver to scurry from his cab and manually prime the cable with a blasting cap. In Red 1, at 6:35 a.m., a Fox chemical weapons vehicle detected mustard gas and sarin nerve agent. A second detector appeared to confirm the discovery. Marines in the lane requested that Red 1 be shut down. The regimental commander, Colonel Larry Livingston, instead ordered the men to keep moving. The report soon proved to be a false alarm, but not before hundreds of Marines had scrambled into MOP 4, the complete ensemble of chemical protective gear that included mask, gloves, hood, and bulky overshoes. By 6:55 a.m., Red 2 had cleared the first mine belt, with Red 1 soon to follow. On the right flank, however, breaching slowed to a near standstill. Confusion swept the battlefield, men bellowing, artillery rounds bursting, line charges and mines exploding. Gary Wines arrived at Blue 4 to discover 2 tanks disabled by British bar mines, rectangular devices apparently confiscated from Kuwaiti stocks after the August invasion. One M60, its plow wrapped around the tracks, had to be towed from the lane. Wines managed to guide the other one out with frantic hand signals. Moving to Green 5 and 6, he found several unpleasant surprises. Not only was the field 100 meters wider, nearly double the width at Red 1, but the Iraqis had implanted a baffling number of mines, 2 to 3 times the expected density. 3 tanks stood stranded in the lanes, with either their tracks or plows shattered. One line charge arced across an overhead power line. When it detonated, the blast failed to sever the line. Another charge snarled around the antenna of a tank at Green 5, and a ton of plastic explosive flopped across the turret. "Don't fire," the frightened crew pleaded. "Don't fire." Slowly, the Marines bulled their way through. Iraqi artillery dwindled to inconsequence, as did small arms fire from enemy infantrymen. By mid-morning, all 6 lanes had cleared the first belt. The Marines pushed toward the second minefield 2 miles beyond, and again the right flank proved troublesome, with Green 5 and 6 reduced to only 2 tanks and a pair of line charge launchers of an original 23. As Larry Livingston's battalions on the left and center punched across the second belt, hundreds of Iraqis from the 7th and 14th Infantry Divisions threw aside their rifles and surrendered. By early afternoon, the regiment had reached Phase Line Red, 6 miles beyond the mines, and Tiger Brigade began its passage. Mines had claimed 11 vehicles, including 9 tanks, from 6th Marines. 14 men had been wounded, none fatally. Keyes and Ron Richard also crossed the barriers to Phase Line Red, where a captured Iraqi colonel was brought before them. Unlike the Americans, now grimy with oil smoke, the kneeling Iraqi was immaculate. His uniform crisp and tailored, his shoes polished, and, most improbably, his nails manicured. "He looks a hell of a lot better than I do," Keyes muttered. The Americans pulled the enemy commander to his feet, removed his handcuffs and blindfold, and handed him a carton of juice. Richard, wondering how to effect a formal surrender, said through an interpreter, "This is Major General William Keyes, call sign Pitbull, commanding general of the 2nd Marine Division." The Iraqi nodded. "I present myself to you this afternoon." "We believe we hit a chemical mine in your area," Pitbull growled. The enemy colonel, clearly flustered, shook his head. "No, absolutely not. We have no plans for chemicals." "Are there chemicals?" Keyes demanded. "No. We would never use chemicals on the Americans." As the Iraqi dropped to his hands and knees and began sketching the disposition of his forces, Richard interrogated the colonel's operations officer, who had been captured at the same time. "We're very disappointed today," the officer confided. "This is not going well for us. The shock of you coming through our flank disoriented me. I could not make good decisions. The Marines," he added, "were known to the Iraqis as the Angels of Death, a term Richard found immensely pleasing." 15 miles south, at the bottom of the Kuwaiti Bootil, the 1st Marine Division found the Iraqi defenders equally dispirited. On February 23rd, Task Forces Grizzly and Taro had penetrated the 1st minefield to secure, respectively, the division's west and east flanks. Shortly before dawn on the 24th, Task Force Ripper began its breach in the center of the division line. Like the 6th Marines, Ripper soon learned that the finicky line charges often failed to detonate without manual priming. Yet enemy artillery proved no more accurate or enduring than it was against the Marines in the north. Of 42 Iraqi guns detected by the Marines' counterfire radar, 26 were hit immediately with artillery fire, and 16 were struck from the air. At 6:44 a.m., Ripper's lead battalion fired green and white flares to signal the completion of a lane through the first belt. Another opened 20 minutes later, despite the loss of an M60 tank to a mine blast. As Ripper finished its 6 lanes, Task Force Papa Bear, named for the call sign of Marine Commandant Al Gray, moved into the minefield on Ripper's right and began carving another 8 channels. By 10:30, all 14 lanes had been cleared. Again, casualties were light. Of the 10 Marines from Papa Bear hit with mortar fire, 2 were badly wounded. A lance corporal's left leg was shattered when he stepped on a mine while clearing a bunker with 3 other Marines. He was evacuated to Fleet Hospital No. 5, where he died 2 days later. On the left flank, 6 Humvees and 15 trucks from Task Force Grizzly were pushing into the second mine belt amid a fusillade of enemy rockets when machine gun and tank rounds, mistakenly fired by Ripper, raked the convoy. "We're taking fire," yelled Sergeant Gordon Gregory. "Get out of your vehicles." 24 Marines bolted from their cabs and, to Gregory's dismay, plunged into the minefield. He ran forward, pulled them back, and steered the men toward a depression in the desert 100 yards to the northeast. Several tank sabot rounds skipped across the ground between the vehicles. Gregory now spotted another Marine, Lance Corporal Christian J. Porter, still sitting behind the wheel of his truck. "Get out!" Gregory shouted. "Your truck's a target." Porter opened the door and put one foot on the ground just as an American tank round streaked through the passenger window and across the cab, blowing a large hole through his chest. Gregory shrouded the dead man with a poncho. Before Marine officers managed to impose a ceasefire, Ripper had fired 55 tank rounds at the convoy, destroying 2 trucks and an amphibious assault vehicle. Only poor gunnery prevented more friendly fire casualties. Shortly after noon, despite more salvos of enemy artillery, Ripper reported its lead forces across the second belt. For a few precarious moments, commanders feared that a deep rumbling on their right flank heralded an armored counterattack from the Al Burkan oil field. The Marines quickly realized, however, that the roar came not from enemy tanks, but from the inferno of sabotaged wells. Encumbered now with prisoners, Ripper began wheeling west toward Al Jaber Air Base. Papa Bear angled northeast on a trajectory toward Kuwait City International Airport. From his command post south of the border, Boomer studied the laconic battle reports from his field commanders. "Progressing smoothly, timely manner," 2nd Division noted. "Things going well," added 1st Division. Thousands of additional Marines poured through the breaches behind the combat spearheads. No enemy chemical weapons had been confirmed, nor had the dreaded onslaught of heavy artillery materialized. Marine intelligence had predicted that Iraqi troops would counterattack within 4 hours after the American assault began, but thus far the enemy seemed too stunned to react coherently. "None of our fears materialized," Boomer told a reporter. Iraqi soldiers, at least the ragged conscripts consigned to defend the boot heel, were unwilling to die in the cause of Kuwait. "They never were that good," the Marine general added. "We made them into something they weren't." Objective Rochambeau, Iraq. More than 200 miles west of the Marines, the left flank of Schwarzkopf's forces found the Iraqis even less prepared than their comrades in the Kuwaiti boot heel to contest the Allied offensive. Amid solemn invocations of Lafayette, Normandy, and 2 centuries of Franco-American solidarity, the French had pressed forward early Sunday morning with a battle order of succinct élan. Attaquez! Attack! Scouts from the 6th Armored Division pushed through a light drizzle and sporadic Iraqi artillery fire, followed by a 13,000-man force of dragoons, Marines, Legionnaires, and American paratroopers. Swept up in the fraternal spirit, the 2nd Brigade of the 82nd Airborne Division dispatched a message to their Gallic brothers in arms. "Side by side, French and American soldiers will write a page of history." It would be written slowly. Under pressure from Paris to minimize combat casualties, the French plodded forward with a deliberation that soon irked their American confrères in 18th Corps headquarters. Within hours, the Corps operations officer, Colonel Frank Akers, was on the radio to his French counterpart with a less convivial message. "Francois, get your ass moving. Why are you guys taking so long?" As the anchor of Schwarzkopf's western wing, the French had been given 2 objectives. Objective Rochambeau, named for the commander of French forces in the American Revolution, was a patch of high ground crowned with a communications complex 35 miles beyond the border. 30 miles farther north lay Objective White, the town of As-Salman, where the Iraqi 45th Infantry Division had established its headquarters near an airfield. As-Salman had also served as a launch pad for Scuds fired at Riyadh. By capturing main supply route Texas, a paved highway stretching from the border to As-Salman, the French would block any Iraqi reinforcements from the west and open a logistics line for American forces pushing into the Euphrates Valley. This battle plan had evolved after negotiations between Washington, Paris, and Riyadh, as the Allies sought to balance Schwarzkopf's military needs, French military capabilities, and expeditionary politics. The French force, known as the Daguet, Young Deer Division, had originally been under Saudi control. Before Christmas, however, the French commander, Brigadier General Jean-Charles Muscard, privately asked Schwarzkopf for a new arrangement. "For God's sake," Muscard pleaded, "you've got to get me out from under the command of the Saudis." Without disclosing Muscard's true concerns, Saudi military incompetence, Schwarzkopf deftly convinced General Khalid that the French provided precisely the proper force needed to protect the Allied left wing. On January 20th, the CINC formally shifted the Daguet to the control of Gary Luck's 18th Corps. Luck, in turn, assigned one brigade from the 82nd Airborne to accompany the Daguet, côté à côté. Under the Corps' attack scheme, the rest of the 82nd would follow behind the French attack to sweep up pockets of enemy resistance before pressing northeast beyond As Salman toward the Euphrates. Luck also ordered a sizable portion of his 22 artillery battalions to support the French. Instead of trailing several miles behind the infantry battalions, as dictated by normal gunnery doctrine, the American artillery would be tucked up within a kilometer of the advancing forces to be closer to enemy artillery positions and offset the longer range of Iraqi guns. That the French would fight with competence and esprit, the Americans had no doubt, even after Muscard took ill in early February and was evacuated to France, to be replaced on February 9th by Brigadier General Bernard Janvier. "I cried with sadness and rage against this dirty carcass that prevented me from carrying out to the end of the marvelous adventure," Muscard later commented. Many French soldiers had seen action in Chad or Lebanon. Carrying particular cachet were two regiments from the French Foreign Legion. Formed in 1831, the Legion brought to the desert a reputation for discipline, courage, and ornery independence embodied in the motto Legio Patria Nostra, "The Legion is our country." According to one famous story, a new recruit, on being asked his civilian profession before joining the Legion, replied, "I was a general." Such panache impressed the American paratroopers. Whether the French attack would move at the blitzkrieg pace favored by the Americans, however, had remained an open issue. In contrast to the American obsession with detailed planning, the French seemed alarmingly laissez-faire and disinclined to commit themselves to a battle plan. Major General Jim Johnson, commander of the 82nd Airborne, warned Luck that the Daguet would take 2 days to capture As Salman, exposing the 101st Airborne Division to a possible Iraqi counterattack near the Euphrates Valley. In mid-February, Johnson had offered to seize the town with his division in 24 hours. The proposal was rejected, in part because it would have left the Daguet without a role. If the French knew of these misgivings, they maintained a diplomatic silence. Like other Allied forces along the border, the Daguet Division had seized several miles of Iraqi territory before G-Day, pushing far enough north on February 23rd to surmount a steep sand escarpment that had been abandoned by the Iraqis several days earlier. When the attack began on the 24th, Janvier's forces moved on 2 axes. On the left, across the open desert, the forces included both Legion regiments, the 1st Hussars Airborne Regiment, and a commando unit known by the unfortunate French acronym CRAP. On the right, bracketing MSR Texas, the units included the 2nd Brigade of the 82nd, the French 4th Dragoon Regiment, and sundry engineers and artillerymen. Everything, Janvier later explained, worked against our movement. The spreading out of units, a dense night, violent sandstorms, and rain. The difficult terrain resulted in multiple flat tires. French tactics resembled those used by the Americans in Vietnam, a cautious advance preceded by intensive artillery shelling and airstrikes. Iraqi artillery proved fitful and ineffective. American radar systems so swiftly pinpointed the enemy guns that counter-battery salvos often returned fire even before the incoming rounds landed. Contrary to the Allies' worst fears, the Iraqis used no chemical weapons and had none stockpiled. The French advance had traveled only 6 miles when enemy prisoners began swarming from their bunkers with a great fluttering of white flags. Many were emaciated and reported that they had been reduced to 5 tablespoons of rice and 6 ounces of water a day. Their numbers soon grew to more than 2,000, further miring the attack. By mid-afternoon, the French reported the capture of Rochambeau. In truth, as Luck and Akers soon discovered, they had reached the southern edge of the objective. To the Americans' consternation, French tents began popping up across the desert, despite more than an hour of daylight left. Akers' pleas for greater speed were gently rebuffed. Janvier had decided to wait until morning before pressing toward As Salman. To avoid mistakes, he told his staff, it's better to delay. Gary Luck, the 18th Airborne commander, planned to sever the Euphrates with 3 sharp chops. First, a brigade from the 101st Airborne on G-Day would construct a forward logistics base at Objective Cobra, 90 miles into Iraq and 20 miles east of As Salman. Then, on G+1, another brigade of Screaming Eagles would arrive by helicopter in the river valley between Samawa and Nasiriyah, putting a cork in the bottle by cutting Highway 8. Finally, the armored forces of Barry McCaffrey's 24th Division would sweep into the valley farther east between the Talil and Jaliba air bases before wheeling toward Basra. At 3 a.m. on Sunday, February 24th, 2 Apaches and 2 Blackhawks had flown toward the border with the intention of planting radio beacons, like electronic breadcrumbs, to guide the 400 helicopters assigned to descend on Cobra a few hours later. Leading the small advance flock was Lieutenant Colonel Dick Cody, who had commanded the attack against the Iraqi early warning sites more than 5 weeks before, on the opening night of the war. No sooner had Cody crossed into Iraq, however, than his 4 helicopters plowed into a dense fog bank that forced the pilots to slow to a crawl. A few minutes later, he heard an urgent call from one of the OH-58D helicopters lingering near the border to relay radio messages back to division headquarters. "No Mercy 6, reported the pilot, using Cody's call sign. "I've just lost my wingman and I'm IMC. IMC, inadvertent meteorological condition, meant the helicopter was lost in the fog. Cody immediately turned south again. 4 miles from the last known position of the missing helicopter, he spotted the burning carcass of an OH-58. He set down near the wreckage and ran toward the flames, expecting to find 2 dead pilots. Both crewmen emerged from a foxhole, dazed but alive. They had clipped the ground and crashed while feeling their way through the fog, and had pulled each other to safety before the helicopter exploded." Cody hurried back to his Apache and radioed the division headquarters. "My recommendation is that you're going to lose a lot of aircraft if you don't delay this thing." The division commander, Binford Pay, reluctantly agreed. For more than 2 hours they waited, pacing, fidgeting, cursing the fog. Pay's 1st Brigade, commanded by Colonel Tom Hill, sat by the helicopters at 15 separate assembly sites. At 7 a.m., Cody reported to Hill, "There's still fog midway out. It may cause you some problems." Hill called Pay for the 3rd time that morning and recommended that they take the risk anyway. At 7:27, the first wave of 66 Blackhawks, 10 Hueys, and 30 twin-rotored Chinooks headed north at 120 knots, flying only 10 feet above the ground. As they crossed the berm, Hill, apparently concluding, like so many senior officers, that history demanded an epigram to mark the occasion, radioed back to his operations center, "Let it be known that I just crossed into Iraq. Jihad, motherfucker." Cody had moved forward to MSR Virginia, just north of Cobra, where an Iraqi battalion opened fire from a concealed bunker complex. Anti-aircraft rounds the size of flaming tennis balls swept past the cockpit. He returned fire with his 30mm cannon and pulled south while his wingman whipped a Hellfire missile into an enemy pillbox. Hill's vanguard, Alpha Company of the 1st Battalion, 327th Infantry Regiment, spilled from their helicopters shortly after 8 a.m. about a mile south of the road. As F-16s and A-10s hammered the Iraqi fortifications, Alpha Company wheeled their 105mm howitzers from the Chinooks and began lobbing artillery shells. 300 enemy soldiers soon surrendered, and all resistance ceased. Wave upon wave of helicopters swept into Cobra, a flat, sere wasteland that resembled the moon more than any earthly landscape. Traffic controllers popped canisters of colored smoke to direct pilots to the proper landing zone. Humvees with tow missiles rolled down the Chinook tail ramps and raced to defensive positions on the perimeter. The first consignment of more than 1 million gallons of fuel arrived in huge rubber sacks slung beneath the helicopter bellies. Pallets of ammunition, food, and water soon littered the desert. Though the fog had burned off, churning rotor blades soon raised a brown cloud so thick that Hill ordered all pilots to set down for an hour until the dust subsided. But the flag had been planted, the colony established. Beyond the northern horizon, the Euphrates Valley beckoned. Swaij Ghazi, Iraq. Far removed from the great sweep of armies in the south, two Special Forces A teams waited in their burrows above the Euphrates, watching for any sign of a counterattack from Baghdad. One 8-man squad from 5th Group's 1st Battalion had been inserted by helicopter the previous night near the tiny village of Swejgazi. The team leader, a stocky, tobacco-chewing chief warrant officer named R.F. Balwants, herded his team into a shallow drainage canal, where they built a pair of hide sites 300 yards west of Highway 7, the 2-lane blacktop running from the Iraqi capital to Nasiriyah. With the farmland around Swejgazi lying fallow for the winter, American intelligence had concluded that local peasants would have little reason to venture out of their village and into the fields. This assumption, as Balwants immediately discovered, was absurd. No sooner had the team finished sterilizing its holes at sunrise than dozens of Iraqis began drifting across the countryside. Peering through a narrow slit in the camouflage, Balwants counted at least 50 people, women gathering firewood, children playing, men herding goats and sheep. Soon the Americans heard the sing-song of young children capering along the canal bank. The voices suddenly hushed. Evidently sensing intruders in the ditch, the children ran shrieking toward the village. Several sharpshooters burst from the holes, training their weapons on the fleeing youngsters. For a terrible moment, the Americans wondered whether to fire. "Do we shoot them, Chief?" a soldier asked. "Nah," Balwants replied, "we're not going to do that." Instead, the team slogged east in the muddy ditch for 400 yards and set up a defensive perimeter. A few minutes later, the children returned, this time accompanied by a young man wearing a robe and sandals. With nowhere to hide, the Americans waited in a tight circle, weapons at the ready. The Iraqi's eyes widened at the sight of 8 heavily armed soldiers crouched in his field. "Peace be with you," Balwants called in Arabic. The man said nothing. He turned and hurried back toward the village. Perhaps, Balwants told himself, the civilians would ignore them. It was not to be. 30 men carrying rifles soon emerged from Swejgazi, fanning out across the fields. A moment later, 4 trucks, a Land Rover, and a bus rolled up from the south. 150 Iraqi soldiers spilled onto Highway 7, apparently summoned from a communications compound 3 miles away. Balwants radioed 18th Airborne Corps headquarters 150 miles to the south. "Contact is imminent. We're going to have a fight here. We need to be picked up, and we need close air support." 2 enemy platoons funneled into the canal. 2 others circled toward the American flanks. Curious women and children drifted from the village to watch. Balwants ordered all rucksacks and classified communications equipment tossed into a pile, salvaging only the weapons and a single satellite radio. Setting a 1-minute fuse in a block of C4 plastic explosive, the team again scurried east to a new fighting position, where the ditch made a 90-degree bend. The equipment blew up behind them just as Iraqi scouts reached the pile. The crack of rifle fire swept across the field. Bullets sang overhead or chewed into the dirt embankment. The Americans fired back with M16s and a pair of 203mm grenade launchers. "Shoot only the soldiers, no civilians," Balwants commanded. "Conserve your ammunition." With a warbling war cry, the Iraqi troops dashed forward, dived for cover among the furrows, then ran forward again. Enemy bodies soon littered the field, but the Americans were still outnumbered 15 to 1. A sense of doom stole over the men as the enemy noose tightened. Balwants turned to see 2 of his men glumly waving to each other in a last sad gesture of farewell. Just when their predicament seemed desperate, the roar of Air Force F-16s washed over the battlefield. The first payload of cluster bombs shattered the highway, where 50 Iraqi reinforcements and a dozen vehicles had congregated. Using a small survival radio and a flashing mirror to signal his position, Balwants directed other strikes to within 200 yards of his flanks. The fields blossomed with fire around them as the team huddled in the ditch. "One shot, one target," Balwants warned, glancing at the dwindling stockpile of ammunition. "Nobody fires on automatic. Take your time, pick out your targets, let's keep them at bay." With the Air Force overhead, the tide turned. Another Iraqi charge was repulsed with more cluster bombs, and a bold counterattack backed down the canal by Balwants and one of his sergeants. Several more hours would pass before 2 search and rescue helicopters dared venture into the firefight. Dispirited and in disarray, an estimated 150 of their comrades now dead, the Iraqis failed to spot Balwants and his men as they slipped in pairs from the ditch to an earthen berm 300 yards away. Then, from the south, the Americans heard the throb of rotor blades. 2 Blackhawks touched down almost on top of them. The men flung themselves into the open bays. Within 15 seconds, they were gone. 70 miles to the west, another Special Forces A-team had been inserted by helicopter shortly before midnight on the 23rd. Splitting into a pair of 3-man squads, the team took up positions 15 miles apart above the Euphrates River town of Samawa. The southernmost squad had been compromised almost immediately. Bolting across the desert, the men would travel southwest for 3 days before being picked up at a rendezvous point. The other trio, Master Sergeant Jeffrey Sims, Sergeant First Class Ronald Torbett, and Staff Sergeant Roy Tabron, had hiked 5 miles from the helicopter drop-off point before building a hide site in a ditch 300 yards north of the village of Oawam al-Hamza. Throughout the morning of the 24th, the soldiers kept vigil over Highway 8, assuring 18th Corps that no Iraqi armored units had yet rolled toward the French forces at Rochambeau or the Screaming Eagles at Cobra. Shortly after noon, however, Sims spotted a pair of slender figures wandering from the village toward the drainage ditch. Squatting in their lair, the Americans watched nervously as a young Iraqi girl and an old man strolled toward them across the furrowed fields. Sims never knew precisely what betrayed him. Maybe it was the small satellite antenna concealed on the burrow roof, perhaps a glint of metal or subtle changes in the hue of the sand drying around the burrow. Whatever the reason, the girl stopped abruptly and pointed at the hide site. The old man shuffled forward, his eyes searching the ditch. Then he gathered his robes and sat on the ground only inches from the hole. The Americans flung back the heavy roof and burst into the open with drawn pistols. Tabron grabbed the old man, who tugged open his coat to show he was unarmed. "We are your friends," Sims said in Arabic. The Iraqi, clearly skeptical, announced that Iraqi soldiers were garrisoned nearby. No more eager to kill civilians than Balwants had been, Sims ordered them released. The terrified girl and the elderly man hurried back into town. The Americans moved 500 yards down the ditch in search of a better fighting position. 15 minutes later, rifle fire erupted from houses on the outskirts of Oawam al-Hamza. A bus clattered to the edge of the field, and 50 Iraqi soldiers spilled out the door. As the enemy leader flashed hand signals to his dispersing men, Sims shot him dead. To the north, Torbett saw a woman driving a tractor with soldiers in tow on a flatbed trailer. Squinting through the sniper scope of his M16, he squeezed off a single shot at 900 yards and, in an astonishing feat of marksmanship, sent an Iraqi flying from the trailer. Sims radioed 18th Corps with a request for immediate extraction. To protect his flanks, he ordered Torbett to move 200 yards to the left. Tabron shifted a similar distance to the right. 2 more buses pulled up, and 100 soldiers poured onto the battlefield, weapons blazing. With only 300 rounds of ammunition apiece, the 3 Americans fired on automatic only when the Iraqis attempted to overrun them. Sims felt himself dipping and soaring through wild mood swings, from depression as the enemy seemed to gain the upper hand to elation whenever gunfire drove them back. He took stock of his arsenal: an M16, 5 grenades, 2 Claymore mines, 15 pin flares. They would never be captured alive, Sims resolved. He preferred death to the prospect of being paraded like a circus beast on Iraqi television. 90 minutes into the firefight, a single F-16 streaked through the thick clouds overhead. Sims fired 14 flares, one red dart after another flashing skyward before the pilot saw them. A pair of cluster bombs boiled through the enemy on the right flank, 500 yards from Tabron. The pilot made several more passes, walking his bombs ever closer before breaking away to refuel. When he saw a sudden movement on his left, Sims whirled around and raised his rifle. "Ron, is that you?" he barked. "You'd better tell me something or I'm going to blow you away." "It's me," Torbett yelled, waving an arm. Sims lowered his weapon. Sims' radio distress call had been relayed to the flight line at Rafah, 170 miles south, where a Black Hawk crew commanded by Chief Warrant Officer Jim Crisafulli had been resting after a long night spent inserting SF teams behind the lines. Within 4 minutes, Crisafulli had cranked his engines. 15 minutes later, the helicopter lifted off with Crisafulli, his co-pilot, a pair of Special Forces soldiers, and 2 crewmen manning the Black Hawk's twin door guns. Having dodged heavy gunfire on the previous night's mission, Crisafulli initially flew a zigzag course toward the Euphrates Valley at 160 miles an hour, keeping the helicopter 5 to 10 feet above the desert. But Sims' pleas, audible over a high-frequency channel, grew ever more desperate. If they can't get here in 20 minutes, he finally warned, they may as well not come. Still 45 minutes away, Crisafulli abandoned the evasive flight plan and pointed the Black Hawk's nose straight for Oawam al-Hamza. The town soon loomed ahead, a clutter of boxy houses bracketed by Highway 8 and the muddy ribbon of the Shat al-Hila. Crisafulli believed Sims to be west and north of town, beyond a skein of electrical cables stretching across a field from the highway. "We're going to have to go under the power lines," he warned the crew. But as the helicopter swooped between 2 stanchions, another set of wires, much lower than the first, suddenly loomed 200 yards ahead. Crisafulli yanked back on his control stick, and the Black Hawk soared almost straight up, plastering the men in back against the cabin ceiling. After looping over the wires, Crisafulli again dived for the ground, but the Iraqis had seen them. "We're taking fire," the crew chief yelled. Hundreds of muzzle flashes winked from the irrigation ditches and narrow dikes. Above the screaming engines and throb of the rotor blades, Crisafulli heard the hammer of his door guns while the helicopter danced amid the enemy tracers. Jeff Sims, watching the Black Hawk buck and heave along the power lines, fired his last pin flare. From the corner of his eye, Crisafulli spied the red phosphorus rocket streaking 500 feet into the air behind the helicopter and assumed the Iraqis had launched a surface-to-air missile. He pitched the Black Hawk into a 60-degree dive at 140 knots before the crew chief yelled, "No, no, it's a flare, I see them." The trio was south of the power lines after all. Again, Crisafulli lurched over a skein of wires, pinning his crew to the ceiling once more, and swooped beneath a second set. 1 o'clock, the crew chief shouted, pointing at 3 figures sprinting across the desert. Crisafulli kicked the helicopter into a 180-degree turn and slammed into the ground less than 50 yards from Sims. The 2 SF soldiers leaped from the bay, firing at the Iraqis with their M16s, while the door gunners swiveled from side to side, machine guns roaring. Enemy rounds pinged against the fuselage and shattered the cockpit windows. Plexiglass sprayed across the flight controls. More bullets smashed the Black Hawk's electronic jamming pod and ricocheted off 2 of the rotors, ripping holes in the honeycombed blades. Lugging the radios as bullets nipped at his heels, Sims waited until Tabrin and Torbat threw themselves through the Black Hawk's door. 50 yards beyond the tail rotor, he spotted several enemy soldiers rushing toward the helicopter. "You've got 3 Iraqis right behind you," he shouted. The door gunner wheeled around and fired a long, savage burst, slicing all 3 men in half. Sims leaped aboard. Crisafulli lifted off. Wind whistled through the shattered cockpit as a final burst of tracers whizzed past. The Black Hawk pelted across the desert. Oawam al-Hamza receded from view, then dropped below the horizon. Beneath the singing of the battered rotors, 9 men shrieked with joy, astonished to be alive. Riyadh. In Schwarzkopf's war room, success on the Allied flanks was greeted with a mixture of jubilation and disbelief as the tiny symbols representing the Dagay, 101st, 1st Marine, and 2nd Marine Divisions inched up the map. Arab units also were moving north. On the coastal road east of the Marines, troops of Joint Forces Command East had opened 6 lanes into Kuwait at 8 a.m. against token opposition from Iraqi divisions that had been all but obliterated by weeks of airstrikes and naval gunfire. 3 hours into the Marines' attack, CENTCOM realized that Boomer was approximately 8 hours ahead of schedule. Casualty reports from the French and Americans seemed so improbably low that Colonel Tony Gain, the CINC's current operations officer, doubted their accuracy and wondered whether units in the field were withholding bad news. Schwarzkopf paced before the map boards, his elation tempered only by frustration at being in a bunker hundreds of miles from the fighting. "When you are winning a war," Churchill once observed, "almost everything that happens can be claimed to be right and wise." No battle plan ever appeared righter or wiser than the one now unfolding. Yet in success lay hazard. Every man in the war room could see that the Marines were rapidly establishing a salient that exposed their left flank to counterattack, particularly from the Iraqi 10th and 6th Armored Divisions, positioned west of Kuwait Bay. In retrospect, the likelihood of Iraqi commanders summoning the tactical wherewithal to exploit such an opportunity would seem ludicrous. On the morning of February 24th, however, the threat looked very real. Schwarzkopf's plan called for the Marine flank to be shielded by Joint Forces Command North, spearheaded by 35,000 Egyptians on the left and a Saudi, Kuwaiti, Syrian force on the right. But the JFCN attack was not scheduled to begin until the next day, G+1. Moreover, the Egyptians could be notoriously slow. The Syrians, after first refusing to cross the border, had agreed to attack, but only as a rear guard, and Saudi military power struck no one with terror. The CINC's deputy intelligence officer, Colonel Chuck Thomas, pulled together a team of analysts who concluded, on the basis of sketchy reports from the front, that the Iraqis could not coordinate a multi-brigade counterattack, that, at best, they can put a brigade together. Boomer shared the CINC's concern about his flank. "We're moving faster than we thought we would, particularly this first day," he told Schwarzkopf on the phone. "What about moving the main attack up?" the CINC asked, referring to 7th Corps and JFCN. "Would that help?" "Yes," Boomer replied. "I think that would be a good move." Schwarzkopf, swiveling in his leather chair, studied the attack timeline printed on a small scrap of paper. Both 7th Corps and the heavy armor from 18th Corps, McCaffrey's 24th and the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment, were scheduled to launch at G+26 hours, 6 a.m. on February 25th. Months of intricate planning had gone into this plan. The 26-hour delay in unleashing the main attack was a carefully calculated effort to allow Iraqi corps commanders and Baghdad time to conclude, given the havoc wreaked on the enemy's communications system, that the Allied thrust focused on Kuwait. 1,000 logistical nuances also were predicated on a staggered attack sequence. Could the Army and the Arabs go early without hopelessly snarling their fuel and ammunition trains? Sitting on Schwarzkopf's right was Calvin Waller, who only a day before had reverted to his role as deputy CINC. To Waller's chagrin, a pale and feeble John Yosak had suddenly reappeared in Riyadh, looking, in the words of one incredulous officer, more like he belonged in the morgue than in a war room. His defective gallbladder gone, cigar clamped between his jaws, Yosak had dragged himself from a hospital bed in Germany and pronounced himself again fit for duty as RCENT commander. After failing to persuade Yosak to assume some of the DCINC's responsibilities instead, Schwarzkopf agreed. "Cal," he told Waller, "I'm going to tell you what I've heard you tell other people. You've got to dance with the girl you brought to the ball." Waller nodded, blinking back his disappointment. "Sir," he replied, "not a problem." Waller's 8 days in command of RCENT's 3rd Army had convinced him that the troops were ready to fight, regardless of the timetable. A commander, he believed, must be prepared to exploit success. Allied forces driving across Europe during World War II had, in less than 100 days, captured objectives that conservative war planners predicted wouldn't be reached for a year. "To hell with the plan," Waller urged. "We can't let the Marines get so far ahead of everybody else that they could be enveloped or attacked from the flank." Schwarzkopf concurred. Even the fragmentary reports from the front, including radio intercepts from the Iraqi 3rd and 4th Corps defending the Kuwaiti boot heel, suggested the wholesale collapse of the enemy. If they moved quickly, the Allies could knock the enemy completely off balance by forcing them to fight while retreating. The CINC phoned Yosak at RCENT headquarters at 9:15 a.m. "It looks as if the defenses are crumbling. Can you go early? If so, how much time do you need to get ready?" Steve Arnold, the RCENT operations officer, immediately called both Corps headquarters. Gary Luck declared himself ready to launch the 24th Division with 2 hours' warning. John Landry, the 7th Corps deputy commander, relayed the query to Fred Franks, who had already moved toward the border. Franks then called Yosak directly. "I believe we can do it, John." "I got an answer from 18th Corps that they can attack on 2 hours' notice," Yosak explained. "Okay," Franks said. "Sounds about right to me, too. Go ahead. But let me check with Tom Rame and the Brits and my other subordinate commanders." In his diary, Steve Arnold wrote, "Iraqi defenses may be falling apart. We may go into pursuit mode. French have taken over 3,500 prisoners. No casualties yet in Third Army. Great start. The enthusiasm expressed by Franks and Arnold masked several nagging worries. Both 7th Corps and ARSAT had drafted a go-early option many weeks before in the event that Bush ordered a sudden attack. But as that prospect faded, planning had focused almost exclusively on G+26 hours. Franks had anticipated a full 12 hours of daylight for Rames's 1st Infantry Division to open lanes through the Saddam Line for the British 1st Armored. A night breach was complex, dangerous, and unrehearsed. Elaborate synchronization tables had also been constructed to keep the Corps' 146,000 troops massed together, thus giving Franks his armored fist against the Republican Guard. Accelerating the attack could imperil that scheme, particularly if the left wing, led by the 2nd Armored Cavalry, dashed across the desert and left behind the forces in the breach. Franks called his commanders one by one and found each chafing for a fight. Ron Griffith of 1st Armored and Don Holder of the 2nd Cavalry pronounced themselves ready with 2 hours' notice. Paul Funk, commander of the 3rd Armored, said he could launch at noon. Rame had already radioed Corps headquarters, asking for permission to begin the breach at 1 p.m. The British also declared themselves game, though the accelerated attack meant their Challenger tanks would have to move 60 miles to the border under their own power, since there was no time to load them onto heavy equipment transporters. The Army awaited Schwarzkopf's decision while the CINC consulted with General Khalid, commander of the Arab forces, to be certain JFCN could also launch early. Shortly before noon, the Kuwaiti resistance reported that Iraqi forces had blown up the desalination plant in Kuwait City, which suggested to Schwarzkopf that the occupiers intended to abandon the capital. At 12:30 p.m., shortly after Task Force Ripper punched through the 2nd minefield in Kuwait, the CINC passed word through the chain of command. The main attack would begin 15 hours ahead of schedule, at 3 p.m. Some in the war room harbored deep skepticism. Tony Gain recalled how difficult it had been to accelerate a simulated attack in training by just 2 or 3 hours. Launching a huge corps into combat 15 hours early seemed impossible, even daft. My God, Gain confided to another officer, either the CINC's brilliant or he's about to throw the Army into a gross failure because they won't be able to execute his order. If Schwarzkopf himself had any reservations, they remained hidden behind an air of confidence. Later in the afternoon, he left the war room for a 10-minute session with reporters in the press room of the Hyatt Regency Hotel. A slight smile played across his face as he spoke of remarkably light casualties. The war is not over yet, the CINC cautioned, but so far we're delighted with the progress of the campaign. We're going to go around, over, through, on top, underneath, and any other way it takes to beat them. Phase Line Colorado, Iraq. At 2:30 p.m., the prelude to 7th Corps' attack began with an artillery barrage as devastating, in intensity if not duration, as any ever unleashed in combat. 13 tube battalions and 10 MLRS rocket batteries, parked almost wheel to wheel, dumped more than 11,000 rounds downrange in 30 minutes. 600,000 MLRS bomblets raked a target area measuring only 20 by 40 kilometers. By contrast, Napoleon's famed gunners fired 20,000 rounds during the entire Battle of Waterloo. The bombardment, despite being scaled back after Schwarzkopf accelerated the attack, still achieved a tempo more than twice that of the British cannonade at the Somme in July 1916, when 1.5 million shells fell in 7 days. The effect in the Iraqi trenches, where each 155mm round exploded with a lethal bursting radius of 50 meters, can scarcely be imagined. While awaiting CENTCOM's final instructions on when to attack, Fred Franks had toyed with a last-minute modification to his maneuver plan. Don Holder, already 15 miles deep in Iraq with the 2nd Cavalry, received a message from Corps headquarters suggesting that his regiment and the 3rd Armored Division veer sharply to the east to strike Iraqi reserve units in the flank. This instead of driving directly north toward the Republican Guard. Whether the brainstorm had come from the Corps commander or his staff was unclear. Holder immediately flew back to Frank's headquarters below the Saudi berm, where he found the equally alarmed Paul Funk of the 3rd Armored. "We shouldn't change the plan with everybody prepared to drive off to the north," Holder urged Franks. "We don't want to start splitting up the Corps now." Beyond jeopardizing the Corps commander's desire to mass his combat power against the Guard, the proposal appeared to violate one of the most sacred dictums of warfare: never take counsel of your fears. Franks swiftly agreed. "Yeah, we're not going to do that," he said. "Just stay focused on the enemy." Holder flew back to the regiment. "Well," he told his staff with a grin, "we just won the first battle." At 3 p.m., the artillery lifted. On the left wing, Holder's cavalrymen cantered forward. Behind them, the two armored divisions lumbered toward the border. On the far right, a brigade from the 1st Cavalry Division punched up the Wadi al-Batin with yet another feint intended to reinforce Iraqi convictions that the main attack would come through the dry riverbed. The key to the initial Corps assault, however, lay in the center with Operation Scorpion Danger, the sundering of the Saddam line. Not since Normandy had the Army undertaken a major breach across a fortified defensive barrier. Franks had selected for the task the same unit chosen to assault Omaha Beach, the 1st Infantry Division. It was a good choice, both in terms of the division. The big red one, boasting battle streamers fairly won from the Marne to Tunisia to the Tet counteroffensive, had also served as Patton's spearhead across Sicily, and its commander. Major General Thomas G. Rame, the pride of Winfield, Louisiana, was noisy, profane, and relentless. In aggressive drive, he had few peers. Admiring officers from the 2nd Cavalry referred to the 1st Division as the Wild Bunch, to Rame as the Wild Thing. Rame's lead brigades pushed forward on a 9-mile front. The breach site had been chosen where satellite photographs indicated a seam between two Iraqi divisions. Trenches of the 48th Division in the east were carved in a lazy W pattern, with interlocking fields of fire. Those of the 26th Division in the west were laid in straight lines without imagination or tactical aptitude. Unlike many American commanders, Rame was pleased with the intelligence provided him before G-Day. Detailed templates, drawn from U-2 satellite and Pioneer drone photography, showed the exact position of every large-caliber Iraqi weapon on maps that were updated daily in messages codenamed Orient Classic. He estimated that the two divisions facing him had been reduced to no more than 60% of their pre-war strength, and that 90% of their artillery had been destroyed. American doctrine called for an attacking force to be at least 3 times stronger than an entrenched defender. His own strength, Rame calculated, was 12 times that of the enemy at the point of attack. "I didn't come here to fight fair," he would proclaim after the war. "I came to put maximum destruction on this son of a bitch with as few American casualties as possible." In this, Rame succeeded. On the division's left, the 1st Brigade began its attack with a thunderous volley of tank fire into the trench line beyond the minefield. 4 enemy tanks atop a low bluff were destroyed with TOW missile shots from a range of 3,000 yards. Using plows, rakes, and steel rollers, soldiers began cutting 8 lanes across the mines, mirroring a similar number begun by 2nd Brigade on the right. Plagued during rehearsals with a 60% misfire rate from line charge launchers, the Army had little use for the contraptions during the breach. Iraqi resistance was feeble. A few dozen poorly aimed artillery rounds fell around the 1st Brigade. Many enemy soldiers were inexplicably facing west or southwest, offering the Americans their flank. Those who survived the artillery barrage were hardly in fighting trim. During the 3 months spent studying the art of the breach, Army tacticians had concluded that the conventional practice of clearing enemy trenches with dismounted infantrymen was ill-conceived. That the trenches had to be sterilized was undisputed. A hidden Iraqi sniper armed with a rocket-propelled grenade could wreak havoc on ammunition and fuel trucks. But both computer war games at Fort Leavenworth and mock battles fought in the Mojave Desert showed that breaching slowed to a crawl and friendly casualties soared if soldiers left their armored vehicles to root through enemy fortifications on foot. The British had come to similar conclusions, codified by Major General Rupert Smith in a simple adage: "Don't dismount your blokes." Consequently, the 1st Division had devised techniques for entombing any Iraqi soldiers who failed to surrender promptly. An M9 armored bulldozer rolled along the trenches, collapsing the walls as Bradley fighting vehicles sprayed the enemy positions with machine gun and 25mm cannon fire. No PSYOPs surrender appeals were broadcast, for fear that such a move would slow the attack and give the Iraqis time to fire chemical artillery rounds. In several instances, the Americans found a use for the temperamental line charges by firing them down the trench lines. The shallow trenches, typically no more than 3 feet wide and 3 feet deep, simplified the burial tactics, as did the baffling Iraqi practice of piling the spoil from the fortifications on the south side, where it could be pushed back into the ditches. "Those dumb shits," Rame had commented while studying reconnaissance photographs of the trenches. "Why are they doing that?" A hue and cry would arise after the war when the division's breaching techniques were disclosed, as if burying the enemy was less humane than eviscerating them with tank fire or 11,000 artillery rounds. In truth, similar tactics had been used since the advent of armored warfare in World War I. Against the Japanese, beginning with the bloody fight for Tulagi in the South Pacific, U.S. Marines had buried the enemy in their caves and bunkers whenever possible, rather than dig them out. The tactic had been reviewed by a United Nations conference on conventional weaponry during the late 1970s and left unregulated, as a common, long-standing tactic entirely consistent with the law of war. 29 minutes after entering the minefield, 1st Brigade broke through the Saddam line. 2nd Brigade on the right punched across about the same time. Franks was worried enough about the entombment of enemy troops to call his Assistant Chief of Staff, Colonel Mike Hawk. "Mike, I want you to get with the JAG, Judge Advocate General, and tell him that when the 1st ID made their penetration, they led with plows and rakes, and some Iraqis were buried. I want to know whether that's any breach of the rules of war." Hawk conferred with the Corps lawyers and reported back to Franks. Because the division had been under fire, the tactic was not considered an improper use of force. The Big Red One had sustained 2 casualties during the breach. One was a soldier killed by a mine. More than 500 Iraqis were captured by day's end. A subsequent after-action report, signed by Rame and dated 14 March 1991, estimated that some 150 enemy soldiers who chose to resist were plowed under. Washington, D.C. Only the sketchiest reports of Allied progress had reached the White House on Sunday morning when the president climbed into his limousine for the short drive across Lafayette Square to St. John's Episcopal Church. The motorcade rolled past the rearing equestrian statue of Andrew Jackson, gaily waving his cocked hat in a gesture of perpetual triumph. At 7 a.m., it was 3 p.m. in Riyadh, the precise moment of 7th Corps' attack. Bush walked through the green double doors and down the center aisle to Pew 54, where every chief executive since James Madison had worshipped. The president nodded greetings to Baker, Cheney, Quayle, and others from his war cabinet gathered for a brief prayer service. A soft blush of blue, orange, and green light filtered through the stained glass depiction of the Last Supper behind the altar. St. John's had long offered refuge to commanders-in-chief seeking spiritual solace. Built in 1816, after much of Washington was burned by the British, the church had been designed by the architect Benjamin Latrobe, who boasted, "I have just completed a church that made many Washingtonians religious who had not been religious before." Lincoln had prayed here during the Civil War, as had Woodrow Wilson in World War I and Lyndon Johnson during Vietnam. Ever since the war in the Persian Gulf began in January, a hymn has been running through my mind, the rector, Dr. John C. Harper, told his distinguished flock. The hymn is a prayer for peace, and it begins, "O God of love, O King of peace, make wars throughout the world to cease." It is comparatively easy, I think, to indict a nation such as Iraq and slight our own national responsibility, or to concern ourselves with the intransigence of Israel, while at the same time ignoring the failures of the Western democracies to provide a better example than has sometimes been the case. We hear a great deal these days about the Allied coalition, but might we not extend that concept to a wider family of nations, to those who oppose us? Bush listened intently, his head canted in concentration. In the pew behind him, his defense secretary pulled out a pen and a scrap of paper. Moments before leaving his house in Northern Virginia, Cheney had spoken by phone to Colin Powell. The chairman bore only glad tidings. The ground attack was unfolding not only on schedule, but with unanticipated ease. "Mr. President," Cheney scribbled, "things are going very well. Dick." He passed the note to Bush, who studied the message and smiled. From the pulpit, the Reverend Harper concluded his homily. "The cross is what binds us, mixed up people that we are," the pastor said, "so that in the end we find ways of making peace in the world by making peace in ourselves." After the service, Cheney and his family joined Bush and the First Lady for coffee in the upstairs living room at the White House. Using a colorful map pulled from a copy of Time magazine lying on the coffee table, Cheney pointed out the Allied attack corridors. Then he and the president repaired to the privacy of an adjacent sitting room, where Cheney recounted Powell's report in detail. 2 Marine divisions had crossed the minefields and other barriers with little difficulty, he told Bush. Allied casualties appeared to be extremely low, perhaps 4 dead. Schwarzkopf was so confident of a rout that he had accelerated his main attack by nearly a day. Their worst fears, of chemical warfare, of another Asian quagmire, of body bags by the thousands, seemed ever more remote. Rarely given to emotional outbursts, Cheney could scarcely contain his excitement. "It's hard to believe how well we're doing," he added. "Thank God," the president said. "That's great news." Phase Line Dixie, Iraq. As dusk rolled over the battlefield in 7th Corps' attack sector, the 1st Infantry Division's lead battalions reached Phase Line Colorado, about 6 miles beyond the obstacle belt. Engineers marked the breach lanes with plywood signs and beacons fashioned from plastic water bottles filled with fluorescent liquid. They also began increasing the number of lanes from 16 to 24 to accommodate the 28,000 soldiers of the British 1st Armored Division pressing from the south. The British had been placed under Fred Frank's formal control on January 27th. His plan called for them to pass through the Big Red One before turning east to protect the Corps' right flank against Iraqi reserves positioned near the Wadi al-Batin. Comprising 2 brigades, the 7th Armored or celebrated Desert Rats, and the 4th, the British division thus would have the shortest distance to travel of any 7th Corps division, a consideration made necessary by the dubious reliability of the Challenger tank. Nearly every extra tank engine and transmission in the British Army had been sent to Saudi Arabia. The Army of the Rhine in Germany particularly had been picked clean of spare parts. To the Americans, whose units rarely boasted a lineage more than 2 or 3 generations old, the British regiments seemed fantastically ancient. The Queen's Royal Irish Hussars was an amalgam of 2 regiments, one formed in 1685, the other in 1693. The 17th 21st Lancers, also a combined regiment, recruited largely from Lincolnshire and Nottinghamshire, wore insignia drawn from the death mask of James Wolfe, who was killed in the assault on Quebec in 1759. Churchill had fought with the 21st Lancers against the Dervishes at Omdurman in Britain's last great cavalry charge. The Royal Scots, chartered in 1633, vied with France's Picardy Regiment for the honor of the world's oldest military unit in continuous service. When a Picard once boasted, "We guarded the tomb of Christ," a lad from the Royal Scots is said to have replied, "If we'd done the job, he wouldn't have got away so easily." British unit terminology so bewildered the Americans, fusiliers, perhaps inevitably, was perverted to fuselage, that the British were given cards printed with their regimental names to present to U.S. military policemen directing traffic into the breach. However close the battlefield fellowship, and it became tight indeed, the Yanks and Brits would remain 2 peoples, divided by a common language. Obsessed with a strict military conformity, the Americans found their British cousins quirky and informal. Soldiers often wore long hair. Officers called superiors and subordinates alike by their Christian names. No afternoon seemed complete without what Americans referred to as the tea thing. Uniforms were anything but uniform, with no 2 soldiers dressed exactly alike, and many donning shirmags, a sort of Arab headdress strictly forbidden in the American ranks. Tales of British eccentricity were legion. The Staffordshire lad who, on being told to get rid of his pet sand viper, kissed the reptile goodbye and was badly bitten. the commander who mustered his regiment in the desert to have them search the sand for his lost hunting horn, carried by his grandfather in the Great War. The 7th Armored Soldier, endowed with more pride than spelling prowess, who emblazoned his chest with a tattoo of a helmeted rodent and the inscription DESSERT-RAT, Desert Rat. Commanding this host of idiosyncratics was a character of appropriate whimsy and good fun, Major General Rupert Smith. Known as the Pin-Up General for his good looks and raffish demeanor, the nickname rather embarrassed him, Smith brooked no stuffy formality. Sweater draped around his neck as though he were going to a rugby match, Smith returned the stiff American salutes with a casual wave and cheery, "Hello there, hello." On one occasion, on climbing with several of his officers into a Humvee, he was asked by the skeptical American driver, "Where are you guys from?" "Where do you think we're from?" Smith asked. "You're sure as hell not in the U.S. Army," the driver replied, rolling his eyes. "You can't be Mexican. Are you Canadian?" Notwithstanding his casual mien, Smith was an accomplished tactician, whose military talents and formidable intellect were admired by Franks and the other division commanders. In contrast to the Americans, who churned out reams of plans, appendixes, annexes, contingencies, and timetables, the British were almost as relaxed as the French. "I refused to make a plan," Smith later declared. Even as the 1st Division was plunging into the breach, he had not decided whether they would be followed initially by his 7th Brigade or the 4th. The proper course, Smith believed, would manifest itself as the battle unfolded. "Don't worry," he assured Franks, "I'll make it up when I see what the enemy is doing." Other than surrendering or dying, the enemy was doing little. Darkness, however, proved a tougher foe for the Allies. Night had fallen with only half of the Big Red One across the minefield, and the British still gathering below the border berm. At 8 o'clock, Franks called Rame and Smith by satellite phone from his forward headquarters, a cluster of 4-tracked vehicles parked in a circle with a canvas awning stretched between them. Although the earlier rain had lifted, visibility in the breach was almost nil. The desert seemed to soak up any light like blotting paper absorbing water. For soldiers without thermal sights, and that included everyone except the tank and Bradley crews, the Pentagon's oft-repeated claim to own the night was balderdash. Franks had visions of Rame's logistics trucks wandering into the minefield or rolling over unexploded artillery rounds. "What's your assessment?" he asked. "Do you think we ought to continue the attack all night? Or should we stop and resume at first light?" Rame reported that his 3rd Brigade, with most of the division's armor, had yet to cross the breach. "I recommend we wait until daylight," he told Franks. "We'll continue to fire artillery tonight, and in the morning we'll blow through." By noon on February 25th, he promised, the division could reach phase line New Jersey in the north and begin passing the British to the east. Smith concurred. Franks approved the delay. But what to do about the left wing, with the 2nd Armored Cavalry and 2 armored divisions? Holder's cavalrymen were now nearly 50 miles deep, close to phase line Dixie. Funk and Griffith, though advancing steadily, had fallen behind. The 3rd Armored Band had stood on the berm and serenaded the tanks across the border with Gary Owen and Pennsylvania 65000, while tuba players in cumbersome chemical warfare suits gaily swung their instruments in time to the music. Most of Griffith's 1st Armored had been more than 20 miles south of Iraq when Schwarzkopf accelerated the attack. Now the division was struggling in the dark across terrain strewn with boulders. Meanwhile, an artillery regiment and much of the logistics tail assigned to support the left wing against the Republican Guard were stacked up at the breach. The timetable, so carefully calculated by Franks to achieve synchronization in time and space, was beginning to fray. Franks studied the map and meditated. Earlier in the day, he had offered a silent pledge to his troops. "I hope I fulfill my end of the bargain. I know you have." Now the Corps commander faced one of the most difficult decisions of his 36 years in uniform. On the one hand, he had vowed for weeks that once begun, the attack would admit no pause, the forbidden P word. Franks had been so adamant about maintaining the momentum that his deputy, John Landry, remarked that he seemed almost to have a fire burning inside him whenever the issue arose. Any delay of the left hook could permit the enemy time to reposition, or, worse yet, escape. But circumstances had changed. In Riyadh, staff officers at ARSAT and CENTCOM had begun talking about pursuit, which suggested a headlong dash after a fleeing enemy. To Stan Cherry, Frank's operations officer, such talk was recklessly premature. It could lead to a latter-day pickets charge, Cherry warned, with 140,000 soldiers galloping across the desert in a wild rush that would send fratricide off the charts. And unless the British were given time to position in the east, the Iraqis could counterattack into the flank of the Corps' left wing as it swung to the northeast. Moreover, to minimize American casualties in the battle against the Republican Guard, Franks still believed he needed to mass his combat power. The three-division armored fist remained paramount. He knew what two of those divisions would be, the 1st and 3rd Armored. The 3rd was uncertain. Schwarzkopf thus far had refused to cut loose his theater reserve, the 1st Cavalry, lest they be needed to reinforce the Egyptians. It appeared then that the final finger in the fist would have to be Raim's Big Red One. Around 10 p.m. on Sunday, Franks radioed his commanders for advice. "If we continue to move," Holder replied, "you're going to have me into the Republican Guard tomorrow and nobody behind me to mass against them. My recommendation is to hold and resume the attack at first light." "That will allow us to mass sometime Tuesday," Franks said, "probably late Tuesday morning, to smack the fist into the Republican Guard." The two armored divisions behind him, Holder added, could continue through the night to push forward in an effort to close the gap with his cavalry. Both Funk and Griffith, however, thought it prudent to pause for refueling and to consolidate their forces. Darkness already had slowed all movement to a crawl. Griffith, whose front trace was now roughly 18 miles into Iraq near Phase Line Apple, also warned that if his 1st Armored continued to advance through the night, he would hit the Iraqi 7th Corps rear at Al-Busayya, possibly alerting the Republican Guard to the American threat advancing from the southwest. Franks spoke often of a commander's ability, when the need arose, to call an audible, a football term referring to an abrupt change of play by the quarterback at the line of scrimmage. Now he called one. The Corps log recorded his decision. Halt, refuel, ensure formation postured to achieve mass when attack recommences at first light. He radioed Yosak in Riyadh and quickly sketched his predicament. The Corps would stop until dawn. The British would then be prepared to blitz through the breach at noon on Monday, freeing the 1st Infantry to drive north and join the two armored divisions for the final fight. Yosak offered no objection. Yet the pause surprised the 7th Corps staff, who debated their commander's decision in hushed tones. Landry was stunned. Certain that the decision had been foisted on Franks by Riyadh, or that the attack had somehow foundered, Landry called Stan Cherry from the Corps main headquarters farther south in Saudi Arabia. "Stan, I don't understand this at all. How many times had Franks decreed that there be no respite in the attack?" Cherry explained how nightfall had delayed the breach, and how Franks was determined not to let his left wing outrun the right. "Okay," Landry replied, hardly concealing his skepticism. "I can understand that." As usual, Franks seemed to have carefully weighed the evidence before coming to a decision. No plan, the German Field Marshal Moltke had once warned, ever survives contact with the enemy. Yet Landry was not reassured. It hardly seemed possible, he reflected, that this sudden change of heart could pass without incident. Chapter 15. On the Euphrates. Riyadh. Schwarzkopf had retired to his basement bivouac for a few hours of sleep late on the night of February 24th. Around 4 a.m. on Monday, G+1, he returned to the war room looking refreshed and confident, a commander who sensed that victory was within reach. His entire professional life had been spent in preparation for this moment, for an armored battle the likes of which had not been seen in half a century. The successes of 18th Corps and the Marines, with very few casualties, seemed nothing short of miraculous. Always a man who allowed his emotions to ride close to the surface, the CINC took no pains to conceal his jubilation. The big wall map across from his chair told the story. In the far west, the French straddled Objective Rochambeau and were preparing to push on toward Objective White at As Salman. If the Daguet Division had lost a little time in pushing north, that had been obviated by Binny Pay's 101st Airborne, now entrenched at Cobra and preparing to spring into the Euphrates Valley. Also, 18th Corps logisticians had discovered that the desert was firm enough to support some supply trucks, thus reducing the importance of MSR Texas to As Salman. On Pay's right, Barry McCaffrey's 24th Division, attacking with 240 Abrams tanks along the combat trails X-Ray, Whiskey, and Yankee, had bolted across the desert toward the Euphrates, in the words of Butch Neal, like a striped-ass ape. By the time Schwarzkopf returned to the war room this Monday morning, one of McCaffrey's brigades had reported reaching phase line Lion, 80 miles into Iraq. In the east, the Arab forces of JFCE were moving smartly toward Kuwait City along the coast road, their progress slowed mostly by prisoners. The two Marine divisions had seized much of the Kuwaiti boot heel, overrunning 3 Iraqi divisions and capturing 8,000 prisoners. JFCN, as expected, had been slow out of the blocks, in part because the Egyptians and Saudis received only enough breaching equipment to cut 11 lanes through the obstacle belts. The Egyptians, when ordered to attack early on Sunday, pushed 3 battalions to the edge of the first minefield, then wheeled around and headed south at nightfall to logger behind the safety of the Saudi border. CENTCOM intelligence now portrayed the enemy's forward echelons as virtually annihilated. In the Iraqi 3rd Corps sector of eastern Kuwait, the 7th, 8th, 14th, 18th, and 29th Divisions were all assessed as combat ineffective. The 5th Mechanized and 3rd Armored Divisions had been badly mauled. The latter was attempting to dig in between Kuwait City International Airport and Al-Jawra. Several divisions and 3 Special Forces brigades in Kuwait City remained near full strength, but facing east to thwart an amphibious landing. After the Tripoli and Princeton mine strikes, Schwarzkopf had scaled back the planned assault on Failaka Island before canceling the mission altogether. Instead, Marine helicopters conducted feints in the direction of the coast, racing toward the beach before peeling back out to sea. Just the threat of an amphibious attack sufficed to keep a sizable portion of the enemy force turned in the wrong direction. Only when Schwarzkopf focused his attention on 7th Corps did a frown cross his face. The frown quickly became a scowl. Map stickers representing Frank's divisions had advanced not at all. "What the hell's going on with 7th Corps?" the CINC demanded. "This map is wrong." "No, it's not wrong, sir," Neal replied. "We just updated it. Get me the position reports." The war room bubbled with activity as staff officers culled through the latest reports relayed from 7th Corps through ARCENT. Neal checked the grid coordinates for the 2 armored divisions, the 2nd Cavalry, the Big Red One, and the British. "Sir," he reported, "that's where it plots." The CINC flushed with anger. Instead of swinging into the Republican Guard with the fury of a broadsword, 7th Corps was teasing the Iraqis with rapier pricks. The contrast between the 2 armored divisions still near the border and Schwarzkopf's former unit, the 24th Infantry, now nearly midway to the Euphrates, was appalling. "Get me Yosak," he barked. For the next 36 hours, Schwarzkopf's frustration with 7th Corps periodically boiled over. Yosak fielded one irate call in his own war room at Escon Village, where he was bracketed by Steve Arnold and John Stewart, respectively the ARCENT operations and intelligence chiefs. "I've got these map plots, and I want to know what's going on," Schwarzkopf began, his voice rising to a roar. The senior army commander attempted to explain, but the CINC cut him off. "God damn it, I don't care what the problems are. I told you I wanted you to keep pace, and you're not doing it. If Franks can't handle the job, I'll get someone who can. I've got Waller champing at the bit." Arnold and Stewart, who could hear Schwarzkopf's rage crackling through the phone, exchanged anxious glances. When Yosak hung up, looking like a man who had just been physically pummeled, he reported with understatement, "The CINC's not happy." Schwarzkopf, he added, had threatened to relieve both him and Franks. In the CENTCOM war room, 400 miles from the front and 40 feet underground, it appeared that 7th Corps was ceding the initiative to the Republican Guard, allowing the enemy to choose between counterattacking or fleeing. Schwarzkopf's fury reached new intensity after a call from Colin Powell. The chairman, who earlier had urged his theater commander to make sure the Republican Guard doesn't escape, now demanded to know why 7th Corps was being sluggish. Powell told Schwarzkopf that while he was reluctant to second-guess his battlefield commanders, he found it difficult to justify the performance of 7th Corps when you see what the 24th is doing. What are the 1st and 3rd Armored Divisions doing? Powell ordered the CINC to call Yosak and tell him the chairman is on the ceiling about the entire matter of 7th Corps. In private conversations with senior officers from the Pentagon and 18th Corps, the CINC would later complain that 7th Corps was hidebound and inflexible, reluctant to amend its original plan, and slow to exploit Iraqi vulnerabilities. He condemned Franks as a pedant, whose preachings on tactics and corps operations masked battlefield timidity. In his memoirs, Schwarzkopf would further suggest that 7th Corps' dawdling let some enemy forces elude destruction. Such criticisms were unfair and unwarranted. McCaffrey's division had encountered no enemy resistance at all, and his 2nd Brigade was about to be stalled by treacherous terrain at Phase Line Lion. Neither Riyadh nor Washington fully appreciated the burden imposed on 7th Corps when the attack was advanced by 15 hours, nor did they seem to understand the rigors of breaching at night, or Frank's ambition to minimize American casualties by massing his combat power, a major precept of American military thought since the 1840s. There is no higher and simpler law in strategy, Clausewitz had written, than that of keeping one's forces concentrated. While few officers doubted that Schwarzkopf was genuinely angry with 7th Corps, some suspected he was exaggerating for effect. Cal Waller, for example, believed that at least part of the CINC's tirade was a calculated performance intended to light a fire under the Army. Light a fire it did. CINC upset with 7th Corps not moving fast enough, Steve Arnold wrote in his journal. Arnold wondered whether Schwarzkopf understood precisely what Franks was attempting. The Corps commander was attempting to orchestrate one of the most remarkable armored maneuvers in military history. Despite the pause, he was still running well ahead of Arsent's synchronization matrix, a chart printed with the anticipated battle schedule, which called for 7th Corps to be in position to destroy the Republican Guard at H plus 74 hours, or dawn on Wednesday. To his credit, Yosak withstood Schwarzkopf's outbursts. Rather than bludgeon his subordinates in turn, Yosak conveyed the CINC's wrath through a call from Arnold to John Landry at 7th Corps' main headquarters. "We're really getting beat up by the CINC over the slowness of the attack," Arnold reported. "What's going on? You've got to get it moving quicker." Landry immediately called Franks at his forward command post and found the Corps commander momentarily at a loss for words. All units had again begun moving forward in good order. Arsent had been informed of the reasons for the pause. Friendly casualties were almost non-existent. Why was there such turmoil in Riyadh? "Christ," Franks murmured, more to himself than to Landry. "I don't understand." Al-Qidr, Iraq. The assault into the Euphrates Valley by the 101st Airborne Division was intended not only to sever Baghdad from its army of occupation, but also to shock Saddam with the sudden appearance of American paratroopers on his southern doorstep, only 140 miles from the Iraqi capital. The chosen site lay midway between Samawa and Nasiriyah, south of the town of Al-Qidr. Here the river curled in an oxbow close to Highway 8, forming a natural choke point for traffic between Baghdad and Basra. At 11 o'clock on Monday morning, after an hour's delay to await reports from scouts prowling the river valley, the lead four-ship formation of Chinook helicopters lifted off from the division assembly area in Saudi Arabia for the 150-mile flight into Iraq. Task Force Rakkasan, the term, a legacy from the paratroopers' occupation of Japan after World War II, meant falling umbrellas from the sky, would haul the 3rd Brigade's artillery and most of its tow missiles to Landing Zone Sand, 25 miles below Highway 8. From there, the heavy equipment would be pushed overland to rendezvous with 2,000 infantrymen set to storm into the valley on Monday evening. The Chinooks lacked the fuel capacity to fly all the way to Highway 8 and make it back to the forward logistics base at Cobra. Moreover, the big lumbering helicopters would have offered an easy target for any Iraqi gunners near Al-Qidr. As happened so often in this war, the elements bedeviled the best-laid American plans. Late that morning, Benny Pay called his 3rd Brigade commander, Colonel Robert Clark. "The weather forecast for tonight is bad. If we wait until this evening to put in the infantry, we may have to scrub the mission. I want you to consider going early." After briefly weighing his options, Clark issued new orders. Rather than assault the valley at night, the infantry would fly up later that afternoon. At LZ Sand, the first of 60 Chinooks staggered in, each carrying 2 TOW missile launchers mounted on Humvees. A light rain spattered the desert as the pilots found the proper landing sites, marked with red, orange, and blue panels, and lingered only long enough to dump their loads before peeling south for Cobra. The Rakkasan commander, Lieutenant Colonel Tom Greco, marshaled 60 vehicles and a rifle company and shoved them north toward Highway 8. The convoy soon found the muddy track nearly impassable. Forced to muscle the cannons through axle-deep mud like exhausted doughboys manhandling their caissons across the Ardennes, the Rakkasans plodded north. Division planners had hoped that the 25-mile trek could be made in several hours, thus putting the brigade's heavy weaponry into the hands of the infantry shortly after their arrival in the river valley. Instead, the march would take all night and part of the next morning. 66 Blackhawks, each crammed with 15 to 17 paratroopers, began lifting off from Saudi Arabia shortly after 3 p.m. for the 75-minute flight to Highway 8. A chaplain had distributed prayer cards among the frightened soldiers, but as the helicopters crossed into Iraq, one trooper tore the brown wrapper from a Playboy magazine. "Gentlemen, this is what we're fighting for," he crowed, holding the centerfold high overhead and then flipping through the other nude photographs. "And this, and this, and this." This first wave of 1,000 soldiers roared into the Euphrates Valley, touching down at 3 landing zones south of Highway 8 near Al-Qidr. Leaping from the Black Hawk bays into a sea of black mud, they sank up to their knees. An Air Force sergeant, top-heavy with radios, slipped and fell face down. A trio of paratroopers was needed to pull him to his feet. The throb of retreating helicopters faded in the south, leaving only the sounds of yapping dogs and the slurp of boots being wrenched from the mud at each slow step. Clark, the brigade commander, scanned the wretched terrain. As far as he could see in the fading light, soldiers struggled through the bog, dragging their mortars and tows, scraping mud from their legs with bayonets, and listening for the expected rush of enemy artillery shells. Rain fell harder, drumming on helmets and rucksacks. Ponchos flapped in the wind. Several hundred yards to the north, Clark saw the yellow stab of headlights on Highway 8. An Iraqi civilian stopped his sedan and leaped from the car. He gawked in disbelief, then fled toward the river, slipping and falling 3 times before he disappeared from view. Clark found a muddy dike angling south from the highway, and within 10 minutes had set up his satellite radio and called division headquarters. "The Screaming Eagles," he reported, "have landed on the Euphrates." Gary Luck, always sensitive to grandiloquence, later complained, "Who sent that tacky message? That does not do credit to the 101st. The Screaming Eagles were indeed on the Euphrates, but as prisoners of the ground they held, immobilized by mud, their heavy weapons mired far to the south. Reluctant to bring in more soldiers, only to have them exposed to artillery or tank fire, Clark canceled the second lift of Blackhawks, leaving 1,000 paratrooper reinforcements to await further orders. Less than a kilometer to the northwest of Clark's position, 300 soldiers from the 3rd Battalion anchored the brigade's left flank under the command of Major Jerry R. Bolzak, Jr. The battalion commander, Tom Greco, was with the Rakkasans at LZ Sand. Bolzak sheltered in a narrow irrigation ditch, watching his soldiers erect several large signs across the highway with warnings in English and Arabic. U.S. military operations, keep out. At dusk, he heard the crackle of small arms fire from Alpha Company, entrenched along his left perimeter. 15 Iraqi infantrymen had crept to within 200 yards. The Americans drove them off with a barrage of 60mm mortar fire. Bolzak, who had recently been reading War and Peace, thought of Tolstoy's portrait of the Russian commanders and how little influence they had had on the events swirling around them on the battlefield. Even in this inconsequential skirmish on an Iraqi mudflat, the observation seemed apt. Except for marginal decisions, such as whether to use the 60mm or 81mm mortars, Bolzak knew that much of what happened followed a course beyond his control. Mud had ruined 2 of the battalion's 4 TOW missile launchers, but Bolzak moved the remaining pair and his machine guns into ambush positions overlooking Highway 8. To avoid shooting farmers or other civilians who wandered unawares into the kill-sack, the gunners allowed solitary vehicles to pass, but truck convoys were fair game. As Bolzak watched a single pair of headlights moving southeast from Samawa shortly after dark, a burst of red tracers ripped across the roadbed. He radioed, "What are you doing? I only see one set of headlights." "Sir, there are 4 vehicles traveling together," the company commander answered, "but only the lead one has his lights on." Bullets tore through the first truck, which swerved across the highway and crashed into the guardrail. The rest of the convoy screeched to a halt, and the drivers scampered into the night. One would be found dead the next morning, laid out with hands folded across his chest and his head pointed toward Mecca. Bolzak's scouts moved forward to search the wreckage. "What have you got?" Bolzak radioed eagerly, envisioning a cargo of Scud missiles. "Sir," came the reply, "they were carrying onions." The highway was cut, the main corridor connecting Baghdad with Basra and Kuwait now under American sovereignty. Rain and wind worsened by the hour, grounding Allied warplanes and attack helicopters. But the additional forces would not be needed. Clark and his brigade awaited the counterattack that never came, the artillery salvos that never fell. An armored column with 200 vehicles reported by the Air Force to be moving from Nasiriyah reversed course and headed east to Clark's immeasurable relief. Throughout the night, other convoys, some laden with booty from Kuwait City, attempted to run the roadblocks only to be destroyed with machine gun and mortar fire. When one military truck tried to ram through a barricade made of a pair of captured Honda Preludes, a sergeant emptied 2 full clips from his M16 at a range of 20 yards and killed 13 Iraqis. On the brigade's eastern flank, a paratrooper battalion swept through a large oil pumping complex and routed a platoon of defenders after a brief firefight. With daylight came the bedraggled Rakasans and their heavy weapons, including explosives for blowing craters in the highway pavement. Villagers put aside their terror. "Please don't eat us," some screamed when the paratroopers first appeared, to plead for food. Bedouin women bared their breasts to show that their children were hungry. The mayor of Al-Khidr presented himself and asked permission to loot the shattered trucks now littering Highway 8. "My people," he explained, "have no water, no food, no power." Flush with the victors' generosity, the Americans agreed, and Iraqis swarmed over the carcasses like crows before staggering across the mud with flour sacks and loaves of bread and hundreds of onions cradled in their arms. Hakl Naft al-Burkan, Kuwait. Heavy fog mixed with purple oil smoke shrouded the Kuwaiti bootheel as the Marines prepared to push north on the second day of their offensive. The wind, which in late winter usually blew from the northwest, had shifted from the southwest, pushing most of the petroleum fumes back into the faces of the Iraqi defenders. On the western lip of the Al-Burkan oil field, however, where 4,000 Marines from Task Force Papa Bear held the 1st Division's right flank, visibility was less than 100 yards. Here, at last, the enemy counterattacked. It began with a surrender. Around 9 a.m. on Monday, the Papa Bear commander, Colonel Richard W. Hodori, was leaning over a map spread across the hood of his Humvee when a tank and 2 armored personnel carriers loomed out of the fog 50 yards away. Hodori had positioned his 1st Tank Battalion on a forward screen line. He wondered why one of the M60s should now wander back to the command post. Then he recognized the distinctive round turret of an Iraqi T-55. A burst of Marine gunfire raked across the enemy vehicles. "What the shit's going on?" Hodori yelled, amazed that they had got so close despite an entire tank battalion to his front. A white flag appeared. The enemy crews were disarmed and handcuffed. Their leader, an English-speaking officer in his late 30s who identified himself as Major Adai, claimed to be the commander of the 22nd Brigade of the 5th Mechanized Division. He later was found to be only a battalion commander. Adai told Hodori that he and several company commanders wanted to surrender, but that most of the regiment was prepared to fight. He handed over his map with an Arabic legend that translated as Secret, Confidential, 3rd Corps Division Distribution, Al-Burkan province called Kuwait. In a steady voice, Adai told Hodori he was married and the father of 3 children. He had been wounded twice in the war with Iran and had arrived in Kuwait the previous summer under the impression that he was liberating the country from American invaders. The Iraqi counterattack against the Marines, he added, would begin soon. The news was not entirely unexpected. Although the Marines had fretted over their exposed eastern flank, the Arab EPAC forces were still 12 miles southeast along the coastal highway. The dense thatch of pipelines in the Al-Burkan and Al-Amadi fields seemed to form a natural barrier on 1st MEF's right flank. Any armored force would have to negotiate above-ground pipes every few hundred yards, in addition to the petroleum lakes and flaming wellheads left by Iraqi saboteurs. But the previous night, while searching a command bunker near Al-Jaber Air Base, Marines from Task Force Ripper had discovered Iraqi documents detailing plans for an attack out of the flames. At 3:30 a.m., signals intelligence further confirmed that 2 enemy brigades were marshalling in the Al-Burkan. Armed with a target-quality solution, intelligence jargon for the precise position of enemy forces, 1st Division Commander Mike Myatt ordered 4 artillery battalions to fire at 2 grid coordinates simultaneously. Shortly after 8 a.m., more than 300 rounds fell on the 2 locations. The gunners then raised their tubes and fired again 1,000 yards farther east. "Watch this, General," Myatt's operations officer, Lieutenant Colonel Jerry Humble, warned. "It's going to be like rabbits coming out of the briar patch." The first rabbits flushed moments after the informative Major Adai offered his map to Hodori. Undetected in the fog, Iraqi tanks had pushed through the American screen line from the southeast. Suddenly, tank rounds and machine gun tracers ripped through the command post, sending Hodori and his officers diving for the ground. For 10 minutes, pandemonium swept the Marine encampment. Confused shouts were drowned out by booming tank fire and the chatter of automatic weapons. Muzzle flashes licked through the mist. The stench of cordite and diesel smoke rolled across the battleground. Radios screamed with orders and counter-orders. Had the enemy attacked online, hitting the Marines with the mass of concentrated armor, they might have overrun Papa Bear's command post. But the assault was piecemeal. Iraqi marksmanship was atrocious, consistently 6 to 10 feet high. Firing Dragon missiles and AT-4 anti-tank weapons, the Marines quickly blunted the attack and forced the enemy back in disarray. One corporal courageously grabbed an AT-4, dashed through the tracer fire, and destroyed a T-55 with a shot into the tank's right flank. Hodori ordered the 1st Tank Battalion to pivot east and then south. As the Marine M60s creaked to the crest of a low hill, the fog suddenly began to lift. There before them lay the enemy regiment, milling about in hapless confusion, like sheep in a slaughtering pen. 8 miles to the north, Mike Myatt had set up the 1st Division's forward command post on the western fringe of As-Subahiyya Oasis, an improbable grove of evergreen trees known to the Marines as the Emir's Ranch. At 9:30 a.m., Myatt and his deputy, Brigadier General Tom Dowd, were on the radio monitoring Papa Bear's battle when several explosions shook the tent. "What the hell is that?" Myatt demanded. Staff officers quickly rolled up the canvas flaps and saw, through the smoky haze several hundred yards to the east, Marine pickets locked in combat with another Iraqi brigade at the tree line. Artillery rounds burst nearby. Myatt surmised that the enemy was using radio direction-finding equipment to home in on the division's antennae farm, which had been erected near the command post. After calling Task Force Ripper for reinforcements armed with TOW missiles, Jerry Humble radioed 1st MEF headquarters. "We need some help. Send all the Cobras you can." "Jerry," an MEF staff officer replied, "everybody's in a fight." "No, we're in a real fight at Division Forward," Humble insisted. "Listen." Using an old Vietnam technique, he held the radio handset aloft so that the explosions were clearly audible. "Oh shit," the other officer replied. "I hear." Forewarned by the enemy documents captured at Al-Jaber, Mayat had wisely chosen to reinforce the lone rifle platoon guarding his command post. The task had fallen to Captain Eddie Stephen Ray, a strapping company commander from south central Los Angeles who had once played offensive guard for the University of Washington football team. Ray was furious at being pulled from Task Force Shepherd, where he had been scheduled to lead the regimental attack Monday morning. For half an hour, he argued futilely with the task force commander, pleading to be spared the ignominy of guard duty. Still seething, Ray had arrived at the command post shortly after 1 a.m. on Monday with 40 Marines from his 2nd Platoon and 7 LAV-25 armored personnel carriers. He positioned the LAVs on a screen line a quarter of a mile from Mayat's tent. When the Iraqi attack began, Ray heard the boom of artillery to the northeast, then saw a round detonate 100 yards away. The harsh clatter of gunfire drifted south from Mayat's rifle platoon. Wary of fratricide, Ray ordered his men to remain in place while he raced north in an LAV to a Marine machine gun nest behind a sand berm. 200 meters to the east, the silhouettes of Iraqi BMPs, armored personnel carriers, glided among the trees. Marine infantrymen fired 2 light anti-tank rockets. Both missed, but the BMPs stopped, and Iraqi soldiers poured from the rear hatches and fanned out through the grove. For the first time, Ray realized that Mayat, Dowd, and the rest of the division staff were in immediate danger of being captured or killed. The firing intensified. Enemy bullets snipped at evergreen branches and spattered around the machine gun nest. Ray's gunner pumped a volley of 25mm cannon fire into one BMP, then another. Standing exposed in the LAV's upper hatch, trying to make out the shadowy shapes darting among the trees, Ray saw a yellow flash explode from the right. A Sager missile streaked overhead. "Sager, back up," he yelled to the driver. The LAV rumbled in reverse as a rocket-propelled grenade exploded a few yards short. Crimson 25mm rounds tore into a 3rd BMP. The vehicle exploded, flinging bodies into the air. Ray radioed his platoon leader. "I'm 500 meters north of you on the screen line. Take a due north azimuth. I want 3 vehicles on each side of me when you get here, 100-meter intervals. Do not veer east. We're firing to the east." He could not call in artillery. The Iraqis were too close. But a pair of Cobra gunships swooped in beneath the pewter overcast, and while the LAVs moved on line, Ray directed cannon and rocket fire from the Cobras by using tracer rounds to mark enemy infantry positions. Uncertain of his flanks, and alarmed by frantic reports of more Iraqi vehicles, Ray decided to counterattack. He dashed first to the southern edge of the trees, then to the north. Seeing no evidence that the enemy was trying to circle behind him, he ordered the LAVs into the forest as the Cobras rolled in and out above the screen line. Again, the Iraqis showed poor marksmanship and an inability to organize. Enemy dead carpeted the forest floor. Wounded soldiers dragged themselves through the trees, leaving scarlet blood trails. By now, at least 24 vehicles were ablaze, singeing the tree branches and erupting in fountains of fire as ammunition cooked off inside. Ray pushed forward for 1,000 yards, then paused to round up prisoners and rearm the LAVs, each of which carried 600 rounds of 25mm ammunition. The Marines searched a solitary building hidden in the glade, where they discovered an arsenal with 2,000 weapons and a large cache of rice. More Cobras arrived overhead. The LAVs again moved forward. The trees ahead boiled with cannon and rocket fire. A group of prisoners broke free and scampered through the woods. As his gunners trained their sights on the backs of the fleeing enemy, Ray told the men to hold their fire. "Just let them go," he ordered. After covering another 1,000 yards, the Marines reached the eastern fringe of the Emir's ranch. Beyond lay the wasteland of the Al Burkan, now swept with the express train roar of burning oil wells. A few surviving BMPs vanished into the smoke. 38 other vehicles had been destroyed, and 300 Iraqis captured. Ed Ray, who would win the Navy Cross, second only to the Medal of Honor among awards for heroism, wheeled around and headed back toward Myatt's command post to await further orders. In the South, Papa Bear found itself locked in what the 1st Division would claim as the biggest tank battle in Marine Corps history. However historic, the fight soon turned into a rout. For 3 hours, while Marine bombers struck deep to the north and east, Hodori's tanks and LAVs shot everything that moved without a white flag flapping. Particularly devastating was a flight of 4 Cobras led by Captain Randy Hammond out of Lonesome Dove, the Marines' makeshift airstrip just west of the Boot Heel. During their first sortie, the Cobras, each of which carried 4 tows, 14 rockets, 4 Hellfires, and 700 20-millimeter rounds, shot their entire munitions load in 10 minutes, leaving a swath of burning enemy equipment. After rearming and returning to the battlefield, Hammond and his pilots formed a skirmish line and moved northeast at 20 knots, destroying trucks, tanks, and personnel carriers. The 20-millimeter cannon, which slaved automatically whenever the Cobra pilot swiveled his head, blew enemy infantrymen to pieces. Some Iraqis waved white flags, then fired from the rear as the Cobras passed. Others lay on their weapons, feigning death. The enemy returned fire with machine guns, surface-to-air missiles, 85-millimeter anti-aircraft fire, and even rocket-propelled grenades, hitting nothing. On their third and final sortie, the Cobras demolished a 2-story police post with 7 Hellfires and 3 tows, before dumping hundreds of cannon rounds and 4 more Hellfires into enemy troops clustered on Hill 371, the highest promontory in the central Boot Heel. By noon, the enemy was spent. The 1st Marine Division would count nearly 100 armored vehicles destroyed and several hundred prisoners captured. However disastrous and ineffectual, the counterattack had one salutary consequence for the Iraqis. It temporarily halted the division's drive toward Kuwait City. At a cost of 2 brigades, the enemy had bought itself 24 hours. Al-Khobar, Saudi Arabia. After nearly 6 weeks of war, the Iraqi Scud provoked more curiosity and contempt than fear among its intended victims. Except for a volley of 6 missiles on February 21st, enemy launches since mid-month had dwindled to an average of 1 per day. Attacks against Israel had been confined to occasional firings from an area near Al-Qaim along the Syrian border. In Saudi Arabia, the Scud was the butt of innumerable jokes. Question: how many Iraqis does it take to fire a Scud? Answer: 3. 1 to aim, 1 to fire, and 1 to watch CNN to see where it lands. Air Force counter-Scud bombing, and the perceived prowess of the Patriot missile, had lulled many into a false sense of safety. Warning sirens, which once triggered a frantic fumbling for gas masks and a rush to the bomb shelters, now seemed a screaming inconvenience. Rather than seek cover, many stepped outside or repaired to the roof in hopes of glimpsing the fell beauty of missile-dueling missile. On Monday evening, February 25th, all that would change. At 8:32, an early warning satellite spotted the infrared plume of a Scud launch from the Kurna Basket in the marshy bottoms 50 miles northeast of Basra. 2 minutes later, an alert flashed from Cheyenne Mountain in Colorado. Within 60 seconds, the warning reached Foxtrot Battery of the 2nd Battalion, 7th Air Defense Artillery Brigade, positioned north of Dhahran. At 8:38, Foxtrot detected the missile streaking high over Kuwait, more than 60 miles away. Because the Scud remained well outside Foxtrot's engagement zone, the range and altitude in which the Patriot system automatically fired, Foxtrot's crew watched the Iraqi missile on their radar scope for 30 seconds without launching. Likewise, Delta and then Echo batteries tracked the Scud but did not shoot, because the target was also beyond their respective zones. The southern batteries of 2nd Battalion, Alpha and Bravo, were positioned on Dhahran Air Base, long designated by the Army as the most precious military asset in eastern Saudi Arabia. Bravo, however, had shut down 4 hours earlier for maintenance work on its radar system. At Alpha Battery, First Lieutenant Gerald M. Daly and his assistant, Specialist Samuel M. Luce, sat in the engagement control van listening to radio reports from Echo and Delta and waiting for the Scud to show up on their scope. On beginning his shift at 6 p.m., Daly had run through the usual checklist: missile inventory, status panels, radar operations. All appeared normal. He and Luce double-checked the system after hearing the Scud alert. Again, the Patriot seemed to be 100% go. They were deceived. An abnormality had crept into Alpha's computer software that blinded it to the Scud, now plummeting toward Dhahran at 4,000 miles per hour. When a Patriot system was running, its computer accumulated an infinitesimal timing error of 1 microsecond for every second of operation. 1,000,000 microseconds equal 1 second. Normally, the error was too small to affect the missile's performance. Moreover, whenever the system was rebooted, turned off and then back on, the timing error was erased and reset to 0. Had the Americans been fighting a more sophisticated foe, like the Soviets in Europe, the Patriot crews would have turned their equipment off and moved at least once a day to prevent the enemy from homing in on radar emissions. Against Iraq, however, the batteries remained relatively stationary. Alpha had operated continuously for 100 hours, more than 4 days, and the accumulated timing error had reached 360,000 microseconds, roughly a third of a second. Investigators would later conclude that this surveillance range gate error caused the Patriot radar to miscalculate the projected path of the enemy missile. After initially detecting the Scud, the Patriot computer estimated the missile's path and directed the radar to search a particular section of sky in order to verify and track the target. But because of the timing error, this search was approximately 700 yards from the Scud's actual trajectory. When Alpha's radar saw nothing to confirm the initial glimpse, the battery's computer assumed that the skies were clear. U.S. Army missile technicians had incorporated corrective measures in a new software package developed as a result of information provided by the Israelis on February 11th. Using data-gathering equipment shunned by their American counterparts in Saudi Arabia, the Americans feared the equipment would interfere with missile operations. Israeli crews had detected a significant range gate error after only 8 hours of continuous operation. The Army technicians assumed that most of their crews were rebooting their computers every few hours, so the timing problem was considered minor. The new software, version 35, was intended primarily to help the Patriot more easily distinguish a Scud warhead from other debris when Iraqi missiles disintegrated in flight. The timing modification was described as a minor improvement, which had no impact on system performance. Computer tapes containing version 35 arrived at McGuire Air Force Base in New Jersey on February 22nd, where they sat for a day before being flown to Saudi Arabia with another shipment of PAC-2 missiles. Once they arrived in Riyadh, late on the night of February 24th, the tapes were loaded onto cartridges and trucked to 21 Patriot batteries scattered across the Arabian Peninsula. The new software would not arrive in Dhahran until the morning of February 26th, 12 hours too late. Inside the Alpha engagement van, Lieutenant Daly and Specialist Luce strained at their scope for 90 seconds after Delta Battery reported seeing the Scud head south. Perplexed by the blank screen, they again checked their equipment, unaware that the timing error had caused the system to disregard the incoming missile. Again, the Patriots seemed to be working properly. Radar plainly showed air breathers, aircraft, flying in the vicinity. As they watched and waited in the sealed van, a fiery streak flashed from the northwest, plunging unseen through the heavy overcast. 3 miles from the airbase, in the Dhahran suburb of Al-Khobar, sirens wailed at 8:42 p.m. Soldiers browsing through Souk's supermarket instinctively glanced up at the ceiling. In the crowded toy store next door, Saudi parents herded their children together and hurried toward the exit. Behind the shopping center lay an immense metal warehouse, 200 feet long and 55 feet wide, which had been converted into an army barracks. 4 neat rows of cots stretched across the cavernous building. In one corner, ropes had been strung and draped with ponchos to fashion a dressing room for female soldiers. Around the cots were strewn M16s, duffel bags, stuffed animals, and sacks of cookies sent from home. 127 soldiers had bivouacked in the warehouse, more than half from a single Army Reserve unit, the 14th Quartermaster Detachment. In the wake of Vietnam, the Pentagon had deliberately woven the reserves and National Guard into the country's military force structure so that never again could a president undertake a major war without drawing the nation at large into the conflict. Of the 245,000 reservists who had been summoned to active duty for the Gulf conflict, many were now in Southwest Asia as doctors and dentists, truck drivers and dock workers, pilots and mail handlers. The reserves were at war, and thus the nation. The 14th Quartermaster was America in microcosm. Drawn largely from western Pennsylvania, the unit had been activated on January 15th, dispatched to Virginia for a month of training as water purification specialists, and flown to Dhahran on February 19th. In civilian life, the soldiers were clerks, secretaries, college students. Specialist Anthony E. Madison, the father of two, had studied bricklaying while hoping to be a professional boxer. Specialist Christine L. Mays had served in Germany as an Army cook, then joined the reserves to save money for college. Sergeant John T. Boxler, a Vietnam veteran, had lost his job in the dyeing steel industry before finding new work with the U.S. Postal Service. When the siren sounded, someone opened a door at the end of the warehouse, provoking catcalls and demands that it be shut. For reasons never understood, the warning in Al-Khobar came less than 30 seconds before the missile hit, even though the Scud launch had been detected 10 minutes earlier. Some soldiers reached for their gas masks. Others, including those facing the graveyard shift on guard duty, dozed on their cots. Since no bomb shelters lay close to the warehouse, the troops had been told to remain inside during air raid alerts. A nickel poker game continued, as did a game of Trivial Pursuit, although the number of players was reduced from 9 to 8 when one soldier stood up and scurried away after spotting a mouse. The move probably saved his life. A moment later, 6 of the remaining 8 players were dead. The Scud, possibly the only Iraqi missile that failed to break apart in flight, smashed through the center of the metal roof. For an instant, the force of the penetration caused sheet metal and I-beams to buckle inward, folding over the soldiers like closing petals on a tulip. Then the warhead detonated, gouging in the slab floor a crater 4 feet deep and 12 feet in diameter. The blast whipped heavy concrete and metal fragments 40 yards in all directions. Smaller shards traveled twice as far, raking the warehouse like grape shot. Flaming debris, sleeping bags, boots, blankets, rained through the air like sparks from a Roman candle. Sheets of fire soon engulfed the warehouse. Screams rent the night. Private First Class Anthony Dries had been fumbling for his helmet when the explosion knocked him to the floor. He grabbed his legs, feeling bloody holes where his thighs had been. Another soldier lay nearby, both legs gone, his face contorted in bewildered mortal pain. Chased by flames, Dries dragged the dying man toward the wall, then crawled outside, fighting an overpowering urge to sleep. Scores of firemen and military policemen swarmed around the blazing barracks. M16 ammunition crackled in the flames. A smell of sulfur mingled with the stench of charred flesh. Soldiers wept, survivors embraced. Medics wrapped burn victims in foil sheets. Buses were converted into ambulances, their windows smashed so that the stretchers could be hoisted inside. Helicopters swooped in to pluck away the most critically wounded. The inferno at last died out, leaving a smoldering skeleton of twisted girders. If the carnage was a consequence of blind chance and bad luck, it also was a reminder of the Allies' extraordinary good fortune heretofore. Had the catastrophe occurred early in the war, certainly the psychological impact at home and in the field would have been far greater. Had the missile struck Israel with comparable devastation, it is unlikely that any amount of pleading from Bush or Cheney could have stayed the Israeli sword. As it was, the Al-Khobar calamity cast but a brief shadow across the good news pouring from the battlefield, providing a sad footnote in the Chronicle of Triumph. The Scud killed 28 Americans and wounded 98. Of the dead, 13 were members of the 14th Quartermaster Detachment, including Anthony Madison, Christine Mays, and John Boxler. 39 others were wounded. The unit's casualty rate was 75%. At home in Greensburg, southeast of Pittsburgh, where the 14th Quartermaster had its headquarters, news of the tragedy raced through town nearly as fast as the flames that had swept the barracks. As the dead were identified in Saudi Arabia, Army staff cars began crisscrossing the snow-clad Pennsylvania countryside. On hearing of the attack, Marlene Wolverton had called the Greensburg Armory hourly for word of her husband. At dawn on Tuesday, 2 sergeants appeared at her door. "We are here from the President of the United States and the Secretary of the Army," said one man, fighting back tears, "to inform you that your husband, Richard, was killed in action on February 25th in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia." Married only 8 months. Widowed in an instant, she resisted. "Stop! I don't want to hear it. Don't tell me this." In helpless rage, she ripped the yellow ribbons and American flag from the front door. For others, the news arrived even more cruelly. In a large room on the Armory's 2nd floor, above the drill hall now packed with reporters, dozens of terrified mothers, fathers, husbands, and wives kept vigil. They peppered a major general with questions about Scuds and Patriots and casualties. So insistent were their queries, so desperate the hunger to know, yes or no, alive or dead, that the Army decided to forego its usual procedure of delivering death notifications at home. Instead, a chaplain was asked to give the fatal verdict in the Armory. As 80 people watched in dread, he began with the parents of Specialist Beverly S. Clark, a 23-year-old secretary. The chaplain led the dead woman's mother from the room. She thumped his chest with her fist, sobbing, my baby, she was my baby." Then a second family was summoned, and those left waiting heard shrieks from the corridor and wails of unspeakable anguish. The chaplain returned to call a third name. Another family shambled out, and again cries of lamentation echoed in the hallway. Men and women remaining in the room clung to one another like prisoners awaiting execution, praying and weeping, their eyes pinched shut in supplication. Finally, before a fourth name could be pronounced, someone confronted the Armory's first sergeant. "You can't do this." The sergeant agreed. The death march halted. Further notifications would be delivered at home, where at least the living could mourn their dead in privacy. Phase line smash, Iraq. Not until after the war would Fred Franks learn of Schwarzkopf's threat to dismiss him, but there was no mistaking CENTCOM's distress at the pace of 7th Corps' attack. After his tirade in Riyadh, the CINC called the Corps command post by satellite phone later on Monday. Franks had gone to confer with the 3rd Armored Division, so Stan Cherry took the call and gave Schwarzkopf a quick status report on the Corps' attack. "You've got to keep pushing. I want you to keep pressuring the enemy," Schwarzkopf urged. "Do you know who Bobby Knight is?" "Yes, sir, I sure do," Cherry said. The Indiana University basketball coach was renowned for both his temper and a swarming, aggressive style of play. "Good," the CINC said. "I want you to keep the Bobby Knight press on them. Keep pressing." ARCENT also called, wanting to know why the Corps seemed so sluggish compared to the 101st and 24th Divisions farther west. Cherry had already grown weary of hearing about 18th Corps' exploits, and now he lost his temper. "Because they don't have any enemy out in front of them, that's why," he snapped. "All they're doing is running over rats and lizards." Franks responded to the pressure by urging his commanders forward while clinging to his idée fixe of striking the Republican Guard with an almighty crack, in the phrase of Rupert Smith. Certain battlefield realities, however, could not be swept aside by exhortation or force of will. The passage of the British 1st Armored Division, begun shortly before noon, was tedious and time-consuming, not unlike the process of pouring fluid through the narrow neck of a bottle. Plodding logistics trains could not be left in the dust without risking empty fuel tanks or ammunition racks farther north. Prisoners had become a serious encumbrance across the battlefield, a common phenomenon in desert warfare since a routed opponent had neither terrain nor vegetation to mask his withdrawal. In December 1940, when the British in North Africa captured 130,000 Italians, prisoners were forced to organize their own unescorted shuttle service to POW camps. Late in the afternoon, Franks and Cherry flew by helicopter to the 2nd Cavalry Regiment, which had loggered along a dirt road, misnamed Phase Line Blacktop, approximately 50 miles from the northwest corner of Kuwait. The weather was worsening by the hour, with high winds and rain that would soon shut down air operations. Don Holder had ordered his cavalry squadrons to form a hasty defense in a horseshoe formation to await the 2 armored divisions driving from the southwest. This decision pleased Franks not at all. "Who said anything about defense? No defense, no defense," he said heatedly, rapping Holder's map with his fist. "I want you to push on through, find the enemy and fix him. Keep in contact, but don't become decisively engaged." Franks had long intended that once the Corps reached phase line smash, which bisected the desert from the Wadi al-Batin in the southeast on past al-Busaya in the northwest, he would decide how to attack the Republican Guard. Now the decision was upon him. Holder's cavalrymen had crossed Smash en route to Blacktop. Studying the map and intelligence reports, Franks tried to surmise Iraqi intentions. In the past 24 hours, the Americans had assembled a clear picture of an enemy that was battered but still struggling to mount a defense. Among Iraq's forward echelons, the war was all but over. Captured officers reported that neither the 25th nor the 26th Infantry Division had had any contact with Corps headquarters for more than a week. Morale was abysmal, desertions flagrant. Of 18 artillery tubes in one Iraqi regiment, 18 had been destroyed. But 3 Republican Guard divisions remained entrenched just above the Kuwaiti border: the Tawalkhana in the west, the Medina in the center, the Hammurabi in the east. A 4th division, the Adnan, lay outside Basra near the Euphrates. 2 brigades from the enemy's 12th Armored Division had swung south toward the Wadi al-Batin, apparently reacting to the 1st Cavalry's feint. Another armored brigade, the 50th, had moved northeast to serve as a screen in front of the Tawalkhana Division. Holder and his intelligence officer, Major Steve Campbell, believed the 50th Brigade and the Tawalkhana Division intended to form a blocking force, behind which the Iraqi 3rd Corps could retreat from Kuwait. Campbell predicted that the Tawalkhana would await the American attack close to the Kuwaiti border, with enemy scouts extended 5 miles farther west. Thus warned, Franks again urged Holder to reach out and find the enemy, but just touch them. He then flew back to his command post, now located about 50 miles north of the Saudi border with the 3rd Armored Division. The British, Franks saw, were making steady progress. Rupert Smith had elected to send his 7th Armored Brigade through the breach first, followed by the 4th Brigade. He would then wheel his division in a hard right turn to the east. Each British brigade was assigned a series of objectives named after metals, all leading into Kuwait: copper north, zinc, platinum, and lead for the desert rats in the north; bronze, copper south, brass, steel, and tungsten for 4th Brigade in the south. A greater problem was the American 1st Armored. Slowed by prisoners and a firefight with remnants of the 26th Infantry, the division was finally nearing Objective Python, the crossroads town of al-Busaya. Defended by 2 enemy battalions, al-Busaya comprised approximately 50 buildings and a Corps logistics base. Ronald Griffith, the division commander, had hoped to capture Python by 6 p.m. "I can go ahead and take al-Busaya tonight," Griffith told Franks in a call at dusk, "but there's a network of wadis south of town, and I'm afraid if I start pushing up those wadis in the dark, I'm going to lose some tanks. I'll do whatever you tell me to do, and I can probably be on phase line smash by midnight or 1 o'clock, but I'd prefer to knock the crap out of them all night long with artillery and then go in at first light." Franks agreed. Losing soldiers in a confused fight at night in broken terrain seemed pointless, no matter how eager Riyadh was to push the attack. "Okay," he told Griffith, "but I want you to press hard. I want you to be on phase line Texas, near Smash, by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, not later than." "Right, sir," Griffith replied. "Got that." The separate fingers of the Corps had begun to clench. The fist was forming. "It's time, Stan," Franks told Cherry. "This is it." He had made up his mind. Rather than continuing to arc toward Basra, the Corps would pivot due east to deliver the knockout blow from the left hook. Schwarzkopf had yet to authorize release of the 1st Cavalry to join the attack. Therefore, the Big Red One would leave the breach and pass through Holder's regiment on Tuesday, coming online with 1st and 3rd Armored. McCaffrey's 24th Infantry in the north and the British 1st Armored in the south would thus give the Allies at least 5 heavy divisions in a steel wall from the Euphrates Valley to southern Kuwait. But to maintain momentum, supply lines had to remain open. To his chief logistician, Colonel Bill Rutherford, Franks said, "I need fuel. Don't let me run out. Keep pushing fuel. Brute force logistics. Push, push, push." Among the stacks of contingency plans drafted in the preceding weeks lay a 9-page document entitled Frag Plan 7 and signed Franks, LTG, Lieutenant General. Frag Plan 7, copies of which had been distributed in advance throughout the Corps, was predicated on the Republican Guards remaining more or less stationary. It provided a blueprint for wheeling the Corps to the east and hitting the Iraqis in the flank. With minor modifications, such as shifting the British sector slightly south and adding deep attacks by the 11th Aviation Brigade, the plan seemed to fit the battlefield circumstances almost perfectly. Late Monday night, Franks issued a 1-sentence order, distributed to his commanders via a laptop computer message. Frag Plan 7 placed in effect. Only in retrospect could one recognize that 2 distinct visions of the battlefield had taken hold of the American command 48 hours into the ground war. For Schwarzkopf and his subordinates in Riyadh, the enemy was all but beaten. The virtual collapse of Iraqi resistance in Kuwait, the stellar success of Boomer's Marines, and the ease with which the French and 18th Corps pressed their attack in the west all suggested a routed foe, for whom escape was the overriding impulse. The specter that for months had haunted Schwarzkopf and the nation, of 10,000 American casualties in a protracted slugfest, had vanished. Now the enemy's disarray should be exploited with audacity and speed, bringing the war to a swift, triumphant conclusion. Yet for commanders at the front, particularly for Franks and his lieutenants, a dangerous, unpredictable enemy remained at large. The collapse of conscript divisions in the Kuwaiti boot heel had little bearing on whether the Republican Guard and other armored brigades would flee or fight. 5 enemy divisions remained clustered around northeast Kuwait. American intelligence indicated that these units were repositioning toward, rather than away from, the oncoming 7th Corps. If Allied victory now appeared certain, many lives still hung in the balance between good military judgment and bad. The final days of the attack would seem anticlimactic to everyone, except those who had to carry the fight to its finish. Chapter 16. Upcountry March. King Khalid Military City, Saudi Arabia. On Tuesday morning, February 26th, a military passenger jet banked around a cluster of towering thunderclouds and landed on the airfield at King Khalid Military City, 200 miles north of Riyadh. Built by the Saudis on a frontier outpost, complete with an equestrian center, an Olympic-sized swimming pool, cascading fountains, and a graceful mosque trimmed in green stone, KKMC rose from the wasteland of the Adana Desert with Oz-like splendor. To the Americans, who used the immense compound as an air base and logistics center, it was known as the Emerald City, gateway to Iraq. Brigadier Generals Steve Arnold and John Stewart, still queasy after their turbulent flight, stepped from the jet onto a tarmac slick with rain. On this 3rd morning of the Allied ground offensive, the 2 ARCENT staff officers had decided to visit both 18th Corps and 7th Corps. They were eager to judge for themselves the progress of the Army's attack. Inside the terminal, however, they discovered that bad weather had temporarily grounded all connecting helicopter flights to the north. Arnold also found an urgent message awaiting from John Yosak: call as soon as possible. He and Stewart walked to an Army communications van near the terminal, where Arnold phoned ARCENT headquarters. "Things are not going well down here," Yosak confided. "The CINC is very, very unhappy with the speed of the attack. He wants us to move things faster. He doesn't understand why things are so slow. We need to go brief him and explain why the hell it's taking so long. I want you to come back and help me work this out." Promising to return as soon as the weather permitted, Arnold hung up. once again baffled by Schwarzkopf's grievances. The CINC himself had slowed 18th Corps, asking Gary Luck to hold up McCaffrey's 24th Division at phase line Viking near the Euphrates Valley until 7th Corps can catch up. Schwarzkopf also had temporarily restrained Walt Boomer's drive through southern Kuwait because of concern that the 2nd Marine Division's left flank was exposed by the slow-moving Egyptians. CENTCOM's order, combined with heavy rain, oil smoke, and the counterattack against Mike Myatt's 1st Division, had brought the Marines to a dead stop through the night of February 25th. Despite the frustration caused by the atrocious weather, every officer in Riyadh, Schwarzkopf included, could only be elated that the Allied casualties were low. As for 7th Corps and its left hook, Arnold thought Frank's current maneuverings and the massing of forces under Frag Plan 7 were competent, even brilliant. To charge headlong into the Republican Guard, on the assumption that the Iraqis would not fight, was to risk a bloody nose or worse. Arnold pulled out his journal and scribbled, CG, Yosak, very upset. CINC in a rage. Wants us to get 7th Corps moving faster. CG wants me to come back. Perhaps, Arnold told Stewart, Cal Waller could better explain precisely what Schwarzkopf wanted. Arnold placed a call to the MODA war room. Waller was unavailable, so Arnold left a message and wandered over to the airfield terminal. A few minutes later, Waller phoned back. Stewart, unable to spot Arnold outside the van, took the call. Sir, we're very confused about what's going on, he told the DCINC. We're just trying to get a feel for the environment there and what we can do to make sure it's put right. The attack just isn't going right, Waller said. All right, sir, got that one. You guys already have the plan that we put into... Waller was standing by the front table in the war room with a cup of coffee in one hand and the phone receiver in the other. He stopped short when Schwarzkopf wheeled around to face him. Cal, the CINC snapped, stay out of Arsent's business. Stunned, Waller began to protest. Sir, I'm only trying to clarify. Cal, they've got a commander now, the CINC interrupted. You are no longer the Arsent commander. Get off the phone. Waller nodded, seething. To Stewart, who was unaware of this byplay in Riyadh, he said, John, the environment here is not worth a shit. Talk to Yosak and do what you think is best. Okay, sir, replied Stewart, now thoroughly baffled. I haven't got any more for you, John. Waller hung up the phone and stalked from the war room. In all the years he had known Norman Schwarzkopf, not until this moment had the man ever left him speechless with anger. At KKMC, Arnold returned to the van. While Stewart was recounting the peculiar conversation with Waller, Yosak called. John, you were just talking to General Waller. Yes, sir, Stewart agreed. What were you talking to him about? Sir, we were trying to get a feel for the environment, to see if Steve and I could support you better. Yosak sighed. It's not going right today, John. I just got another call from the CINC chewing my ass out again because my G2 intelligence officer called the DCINC. That's not exactly what happened, sir, but I apologize. It's okay, John, Yosak said before hanging up. Don't worry about it. Watching the rain sweep across the runway, Stewart and Arnold settled in to wait for a return flight that would carry them back to Riyadh, their mood now as gloomy as the weather. Phase Line Bullet, Iraq. No sight is dearer to a soldier, Napoleon once observed, than the knapsack on the back of a retreating enemy. Iraqi knapsacks, crammed with loot from Kuwait City, were now in full view. Pressed by the Marines and JFCE, thousands of 3rd Corps troops had fled into the Kuwaiti capital. Kuwaiti resistance fighters, working with the CIA, reported more signs that the city was to be abandoned. In the Black Hole late on Monday night, Buster Glosson had received word from the resistance, this time passed through the Royal Saudi Air Force, that enemy forces were forming convoys with both military trucks and confiscated civilian vehicles. Glosson directed a J-STARS aircraft, a modified Boeing 707 capable of tracking movement on the ground, much as AWACS tracked planes in the air, to focus its radar on the highway leading north of Kuwait City. At 1 a.m. on Tuesday, Glosson called Colonel Hal Hornberg, commander of the 4th Wing at Al-Kharj. J-STARS now reported unmistakable evidence of an Iraqi exodus. The aircraft's radar scope was peppered with tiny green crosses, each signifying a moving truck, tank, or car. At least 150 vehicles had been detected near Al-Jara on the 6-lane highway leading from the capital toward Basra. "I know you've just finished a hard night's flying," Glosson told Hornberg, "but I've got a job for you. I want you to put your guys back in their aircraft, fly over to Kuwait, and stop a convoy. Stop it at all costs." Hornberg rousted his F-15E squadron commanders. Before dawn, battling an overcast that in places closed to within 200 feet of the ground, a dozen Strike Eagles hammered the fleeing procession. After first dropping cluster bombs near Mutla Pass on the lead vehicles, the pilots struck the rear of the convoy to prevent a retreat into Kuwait City. For the next 48 hours, Air Force, Navy, and Marine bombers flew hundreds of sorties against what became known, in the hyperbole of the Gulf War, as the Highway of Death. Schwarzkopf's exasperation with 7th Corps was fueled by anxiety that the enemy would slip from his grasp. Although aircraft could and did wreak havoc on the Iraqi withdrawal, only ground forces had the wherewithal completely to sever the avenue of retreat. By Tuesday afternoon, the Corps' leading edge was approximately 30 miles from the Kuwaiti border and another 40 miles from the highway. Fred Franks continued to urge his commanders forward, despite perpetual worries about fuel that were aggravated after 90 logistics trucks bogged down in the desert on his left flank. The great wheeling of the Corps to the east under Frag Plan 7 was nearly complete. In the south, the British pushed across the first of their metallic objectives, copper and bronze, and Raim's big red one bolted from the breach in a hell-for-leather dash to catch up to Holder's cavalry. In the far north, Griffith's 1st Armored dumped more than 300 MLRS rockets and 1,400 155mm shells on Al-Busaya before attacking at first light on Tuesday with armor and mechanized infantry. By 9 a.m., the bunkers surrounding the town had been overrun, but a stubborn Iraqi battalion still held the main street and many of Al-Busaya's 50 buildings. Ordering most of his division to continue eastward, Griffith left a battalion task force behind to lay siege with a 165mm demolition gun, powerful enough to flatten a house with a single round. By noon, Al-Busaya, reduced to rubble, had fallen. Between 1st Armored and the 2nd Cavalry lay the 32 battalions of Major General Paul Funk's 3rd Armored. A bald, large-framed native of Roundup, Montana, possessor of a doctorate in education and the wings of a Cobra pilot, Funk had recently witnessed dozens of mock tank battles as commander of the Army's National Training Center in the Mojave Desert. The coming fight, he knew, was likely to be brief, violent, and confused, all the more so since the drenching rains of Monday night had given way to a blinding shamal with 30-knot winds and visibility that rarely exceeded a few hundred yards. With his helicopter scouts grounded by the weather, Funk was uncertain of the enemy's position. The turn to the east had squeezed 3rd Armored into a narrow 10-mile front. This gave the division the mass of extraordinary killing power, but almost no room to maneuver. Funk positioned his 2nd Brigade on the left, to his north, 1st Brigade on the right, to the south, and held 3rd Brigade in reserve. But as the division crossed phase line Bullet, his greatest concern was for a unit in which he had once served as a junior officer, the 4th Squadron of the 7th Cavalry. Equipped with Bradleys but no tanks, the squadron was groping through the sandstorm on Funk's extreme southern flank. The 7th Cavalry had an illustrious heritage marred by misfortune. Butchered by Sioux Indians at the Little Bighorn in 1876, it had again been decimated after blundering into an ambush in the Ladrang Valley, where the unit lost 151 dead and nearly as many wounded on a single day in November 1965. At 3 p.m., the squadron commander, Lieutenant Colonel Terry Lee Tucker, radioed Funk to report that visibility down here is about 300 meters. Funk briefly debated whether to pull the cavalry behind the shield of 1st Brigade's tanks. Reluctant to withdraw his most agile scouts, he chose to wait, a decision he soon regretted. The narrowing of the division's sector fell hardest on Tucker. From a zone 5 kilometers wide, 3 miles, the squadron had been progressively squeezed against the southern boundary with the 2nd Cavalry. Tucker radioed the 1st Brigade commander, Colonel William L. Nash, to ask for a 3-kilometer sector. With 3 large battalions of his own wedged into a 7-kilometer front, Nash denied the request. "I'm going to pinch you again," Nash replied. "It's now down to 1 click, 1 kilometer." Tucker again began shifting his men to the south. Bradley commanders stood erect in their open hatches, squinting through the swirling sand. Leading the squadron were the 20 Bradleys of Alpha Troop, commanded by Captain Gerald S. Davie, Jr., a young West Pointer from the North Shore of Massachusetts who had amused his soldiers a few days earlier by reading aloud the dialogue between Cassius and Brutus in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. Davie had placed his 1st platoon as Alpha's vanguard. 2nd platoon followed 500 yards behind. The 7 Bradleys of 3rd platoon trailed in reserve. At 3:30 p.m., Tucker advised Davie that the division was in pursuit, leaving the troop commander with the impression that no substantial enemy forces lay between him and the Kuwaiti border. A few minutes later, 1st platoon crested a low ridge, and gunfire raked across the Bradleys. "We've got Crunchies up front," a Bradley commander reported, referring to dismounted enemy infantrymen. Having encountered pockets of Iraqis a half-dozen times in the previous 2 days, Tucker saw little cause for alarm. Alpha edged forward. Gunners peering through their thermal sights spotted first the small red dots of foot soldiers, and then, abruptly, the larger crimson rectangles of BMP armored personnel carriers and tanks. Tucker relayed the report to Funk's command post, adding, "I don't know what we've got." What they had, as he and Davie discovered soon enough, was a screen line of 6 T-72 tanks and 18 BMPs from the Tawalkana Division. The Americans, blinded by the Shamal, had rambled into an Iraqi kill sack, closing to within 600 yards of the enemy guns. The deep boom of tank fire erupted across the desert. Davie ordered his 2nd platoon forward to join the 1st, reinforcing both flanks with 3 more Bradleys. Alpha, which had been squeezing into the prescribed 1-kilometer front, now fanned out again. Davie fired a red star cluster to signal his position, but the wind promptly whipped the flare into the ground. Several hundred yards to his left, on Alpha's extreme northern flank, Bradley number Alpha 2-4 had loaded a tow missile and was preparing to fire. But neither Davie nor the Bradley crew realized that 2-4 had crossed in front of a tank battalion from 1st Brigade, which also was spreading into attack formation half a mile behind the cavalry. Without warning, an M1A1 sabot round sliced into the Bradley just below the turret ring on the left side. The shell ripped across the lap of the gunner, Staff Sergeant Kenneth B. Gentry, searing away his thighs, then tore through the lower left leg of the Bradley commander, Sergeant Raymond Egan, before blowing out the other side of the hull. The squadron's command sergeant major, Ronald Sneed, sped toward Alpha 2-4. Short and thick-set, with a rolling gait like that of a sailor on the quarterdeck, Sneed had spent 5 years in Vietnam with the 173rd Airborne Brigade, yet never had he passed a more intense hour of combat than the one unfolding near phase-line Bullet. Green tracers threaded the air from Iraqi infantrymen only 50 yards beyond 2-4. Sneed's gunners sprayed the enemy trench with 25mm cannon shells. Milky smoke poured from 2-4, mixed with halon, a gaseous fire retardant automatically released when the Bradley was hit. Egan lay writhing on the ground. As Sneed scrambled from his hatch, a T-72 fired from less than 600 yards. The round landed 30 yards short. A second round just missed Sneed's Bradley, spattering the hull with dirt and knocking him flat. He scrambled to his feet and sprinted to Alpha 2-4, where he helped Egan into the back of another Bradley, then dragged Gentry from the gunner's seat. Small arms fire beat a tattoo against the Bradleys. Mortar rounds detonated along the ridge. Tucker, who had moved to within 100 yards of 2-4, spotted an Iraqi RPG, rocket-propelled grenade team, maneuvering toward the stricken Bradley. His gunner killed them. Egan would survive his wounds, as would 2-4's driver, who had suffered burns to the head. Gentry quickly lost consciousness and died several minutes later. Tow missile and cannon fire swept from the 13 Bradleys. A BMP exploded in a pillar of fire, then another and another. Radios screamed with calls for help. "We need a medic! We need a medic!" someone pleaded. Davie managed to get the soldier to identify himself. He was a crewman who had been wounded in Alpha 26, then added, "Now shut the fuck up and get off the radio net." In Alpha 3-3, an Iraqi machine gun round ricocheted off the radio, wounding the Bradley commander in the hip. His gunner continued to fight, while another crewman tried to stanch the bleeding. Davy, hoping to prevent the Iraqis from zeroing in on stationary muzzle flashes, urged the troop to keep moving. Ammunition dwindled. Several Bradleys reported themselves black, or reduced to less than a quarter of their stocks. Coaxial machine guns jammed repeatedly, forcing the crews to use cannon fire against the Iraqi infantrymen darting in and out of foxholes. Now trouble developed on Davy's right flank. An Iraqi RPG blew a hole in the transmission of Alpha 3-6. Immobilized, the Bradley commander continued to fire as Lieutenant Michael J. Vasilati moved forward in Alpha 3-1. When Vasilati arrived, the crew of 3-6 scrambled from the crippled Bradley just as a Sager missile struck its left front slope with a blinding flash, wounding all 4 men with shrapnel. Bleeding and dazed, the men tumbled into the rear of 3-1. But as Vasilati sped west in retreat, 2 M1A1 sabot rounds from 1st Brigade struck the front slope just below the turret, triggering a spray of halon and igniting several 25mm rounds. Miraculously, none of the 8 men inside was killed. Vasilati, temporarily blinded with flash burns, was thrown from his hatch. Draped across the machine gun barrel, unable to see or communicate with the terrified driver, who also had been wounded, the lieutenant clambered down the front of the careering Bradley to the hatch and ordered the driver to stop. Davy did not realize that much of the fire raking the troop came from his own division, but Tucker had spotted muzzle flashes from the rear. He radioed Nash, the brigade commander. "I'm concerned about those guys behind me." He then called the armored battalion commander directly. After a sharp exchange, the commander, apparently unaware that his crews had opened fire, initially denied that his tanks were shooting. The battalion was ordered to cease firing. Yet one final tragedy remained to be played out. As 3rd Platoon pulled back, a sabot round, investigators never determined whether it was fired from 1st Brigade or the 2nd Cavalry to the south, slammed into the turret of Alpha 2-2 from the left rear. The round blew through the back of the gunner, Sergeant Edwin B. Cutts, killing him instantly, and wounding 2 other crewmen. Davy pulled his Bradley alongside 2-2. An enemy soldier dashed across the battlefield 300 yards to the east. Davy's coaxial machine gun was among the few that had not jammed, and he fired more than 100 rounds before hitting the Iraqi. The wounded men from 2-2 were rescued, but Cutts's body was so tightly wedged into the turret that it could not be retrieved until the next morning. Davy fired a barrage of smoke grenades, masking his withdrawal behind a dirty brown cloud. The Iraqis had been savaged, most of their BMPs and tanks destroyed. All 14 Bradleys involved in the fight had been hit with shrapnel, small arms, or RPG fire. 3 of them had been demolished by American sabot rounds. The nameless skirmish was hardly comparable, in magnitude, consequence, or infamy, to the Little Bighorn or the Iadrang Valley. Yet 2 men were dead, and another dozen wounded, most at the hands of their comrades. The cavalrymen had fought bravely, unaware for the most part that they were caught in a crossfire. 3 men would win Silver Stars for heroism. General Funk, chastened by the prospect of more friendly fire casualties, ordered his division to halt until daylight. As he pulled the remnants of Alpha Troop to the west, Davy for the first time saw 1st Brigade's tanks behind him. Irritated and perplexed, he wondered why they had not joined the battle. Men at some time are masters of their fates, Cassius observes in Act 1 of Julius Caesar, the very lines Davy had read to his men. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves. As-Salman, Iraq. At last, the tricolor flag snapped in the wind above the captured town of As-Salman, codenamed Cleves by the French occupiers. Objective White, the westernmost goal in the Allied attack plan, had fallen. Moving with the same ponderous deliberation that had so frustrated 18th Corps early in the ground offensive, the Daguet Division had shoved north from Rochambeau on Monday, February 25th. Surrendering Iraqis poured from their fetid bunkers in such numbers that military policemen ran short of plastic handcuffs. By mid-afternoon, the 4th Dragoon Regiment, fortified with another grand battle order, attack and exploit, reached the southern outskirts of As-Salman. Despite American eagerness to seize the town and adjacent airfield at once, the French again lagered for the night. U.S. Army PSYOPs teams broadcast surrender appeals. Helicopters dropped leaflets. American officers paced impatiently. At dawn on Tuesday, the French 3rd Marine Infantry Regiment swept into what proved to be an abandoned town. Of a pre-war population variously estimated at 3,000 to 7,000, the French found a dozen civilians, including a few Bedouin and the mayor, as well as 15 bedraggled soldiers. Goats and stray dogs roamed the deserted streets. Half-eaten meals of rice and onions lay strewn on kitchen tables. Obsolete military maps adorned the police station walls, with green thumbtacks marking Iraqi lines no longer held, and red tacks representing Allied positions long since advanced. Mortar shells littered the courtyard of a one-story school. Iraqi military uniforms labeled "Made in Romania" hung from a rack in the As-Salman hospital. French soldiers entering one house from the rear found a rocket rigged to detonate when the front door opened. The booby trap was defused, but a short time later 2 soldiers were killed and several wounded when either a mine or an unexploded cluster bomb blew up during a search of the fort crowning a ridge north of town. With its French allies ensconced in As-Salman, the 82nd Airborne Division was now free to turn east in an effort to catch the rest of the corps pushing into the Euphrates Valley. Gary Luck, commander of 18th Corps, wanted the division to open main supply route Virginia from As-Salman to Objective Gray on the Corps' eastern flank, so that ammunition and fuel trucks could resupply American tanks driving toward Jaliba Air Base. Thwarted by the Daguet's pedestrian pace, unhappy at playing a peripheral role in the attack, the 82nd now suffered further aggravation at the hands of its sister division, the 24th Infantry, commanded by Barry McCaffrey. Pushing east on MSR Virginia, the paratroopers quickly rolled through the 101st Airborne Corridor near Objective Cobra, only to be stopped by a roadblock as they entered the 24th sector at Objective Brown. By order of General McCaffrey, a military policeman declared, no one goes any farther. Jim Johnson, the 82nd commander, pushed to the head of the column. "Now wait a fucking minute," he snapped. "Our mission is to get to Objective Gray, and it's getting dark." For several hours, the standoff persisted. Johnson, livid, sent his deputy to negotiate with the 24th. In Johnson's view, this was yet another example of the imperious McCaffrey refusing to acknowledge the legitimacy of any unit's mission other than his own. The 24th, not surprisingly, had a different perspective. Instead of opening the logistics line, the 82nd had pinched it off by clogging MSR Virginia. McCaffrey's staff expected Johnson's brigades to wait until they were summoned forward. Now, 95 petrol tankers, 160 ammunition trailers, and nearly 100 water trucks were stuck in a traffic jam behind the paratroopers, while armored commanders in the north pleaded for fuel. The 24th would blame the 82nd for at least a 7-hour delay in pressing the attack. As the furious Johnson prepared to run the blockade, "Move aside," he declared, "we're coming through." The contretemps was finally resolved. The 82nd continued east toward Gray, the 24th north toward the river. Bad blood boiled in both camps. Months later, the episode still rankled. Searching for the exact words to capture his vexation, Johnson would observe, "It was easier to work with the French than it was with Barry McCaffrey." While the division squabbled in the east, fatal misfortune struck in the west. The airfield at As-Salman was considered a critical way station for ferrying wounded soldiers back to Saudi Arabia from the Euphrates Valley. Consequently, Alpha Company of the 27th Engineering Battalion had been left behind with orders to get that field up and running as quickly as possible. The biggest task was clearing the runway and airport access road of unexploded bombs left by 5 weeks of Allied airstrikes. Ordnance disposal, depolluting, the French called it, was a test of patience, competence, and nerve. Although the dud rate of both Air Force bombs and Army artillery shells allegedly had improved since Vietnam, thousands of unexploded munitions littered Kuwait and southeastern Iraq. Some experts believe that soft sand sometimes cushioned the impact, exacerbating the malfunction rate of fuses designed to explode on contact. Standard Army procedure for bomb disposal called for blowing in place. A 1-pound block of C4 plastic explosive was set next to the munition. An engineer then activated a 3-minute fuse, scuttled to safety several hundred yards away, and waited for the explosion. The task bred both professional pride and a robust fatalism. 2 weeks earlier, the 27th Engineers had marched in formation across the Saudi desert, loudly chanting a Jodi call. Oh hell, oh engineers, what the hell are we doing here? Oh mama, don't you cry, your little boy is gonna die. Alpha Company spent Tuesday morning blowing up approximately 80 BLU-92 submunitions from cluster bombs that had split open in mid-flight to disgorge a stack of long, slender cylinders. Each cylinder contained enough explosive, if detonated, to dismember anyone attempting to repair the battered roads or runway. Another 24 unexploded BLU-92s remained to be cleared from the airfield when work was suspended for 3 hours because of high winds whipping the submunitions around the tarmac. When the wind ebbed in the afternoon, work resumed. For unknown reasons, Alpha Company abandoned standard safety procedures. 7 experienced engineers, the company commander, Captain Mario Fajardo, a platoon leader, a platoon sergeant, and 4 enlisted soldiers, began collecting the cylinders by hand and stacking them in a pile. Investigators would later speculate that they were trying to save time, conserve their supply of plastic explosives, or minimize damage to the runway. When 15 cylinders had been collected, the engineers gathered around Sergeant First Class Russell G. Smith, thus violating another safety procedure by congregating in a group rather than working only in pairs. Smith sank to his knees and appeared to be priming a fuse next to the stack when, for reasons again unknown, the munitions detonated. A tremendous roar shook the airfield. The blast instantly blew all 7 soldiers to pieces. Uniforms and equipment vaporized. None of the men's weapons was ever found. A medical platoon spent the rest of the day picking up arms, legs, and heads, which were flown in 9 body bags to a mortuary in Saudi Arabia. Pathologists would labor for weeks to positively identify the dead. By late afternoon, the survivors from Alpha had finished clearing the airfield. In a convoy that looked like a funeral cortege, with flags flying at half-mast, the company pushed east to catch up with the rest of the 82nd. The catastrophe provoked sorrow, disbelief, and anger. There was even a proposal to deny the dead their Purple Hearts as a posthumous rebuke. Although quickly dismissed, the suggestion served as a reminder that however strong the ties that bind soldiers in combat, pettiness also lurked on the battlefield. Riyadh. The Iraqi army, having demonstrated little aptitude for the simpler requisites of warfare, now faced the most difficult of military maneuvers, a withdrawal under fire. No tougher test of generalship could confront a commander than the exigency of conducting a coherent retreat. Even great battle captains, of which Iraq was singularly bereft, often found themselves overmatched by simultaneously trying to organize an effective rear guard capable of slowing enemy pursuit, evacuate the wounded, and, if possible, the dead, and rally dispirited and humiliated soldiers, whose every step in retrograde was a reminder of defeat. Rare was the army that could retire gracefully from the field. Perhaps the most celebrated retreat was that of Xenophon, the Athenian warrior, who, after the Battle of Cunaxa in 401 BC, not far from present-day Baghdad, led the 10,000 on a 5-month Anabasis, up-country march along the Tigris, fighting off Persian cavalry, hostile tribesmen, and winter hardships to reach safety on the Black Sea. A successful withdrawal usually required not only pluck by the vanquished, but also miscalculation or ineptitude by the victor. Some 340,000 British and Allied soldiers escaped from Dunkirk in 1940 after Hitler halted his Fourth Army tanks at the Canal, foolishly relying on Hermann Göring's boast that the Luftwaffe would destroy the trapped force. It is always good to let a broken army return home to show the civilian population what a beating they have had, the Fuhrer later explained. Even orderly retreats often were costly. After the Allies breached the Gustav Line in May 1944, the Germans maintained reasonable discipline while pulling out of Italy, but still sustained 70,000 casualties. 6 years later, when Chinese soldiers poured into North Korea from Manchuria, the U.S. Army's 2nd Division braved a murderous gauntlet during the withdrawal from Changchan River at a cost of 3,000 dead and wounded. During the same sad week, troops from X Corps and the 1st Marine Division endured an even worse ordeal while retreating from Chosin Reservoir in temperatures so bitterly cold that mortar tubes cracked and blood plasma froze solid. When a commander failed to prevent retreat from becoming rout, the results could be even more horrific. Witness the Prussians' loss of 140,000 men while being chased by Napoleon across half of Europe after Jena and Auerstedt in 1806, or Bonaparte's own headlong dash from Russia 6 years later, or the Union Army's flight from First Bull Run in 1861, when a tidy withdrawal became a stampede miles long and 100 yards wide all the way back to Washington. Clearly, the Iraqi retreat was no latter-day Anabasis. In some respects, it was grimmer than Bull Run or Changchan River, since neither Irvin McDowell in Northern Virginia nor MacArthur's commanders in Korea faced an enemy who owned the skies as well as the land. Lacking cover but for the fickle veil provided by bad weather, the Iraqis were forced to flee across open country, patrolled by hundreds of Allied bombers. On Tuesday afternoon, the Army's Tiger Brigade, leading the 2nd Marine Division, had rolled over Mutla Ridge to capture the high ground and highway interchanges bordering Al-Jarrah at the west end of Kuwait Bay. Although CENTCOM's script had called for this key terrain to be captured by the Egyptians, Walt Boomer brushed the plan aside with a curt, "Bullshit, we are going to take that junction." At least 50 Iraqis were killed in bloody fighting around the Al-Jarrah police station. Allied armor now blocked the only overland escape route from Kuwait City, completing the encirclement of the capital begun earlier in the day with airstrikes on the Highway of Death. The Iraqis were not without a withdrawal plan of sorts. Unfortunately for Baghdad, the scheme was known to the Americans. For months, Iraq had practiced admirable emissions control. MCON, the art of minimizing radio and other electronic signals to prevent the enemy from eavesdropping or homing in on the radiating source. Allied intelligence had concluded that willful violators of Iraqi ComSec, communication security, might be executed. But the adroit use of military radio networks is a highly perishable skill unless it is routinely practiced. If MCON helped preserve Iraqi security, it also stripped the army of proficiency in orchestrating military maneuvers, a self-inflicted wound known in the intelligence world as MCON suicide. A vast array of Allied antennae, aboard satellites, aircraft, and on the ground, strained to intercept any stray Iraqi signal. As the air war took its toll on the enemy command and communications network, some units had come up with occasional radio transmissions. The Americans hotly debated whether it was better to eavesdrop on such broadcasts or electronically jam them. Among the U.S. jamming systems operating in northern Saudi Arabia was the so-called sand crab, a 5,000-watt contraption with an antenna larger than a football field. In some cases, only the cryptographic data at the beginning of the message were jammed, confusing the Iraqis and causing them to broadcast uncoded in the clear. The Republican Guard, however, had remained silent since September 15th, communicating primarily by secure landlines. Using intelligence gathered by the National Security Agency and other sources, CENTCOM assembled a blueprint of the Iraqi communications architecture in the Kuwaiti theater. A day before the ground attack, the intelligence chief, Jack Leidy, had decided that of 14 nodes, suspected headquarters or antennae farms, 10 would be destroyed by airstrikes or long-range artillery. 4 others, all in the northern sectors controlled by Republican Guard divisions, were left intact in the hope that the enemy would resort to radio communications. The strategy worked. Once the Allied attack forced the Iraqis to begin moving, stationary landlines became an impediment. Late on February 25th, for the first time in 5 months, the Republican Guard came up on the air with an FM radio broadcast from the Tawalkana commander, directing his subordinates to begin forming a defensive line against the Allied onslaught. As the division struggled to mount its defense, a transmission from Basra early on the 26th, either from the Republican Guard commander or his chief of staff, warned the Tawalkana that they were violating ComSec. The Tawalkana commander angrily replied that with the American attack well underway, he had little security left to protect. This squabble, monitored by the National Security Agency and relayed to Riyadh, was followed 6 hours later by other intercepted messages. Another Republican Guard division, subsequently recognized as the Hammurabi, was informed by Guard headquarters in Basra that heavy equipment transporters, HETs, had been dispatched to haul their T-72 tanks northward. Heavy-duty tractors also had been sent to pull out the division's artillery. The Medina Division, in turn, was instructed to burn unneeded equipment and move west by southwest into blocking positions. This knowledge was most helpful to the Allies. Leidy carried the translated intercepts to Schwarzkopf in the war room, where, in combination with J-STAR's radar images of enemy vehicles being repositioned, they gave a clear picture of enemy intentions. The Tawalkana commander, not without courage, was trying to cobble together a defensive line with 3 of his own brigades, plus a pair plucked from other divisions. His command and control appeared so shaky, however, that he was trying to direct individual battalions rather than work through his brigade subordinates. The Tawalkana is the sacrificial lamb at this point, Leidy's deputy, Colonel Chuck Thomas, told Schwarzkopf. They're going to delay us as long as they can. The Medina would form another screen line, while the Hammurabi and any forces that had escaped from southern Kuwait pulled back to the Basra pocket, a strategy Iraqi commanders had used in the war against Iran. The Defense Intelligence Agency now assessed 26 of 43 Iraqi divisions in the Kuwaiti theater as combat ineffective. More than 30,000 prisoners had been captured. Iraqi tactical reserves west of the Wadi al-Batin were collapsing under pressure from the British. Colin Powell, who before G-Day had estimated that the ground attack would take 2 weeks at most, now believed the end was in sight after 3 days. Norm, the chairman told Schwarzkopf, this is going so well that it won't take much longer. Schwarzkopf still had one armored division that had not been committed to the fray, the 1st Cavalry. Waller and Steve Arnold had pressed without success to get the division released, in order, as Arnold put it, to reinforce success, to make the attack on the Republican Guard overwhelming. For 2 days, the CINC resisted. What the hell do I do if the Iraqis focus their counterattack on the Egyptians, he asked. What if we're running off to the north, having no trouble, while they're beating up on the Egyptians? If that happens, I've got a problem. Now, however, the threat of a counterattack had dissipated. The Egyptians had finally reached their objective, the Al-Abrak military barracks in western Kuwait, and turned east toward Ali as-Salim Air Base. John Tillelly, the 1st Cavalry commander, believed that Iraqi defenses were weak enough to permit an attack straight up the Wadi al-Batin. Schwarzkopf again demurred, but agreed to let the division pull back from its feint up the Wadi, swing west through the breach opened by the Big Red One, and race north to join 7th Corps, a 200-mile trek. That would give Franks 5 divisions, including the British and the cavalry regiment. Franks again phoned Yosak, who repeated Schwarzkopf's displeasure with 7th Corps' pace. Do you think I should talk to the CINC myself? Franks asked. Yeah, Yosak agreed. Sounds like a good idea. Why don't you call him? At 4 p.m. on Tuesday, clutching a stubby grease pencil used to mark his rain-streaked map, Franks called the war room by satellite phone from his forward command post. Struggling to make himself heard over the wind and the boom of artillery fire, he explained to Schwarzkopf the disposition of his divisions. The 2nd Cavalry had already found the Tawalkana screen line. Soon they would give way to Rame's 1st Division. But Franks also worried about a bypassed brigade of enemy troops on his right flank. When he suggested sending some forces south to clean out the pockets, a proposal initially recommended by Yosak, Schwarzkopf interjected, "Fred, for Christ's sake, don't turn south. Turn east. Go after 'em." Franks quickly agreed. "We know where the enemy is," he told the CINC. "We think we have a seam down there, and we're going to push the big red one through it. Tomorrow I'll have 3 divisions massed against the Republican Guard. I figure it will take us 48 hours or so, with those 3 divisions intact, to get through them. I don't think they see us coming. We're going to surprise them." Schwarzkopf, perhaps reluctant to rattle the Corps commander in the middle of a fight, made no mention to Franks of his anger. "Fine, press the fight, Fred," he said. "Keep the pressure on." Schwarzkopf told Franks of the radio intercepts, quickly recounting the squabble between the Tawal-Kana commander and Republican Guard headquarters. HETs, the CINC added, apparently had been sent to extract the Hammurabi. Heavy fog was predicted for Wednesday morning, so a night attack seemed advisable. "You'll have good shooting tonight," the CINC said. "Don't let them break contact. Keep 'em on the run." Franks signed off, his exhaustion temporarily masked by a fresh surge of adrenaline. At 5:30, he flew back to the Corps headquarters and briefed his staff. "We're going to drive the Corps hard for the next 24 to 36 hours, day and night, to overcome all resistance and to prevent the enemy from withdrawing," Franks warned. "We'll synchronize our fight as we always have, but we'll have to crank up the heat. The way home is through the Republican Guard." 73 Easting, Iraq. The 8,000 soldiers of the 2nd Cavalry, leading 7th Corps across Iraq, much as the regiment once led Patton's 3rd Army across Europe, had been on the move since shortly after 6 a.m. Colonel Don Holder, for the first time, brought all 3 maneuver squadrons abreast. He carefully controlled the progress by means of north-south grid lines called eastings. The 81 Easting was 1 kilometer east of the 80, and so on. Franks had ordered the regiment forward to the 60 Easting, approximately 25 miles from the Kuwaiti border. Hesitant to embroil his cavalry in a slugging match before Rame arrived with the 1st Division's 300 tanks, the Corps commander advised Holder to probe only with his scouts. Holder interpreted this order broadly. Rather than expose the lightly armed scouts, he instead moved forward the entire regiment, including his 125 M1A1s. "We're all scouts," he told his staff. That the Tawal-Kana lurked near the 70 Easting had been suspected since Monday afternoon. The suspicion was confirmed at 7:15 a.m. Tuesday, when an OH-58 helicopter crew spotted an Iraqi T-72 tank, a sure sign of the Republican Guard. An hour later, cavalrymen destroyed 2 enemy personnel carriers with tow and mortar fire. A captured Iraqi captain, schooled at Fort Benning and fluent in English, provided further intelligence. Several other skirmishes erupted across the regimental front as the cavalry bumped into pickets, deployed 5 to 7 miles west of the main enemy line. An Iron Troop platoon routed 5 Bedouin with camels after noticing army boots beneath the men's robes and grenade launchers protruding from their animals' packs. "The regiment," Holder reported to Franks, "has found the security zone of the Tawal-Kana division." Franks ordered the cavalry to edge forward to the 70 Easting. The intensifying Shamal, which was bedeviling other American units across southeastern Iraq and Kuwait, now grounded Holder's helicopters. Instead of being able to look at least 10 miles deep, the regiment found visibility limited to the reach of their thermal sights. As the afternoon slipped by, Holder inched his squadrons forward past the 62 Easting, then 63, 64, 65. Sitting in the rear of his command track, Holder turned to the regimental operations officer, Major Doug Lute. "If the enemy is getting out of Kuwait," he asked, "why die for it?" Franks had demanded caution. The cavalry had accomplished its mission by fixing the enemy's location. Artillery and Air Force bombers were ready to pounce. Rame would soon arrive with the big red one. "We don't want to bloody ourselves if we don't have to," Holder added. "I'm not going to impale this regiment for the sake of body counts or glory." By 4 p.m., about the time Franks called Schwarzkopf to clarify his plan, the howling westerly wind had lessened slightly, although visibility with the naked eye was still less than half a mile. Flat and barren, the terrain in many places rippled just enough to hide enemy armor until the Americans had closed within 1,000 yards or so. less than half the distance at which U.S. tank and Bradley gunners preferred to shoot. The three cavalry troops on Holder's left flank, Ghost, Eagle, and Iron, each mustered approximately 140 soldiers, mounting 12 Bradleys and 9 M1A1s. By chance, all three were commanded by West Point classmates of Gerald Davie, whose unfortunate troop in the 7th Cavalry was fighting battalions from both the Tawalkana and his own 3rd Armored Division farther north. Eagle Troop, under Captain H.R. McMaster, Jr., had just passed the 67 easting when machine gun fire poured from a cluster of buildings behind a sand berm. The compound proved to be the headquarters for the enemy's armor training area, the Iraqi equivalent of the U.S. Army's National Training Center in California. As several Bradleys returned the fire with their 25mm cannons, McMaster wheeled his 9 M1A1s online and ordered a simultaneous volley of tank rounds and TOW missiles. Cinder block walls exploded, roofs collapsed, flames danced from the shattered buildings. Taking the point with his tanks in a wedge and the Bradleys tucked behind to protect the flanks and rear, McMaster swung north past the burning outpost. At 4:18 p.m., the troop crested a low hill. "Contact!" his gunner yelled. "Tanks, direct front!" McMaster dropped down inside the hatch to peer through his own sights. At least 8 T-72s lay behind shallow dirt fortifications in a reverse-slope ambush, hoping to surprise the Americans as they came over the rise with their turrets silhouetted against the sky. "Fire! Fire sabot!" McMaster ordered. With a deep roar, the round burst from the muzzle at 1 mile per second. The barrel jerked back in violent recoil, and the Abrams front wheels lifted 3 inches off the ground. The first enemy tank, seen as a small rectangle in the thermal sights, blew up as the round struck just above the turret ring. McMaster's loader slammed another shell into the breach. "Up!" he barked. Again, flame licked from the muzzle, and a second T-72 exploded, the turret ripping free of the hull in a fountain of orange fire. A pair of enemy sabot rounds burrowed harmlessly into the sand on either side of McMaster's Abrams. Ricocheting bullets struck sparks off the hull. McMaster's gunner fired for the 3rd time. A 3rd tank, only 400 meters away, blew up. Eagle Troop now creaked down the slope at 20 miles an hour. Game but overwhelmed, the Iraqi tankers fired wildly, then sat paralyzed while their automatic loaders, which required 10 seconds between shots, an eternity in armored combat, slowly pushed home another round. The tubes of reloading T-72s raised up slightly before dipping toward the ground, a sure sign that the enemy crew was momentarily helpless. Iraqi commanders strained desperately to see through the smoke and haze. American intelligence had expected at least some of the enemy tanks to be outfitted with Belgian thermal sights. In this brigade of the Tawalkana, however, gunners possessed only ordinary telescopic lenses, a fatal disadvantage. Here the blind fought the sighted. Within 4 minutes, all of the T-72s and several BMPs in the first line of defense were in flames. Bradley gunners scratched the backs of the M1A1s, killing enemy infantrymen who hid or feigned death until the American tanks rolled past and then tried to shoot them in the rear grille with RPGs. Smoke boiled from the shattered Iraqi hulls, where the charred bodies of crewmen lay draped over their hatch rims. Ammunition cooked off in spectacular orange pinwheels. The stench of burning hair and flesh drifted across the desert. A mile beyond the first line lay a second tier of 17 T-72s parked across a 3-mile front. McMaster, reminded on the radio by his executive officer that the 70 easting was the regimental limit of advance, plunged ahead. "I can't stop," he replied. "We're still in contact. Tell them I'm sorry." Once again, the Iraqis stood their ground and fought as the Americans charged forward. Once again, the enemy line disintegrated. At 4:40 p.m., McMaster halted Eagle Troop on the 74 easting, forming a defensive circle not unlike a wagon train. 100 crackling fires cut through the afternoon gloom. Mortar crews set up their tubes and dumped shells, set to detonate 20 feet above the ground, on enemy infantrymen fleeing among the dunes to the east. Eagle would be credited with the destruction of 28 tanks, 16 personnel carriers, and 39 trucks, with no American losses. The entire fight had lasted 23 minutes. On Eagle's right flank, Iron Troop paused at the 68 Easting as small arms fire poured from the same buildings McMaster had just passed on the north. The cinder block compound again shuddered under a volley of American tank and cannon fire, this time from the south. Iron's scouts now spotted several vaguely rectangular shapes 2 miles downrange. Edging forward, Captain Daniel B. Miller saw the unmistakable silhouette of Iraqi tanks. Positioned behind a network of L-shaped berms, the enemy turrets slowly swung toward the oncoming Americans. Action front, Miller warned. Follow me. With 2 Bradley platoons positioned on each flank, Iron's tanks attacked in a flying wedge. The enemy line quickly crumpled and collapsed. Miller pushed his scouts forward 500 yards, just beyond the 70 Easting. Soon a second formation of enemy tanks, apparently counterattacking from the southeast, moved into range. Gunfire again erupted. One TOW appeared to skip across the hull of a T-72, hitting another in the turret. Iron Troop's 4th platoon swung to the south and caught the enemy in a crossfire. As the 2nd Iraqi echelon dissolved, Iron took its only casualties of the fight. A 1st Platoon Bradley, commanded by Sergeant First Class Ron Mullenix and temporarily disarmed by an electrical malfunction, headed for the protection of an empty tank revetment. Mullenix spotted a small globe of fire streaking across the desert from the south, an errant TOW from Killer Troop, which had mistaken the Bradley for an Iraqi armored vehicle. The missile struck the Bradley turret, ricocheted, and ripped off the driver's hatch. Shrapnel spattered Mullenix in the legs and peppered the back of his driver, Private First Class Gregory Scott. Fire swept through the Bradley, melting the radio and igniting the machine gun ammunition box. Coaxial rounds sprayed the turret. The gunner, Sergeant Kirk Alcorn, had been flung from his hatch by the blast. His face burned and eyelids seared shut, Alcorn crawled across the TOW launcher and leaped to the ground. Scott rolled screaming across the desert, his back and arms afire. Mullenix hobbled over to help beat out the flames and rip off the driver's burning flak jacket. The 3 wounded soldiers, all of whom would survive, were bundled into the rear of another Bradley to await a medic. The 3rd and final act in the Battle of 73 Easting unfolded to the north, where Ghost Troop anchored the regimental left flank. Unlike the relatively brief fights in the Eagle and Iron sectors, this one lasted several hours. On learning of Eagle's contact on his right, Captain Joseph F. Sartiano, Jr. had pushed his 2 Bradley platoons to the flanks and moved Ghost's 8 tanks forward in the center. "Troop on line," he ordered. "Tanks lead." Having requested and received permission to move past the 70 Easting in order to see beyond a rise in the desert pan, Ghost crept forward on a 3-mile front. Sartiano's gunner, a 20-year-old corporal from Arizona named Frank Wood, pressed his forehead against the vinyl headrest on the thermal sight. He could see a curious lump directly ahead, but it emitted no telltale heat signature. When Wood depressed the button that activated his laser rangefinder, crimson numerals flashed in the viewpiece. 587 meters. Switching to his day scope, a 10-power telescopic lens, Wood found the same amorphous mass through the veil of swirling sand. "Hey, sir, what's this?" he called. "Take a look." Sartiano, wearing goggles and a bandana knotted across his mouth and nose, dropped down from the open hatch and squinted into his own eyepiece on the right side of the tank. At that moment, Wood saw movement. 8 or 9 soldiers swam into view, gathered near an armored personnel carrier. "Holy shit! Troops!" he yelled. "These guys don't have their hands up." Wood fired a machine gun burst as the Iraqis scrambled toward the rear ramp of the BMP. Bodies jerked grotesquely when the bullet struck home. Men slumped to the ground, struggled to their knees, and pitched forward again. One slug caught an Iraqi in the back of the skull, blowing his head open. As Sartiano turned his attention to the rest of the troop, Wood destroyed the BMP with a tank round. The Iraqi tanks and other vehicles, Sartiano realized, had been sitting still with their engines off, reducing their heat signature. Almost the entire troop had begun firing at the same time. For the first 15 minutes, the radio burst with excited chatter. "Engaged and destroyed 1 enemy tank. Engaging 2 vehicles. Enemy tank destroyed." As in the south, the Tawalkana had established a defensive line. Tanks and personnel carriers were parked behind sand mounds, kill-me berms, that obscured the Iraqis' vision, restricted the free play of their turrets, and offered little protection against tows or tank rounds. Rather than push through the line, as Eagle had done, Ghost remained along the 73 easting, firing, repositioning laterally, firing again. Using tactics developed in countless gunnery sessions and exercises, the American crews methodically selected their targets, shooting those at closest range first before working deeper into the enemy ranks. Gunners on the flanks fired at targets from the outside in. Gunners in the middle fired from the inside out. Bradley's sights were more powerful than those on the M1A1, and the turret, or doghouse, was a foot higher than the Abrams turret, giving the Bradley crews slightly better visibility and allowing them to use tracer rounds to pinpoint targets for the tankers. The Tawalkana fought back, though ineffectually. Bullets pinged off the American tanks, and a few mortar rounds detonated overhead, shredding the duffel bags and water cans lashed to the Abrams and Bradley hulls. Sartiano spotted several beautiful blue bursts as Sagar missiles streaked harmlessly overhead. A few minutes into the fight, Iraqi gunners found their mark for the first and only time. On Sartiano's left flank, where 1st Platoon was firing at enemy infantry and personnel carriers, a 73mm round from a BMP grazed the front slope of Ghost 1-6. "What was that?" shouted the Bradley gunner, Sergeant Nels A. Moeller. Those were his last words. A second round struck beneath the tow launcher, killing Moeller and wounding a soldier in the back before blowing through the rear ramp. The driver and Bradley commander leaped from the burning vehicle. Other cavalrymen pried at the jammed ramp with a crowbar before hoisting the wounded crewman out through the cargo hatch on top. Hours later, when Hawk Troop moved forward to relieve Ghost, the lead tank mistook 1-6 for an enemy vehicle. A 120mm round destroyed what was left of the smoldering Bradley, where Moeller's body still lay. The Tawalkana defensive line was no more. For the next 3 hours, however, enemy tanks, personnel carriers, and trucks poured into Ghost's killsack. At 5:40 p.m., an Iraqi company counterattacked from the northeast. Bradleys from 1st Platoon destroyed 4 enemy vehicles with tows at 1,200 meters, blunting the charge. Iraqi infantry scrambled from the rear of their personnel carriers only to be cut down with machine gun and cannon fire. 11 more tanks and BMPs blew up as the Americans called in artillery strikes and lobbed more than 200 mortar rounds at the enemy. Sartiano, pleading for air support, shifted several tanks to reinforce 1st Platoon on the left. Together, they shattered another company-sized counterattack from the northeast. The American gunners watched and waited in ambush, chain-smoking cigarettes between firefights. Shortly after 8 p.m., a third enemy force of 16 vehicles appeared from the southeast. With Iraqi engines running hot and the weather improving, the enemy was now plainly visible to Sartiano's gunners at ranges of 4,000 yards or more. Some were destroyed with long-range tank or tow shots. A few ambitious Bradley gunners fired at targets beyond the 3,700-meter tow range, causing the missiles to squelch by snapping their control wires. Most of the killing along the 73 easting was the handiwork of direct fire, but not all. The 210th Field Artillery Brigade had fully expected to be left behind as the cavalry squadrons thundered across Iraq. Instead, the deliberate advance ordered by Franks and effected by Holder and other commanders permitted the guns to keep pace. Now the Corps commander's determination to concentrate his combat power paid dividends. From 5:30 to 9 p.m., 2,000 howitzer rounds and a dozen MLRS rockets dumped 130,000 bomblets in front of Ghost, Eagle, and Iron, terrorizing the enemy and ripping up Iraqi supply trains. Adding to the mayhem was a procession of Air Force bombers. While an OA-10 spotter plane circled overhead to mark targets with white phosphorus rockets, F-16s and A-10s attacked with bombs and cannon fire. Sartiano would long believe the Air Force had abandoned him in his hour of need, but in fact, 10 Falcons and 6 Warthogs decimated Iraqi artillery and armored forces east of the front line. Several Apaches, airborne again as the Shamal waned, destroyed an artillery battery with Hellfires and ripped up a convoy fleeing northeast on a two-lane highway near the Kuwaiti border. At 10 p.m., the battlefield fell silent, but for the crackle of flames and the periodic boom of burning ammunition. In 4 hours, Holder's 3 cavalry troops had fired 300 TOWs and tank rounds, plus 7,000 cannon and machine gun rounds. More than 200 Iraqi armored and wheeled vehicles were destroyed. Nearly all of 1 Tawalkana brigade and elements of the 12th Armored Division had been obliterated. Because troops on the regimental right had encountered no T-72s, Holder was able to assure Franks that the cavalry had found a gap in the enemy defenses to the south. Into that breach, the Corps commander could now steer the Big Red One, which began filtering through the 2nd Cavalry before midnight. Other battles would be more destructive than 73 Easting. Other units would fight with the same proficiency demonstrated by Holder's dragoons. Yet in this first major engagement against the Republican Guard, the U.S. Army demonstrated in a few hours the consequences of 20 years' toil since Vietnam. Here could be seen, with almost flawless precision, the lethality of modern American weapons, the hegemony afforded by air-land battle doctrine with its brutal ballet of armor, artillery, and air power, and, not least, the elan of the American soldier, who fought with a competence worthy of his forefathers on more celebrated battlefields in more celebrated wars. Here, the terrible truth of this war was wholly revealed. The enemy never had a chance. Chapter 17. Liberation. Washington, D.C. Hardly had the rout begun when Colin Powell started searching for an appropriate moment to stop it. As early as Monday, G+1 of the ground offensive, Powell advised Schwarzkopf that a quick end to the fighting appeared likely. On Tuesday, he repeated the assessment, suggesting Thursday as a possible ceasefire date. To Bush and others in the Gang of Eight, the chairman declared that it's not going to be long, since the Allies were close to breaking the Iraqi army. In another call to Schwarzkopf on Tuesday evening, Powell again suggested that a window of ending had opened. Very soon, the chairman believed, the Allies could legitimately proclaim that this is over, all we're doing is killing people. Schwarzkopf would assert in a post-war interview that he had qualms about ending the fighting prematurely. In his memoirs, he subsequently recanted. Certainly neither Powell nor CENTCOM staff officers detected any doubts at the time. The chairman hung up Tuesday night believing that he and the CINC had arrived at a shared conclusion, with no divergent assessment. Schwarzkopf asked Chuck Horner how much advance warning the Air Force would need to halt the bombing campaign. Horner replied that 3 or 4 hours notification would suffice, observing that if necessary, I could continue to bomb Iraq until they're down to 2 stone axes and a pushcart. He, too, agreed that there was little profit in pressing the war to the point of slaughter. I knew that we were going to clean their clock, Powell told the Joint Chiefs Intelligence Officer, Mike McConnell. I knew we were going to win this, and I knew we were going to have relatively small loss of life on our side, but I had no idea it would happen with this speed. In the railroad metaphor occasionally heard in Washington during the Persian Gulf crisis, George Bush was depicted as the locomotive engineer who drove the war train. Firm hand on the throttle, clear eye on the track, the president, by force of will, had plowed through all obstacles, a hesitant Congress, an anxious citizenry, a reluctant Pentagon, to bring the confrontation with Baghdad to a military denouement. If Bush was the engineer, then Colin Powell was the brakeman. Clearly, the initiative to end the war came from the American military, and given the chairman's dominance over the Joint Chiefs, that meant Powell. Having relied on Powell's expertise in constructing and executing the battle plan, Bush was disinclined to reject his counsel now that the campaign was nearly complete. This reflected both the president's faith in the chairman's judgment and his reluctance to be a commander-in-chief who intruded in the military's province. The contrast to Lyndon Johnson's ham-fisted meddling in Vietnam was surely to Bush's credit. In the main, the congruence between chief executive and chairman during Desert Storm was striking. With one notable exception, the president's insistence on diverting whatever military assets were necessary to keep Israel out of the war, Bush made no major decision that contradicted counsel of his uniformed advisers or commanders. Franklin Roosevelt during World War II had made nearly 24, though he did so over 4 years, as compared with the 6 weeks of the Persian Gulf War. As G+3 dawned on Wednesday, Powell's immediate worry was the carnage being inflicted by Horner's pilots on the fleeing Iraqis. Tuesday had been the biggest day of the air war to date, with 3,159 sorties, many of them flown against forces retreating north of Kuwait City. Vivid reports from the press pools in Saudi Arabia began to depict the onslaught as had never been done before. "There's nothing like seeing the bullets come out and hammer the target," boasted one A-10 pilot, who with his wingman claimed 23 kills in just 3 sorties. The front page of Wednesday's Washington Post described how Allied airmen swarmed over Iraqi armor and truck columns, slaughtering the scattering vehicles by the score in a combat frenzy variously described as a turkey shoot and shooting fish in a barrel. No doubt the reports were accurate. B-52s, Marine Harriers, F-15Es, just about anything with wings and a bomb rack were participating in the attacks. Some of the most intense sorties were flown by A-6s from USS Ranger, one of 4 carriers in the Gulf. Ranger had steamed far enough north so that her attack planes, each laden with 6,000 pounds of ordnance, could strike without wasting time refueling in midair. The carrier on Wednesday shifted to flex deck, which meant that bomb loaders slapped on whatever munitions happened to be at hand as the planes landed, refueled, and immediately took off again, to the strains of the William Tell Overture pealing from the public address system. The carrier battle group commander, Rear Admiral R.J. Zlatoper, reminded his pilots to avoid non-military targets. "Our job," Zlatoper warned, "is to take out Iraqi armor and armored personnel carriers, and not buses." Yet such surgical precision was impossible, given the denseness of the traffic pressing north. Mines and cluster bombs had blocked the highway of death above Al-Jarrah, but scores of vehicles veered around the obstruction or struck out across the open desert. Other convoys followed a second highway that swerved to the northeast along the coast past Bubiyan Island. The latter was hit especially hard by Navy pilots. After the war, approximately 1,500 destroyed vehicles would be counted on the Al-Jarrah Highway, and another 400 on the coastal road. Approximately 2% were tanks or armored personnel carriers. Little talk of overkill could be heard in the bustling ready rooms aboard ship or at air bases ashore. That would come later. Implacability now seized many pilots, who were eager to avenge comrades killed in combat or paraded as prisoners on Iraqi television broadcasts. In a few squadrons, these final sorties of the war became known as sport bombing. A growing number of commanders, however, were disturbed by the lopsided nature of the fight. That the marauding Allied air attacks also presented a potential public relations problem was evident in Riyadh and Washington. On Tuesday morning, several hours after F-15s first bombed the Exodus at Al-Jarrah, a CENTCOM officer had assured reporters there's no significant Iraqi movement to the north. When Saddam announced on Tuesday that he was withdrawing his army from Kuwait because of special circumstances, Bush responded with scorn. "He is not withdrawing," the president declared in the Rose Garden on Tuesday afternoon. "His defeated forces are retreating. He is trying to claim victory in the midst of a rout." Saddam, Bush asserted, intended to regroup and fight another day. The president vowed that the Allied campaign would continue with undiminished intensity. The fear that Iraq could somehow spin a political victory from military defeat haunted Bush and his war counselors. To deny Saddam the status of an Arab martyr, the Allies had to subject him to public humiliation. No quarter would be given, the White House had decreed Monday night, unless the Iraqi leader personally and publicly accepted all Allied conditions. If Saddam were unmistakably diminished, other Iraqis might be emboldened to kill or depose him, a fantasy by then widely indulged throughout the U.S. government. In Powell's view, though, the Allied onslaught had reached a point of diminishing returns, much as the bombing of Baghdad had by the time the Al-Firdos bunker was destroyed 2 weeks earlier. Legally, he knew the Allies were on solid ground. The law of war, the orders signed by Abraham Lincoln before Gettysburg were an example, permitted an attack on enemy combatants, whether advancing, retreating, or standing still. The Geneva Convention of 1949 forbade the killing of an enemy clearly trying to surrender, a prohibition observed with admirable discipline in the Gulf War. Those Iraqis who abandoned their vehicles and fled afoot, and they numbered in the thousands, were unmolested, but those who fired back or remained with retreating convoys were fair game. Yet politically and morally the chairman had qualms. Powell's voice had been among the loudest arguing for limited and militarily expedient war aims. He wanted no part of a war that required an extended American occupation or a protracted hunt for Saddam. He ridiculed suggestions that the U.S. Army press on to Baghdad to impose democracy on Iraq, as if lots of little Jeffersonian Democrats would have popped up to run for office. Since early August, he had argued that it ran counter to American interests to eviscerate Iraq and leave a power vacuum that strengthened Iranian or Syrian influence in the Middle East. Some Pentagon civilians wondered whether Powell's stance reflected geopolitical conviction or was a convenient rationale for curbing further military entanglement. For Powell, these political judgments had clear military consequences. The prevalent American military philosophy since the Civil War had embraced a strategy of annihilation, the relentless bludgeoning of an enemy to destroy his armed forces and ability to wage war. But the Gulf War, as Powell repeatedly insisted, wasn't going to be a battle of annihilation. Rather, the chairman saw the conflict as a very careful application of power in a measured way. It was a limited war with limited objectives, not unlike, strategically at least, European wars of the 18th century. In Powell's mind, when those objectives were achieved, the war should stop. Beneath this rationality lay certain emotional and intuitive coefficients. The prospect that U.S. soldiers and airmen would be remembered primarily for the ruthless destruction of an enemy in retreat weighed heavily on the chairman. By Thursday, McCaffrey's 24th Division and the 7th Corps would be at the gates of Basra. That entailed the clear risk, long avoided by Powell, of aggressive young troops in proximity with potentially hostile civilians. Powell and Schwarzkopf had both served in Vietnam with the Americal Division, the unit responsible for the massacre at My Lai. More than 2 decades later, that catastrophe still stained the honor of the U.S. Army. The chairman anticipated that Americans and allies alike would soon see televised images of the carnage in northern Kuwait and react with outrage. To blight the dazzling performance of the U.S. military with images of a turkey shoot was both unnecessary and foolish. Without question, the Allied attacks could have continued. Schwarzkopf's avowed intention was to drive to the sea and totally destroy everything in our path. But, Powell wondered, to what end? To eradicate a few more Iraqi battalions? The impact on Saddam's post-war military would likely be minimal. North of the Euphrates, Iraq still had at least 20 divisions, which would undoubtedly survive the war. Even in combat, the chairman believed, chivalry should reign. Compassion should be extended to a prostrate foe. Powell's sentiments were defensible and cogent, even magnanimous. But some of his premises, as he surely knew, were open to question. The belief that Americans would recoil from the highway of death may have misread a culture steeped in violence. The nation had endured one of the bloodiest civil wars in history and 2 world wars in this century. The national contempt for the military that developed during the Vietnam War had taken years to form, not a day at Mutla Pass, and was a consequence more of American casualties than of the enemy's. And the issue was still theoretical. No pictures of the highway of death had yet appeared on American television networks, nor would they until after the war was over. Moreover, if a large number of Iraqis escaped, second guessing would be inevitable. One of Lincoln's bitterest disappointments was George Meade's failure to pursue Lee's army across the Potomac after the Union victory at Gettysburg. Lincoln likened the general to an old woman trying to shoo her geese across a creek. In 1944, 100,000 German soldiers had been enveloped in the Falaise pocket west of the Seine. Omar Bradley failed to close the gap, permitting roughly 40,000 to get away and triggering a debate that persisted for decades. Restraint in war, born of nobility or of baser military motives, often carried its own hazards. To Powell's archive of maxims regarding the judicious use of power could have been added a pronouncement from Marshal Foch: "The will to conquer is the first condition of victory." Early Thursday morning, Powell, Vice Chairman David Jeremiah, and nearly a dozen other senior Pentagon officials filed into the Crisis Management Room, a small vault across the corridor from Tom Kelly's office. A guard at the door checked the names of those entering against an authorized roster. Here, the daily war briefings were conducted, with staff officers providing a quick, secret update of intelligence and operations from the theater. As the men slid into their chairs around a long rectangular table, several slides flashed from a projector onto the screen at one end of the room. In the reconnaissance photographs snapped above the highways north of Kuwait City, the carnage could be seen at a glance. Hundreds of wrecked tanks, trucks, and automobiles jammed bumper to bumper on the roadbed, many afire, a few bolting across the desert in flight. The faces of those at the table showed no satisfaction. A few of the men seemed to wince, to shift uncomfortably in their chairs. The pictures conjured up Sherman's description of Shiloh, where the scene on this field would have cured anybody of war. For many sitting in the crisis management room, the implication of the photographs was clear. The enemy had been vanquished. The war was all but over. Jaliba Air Base, Iraq. In Kuwait and southern Iraq, of course, it was not over. That the war had entered its last full day probably occurred to no one on the battlefield, although many sensed the surge toward its finish. Few days in American military history would be more remarkable for the sheer sweep of armies and the rout of a reeling enemy. It was to be a day of conquest and controversy, of brilliance and occasional blunder, of individual acts of mercy amid wholesale killing. And then, with the abruptness of a blown fuse or a thrown switch, the war would stop. The pressure on the collapsing Iraqis from the Marines in the south and 7th Corps in the west was now intensified by the pressure of Barry McCaffrey's 24th Division in the north. 34 battalions, 26,000 troops, 1,800 tanks and other armored vehicles. Much as the French had considered the Ardennes a barrier against a German attack in 1940, the Iraqis apparently believed the broken terrain south of the Euphrates Valley to be impenetrable by American armor. But at 1 a.m. on February 27th, the division's 1st Brigade reached Battle Position 102, overlooking Highway 8, only 75 miles from Basra. Soldiers blockaded the highway, captured 1,200 prisoners, and by dawn destroyed 100 enemy vehicles with tank and tow fire. Bedouins squatting along a ridge watched the booming guns, politely clapping when a round struck its target. Iraqi farmers draped their huts with white flags and directed the American tanks around their tomato fields. Below the highway, at Objective Gold, the brigade discovered more than 1,000 storage bunkers, enough ammunition to supply an army for many months. Although the brigade and cavalry squadron on his left flank had been slowed by boggy terrain and fuel shortages, McCaffrey ordered the division's other 2 brigades to turn east, as directed by 18th Corps headquarters under Contingency Plan Ridgeway. At 6:30 a.m., 5 artillery battalions began shelling Objective Orange, Jaliba Air Base. The confused Iraqi defenders, believing themselves to be under another air attack, opened fire with 80 anti-aircraft guns. As the enemy laced the empty sky with tracers, 2 battalions from the 2nd Brigade crashed through the perimeter fence from the south, and a 3rd attacked from the northwest. Several dozen Bradleys and M1A1s raced down the main runway, shooting up hangars, fuel tanks, an enemy tank battalion, helicopters, and 20 parked fighter planes. By 10 a.m., Jaliba had fallen. McCaffrey flew over the airfield in his Black Hawk, nodding with approval at the billowing columns of smoke. Landing amid the wreckage, he wrapped the 2nd Brigade commander, Colonel Paul Kern, in a bear hug. Gary Luck had estimated that the 24th Division would need 4 days after the beginning of the ground attack to capture Objective Orange. The mission had taken 67 hours. While most of the division refueled for the final drive toward Basra, McCaffrey persuaded Luck to authorize an armored raid on Talil Air Base, 45 miles west of Jaliba. Although Luck's operations officer, Colonel Frank Akers, argued against the attack, calling it a sideshow, McCaffrey countered that Iraqi forces in the west jeopardized his plan to put a million-gallon fuel depot at Battle Position 102. With the Corps commander's consent, a tank battalion raced up the Euphrates Valley, skirted the 30-foot-high sand berm surrounding the airfield on three sides, and blew into Talil from the north with guns blazing. The raiders shot up half a dozen parked MiGs, 2 helicopters, a cargo plane, and infantry bunkers before hurrying east to rejoin the division. They also left behind the smoldering hulks of 2 M1A1s and 2 American personnel carriers, deliberately scuttled with tank rounds after they became mired in a network of irrigation ditches. The Talil foray would remain a sore point for months after the war. Akers believed the raid was a colossal mistake that slowed the division as much as 24 hours and permitted some of the Republican Guard to escape. If you hadn't turned toward Talil, he later told McCaffrey, you would have caught them all. You got distracted. McCaffrey and his battle staff adamantly disagreed. The need to wait for more fuel and provisions had caused whatever delay there was. In truth, Talil appears to have stalled part of the division, not the main attack force. By early Wednesday afternoon, McCaffrey had ordered 2 brigades and the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment, which Luck had placed under his control, to push toward Basra. 20,000 soldiers rumbled east, smashing everything in their path and capturing hundreds of prisoners. By dusk, the division would reach Phase Line Axe, 20 miles from the Har al-Hamar Causeway, to begin a massive artillery barrage against Iraqi forces scattered across the western lip of the Basra pocket. The division's scheme for capturing the city envisioned 1 brigade maneuvering to the north, another seizing the canal in the west, and a 3rd hooking into the suburbs from the south. Once encircled, McCaffrey believed, Basra would fall in 12 hours. Early Wednesday morning, Luck had called Binny Pay with new orders for the 101st Airborne. Get east as fast as you can. The enemy's trying to get out through Basra. Pay directed his 2nd Brigade, reinforced with the 12th Combat Aviation Brigade, to fly 95 miles from Cobra to Forward Operating Base Viper, southwest of Jaliba. By 1 p.m., a new logistics compound had blossomed in the empty desert. Dozens of helicopters queued up for fuel, hopping forward like kangaroos as the line inched toward the gas pumps. Throughout the afternoon, 4 Apache battalions attacked heavy traffic on the 2-lane Basra Causeway across the Har al-Hamar and in the marshlands stretching north along Highway 6 toward Kurna. Oil smoke cut visibility to less than 1,000 yards, forcing all pilots to fly with thermal sights. Waves of attack helicopters flew down the Har, a wide, shallow lake, to unleash hellfire and rocket volleys on the fleeing convoys. Burning trucks careered into the water or plowed through the marshes. Hundreds of soldiers fled on foot into the thick reeds around the lake, many waving white flags, many others firing automatic weapons. For the Apache crews, this chaos posed an ethical dilemma. If they honored the white flags, the pilots put themselves at risk. If they returned fire, they might hit some of those attempting to surrender. One flight leader radioed his battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Dick Cody, who was monitoring the fight from FOB Viper. "Sir, we're taking fire from everywhere. It's getting crazy up here." "Roger," Cody replied. "Do not lose an aircraft." This guidance, Cody believed, was plain enough. If the enemy resisted, shoot everyone. "Roger that," the pilot answered. Rocket and cannon fire ripped through the marshes, along what soon would be known as Damnation Alley. South of the Har Causeway, near the Rumaila oil field, enemy gunners on Wednesday afternoon brought down an Air Force F-16, one of 8 Allied planes lost during the war's final week. As the pilot ejected and floated to Earth, the Apache crews listened to his radio calls for help. "My God, they're shooting at me! They're shooting at my canopy!" Black Hawk 214, a search and rescue helicopter attached to the 101st, flew headlong into the fray, but was raked with gunfire. 2 accompanying Apaches also were hit before managing to get away. The Black Hawk pilot veered left in a desperate attempt to escape, but the crippled helicopter smashed nose first into the sand at 130 knots, snapping off the tail boom. The fuselage cartwheeled across the desert. The pilot, co-pilot, and 3 other crewmen were killed. 3 survived to be taken prisoner. Among the survivors was the female flight surgeon, Major Rhonda L. Cornum, who suffered 2 broken arms, a bullet wound, and assorted other injuries. The F-16 pilot, Captain William F. Andrews, also was captured. In contrast to the pandemonium east of Basra, in the sector north of the city known to the Americans as Engagement Area Thomas, the Apaches found fewer targets than General Pay had anticipated. Not a single tank was spotted. Most fleeing Iraqi armor apparently had holed up in Basra and its suburbs. With his pilots exhausted, fuel and ammunition stocks running low, and persistent difficulties in coordinating attacks with the Air Force, Pay late on Wednesday suspended further raids into E.A. Thomas. Instead, he drafted a plan to insert a brigade along Highway 6 on Thursday morning. The assault, quickly approved by Corps Commander Luck, would seal off Basra from the north. Kuwait City. For the U.S. Marine Corps, the war had nearly run its course. Boomer reported that unless Iraqi defenders offered unexpected resistance around MEF Objective C, the international airport south of Kuwait City, our part of the mission is complete. In the west, Tiger Brigade straddled the sole land route out of the Kuwaiti capital. The stink of rotting bodies hung over the Al-Jarrah highway, drawing packs of wild dogs. Among the smoldering enemy convoys lay an emporium of goods pilfered during the Iraqis' final kleptomaniacal binge. Furniture, television sets, new shirts in plastic wrappers, carpets, a wedding dress, children's books, cutlery, artificial flowers, scuba gear, jewelry, hairspray, red nail polish. By early Wednesday, William Key's 2nd Division had halted along Phase Line Bear, the 6-ring road south of Kuwait Bay. Thousands of captured Iraqis, some with bare feet wrapped in sandbags, shuffled into prison compounds. The 500 men of one enemy battalion encircled themselves with concertina wire and waited patiently for American scouts to take them into custody. In the east, Tank Force Grizzly swept through Al-Jaber Air Base, where the fleeing Iraqis had booby-trapped doors, stairwells, and a mosque with Italian anti-personnel mines. The mosque, desecrated with graffiti and human feces, also had been used as an enemy latrine. The rest of Mike Myatt's 1st Division had begun enveloping the international airport early Tuesday evening, using an impromptu battle plan sketched on a cardboard rations box. By 11 p.m., a battalion from Papa Bear had breached the airport's perimeter fence. At 6 a.m. Wednesday, as a gray dawn filtered through the oil smoke, Task Force Shepherd cautiously pushed toward the runways. Except for 3 bewildered enemy stragglers, the airport lay deserted. Battleship gunfire and airstrikes had battered the hangars. Debris littered the tarmac. The passenger terminal and an adjacent hotel had been vandalized. The Marines hauled down an Iraqi flag, raised the American and Kuwaiti colors, and then, after contemplating proper political etiquette, lowered the stars and stripes. MEF Objective C had been captured. Should glory be found in the Gulf War, nowhere did it seem more likely than in the liberation of Kuwait City. Army Special Forces and the Marines, neither known for an aversion to fame, had assiduously studied street maps of the capital. Now the prize beckoned. But Schwarzkopf had different ideas. With his own sense of political etiquette and a prudent reluctance to clear urban buildings with American troops, the CINC had decreed months before that Arab forces would recapture the city. As early as August, General Khalid, the Saudi commander, had confided to Schwarzkopf his dream of personally liberating the capital. "I will be standing in downtown Kuwait City when the emir arrives," Khalid had vowed. "I will hand him the Kuwaiti flag and tell him Kuwait is free." Although Schwarzkopf considered Khalid's vision somewhat ridiculous, he retained his conviction that Arab forces should play the prominent role in capturing the city. On learning that a small Marine patrol had reached the U.S. Embassy Tuesday night, Schwarzkopf was furious. Butch Neal called Boomer's headquarters on the CINC's behalf to remind the Marines that the Arabs have to liberate Kuwait City. "We don't want Americans in there preempting them." Yet with the capital now in reach, squabbling broke out among the Arab allies. The Kuwaitis, much to Khalid's irritation, insisted on overseeing the liberation of their own capital. While trying to accelerate JFCN's glacial pace, Schwarzkopf settled the bickering with a combination of diplomacy and fiat. The Kuwaitis would take the lead, with other Arab forces, notably Egyptian armored units, providing additional firepower as needed. Except for Marine reconnaissance teams and Green Beret advisors, most American forces would remain in the suburbs. The capital was carved into 6 sectors, each assigned to a Kuwaiti unit: the Liberation, Immortality, and Martyr Brigades from JFCN, and the Truth, Full Moon, and Victory Brigades from JFCE. The American High Command had long been more concerned about infamy than about glory in the liberation. As early as December, Dick Cheney had voiced fears of reprisals against Iraqi prisoners or the thousands of Palestinians living in Kuwait City. Such qualms were hardly assuaged when the Kuwaiti crown prince, living in exile in the Saudi city of Taif, warned, "Some of the Palestinians collaborated with Iraqi troops. When we go home, we shall check on them." For more than a month, the 5th Special Forces Group advisors had lectured their Kuwaiti protégés about the importance of avoiding atrocities. The Americans also worried about fighting among rival resistance groups, or between those Kuwaitis who had remained under Iraqi occupation, roughly a third of the country's 600,000 citizens, and those who had fled. At 9 a.m. Wednesday morning, the first columns of JFCN troops crossed in front of the 2nd Marine Division to enter the capital from the west. The liberation was delayed 2 hours while the Egyptian commander, to the Americans' consternation, awaited President Mubarak's authorization to advance. JFCE units also pushed up the coastal road from the south. By now, few Iraqis remained in the city. Kuwaiti troops, driving pickup trucks with 50-caliber machine guns mounted in the beds, roamed the rubbled streets, setting up roadblocks and dealing with suspected collaborators. Precisely how many vengeance killings took place will never be known, but dozens of Palestinians were beaten severely enough to require hospitalization, and some were summarily executed. Enough blood-curdling tales of retribution reached the American Army that Colonel Jesse Johnson, Schwarzkopf's Special Operations Commander, eventually sent soldiers to 16 police stations in the capital to demand that the Kuwaitis knock that shit off. Middle East Watch, an American human rights organization, would report that by early March, 6,000 Palestinians had been placed in detention. However iniquitous, the Kuwaiti thirst for revenge was not without provocation. The Iraqis had caused more than 1,000 Kuwaiti civilian deaths, according to a war crimes report compiled by the U.S. Army and submitted to the UN Security Council in March 1993. Victims were tortured with electric drills, electric prods, and acid baths. Others were shot, dismembered, or beaten to death. Rape was commonplace. The once pristine capital had been sacked with a vengeance worthy of Hulagu Khan, the Mongol conqueror who pillaged Baghdad in 1258. Beginning in mid-August, Iraqi troops had begun loading booty into containers at Ash-Shuwaik port, where they were shipped to Qasr and then sent north by barge or truck. Convoys had hauled away more than 1 million ounces of gold from the central bank of Kuwait, as well as jewels from the city's gem market. Iraqi looters had ransacked 170,000 houses and apartments, pilfering porcelain sinks, toilets, light fixtures, rugs, drapes, and even light bulbs. They took 7 marine ferries and 20 ship trawlers from Kuwaiti ports, baggage handling equipment, runway lights, and 15 airliners from the international airport, experimental sheep from the Kuwait Livestock Company, beef carcasses from storage freezers, granite facing from downtown skyscrapers, 20,000 plastic seats from Kuwait University Stadium, hearses and grave-digging backhoes from city cemeteries. Most of the country's 500,000 cars, buses, and trucks had been stolen or stripped. 8 movie theaters and 17 sports clubs had been vandalized. At least 19 libraries were systematically stripped of their collections. Most of Kuwait's 1,330 oil wells and 26 gathering stations had been sabotaged. An estimated 11 million barrels gushed from the fractured wells every day, with roughly half of the crude burning up and the other half forming immense petroleum lakes. Parliament, government ministries, hotels, the Emir's palace, department stores, telephone exchanges, and most other public buildings had been plundered. Many had been torched. Scuttled ships blocked harbor channels. Sabotaged utilities left the capital with no electricity and little water. At the city's zoo, elands and buffalo had been eaten. All 326 birds and most mammals had died of neglect, and a U.S. Army veterinarian, wielding a metal detector, found a bullet embedded in the shoulder of Dalal, the resident Indian elephant. Kuwaiti citizens, the estimates ranged from a few dozen to several thousand, had been seized as hostages earlier in the week and transported north in a final contemptible act of barbarity. Beneath a sooty pall, likened by one British journalist to a winter's day in Victorian England, Walt Boomer led a small marine convoy into downtown Kuwait City on Wednesday afternoon. Boomer had expected the capital to be deserted, but thousands of jubilant Kuwaitis jammed the streets, showering the Americans with candy and cigarettes. Thank you, USA, they cheered. God bless Bush. Resistance fighters fired rifles and waved flags from the rooftops. Stone-throwing children pecked the eyes from wall murals of Saddam. Sobbing women in black abayas blew kisses to the grinning Marines or held up babies to be hugged. Young men built bonfires of Iraqi dinars. For 7 months, the only legal tender in occupied Kuwait, and flashed photographs of the exiled emir. Someone tossed a red, green, and black Kuwaiti flag to Boomer as he stood atop the amphibious landing vehicle that served as his mobile command post. Eyeing the abandoned Iraqi fortifications that seemed to crown every overpass and street corner, the Marine commander could sense how repressive the enemy occupation must have been. The War of Liberation had cost the lives of 22 Marines. 88 others had been wounded. At this moment, however, Boomer had no doubt that the sacrifices had been worthwhile. As he surveyed the delirious mob, the hardships and doubts of the past 7 months receded, leaving him with the sweet sensation of having fought the good fight and won. Objective Norfolk, Iraq. No cheering throngs awaited 7th Corps during its final drive through the remnants of Iraq's defenses. Thousands of enemy soldiers fled or capitulated, but thousands more held their ground with a desperation rarely displayed in earlier fighting. As the Corps gathered momentum in its sweep toward the Basra-Kuwait City highway, Fred Franks jockeyed his forces with the intent of bringing 5 heavy divisions online by late Wednesday. The 1st Cavalry, after pulling back from its feint up the Wadi al-Batin, had swung west through the breach and was galloping north to plug Frank's extreme left flank, where it would tie into the 24th Infantry. Pending the 1st Cav's arrival, the Corps commander already boasted, from north to south, the 1st Armored, 3rd Armored, 1st Infantry, and British 1st Armored Divisions, a wall of tanks and armored vehicles 80 miles wide, moving with the inexorable power of an avalanche. For the first time, Franks began contemplating how best to encircle all remaining Iraqi forces south of Basra, seining the enemy army like a school of trapped fish. The prospect that a substantial number of Iraqis could get away was clear to Franks by early Wednesday morning. J-STAR's radar detected hundreds of vehicles still moving north through Kuwait and southeastern Iraq, despite the Allied airstrikes along the main highways. Iraqi tanks, armored personnel carriers, and some trucks were able to leave the paved roads to flee cross-country. 2 Apache raids by the 11th Aviation Brigade, one before midnight on Tuesday and the other at 3 on Wednesday morning, found more targets in northwest Kuwait than they could destroy. But to avoid tangling with Air Force and Navy aircraft, Army pilots had been prohibited from flying beyond the 20 Easting, parallel to and roughly 15 miles west of the Basra-Kuwait City highway. Franks urged ARCENT headquarters at Eskan Village to have CENTCOM adjust this limit of advance in order to unleash the Apache fleet on the fleeing enemy. But ARCENT, CENTCOM, and Air Force staff officers in Riyadh failed to agree on the necessary modifications, and the issue apparently was never taken to Schwarzkopf for adjudication. As the hours ticked by, more and more Iraqi forces reached the safety of the Basra pocket. Although he was frustrated, Franks was preoccupied with the immediate fight facing his divisions. Tom Rame's Big Red One had begun filtering through the 2nd Cavalry shortly after the shooting stopped along the 73 Easting late Tuesday night. For 6 hours, the division bulled its way toward Objective Norfolk near the Kuwaiti border, destroying Iraqi tanks, trucks, and, regrettably, each other. In 3 separate episodes, confused and exhausted 1st Division troops fired on their comrades. By the time Rame halted to refuel at Phase Line Milford, 6 soldiers were dead and 30 wounded, with 5 M1A1s and 5 Bradleys destroyed. All of the deaths and most of the damage was self-inflicted, in yet another reminder that the war was rarely more lethal than when the Americans turned their guns on themselves. Undaunted, Rame regrouped for the march into western Kuwait, while his troops rounded up hundreds of prisoners. "We're facing a broken enemy," Rame radioed Franks late Wednesday morning. "Contact is light." "What do you recommend?" the Corps commander asked. "I'd like to press east to Objective Denver and cut the Basra-Kuwait City highway." "Can you get there by dark?" The division commander studied his map. The road lay less than 40 miles ahead, and helicopter pilots now saw no Iraqi force larger than a company. Rame very much wanted to reach the highway, to smash whatever was left of the Iraqi occupation. "Yes," he said, "I think we can make it." "Okay," Franks agreed. "Go ahead." The British attack in the south had turned into an expedition rather like a grouse shoot, as one squadron commander put it. For 2 days, Rupert Smith had shoved his division steadily eastward toward the Wadi al-Batin, with the Desert Rats of 7th Armored Brigade positioned north of 4th Brigade. Infantrymen crouched in the bays of their Warrior personnel carriers, listened to the pop of gunfire until the intercom crackled with the order, "Debus, debus." Then the armored doors swung open, and soldiers scrambled out with their rifles locked and loaded, ready to fight an enemy who rarely fought back, other than to fire a few desultory shots before surrendering. One by one, the objectives fell. Copper North, Zinc, and Platinum in the north, overrun by the Royal Scots Dragoon Guards, the Queen's Royal Irish Hussars, and 1st Battalion of the Staffordshire Regiment. In the south, Bronze, Brass, and Steel were captured by the 14th 20th King's Hussars, the 1st Battalion of the Royal Scots, and the 3rd Battalion of the Royal Regiment of Fusiliers. Everywhere the British found Iraqi dead to be buried, many shredded by artillery fire, or Iraqi prisoners to bundle off to detention camps. In a few instances, the enemy resisted. At Objective Lead, early in the evening of the 26th, Staffordshire C Company rolled up to a small cluster of buildings ringed with a sand berm and defended by an Iraqi battalion. When a long burst of machine gun fire failed to provoke any surrenders, the British poured 30mm cannon rounds into the berm and buildings. Dozens of Iraqis threw up their hands. But when Private Carl Molt dismounted to round up the prisoners, an RPG round blew through his chest, killing the young soldier and setting his warrior on fire. For nearly 2 hours, a bloody firefight raged, garishly lit by flares pumped into the night sky from British mortar tubes. Warrior gunners lashed the buildings with cannon rounds, while infantry teams attacked 4 bunkers with grenades and rifle fire. When the shooting stopped just before 9 p.m., 285 Iraqis surrendered, abandoning a compound now carpeted with bodies. By early Wednesday morning, objectives Lead and Tungsten had fallen, after a bizarre counterattack by several robed Iraqis mounted on camels, and the division stood poised on the western lip of the Wadi. Smith had estimated that the fighting from Breach to Wadi might last as long as 10 days. It had lasted 2. Here, Frank's decision about what to do next with his British allies was influenced by a painful truth. Most of the British dead, and many of the wounded in the ground campaign, had fallen victim not to the Iraqis, but to the Americans. On Wednesday morning, while rounding up prisoners, 2 gunners from the Queen's Royal Irish Hussars were badly wounded by 1st Infantry Division tank rounds. By far the worst episode, however, had occurred on Tuesday afternoon. 2 A-10s flying over Objective Steel mistook a pair of warriors from the Royal Regiment of Fusiliers for T-55 tanks. The British Air Liaison officer, known as Lobo 01, later insisted he had radioed target coordinates that were many miles from the point of attack. Both pilots denied receiving any instructions from Lobo 01 other than the assurance that there were no friendlies within 10 kilometers. The flight leader made 2 reconnaissance passes with binoculars, the first at 15,000 feet, the second at 8,000. Spotting neither the fluorescent panels nor inverted V's displayed on the British vehicles, later determined to be invisible above 5,000 feet, he launched a Maverick missile at 3:02 p.m. His wingman fired 4 minutes later. Both missiles ran true. The blasts killed 9 and wounded 11. Of the dead soldiers, the eldest was 21, the youngest 17. Franks initially advised Rupert Smith to prepare to pursue the enemy north up the Wadi on Wednesday toward the intersection of the Basra Highway and the northern Kuwaiti border. While perfectly willing to fight Republican Guardsmen instead of the blighters in the south, the British commander was less pleased at the prospect of parading his division past thousands of heavily armed Americans, a maneuver, he privately concluded, likely to lead us to the biggest blue-on-blue engagement of all time. Franks soon shared those qualms. Less than 6 hours later, he countermanded his own order and told 1st Armored to continue east into Kuwait toward Objective Varsity. By mid-afternoon on Wednesday, against scant opposition, the British reached that goal. 7th Corps called with new instructions. The British now were to drive south to clear Ruki Road, a 4-lane blacktop that snaked through southwestern Kuwait past the tri-border to a logistics base in Saudi Arabia. Again, Franks quickly countermanded himself, after concluding that Smith's forces should instead press eastward, cutting the Basra Highway at Objective Cobalt, roughly 15 miles north of Mutla Ridge. General Smith, accepting this change with good humor, issued a warning order to his troops. On final authorization from Corps, the division would race 25 miles across the desert toward Cobalt. British soldiers, determined not to be again mistaken for Iraqis, broke out their Union Jacks and regimental colors. A few crews even hoisted white pennants until directed to haul them down. The order came. The brigades surged forward. Above the churning dust, thousands of flags snapped in the wind, a glorious flutter of reds and whites and royal blues. Like an avatar of the bygone empire, the British Army again charged east, proudly, at full pelt. American intelligence now believed that of 42 Iraqi divisions entrenched in the Kuwaiti theater of operations 6 weeks earlier, only the Medina and Hammurabi possessed enough combat punch to threaten the Allied attack. Pentagon staff officers joked that the Iraqi army had been reduced from the 4th largest in the world to the 2nd largest in Iraq. The Hammurabi's whereabouts were uncertain, although the division appeared to have decamped northward. The Medina was known, thanks in part to radio intercepts, to be forming a second screen behind the Tawal-Khana, 30 miles southwest of Basra. As for the Tawal-Khana, it was no more. 1 brigade had been demolished at the 73 Easting. 2 others were obliterated by Frank's heavy divisions. The 3rd Armored Division, after rolling through a Tawal-Khana mechanized battalion and most of an armored brigade, continued east through fragments of the Iraqi 12th Armored and several other units. On more than one occasion, the Americans fell on the enemy so suddenly that Iraqi armor crews were caught with their tank batteries removed to underground dugouts, where they were being used to power electric lights and heaters. By late afternoon on Wednesday, 3rd Armored began crossing into Kuwait. On 7th Corps' extreme northern flank, Ronald Griffith's 1st Armored Division pushed ahead with 3 tank brigades abreast. J-Stars had reported enemy forces, apparently a mechanized infantry unit from the Republican Guard's Adnan Division, moving south from the 18th Corps sector. 23 American soldiers were wounded by Adnan artillery fire on Tuesday night, provoking a devastating counterattack with MLRS rockets and Apache gunships. In a brief firefight at mid-morning on Wednesday, 1st Armored's Black Lion Battalion also destroyed several tanks and a pickup truck. The latter reportedly was used to machine gun Iraqi soldiers in the back as they tried to surrender. The Adnan threat, feeble to start with, dissipated as quickly as it had appeared. Shortly before noon on Wednesday, above the northwest corner of Kuwait, the Medina's 2nd Brigade formed the last coherent defensive formation that Saddam's army would muster in the Gulf War. Initially facing south, the enemy brigade recognized the American threat from the west in time to pivot around in a battle line 7 miles long. Bearing down on the Iraqis were 166 M1A1s from 1st Armored's 2nd Brigade. Led by Colonel Montgomery C. Meigs, the brigade edged forward with 9 tank companies on line. At 12:17 p.m., American gunners reported enemy armor at 3,000 meters, roughly 2 miles away. Meigs ordered his commanders to open fire. The first sabot round punched a 3-inch hole in an Iraqi hull. A tongue of flame spurted from the opening for a few seconds before the ammunition inside detonated, flipping the turret 40 feet into the air. Within 10 minutes, the Iraqi line began to disintegrate in a cauldron of black smoke and flaming hulks. Meigs, whose thermal sights had stopped working, stood on his turret 50 yards behind the firing line, squinting through the haze. "Enemy is direct front," he radioed to the division command post. "I count 18 smoke plumes." Several minutes later, he added, "Now I've got 36. The Medina crews, some of whom had been caught outside their tanks lunching on tomatoes and rice, fired back haplessly at the M1A1 muzzle flashes. Iraqi rounds skipped across the desert floor, often hundreds of yards short of the mark. Like his Tawalkhana counterpart at 73 Easting the previous afternoon, the Medina commander had hoped to ambush the Americans as they came over the ridge before driving them back into an artillery killsack. But he had fatally miscalculated the difference in range between the T-72s, which were ineffective beyond 1,800 meters, and the M1A1s, which were now destroying targets at nearly twice that distance. Iraqi artillery rounds exploded harmlessly behind the advancing Americans. The Abrams crews fired, reloaded, and fired again, slower now, searching out new targets and edging forward at 10 miles per hour. "Don't get bushwhacked," Meigs ordered. "I want you to move gently but deliberately and kill all those people." 40 minutes after it began, the fighting stopped. Without suffering a scratch, 2nd Brigade had destroyed 60 T-72s and dozens of personnel carriers. Artillery and Apaches struck other targets deeper on the battlefield. A-10s and F-16s picked off stragglers and logistics convoys fleeing north and east. Farther south, the 1st and 3rd Brigades rolled over pockets of resistance, a tank company here, an infantry platoon there. Bombarded with MLRS rockets, many Iraqis broke and ran, leaving their engines running, their radios on, and rounds chambered in their guns. All told, the 1st Armored Division destroyed approximately 300 Iraqi armored vehicles at a cost of 1 American killed. Like the 73 Easting, the fight at Medina Ridge was waged with tactical acumen and devastating firepower, reducing the enemy to a pathetic rabble. Again, the Americans displayed overwhelming superiority in weaponry, intelligence, gunnery, combined arms tactics, and leadership. It was, in short, like the war itself, a brilliant slaughter. At 3:30 p.m., Franks flew in his Black Hawk to see Ron Griffith at the 1st Armored Division's command post. The two generals watched as artillery rounds screamed overhead, and Meigs' tanks pushed forward toward phase line Italy. Jagged lightning split the sky, and the rumble of thunder added to the cacophony of airstrikes, Hellfire missiles, and booming tank fire. After several minutes, the Corps commander turned his back on the battlefield. "Okay," Franks said, bending over a map, "we've got some things to work out." 2 issues wanted resolution. The most immediate concern was fuel. Since February 23rd, the Corps had burned nearly 8 million gallons. Despite Herculean efforts by logisticians to keep pace, combat units had outrun most of their trains. Having traveled farthest on the outside flank of the left hook, 1st Armored was in particularly desperate straits. Griffith's last stocks had been sucked dry by the 75th Artillery Brigade, which joined the division Tuesday night carrying many tons of ammunition, but no gas. Now Meigs had only 2 hours of fuel remaining in his tanks, with less than 5,000 gallons in the brigade reserve. Each M1A1 guzzled 500 gallons every 8 to 10 hours. Without replenishment, further advance was impossible. Relief came from 2 sources. Paul Funk, much to the chagrin of his logisticians, dispatched 20 tankers from 3rd Armored's dwindling stocks. Then an emergency convoy of 46 fuel trucks, driven by a press-ganged platoon of cooks and clerks, left Log Base Echo in Saudi Arabia early Wednesday. Guided north by one of Griffith's helicopters, the convoy arrived in time to begin refueling 1st Armored early Wednesday morning. Combined with Funk's bequest, the trucks provided 130,000 gallons, enough to permit the division to press the fight for at least another morning. With the fuel crisis at least temporarily resolved, Franks concentrated on the grander question of where to steer his corps. Earlier in the afternoon, he had sketched his battle plan on a piece of flimsy acetate, which he now showed Griffith. On the corps' left flank, 1st Armored would swing slightly south to make room for the 1st Cavalry Division, which would drive toward Basra along the lower edge of the Rumaila oil field. On the right flank, having decided not to send the British north, Franks would push the 1st Infantry across the Basra-Kuwait City Highway, where the division would then angle toward Basra. The 2nd Cavalry would wheel to the western edge of the highway before also pressing toward Basra on a path parallel to the Big Red Ones. Within a day, whatever remnants of the Iraqi army that had not fled across the Euphrates or into Basra would be encircled. The plan was, in Frank's description, a classic out-of-the-book double envelopment. Rare was the battle captain who had not dreamed of such an opportunity. In 216 BC, Hannibal had similarly encircled the Roman army at Cannae, cutting the enemy to pieces in one of warfare's most celebrated victories. More than 2,000 years later, the Carthaginian tactic had mesmerized von Schlieffen, whose scheme for defeating the French in 1914 stressed envelopment and extermination by attack upon the enemy's rear. A generation later, the Germans had again used Kesselschlachten, battles of encirclement and annihilation, to conquer Poland. With the 1st Infantry already angling toward the highway, Franks instructed Griffith to squeeze his force down into Kuwait, making room for the 1st Cavalry. The encirclement began. Chapter 18. Closing the Gates. Washington, D.C. Despite Fred Frank's best-laid plans, there would be no double envelopment of the retreating Iraqi army. No Kesselschlachten. At mid-afternoon on Wednesday in Washington, approximately 10:30 p.m. in the theater, President Bush gathered his senior advisors in the Oval Office for what was billed as another routine war briefing. Powell, brandishing charts and maps as usual, used a small penlight to indicate the Allied positions, from the Marines and Arabs in the south to 7th and 18th Corps in the west and north. Both Norm and I feel that we're within the window of opportunity to end this, the chairman said. It's clear that the Iraqi army is broken. If anything, they're just trying to get out. That was our mission, to get them out. And I can report to you that they are well on their way to being out. In fact, we're crucifying large numbers of them. Powell's conviction that the war must end had only strengthened during the day. He told Schwarzkopf in a morning phone call that the White House was nervous about the images of wanton killing in the theater. Certainly the anxiety was Powell's, too. For months, he had struggled to maintain a clear correspondence between political and military objectives. Now he was certain that those political goals had been achieved. The Iraqis had been so thoroughly dismembered that Allied intelligence can't find divisions, can't find brigades, can't find battalions, the chairman continued. It's all just shattered. Do you want another day? Bush asked. By tonight, there really won't be an enemy there. If you go another day, you're basically just fighting stragglers, Powell replied. You're no longer fighting against a serious organized opponent. Nothing that is worthy of 3 corps, 4 corps really, the Marines, 7th, 18th, and the Arab coalition. The vaunted Republican Guard formations are no longer. Others in the office agreed. Cheney felt that the foremost issue was not how many Iraqi tanks and gun tubes had been destroyed, but whether the Allies' strategic aims had been satisfied. Like Powell, he believed they had. Kuwait was liberated. Saddam's war-making capability smashed. Baker inclined to accept the military's recommendations, particularly after hearing Powell's description of an unmitigated slaughter. Scowcroft concurred. Another day of carnage like that along the highway of death served no one's interests. His deputy for Middle Eastern Affairs, Richard Haas, observed, "We don't want to be seen as piling on." If the route of the Iraqi army was clear, the extent of the enemy's entrapment was not. Earlier in the day, Cheney had been told by the Joint Staff that the Republican Guard was already cut off from further retreat into Basra. CENTCOM's daily intelligence summary for February 27th also reported that the Republican Guards are encircled. They have few options other than surrender or destruction. At least one service chief believed that the only enemy soldiers escaping into Basra were those carrying small arms. Repeated bombing of bridges across the canal that angled east and south of the city had ostensibly cut escape routes for most heavy equipment. In the White House, several of Bush's advisers assumed that withdrawing Iraqis would have to pass through an Allied checkpoint. Only the fabled fog of war can explain this misapprehension. The remaining enemy forces were not yet encircled. No Allied troops occupied the corridor leading into Basra from the south, or the roads stretching north from the city. Nor had American soldiers reached the Har al-Hamar causeway to the northwest. Arcet had hoped to have 18th and 7th Corps attack across a common front, but that proved difficult for Yosak to coordinate from Eskan village, hundreds of miles from the fighting. Consequently, a substantial gap had developed between Franks and Luck, with 7th Corps nearly 30 miles farther east. Most of the three Republican Guard infantry divisions, the Adnan, Nebuchadnezzar, and Al-Fa, exploited the seam to escape across the Euphrates or into Basra. Approximately 2 divisions' worth of Iraqi armor was stacked up waiting to cross makeshift pontoon bridges across the Shat al-Basra, but the canal, not much wider than a 4-lane highway in some places, was hardly impassable. More than 20 bridges and causeways led out of the Kuwaiti theater. Although bombers and Apaches braved the foul weather to whittle away at all of these escape avenues, few had been severed completely. Schwarzkopf contributed to the confusion. During an hour-long televised press briefing shortly before Bush convened his meeting, the CINC had declared, "We've accomplished our mission, and when the decision-makers come to the decision that there should be a ceasefire, nobody will be happier than me. The gates are closed," he said. "There is no way out of here." All Republican Guard divisions in the theater had been destroyed except for a couple that we're in the process of fighting right now. When asked, though, whether ground forces were blocking the roads to Basra, Schwarzkopf replied, "No." "Well," a reporter persisted, "is there any way that they can get out that way?" "No," the CINC answered cryptically. "That's why the gate is closed." But before returning to the war room, Schwarzkopf amended his remarks. "When I say the gate is closed, I don't want to give the impression that absolutely nothing is escaping. Quite the contrary. What isn't escaping is heavy tanks. What isn't escaping is artillery pieces. I'm talking about the gate that is closed on the war machine that is out there." This nuance was not pursued during the meeting in the Oval Office. For Powell, who could read a map as well as any soldier, the issue was subordinate to the larger one of military objectives. The chairman noted that some pilots had been returning from their sorties with qualms about strafing and bombing a prostrate enemy. "There's almost a psychic cost to be borne if we ask our troops to continue military operations when it's clear we've won," he warned. Bludgeoning a defeated foe was not only distasteful, but also not American, Powell believed. "There is," he added, "chivalry in war." Bush, much taken with his chairman's sentiments, seemed to concur. "What's Norm think?" the president asked. Powell took the receiver from the secure satellite phone on the president's desk and quickly apprised Schwarzkopf of developments at the White House. "I've presented our views, and the thinking is that we should end it today," the chairman said, in a formulation that hardly invited demurral. Bush was considering calling a halt that evening on national television. "Would you have any problem with that?" Powell asked. "I don't have any problem with it," Schwarzkopf replied. Yosak had asked for one more day to complete the destruction of the Republican Guard, but the CINC did not press the point on Powell. Already he had directed his staff to begin drafting plans for the return of troops to the United States. "Our objective was the destruction of the enemy forces," he told the chairman, "and for all intents and purposes we've accomplished that objective." The final issue before the president and his advisers was how and when to stop the war. Rather than declare a ceasefire, which implied negotiation, Bush would impose a cessation of hostilities, a formula seen as unilateral, keeping the initiative in the Allied camp. As to timing, Powell initially favored 8 or 9 p.m. Washington time, but concluded that midnight, 8 a.m. Thursday in Riyadh, made more sense. That would allow several hours after the president's announcement on national television for the word to filter across the theater, both to Allied and Iraqi forces. Moreover, it gave Schwarzkopf's troops 2 hours of morning light to take a last look at the battlefield and make sure we haven't done anything that puts us in a compromising position. Later in the afternoon, Powell again called Riyadh from the White House to inform Schwarzkopf that the shooting would stop at midnight Eastern Standard Time, precisely 100 hours after the ground war had begun. Bush and Cheney each took a turn on the phone to offer congratulations. "Norm," the secretary said, "you've done a hell of a job." Riyadh. In Schwarzkopf's war room, the demands of a fast-moving ground offensive had left little time for discussion about whether the war had run its course. Robert Johnston, the CINC's chief of staff, believed that even without guidance from Washington, CENTCOM was running out of enemies to fight. Capturing Basra, Johnston concluded, made sense only if the Allies intended to push north toward Baghdad. Many of Schwarzkopf's officers shared the belief that Iraqi survivors would likely join a coup. Sufficient combat power existed in the Basra pocket, according to one intelligence assessment, to ensure an orderly transfer of power when Saddam falls. Up King Abdulaziz Boulevard, in the basement of the Royal Saudi Air Force headquarters, a warning of the war's imminent end caught Buster Glosson and Dave Depula by surprise. Recent intelligence had helped to pinpoint another of Saddam's subterranean command posts in Baghdad. Depula drafted justification documents for Glosson to give Schwarzkopf in asking permission to bomb the target if the fighting lasted any longer. The two pilots joked sourly that the Army seemed determined to outshine the Israelis' triumphant six-day war by a day or two. Glosson's bombers already had made one final effort to decapitate the Iraqi leadership. Early Wednesday afternoon, a C-141 cargo jet landed at Taif carrying a pair of 4,700-pound bombs, still warm to the touch from the molten explosives poured into the casings by Air Force ordnance technicians in Florida. The immense munitions, known as GBU-28s, had been fashioned from surplus artillery barrels in a crash program to develop a penetrator capable of puncturing the deepest enemy bunkers. The day before, a prototype fired horizontally on a high-speed sled in New Mexico had sliced through 22 feet of reinforced concrete, skipped once across the desert floor, and continued downrange for another half-mile before finally coming to rest. The primary target was a bunker more than 40 feet below ground at Taji, northwest of Baghdad. In repeated strikes beginning on January 17th, F-117s had failed to penetrate the complex even with 2,000-pound LGBs. Senior Iraqi commanders were known to be using the bunker. Air Force intelligence hoped, without solid evidence, that Saddam also had taken refuge there. 5 hours after the new bombs arrived, a pair of F-111s, Cardinal 7-1 and Cardinal 7-2, took off. Each carried a GBU-28 under the left wing, with an ordinary I-2000 beneath the right wing for ballast. At 8 p.m., Cardinal 7-1 swooped over Taji from the east with afterburners roaring to lend the bomb as much velocity as possible. The huge cylinder broke clean from the wing, sliced through the night sky, and missed, hitting short and slightly south. Cardinal 7-2, flown by Lieutenant Colonel Dave White and Captain Tommy Himes, diverted from the secondary target, another bunker 3 miles south, found the primary on the second pass, and let fly. The bomb burrowed through the roof and detonated far underground. Smoke poured from ventilation shafts and doorways. The target was destroyed. But Saddam, as the Americans soon discovered, was not inside. Schwarzkopf had fielded Powell's second call from the White House in his bedroom. After hanging up, he walked into the war room to find Cal Waller. "I talked to Colin," the CINC said. "We're going to stop." Waller's eyebrows shot up. "We're going to stop?" The more technical term is that they want a cessation of hostilities. "What the hell does that mean?" Waller asked. "Is this a ceasefire?" "No, it's not a ceasefire," Schwarzkopf said. "We're going to take up a protective posture where we'll only fire if fired on. We'll still be on a wartime footing." "Why are we stopping at this point?" "I'm told that we're stopping because there's some concern about our attacks and the carnage on the highway from Kuwait to Basra." The DCINC pondered this for a moment. Schwarzkopf seemed neither upset nor surprised. Waller wondered why the plan to seal off the theater with a double envelopment was not given time to unfold. "Why not go ahead and complete what we're going to do?" he asked, framing the debate that would continue long after the war ended. Because that's what the commander-in-chief wants, Schwarzkopf replied evenly. The president has said we've accomplished enough. Schwarzkopf made another round of calls to his field commanders, Yosak, Boomer, Wayne Downing, and Stan Arthur. All seemed relieved that the end had come. On Blue Ridge, Arthur had monitored the relentless sorties by his carrier pilots with growing unease. He, too, believed the onslaught had reached a point that exposed the United States to charges of wanton killing. Boy, he told his staff after learning that the attacks would stop, I wish I'd heard that 12 hours ago. Washington, D.C. News of the decision spread quickly from the Oval Office. A few officials in Washington and abroad questioned the move, but none with sufficient conviction to urge reconsideration. In London, Charles Powell, Foreign Affairs Advisor to John Major, voiced misgivings, since British commanders recognized that the Iraqis had yet to be encircled. But Major offered no objections during a phone conversation with Bush. Foreign Minister Douglas Hurd, in a meeting with the President Wednesday afternoon at the White House, had gingerly inquired whether the land campaign had indeed run its course. Although Hurd retreated in the face of Bush's unqualified assurances, he subsequently told reporters in the White House driveway, there will come a time when the military objectives of the Allied forces have been achieved, but we're not at that point today. At Foggy Bottom, Under-Secretary of State Robert Kimmitt, while applauding Bush's decision as very courageous, suggested to Baker that the war could be prosecuted for another day before Washington felt a public and political backlash. Baker shrugged off the advice. At the Pentagon, Paul Wolfowitz concurred with Bush's timing. If the fighting continued and Iraqi resistance suddenly stiffened, resulting in the death of a few dozen more American soldiers, the government would be hard-pressed to explain why they had died. But he favored keeping the Iraqis off balance by maintaining some ambiguity about whether the Allies might yet push toward Baghdad. The Undersecretary abandoned that notion on learning that Schwarzkopf in his press conference had precluded just such a possibility. We were 150 miles from Baghdad, and there was nobody between us and Baghdad, the CINC had declared, referring to the 101st Airborne's assault into the Euphrates Valley. If it had been our intention to overrun the country, we could have done it unopposed. For the Joint Chiefs, the decision arrived as a fait accompli. They had gathered Wednesday morning in Powell's office, taking time to call Schwarzkopf with congratulations. Although they were not polled on their sentiments regarding a ceasefire, the chairman had no reason to suspect opposition. Nor, when the deed was done, was any dissension voiced. Look, we achieved our objectives, Carl Vuono reasoned. We got what we wanted, so there's nothing to be gained by pressing on. Vuono's view, though it reflected that of the majority, was not shared by all the chiefs. Tony McPeak harbored deep, if unspoken, misgivings. The war, he believed, was ending 2 or even 3 days too soon. A priceless opportunity had been forfeited. The Air Force chief had disagreed with Powell on other issues, notably the need for a second Army Corps and the decision to stop bombing Baghdad bridges. Usually, on reflection, he had concluded that the chairman was correct in his judgment. But not this time. McPeak's initial doubts were spun from emotion and a warrior's instinct for the jugular. Over time, they would harden, annealed by the belief that a truly decisive victory had slipped away. For many months after the war, he would review the matter, chastising himself for a lack of courage in not confronting Powell, while recognizing that a confrontation would have changed nothing. His admiration for the chairman's intelligence and sagacity grew steadily. History, he suspected, would treat Colin Powell generously on this matter, and yet McPeak could not shake the conviction that the chairman was wrong. No American military decision since the Vietnam War provoked more controversy, more debate, more caustic commentary than the choice to offer Iraq, in McPeak's later phrase, a merciful clemency. The issue lay dormant for months, until the euphoria of victory had faded and the magnitude of Saddam's surviving force became apparent. But within a year, 2/3 of Americans polled said that the war had ended too soon. Some military analysts would liken the decision to Hitler's failure to wipe out the British at Dunkirk, and Meade's reluctance to pursue Lee from Gettysburg. It would stain Bush's triumph, darkening the president's most conspicuous achievement when he ran for re-election in 1992. Without question, men who were physically exhausted and emotionally spent made certain miscalculations. The enemy was not encircled. The gates were not closed. The Defense Intelligence Agency later concluded that 70 to 80,000 Iraqi troops had fled into Basra. An Army analysis estimated that as many as one-third of the Republican Guard's T-72s made it out of the KTO. Other intelligence analysts calculated that roughly 800 tanks and 1,400 armored personnel carriers escaped destruction. Within days of the ceasefire, Iraqis would use dozens of Hind and Hip helicopters, part of a surviving fleet of several hundred, to terrorize rebels in the Shiite south and Kurdish north. Although the Republican Guard was mauled and some units obliterated, others got away nearly intact. Schwarzkopf, as has been noted, would blame 7th Corps for failing to tighten the noose. Yet the CINC himself had personally halted the 24th Division in its drive to the Euphrates, and delayed dispatching the 1st Cavalry to the fight. He also had directed against Iraqi conscript divisions air attacks that would otherwise have hit the Republican Guard. In all cases, he had legitimate tactical reasons, although not necessarily any more legitimate than Fred Frank's battlefield judgments. Moreover, when given the opportunity to urge that the fighting continue, to Powell, to Cheney, and to Bush, Schwarzkopf demurred. No thought appears to have been given to halting deep air attacks while letting the Army, with close support from the Air Force, either complete Frank's double envelopment or encircle all of Basra. The much-feared public uproar over the slaughter of retreating Iraqi troops never materialized, and there is no proof that it would have had the war persisted another day or so. Even the Soviets, who earlier had decried the pummeling administered by Allied air power to their former client, said little during the ground war. And the wan hope that Iraqi commanders would topple Saddam in retribution for the Holocaust to which he had subjected his nation was obviously a pipe dream. Indeed, his army remained distressingly loyal. Nevertheless, the decision wears well with time. No substantive evidence suggests that the surviving Iraqi forces proved decisive in suppressing the post-war rebellions. Had not a single tank or personnel carrier escaped Allied destruction south of the Euphrates, Saddam would still have possessed an immense force north of the river, which totaled more than 3,000 armored vehicles, including hundreds of tanks. By one estimate, nearly 90% of Iraqi artillery in the theater was destroyed by the Allies, almost 3,000 tubes, yet there were at least 1,000 additional heavy guns elsewhere in the country. Certainly, the destruction visited on Iraq's military during 6 weeks of war was prodigious, even without the annihilation of every battalion in the Kuwaiti theater. 2 years after the invasion of Kuwait, American intelligence calculated that Saddam's armed forces had reached only 40% of their pre-war manpower and heavy equipment strength. Moreover, Iraq suffered disproportionate losses of its most modern weapons. The Iraqi Air Force became a shadow of its former self, particularly after Iran refused to return the 132 aircraft that had sought sanctuary in the east. The integrated air defense network was wholly smashed. The number of Iraqi battle deaths would be debated by American military and intelligence analysts without resolution for more than 2 years after the war. Estimates of Iraqi killed and wounded ranged from the low thousands to 100,000. Perhaps the best guess, predicated mostly on enemy prisoner of war reports, would emerge from the Air Force's post-war air power study. 10 to 12,000 Iraqis were killed by Allied bombs prior to the ground offensive, the study calculated, and perhaps another 10,000 during the 4-day ground war. But the issue hangs on more than hard tallies. Had the war persisted, more American and Allied soldiers would have died, either at the hands of the enemy or at the hands of their comrades. They would have died for the dubious glory of slaughtering a few thousand more Iraqi teenagers, surely a cause unequal to their sacrifice and unworthy of their nation. Every slain soldier tells the same story, the author Michael Hare once observed. Put yourself in my place. Errors would be made in establishing the conditions of ceasefire, and in the dithering neutrality effected during the Iraqi insurrections. But stopping the war was no mistake. Rather, it was a rare triumph for the better angels of our nature. On a word processor in Scowcroft's outer office, Richard Haas finished the rough draft of Bush's televised announcement. Shortly after sunset on Wednesday, the president's advisers gathered in the West Wing to polish the address. The terms for a formal ceasefire, beyond the provisional halt at midnight, were drawn in part from stipulations drafted earlier in the war by Bush's advisers. Iraq must release all prisoners of war and Kuwaiti hostages, disclose the location of all mines, and halt all Scud launches. Baghdad must comply with all Security Council resolutions, agree to pay reparations, and rescind the annexation of Kuwait. Bush's remarks, the president's man agreed, would open with 3 declarative sentences. Kuwait is liberated, Iraq's army is defeated, our military objectives are met. Phase line victory, Kuwait. Even before the ceasefire order bounced from Washington to Riyadh to commanders in the field, 7th Corps' double envelopment had become snarled in its own complexity. With the 1st Infantry Division now angling northeast and 3 other divisions above them pushing east, Fred Franks became concerned about a potentially disastrous convergence of American forces. Darkness had fallen. Bombers and helicopter gunships trolled the skies south of Basra. Soldiers and commanders alike were exhausted, anxious, and jumpy. From his command post near the northwest corner of Kuwait, Franks radioed the Big Red One shortly before 7 p.m. on Wednesday and advised the division not to advance beyond phase line Kiwi, approximately 15 miles from the highway to Basra. "We're already very much east of there," Rame's deputy told the Corps commander. The lead brigade had closed almost within sight of the roadway. Franks ordered the division to stop in place. By 7:30, the Big Red One had come to a halt. Farther north, the effort of 1st Armored to make room for the 1st Cavalry was stalled by a firefight in an Iraqi logistics camp. An enemy RPG round struck one Bradley. Another shell, either from the Iraqis or an Abrams tank, hit a 2nd personnel carrier, decapitating the driver and wounding a platoon sergeant, who subsequently lost a leg. Heeding Ron Griffith's advice, Franks prudently postponed the passage of lines, keeping 1st Cavalry out of the fight. Across the battlefield, the mounting toll from friendly fire had dampened the Army's audacity. At 11:30 p.m., Franks' deputy, John Landry, radioed from the Corps main headquarters with news of a possible ceasefire at 5 o'clock on Thursday morning. Franks called Yosak, who confirmed the report. The error in this advisory remains a mystery. Some believe the confusion reflected debate in Washington over when to halt the war. Another explanation is that the original order specified 5 a.m. Zulu, Greenwich Mean Time, which meant 8 a.m. in the theater, and was misunderstood along the chain of command when someone neglected to make the adjustment for local time. Similar errors had occurred during exercises and even in combat. Whatever the reason, the U.S. Army operated for nearly 4 hours under the impression that the war would stop an hour before dawn. Instead of preparing to take a last look at the battlefield, as Powell had hoped, most of the troops assumed the fighting was over. At 3:15 a.m., Yosak woke Stan Cherry with the truth. "Tell General Franks the ceasefire will be at 0800, Yosak said. "We want you to drive. No more business as usual. Turn the heat up. Go, go, go." Franks, who had snatched a 2-hour nap, radioed his divisions with new instructions in an effort to seize as much Iraqi territory as possible before 8 a.m. Once again, commanders lashed their troops forward. "I want a 45-minute artillery prep," Griffith told his subordinates in 1st Armored. "I want every gun and every rocket launcher in the division firing. I want it to be the most violent artillery prep in history. 5 minutes after the fires lift, I want the Apache Battalion flying 50 kilometers deep. Go through the zone and kill everything you see. Then we'll attack with 3 brigades abreast." Tom Rame was awakened with news that Franks now wanted the 1st Infantry moving by 4 a.m. to seize the highway. "You crazy sons of bitches," he barked. "Tell him I can't do it by 4. I'll be moving by 5. Rame then radioed his 2 easternmost brigades. "The ceasefire's at 0800. It is absolutely imperative that you cut that goddamn highway as soon as possible. You must begin to move by 0500. In 18th Corps, the war's imminent end provoked jubilation, confusion, and regret. An early morning Apache attack on Engagement Area Thomas north of Basra was canceled. Benny Pay also scuttled his plan to insert a brigade from the 101st Airborne above the city. Pei chided himself for not having been more aggressive in urging Gary Luck to leapfrog over the Euphrates to cut the road leading north from Basra to Al-Amara. "Damn," Pei told his staff, "I wish we'd just jumped the river and gone to the east. We could have encircled the whole thing." The bogus report of a 5 a.m. ceasefire also caused Barry McCaffrey to cancel his attack toward Basra with the 24th Division and 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment. On learning that the war would in fact last another 3 hours, McCaffrey was furious. "How could we blow the goddamn time?" he demanded. "How could this happen?" Corps headquarters suggested the division press ahead with a helicopter attack, but the Apaches could not be readied on such short notice. Instead, McCaffrey intensified the artillery barrage that had begun early Wednesday evening. His armored brigades edged forward before halting at phase line Victory, less than 30 miles from downtown Basra. At 7 a.m., in a chilly fog, Rame's vanguard reached the highway at Objective Denver. A dozen burning oil wells blazed to the east, backlighting the lesser fires from shattered Iraqi trucks and armored vehicles. The rising sun hung like a pale medallion behind a greasy pall of smoke. Dazed Iraqi soldiers wandered through the gloom, flinging down their weapons and stepping around the dead, who lay strewn along the blacktop. Roaring up behind his lead battalions, Rame surveyed the scene with immense satisfaction. The swirling mist, the dancing flames, the enemy wraiths shambling forward with hands held up in surrender. Not in 27 years as an Army officer had he experienced a more exhilarating moment. Yosak had drawn Frank's attention specifically to the road junction at Safwan, several miles north of the Kuwaiti border. Troops from the Big Red One turned north toward the town, but at 7:20 a.m. an Army artillery unit issued a frantic distress call by FM radio, claiming to be under fire from 3rd Armored. Franks ordered a ceasefire throughout the Corps. Within 15 minutes, the crisis was resolved, but Rame, whose brigades had dutifully halted, never heard the subsequent order to resume the attack. Safwan thus remained in Iraqi hands, a detail that seemed of little consequence until Schwarzkopf discovered that the proposed site of his armistice conference was still in enemy control. At 8 a.m., the guns fell silent. On the Corps' southern flank, 3 British battle groups rolled onto the highway above Al-Jawra amid the flapping of Union Jacks. Rupert Smith followed in close order, having paused en route for a cup of tea while his overheated engine cooled down. Burial details shooed away packs of scavenging dogs and gathered up Iraqi corpses. Soon the roadside was pocked with the graves of would-be conquerors. On the northern flank, 1st Armored halted along phase line Monaco after an artillery barrage of 4,000 shells. Some soldiers felt the sag of anticlimax. Griffith fretted over enemies still unfought. "Sir, I hope to hell we didn't stop too soon," the division commander told Franks. "We still don't know where the Hammurabi division is." Most soldiers, though, were swept with relief. In Monty Migg's 2nd Brigade, armored vehicle crews clambered from their hatches, shaking hands, slapping backs, and draping their whip antennae with American flags. A PSYOPs team rooted through its cache of audio tapes for a suitable victory paean. Unable to find a recording of Lee Greenwood's God Bless the USA, the soldiers settled for a 1967 soul hit that had been popular in Vietnam, both for its snappy syncopation and its sassy lyrics, which could be belted out with ironic gusto. But on this day, in this war, there was no irony, only exultation, as James Brown's voice rose as if in a hymn of thanksgiving. "Whoa, I feel good. I knew that I would now." Rumaila oil field, Iraq. Across most of the theater, the fighting was finished. Allied soldiers continued to round up prisoners, now in excess of 80,000, including several teenage militiamen whose mothers remanded them to American custody. Engineers blew up mountains of Iraqi ammunition and fleets of abandoned vehicles. U.S. cavalrymen patrolling southwest of Basra discovered a villa, ostensibly built by a former Iraqi defense minister, replete with 2 swimming pools, a man-made lake, and an encircling wall surmounted by blockhouses and searchlights. A storeroom contained stacks of rocket-propelled grenades, several powder blue bidets still in their shipping crates, and 3,000 cases of Perrier mineral water. After admiring the teardrop crystal chandeliers, the silver candelabra, the Limoges china, and the Italian bath towels, troopers fired two 165mm artillery rounds into the main house, splashed 50 gallons of kerosene across the complex, and set it ablaze. At 1:30 p.m. on February 28th, 90 soldiers from 1st Battalion of the 3rd Special Forces Group swooped by helicopter into the U.S. Embassy compound in Kuwait City. Other than a few bullet holes in the Marine barracks, the embassy was unscathed. Finding the chancery still locked, a Green Berets demolition team blew an immense hole through the door, inadvertently igniting the curtains inside and triggering a frantic scramble for fire extinguishers. The liberation of Kuwait was complete. To the north, however, sporadic shooting continued. McCaffrey had pushed his reconnaissance forces to phase-line crush at the western edge of the Rumaila oil field, whose disputed reserves lay at the heart of Baghdad's grievance with Kuwait. For 2 days following the ceasefire, occasional Iraqi artillery and mortar rounds fell among the Americans, who answered with massive counter-battery barrages. Shortly after midnight on March 1st, 2 buses full of surrendering enemy troops pulled up to a roadblock on Highway 8. Iraqis filed from the first bus in good order, but on the second, a pair of recalcitrant soldiers abruptly opened up with AK-47s. The Americans riddled the bus with gunfire, killing 7 Iraqis and wounding 6. The fragile truce collapsed completely on the morning of March 2nd. At 4:45, scouts from McCaffrey's 1st Brigade reported mysterious headlights and heavy traffic several miles east of phase line Crush. "Hold your position," advised McCaffrey's operations officer, Lieutenant Colonel Pat Lamar. "Just continue to observe. If they're not shooting at you, leave them alone." At first light, helicopter scouts discovered the Iraqis had bulldozed enough dirt into the Har al-Hamar to build a ramp that bypassed bomb craters in the long causeway spanning the lake. 200 vehicles already had crossed the Har and were headed north toward Ash Shanin. Perhaps 1,000 others were advancing through the oil field toward the causeway. The elusive Hammurabi Division had at last been found. From his command post on Highway 8, McCaffrey shoved forward the 2nd Battalion of the 7th Infantry Regiment, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Charles C. Ware. After struggling through a boggy sabka that temporarily entrapped 6 of his 14 tanks, Ware positioned 4 companies along the Rumaila's western perimeter. Forbidden to fire unless fired upon, the Americans watched in frustration as the exodus of trucks, howitzers, and armored vehicles surged toward the causeway. Shortly after 8 a.m., Charlie Company on Ware's right flank reported RPG fire from dismounted infantry in the south. Charlie fired back with 25mm cannon fire. Attracted by the shooting, Iraqi BMPs maneuvered toward the Americans, and several enemy tank turrets pivoted westward. "Hey, look, I need to do something," Ware pleaded in a radio call to the brigade commander, Colonel John Lemoyne. "I need to put some return fire on these guys." Lemoyne reported the action to the division command post. After asking for assurances that Ware's battalion was in jeopardy, McCaffrey approved a counterattack. "Okay, that's it," he ordered. "Take 'em apart." "Ready on the left," Ware commanded after receiving Lemoyne's authorization. "Ready on the right. Fire! Fire!" A volley of Abrams and Bradley fire swept across the desert. Iraqi gunners replied with T-72 rounds and at least 1 Sagar missile. The Iraqis appear to have fired first in the clash at Rumaila. Whether the resulting retribution was proportionate to the offense would long be debated, sotto voce, within the 24th Division and elsewhere in the Army. As Ware's guns boomed in the south, 5 American artillery battalions unleashed hundreds of artillery rounds and MLRS rockets. Helicopter gunships ripped through a convoy on the causeway, blocking further escape. At 8:50 a.m., 2 Apache companies swung across the Har from the northeast, while a third attacked southeast of the oil field. For more than an hour, the Apaches battered the Iraqis with cannon fire, rockets, and 107 Hellfire missiles, of which all but 5 reportedly struck their targets. Meanwhile, the 4th Battalion of the 64th Armored Regiment looped past Ware's men to attack into the oil field beginning at 10:30 a.m. 3 parallel roads crossed the Rumaila from the south, all elevated on berms above the swampy ground and all converging on the causeway. The 464 Battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel John Craddock, sent one company up the westernmost road to the Har. On the eastern road, gunners destroyed 2 ammunition convoys. Craddock's main force rolled up the spine of the Iraqi procession on the heavily congested center road, slashing a 7-mile path of utter destruction. Another company veered south to demolish an Iraqi garrison where enemy infantrymen had fired on Craddock's logistics train. Shortly before noon, McCaffrey landed by helicopter next to an oil pipeline, jumped into Ware's Bradley, and charged into the action. The division commander eventually captured more than a dozen frightened Iraqis who gave themselves up beneath a dirty white rag. Shooting persisted until 3 p.m., when the Americans ran out of targets to destroy. Iraqi troops had offered little, if any, organized resistance. Many peeled off their boots and even their uniforms before fleeing into the marshes, which were now crisscrossed with thousands of footprints. Within a box measuring 8 by 12 miles, countless smoke columns billowed from the raging pyres. Fuel tanks exploded, gun barrels melted, and ammunition cooked off in spectacular flaming pinwheels. The final tally included 30 Iraqi tanks, 147 additional armored vehicles, and more than 400 trucks and other wheeled vehicles. McCaffrey estimated that several hundred Iraqis had been killed. Among the casualties were a number of civilians, some of them children, riding in a bus struck during the air attack. Iraqi forces north of the Har and east of Rumaila had been spared. American losses included one M1A1 damaged and another destroyed, both set ablaze by secondary explosions from burning Iraqi vehicles. A single U.S. soldier was wounded. With the media focused on Kuwait City and Schwarzkopf's impending armistice talks at Safwan, the Rumaila fight received scant attention. American field commanders considered the carnage just retribution, meted out after persistent enemy artillery fire and the RPG attack on Ware's flank. Few officials in Washington or Riyadh regretted tacking the pelt of a Hammurabi brigade next to trophies of the Medina and the Tawakkana. Even those weary of bloodshed could muster little sympathy for the Republican Guard as the extent of Iraqi atrocities inflicted on Kuwait became apparent. Given the idiosyncrasies of the Gulf War, it hardly seemed odd that one of its most destructive battles occurred 2 days after the war ostensibly had ended. Baghdad. For David Eberly and other Allied prisoners, there was no perceptible demarcation between war and peace. No announcement of a ceasefire, no certainty that deliverance was at hand. Only a slight improvement in their lot during the final week of captivity, an increase in rations, an occasional gesture of civility, suggested that perhaps the conflict had run its course, that perhaps one could dare to dream of freedom. After the bombing of the Biltmore on February 23rd and the evacuation of POWs from the rubble, Eberly had spent 4 days in Abu Ghraib prison. Following that first night of cramped fellowship, the Allied pilots were forced to sit for hours in an open courtyard before being dispersed to separate cells. The interrogations ceased. Otherwise, prison life resumed its grim monotony. Initially denied a blanket, Eberly alternately paced in a tight circle and curled himself into a tight ball at night in a futile effort to keep warm. During the day, he parted with a few precious breadcrumbs to feed the sparrows that twittered on the walkway outside his cell. "I will come to America someday," a guard confided nonchalantly, "to kill your children." The Arab madman resumed his nightly howling. On the afternoon of the 25th, 4 Iraqis dragged him into the narrow courtyard where he was chained to a tree, savagely beaten with plastic rods, doused with water, and subjected to a game of Russian roulette. Peering through the steel bars of his door, Eberly realized that his neighbors in the adjacent cell block included a family with a baby. Mingled with his outrage at those who would imprison an infant was a nagging worry, a prisoner's instinct for self-preservation, that the child's crying would rob him of sleep's refuge. The day passed, then another. On the morning of February 28th, Eberly heard the distant sound of shooting, a long, puzzling fusillade of automatic weapons fire. At noon, the POWs were hustled from their cells without handcuffs or blindfolds and herded onto a bus. "Keep your heads down, no talking," a guard ordered, covering the windows with yellow curtains. Eberly considered the possibilities. He had often imagined being bused to freedom, but surely the war hadn't ended yet. The Allied ground offensive, he knew from his interrogation at the Biltmore, had not even begun as of February 18th. It's too early, he told himself. Don't get your hopes up. The bus pulled from the prison compound and picked up speed. Despite his caution, Eberly fancied that they were headed west, perhaps toward Jordan. 45 minutes later, the bus stopped. "Come," the guard commanded. "Hurry." The men filed into a single-story brick building, where they were segregated and herded into separate cells. Fighting back his despair, Eberly surveyed his new abode, a cell darker and damper than the one at Abu Ghraib. The solid door was broken only by a small barred hole through which the guards badgered him with orders to sit down. He sat, wrapped in 2 wool blankets, until night fell, and he was again at liberty, if only to pace. Come morning, he peeled a shard of rusty metal from the bottom of the door and scratched another calendar on the wall, amid the hundreds of hatch marks left by an earlier tenant. In the previous 3 prisons, he had refused to carve out the month of March, hoping by force of will to keep it at bay. Yet here it was, 31 days hath March. Despite the disheartening ritual of adding his daily strokes to the scarred wall, March 1st, then 2nd, then 3rd, certain signs lifted his spirits. The food improved, with feedings that now contained chicken and rice, extra bread, even an orange or a tangerine. He received ointment for his scaling skin, and 3 more blankets, enough to fashion a cozy cocoon. For the first time since being shot down, he could sleep without waking to numb toes and chattering teeth. At mid-morning on Sunday, March 3rd, as Schwarzkopf was negotiating his release at Safwan, Eberly was led outside the cell for a shave with warm water and a new razor. Later, after a quick dunking in a barrel, his first bath in 6 weeks, a guard delivered a clean POW uniform of yellow duck. Another day passed. The weather turned foul. A chill draft swirled through the cell. For several days he had heard no air raid sirens. Was the war over? Or had the president declared a bombing moratorium? Maybe the sirens were beyond earshot. An eerie silence descended over the cell block. He wondered whether the others had been freed, whether the Iraqis had decided to keep him as a pawn in their negotiations. The brief contact with his fellow pilots at Abu Ghraib had awakened his yen for companionship. The solitude, once comforting, now was oppressive. When the guard fastened a cardboard patch over the small opening in his cell door, Eberly felt entombed. On returning from a trip to the toilet, he plucked the cardboard from the door and laid it on the floor. "Please," he asked. "No." The guard nodded and left the small window uncovered. On March 5th, his 43rd day of captivity, he awoke to a veritable feast. Cheese, a hard-boiled egg, an orange, and bread with marmalade. He ate slowly, then pulled a blanket around his shoulders, planning to rest for a few minutes before his daily hike around the cell. Suddenly, the door opened. 4 Iraqis stood in the corridor. Never certain whether to stand or remain seated in the enemy's presence, he hesitated before getting to his feet, wondering whether he was facing an execution squad. An older man in a clean military uniform stepped into the cell. "David William Eberly?" he asked softly. "Yes, why?" The man smiled. "I've come to take you home." Eberly stood motionless for a moment, searching the men's faces for signs of a hoax. "Yes?" he asked. The Iraqi nodded. Eberly's emotions, so long suppressed, now cracked. Slowly he wrapped his arms around the stranger, his ostensible enemy. Tears rolled down his cheeks. The Iraqi, pulling him closer, whispered, "Remember, you're a man." A long line of prisoners in yellow uniforms stood silently in the corridor. Eberly joined the file, searching for familiar faces. He was surprised to see 2 women among the men. How many times had he tried to imagine this moment? He had even fashioned a short speech to be delivered if the chance arose on returning to America. In the coming days, he would polish those words, which he would deliver on behalf of his fellow prisoners at Andrews Air Force Base outside Washington, where Cheney, Powell, and a jubilant crowd came to welcome the POWs home on March 10th. "God saved us, our family's love, and your prayers sustained us," he would tell them. "The camaraderie of our squadrons brought us home to fly again. I'm proud to report that the conduct during captivity of the ladies and gentlemen beside me has been without question. Their sense of honor and duty to country is beyond reproach. Referring to the prisoners' families, he would add a phrase that could have applied to the POWs themselves. You need to know that those who waited also served. The line inched forward. An Iraqi wielding an atomizer sprayed Everly's shoulders with a mist of cheap cologne. Another Iraqi tied a surgical mask over his eyes, one final blindfold. The voyage home would begin in a Baghdad hotel lobby, where the International Committee of the Red Cross would take the former prisoners into custody and escort them from Iraq. First to Riyadh, from there to the hospital ship USS Mercy, then to Washington, and finally, for David Everly, back to Barbara and Tim in North Carolina. He tugged the mask up high enough to see the floor as they shuffled from the dank corridor. The procession wended its way from the prison building toward a waiting bus in the parking lot. The stormy weather of the past 2 days had cleared. He felt the spring sun warm the nape of his neck. He saw his shadow stretching forward. Epilogue. Washington, D.C. Parade Saturday, June 8, 1991, dawned warm and clear. Morning light seeped across the city, gilding the dark Potomac, glinting from the Capitol dome, unmasking the gargoyles crouched atop the buttresses of the National Cathedral. As the rising sun inched higher, the long shadow of the Washington Monument drew back, like a sword slipping into its scabbard. Happy battalions of spectators, the vanguard of a crowd that would swell to 800,000 people, swept toward the mall, staking out the choicest vantage points along Constitution Avenue to await the marching heroes. Washington loved a military parade. 6 weeks after Appomattox, Grant's Union Army had tramped down the city's boulevards to the strains of Marching Through Georgia in a 2-day grand review. In 1919, John Pershing had ridden on horseback at the head of his victorious doughboys. A generation later, jubilant throngs cheered Dwight Eisenhower as he waved from a jeep, his conquering legions marching behind him. Now the city gathered itself once again for a pageant of power and catharsis. Bunting stirred in the morning breeze. Children capered around the arsenal on display in front of the Smithsonian Institution. Soldiers, sailors, and airmen mustered in the lee of Capitol Hill, where the procession began to mass. For a few sunny hours, one could almost believe again in glory. In the 3 months since the war ended, peace had taken an ugly turn. George Bush, in mid-February, had urged Iraqis to take matters into their own hands, to force Saddam Hussein, the dictator, to step aside. But the anticipated coup by Saddam's vanquished army failed to materialize. Instead, bloody rebellions erupted in the Kurdish north and Shiite south, where people were foolish enough to take Bush's counsel. The strength of the insurrections imperiled not only Saddam, but also the Iraqi officer corps, predominantly Sunni Muslims aligned with the ruling Ba'athist party, who rallied to Saddam, though more for self-preservation than through loyalty. Here, the Americans and their allies made several miscalculations more significant than the question of whether the ceasefire should have been delayed another day or two. Fearful of a Shiite victory that would strengthen pro-Iranian Muslim fundamentalists in the Persian Gulf, Washington failed to recognize that most Iraqi Shiites were a different faction from those in Tehran. Neither beholden to an Iranian Ayatollah, nor inclined to political separatism, they aspired chiefly to rightful representation in Baghdad, which had long favored the country's Sunni minority. Saudi moderates like Prince Bandar, the ambassador in Washington, recognized this distinction, but failed to convince the White House that the Shiites were worthy of support. Bandar also soon regretted not passing a sharper warning to Tehran, through the Syrians, to keep a discreet distance as the insurrection unfolded. Consequently, Iran's overt support further galvanized the Iraqi army to unite around Saddam and reinforced the impression that Shiite rebels were Iranian stooges fighting to create another Islamic republic. The simplest course for Washington was to do nothing. To the north, Saddam moved up several divisions to crush the rebellion by the Kurds. American inaction persisted until mid-April, by which time Kurdish refugees had fled by the hundreds of thousands through snowy mountain passes to Turkey and Iran. As European governments prepared to intercede, with or without American leadership, Bush reluctantly agreed to send ground troops into northern Iraq to protect a Kurdish enclave. American, French, and British warplanes flew combat patrols to block further Iraqi attacks above the 36th parallel, at least temporarily. In the South, no such protection obtained. During his armistice talks at Safwan, Schwarzkopf, in an unfortunate act of largesse, had consented to enemy helicopter flights by Iraqi officials who needed an expeditious means of transportation because of bomb damage to roads and bridges. Instead, helicopter gunships and loyalist ground troops slaughtered hundreds, perhaps thousands of Shiites, including women and children. Once the marauding nature of the flights was recognized, the U.S. government dithered for 2 weeks over how to respond. In Riyadh, CENTCOM drafted a communique warning Baghdad that armed helicopters would be destroyed. Paul Wolfowitz vigorously argued that American passivity was akin to idly watching a mugging. Regardless of Schwarzkopf's Safwan pledge, Wolfowitz insisted, any Iraqi helicopter flown in combat against either Kurds or Shiites should be shot down. Several Iraqi jets were destroyed for violating Schwarzkopf's prohibition against flights by fixed-wing aircraft. But Colin Powell countered that the helicopters were relatively unimportant in Saddam's suppression of the rebellions. Moreover, shooting down helicopters could embroil other American troops in an Iraqi civil war on behalf of the rebels. If you want us to go in and stop the killing of the Shiites, that's a mission I understand, the chairman argued in one Pentagon strategy session, but to what purpose am I going to stop the killing? If the Shiites continue to rise up, do we then support them for the overthrow of Baghdad and the partition of the country? That's exactly the objective we said we weren't interested in. Washington would find itself trying to sort out 2,000 years of Mesopotamian history. At the White House, Richard Haass and others agreed. What do we do if shooting down helicopters doesn't work? Haass asked. What if the Iraqis just use artillery instead? Do you take out the artillery? Caution prevailed. Bush limply suggested that helicopters should not be used for combat purposes inside Iraq. Otherwise, in a feckless abdication of a victor's power and responsibility, the administration turned a blind eye. An argument also erupted over the terms of peace. The administration's Deputies Committee, senior officials from state, defense, and other government agencies, agreed in early March on the need for a demilitarized zone in Iraq. Although U.S. officials at the United Nations believed it might be possible to establish a DMZ across southern Iraq almost as far as Jordan, the deputies proposed a more modest zone that extended in an arc from south of Basra to Nisab on the Iraqi-Saudi border. Patrolled by United Nations troops, the DMZ would provide both a tripwire to warn of future Iraqi aggression and a lever to vouchsafe Saddam's compliance with Allied dictates. This proposal found no favor in Schwarzkopf's headquarters. What the hell is it for? Cal Waller fumed. It serves no useful purpose. How are you going to man the thing? We don't want another Korea, do we? When James Baker arrived in Riyadh in early March to discuss post-war issues, Schwarzkopf immediately denounced the idea as militarily irrelevant. Arab leaders, the CINC added, would see the DMZ as an unwarranted intrusion on Iraqi sovereignty. Others in Riyadh feared that Saddam might use the zone as a rallying point for Iraqi nationalism, as Hitler had harnessed German resentment over the demilitarized Rhineland after World War I. Faced with such stiff opposition from the military, Baker let the proposal die. In truth, the American military wanted nothing more than to leave Iraq and come home before its sterling victory became tarnished. The White House, ever fearful of a Middle Eastern quagmire, shared that sentiment. We are not going to permit this to drag on in terms of a significant U.S. presence a la Korea, Bush decreed. Considered separately, neither the refusal to shoot down helicopters nor the scuttling of the DMZ was a critical error. Yet both exemplified post-war American passivity, a policy of drift and inaction in the weeks following Saddam's capitulation. 3 days after the UN Security Council adopted ceasefire terms in early April, Iraq accepted. American forces bolted from occupied Iraq as fast as their tanks and trucks would carry them. Baghdad again controlled all of its territory except for Kurdistan. Saddam remained in power, and gradually became strengthened and emboldened by American reluctance to pressure him militarily. Bush's most attractive characteristics as a wartime commander-in-chief, steely resolve, foresight, adherence to principle, now stood in sharp contrast to his waffling uncertainty. By the time American forces marched in triumph through Washington, the victory had begun to fade. Before the parade, they honored the dead. On the leafy slopes of Arlington National Cemetery, Bush gathered with the families of the 390 American men and women who died during Desert Shield and Desert Storm, of whom 148 had been killed in action. "We confront mysteries here," the president declared, standing in the warm June sunshine near the Tomb of the Unknowns. "We celebrate the fact that each person we commemorate today gave up life for principles larger than each of us. Principles that at the same time form the muscle and strength of our national heart." Bush scanned a sea of tear-stained faces turned toward him. His voice carried above the muffled sobs, seeking to console the inconsolable. "Through their sacrifice, as they caused brutal aggression to fail, they renewed our faith in ourselves." A sergeant sang "The Last Full Measure of Devotion," and then the doleful blare of taps swept down the hill toward the river, echoing and re-echoing among the endless ranks of tombstones. After the service, buses carried the mourners back across the Potomac to join the throng gathering on the Mall. Shortly before noon, Schwarzkopf and his staff wheeled onto Constitution Avenue, followed in close order by 9,000 troops representing the nearly 600,000 who had waged the war. Down the boulevard they marched at 116 steps per minute, a grand panoply of flags and battle streamers, crashing brass bands and lumbering tanks that scarred the soft asphalt. Overhead, the first of 83 aircraft streaked past, a solitary F-117 that abruptly appeared from nowhere with a throaty roar and a flash of black wings. For an instant, many of the startled spectators fell silent, as though sensing the fate of 100 targets in Tikrit and Taji and Baghdad. The parade pressed on. The crowd regained its voice, whooping in adulation. Past the reviewing stand the warriors marched, eyes right, exchanging salutes with Bush, Powell, and the service chiefs. Schwarzkopf peeled off to stand with the president. Then the procession snaked westward, past the ellipse, before veering south around the graceful black walls of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, which seemed oddly diminished, as if finally whittled into proper proportion. For what had they died, those 390 Americans? What cause was worthy of their sacrifice, or that of the 458 Americans wounded in action, or the 510 Allied casualties? For months after the invasion of Kuwait, the president had struggled to articulate his motives for going to war. With the shooting now stopped, the reasons at last seemed clear. The conflict had been waged on behalf of cheap oil, friendly monarchies, and Washington's strategic goal of preventing the emergence of a hegemonic power inimical to American interests in the Middle East. When measured against those objectives, the war succeeded in making the world safe for the status quo antebellum. Saudi Arabia, soon cleansed of foreign troops and Western journalists, again became a closed kingdom, where women were forbidden to drive, and democracy was the alien concept of infidels. Kuwait began rebuilding both its battered infrastructure and autocratic government. The emir, who tarried in exile for weeks after the liberation of Kuwait City, stalled the restoration of civil liberties and the return of parliament. In one particularly shameful episode, a young Palestinian who had worn a Saddam Hussein t-shirt was sentenced to 15 years in prison. The last of several hundred blazing oil wells would be extinguished in November, then reignited so that the emir could formally douse the blaze with suitable ceremony. The Kuwait Oil Company estimated that 3% of the country's total reserves had been lost, or nearly 3 billion barrels. The long-term environmental impact of the spillage remained uncertain. Grim predictions of nuclear winter from airborne soot or greenhouse warming aggravated by carbon dioxide from the flaming wells proved to be exaggerated. Nevertheless, a miasma of oil smoke spread across an area more than twice the size of Alaska. Black snow was reported in the Himalayas. Millions of barrels sloshed around the Persian Gulf, fouling the shorelines and killing at least 30,000 seabirds. Saddam's legacy of ecological terrorism would endure for years. The U.S. Embassy in Kuwait City issued a press release listing achievements in reconstructing the shattered nation, like the reopening of Kentucky Fried Chicken, Arby's, and Pizza Hut restaurants. The financial cost of the war to Arab countries was eventually calculated at $620 billion, with Iraq and Kuwait each bearing roughly a third of the total burden. The war's achievements, of course, went well beyond the resurrection of a few fast food franchises in liberated Kuwait. By God, Bush declared after the armistice, we've licked the Vietnam syndrome once and for all. This sentiment was neither fatuous nor insignificant. For 20 years, the debacle of Vietnam had bred self-reproach, mistrust, and an abiding doubt in the efficacy of military power. The competence and potency of the American military was now beyond question. It is not big armies that win battles, Maurice de Saxe noted in 1732. It is the good ones. The United States had built a military that was both big and good. The nation demonstrated that superpower status was calculated not simply in nuclear megatonnage, but also in more prosaic capabilities. Only America could have amassed more than 9 million tons of materiel, hauled it 6,000 miles to the Middle East, fought a war, then carted the stuff home again. Nearly 90% of the cost of the campaign had been underwritten by the Japanese, Germans, and Arabs, thanks to aggressive American officials who collected $54 billion in fundraising expeditions dubbed Tin Cup I and Tin Cup II. All in all, weapons and tactics worked well. Troops performed with admirable skill. Commanders showed themselves equal to the challenge. In Schwarzkopf, the nation rediscovered the pleasure of adoring a military hero. For many months after the war, the CINC seemed ubiquitous, appearing at the Kentucky Derby, at the Indianapolis 500, on Capitol Hill, in parades, on bubblegum cards. What next to conquer? Asked an electronic message on the scoreboard at Tampa Stadium during one giddy celebration. Mentioned as a possible Army Chief of Staff, or even for 5-star rank, he would choose instead to retire after 35 years of service, becoming rich and ever more famous. Yet history must draw back a bit. Schwarzkopf's generalship, not unlike the war itself, was hardly unblemished. He had at first grossly misjudged the time and forces needed to expel the Iraqi invaders from Kuwait. His overestimation of the enemy's size and capability persisted to the last shot and beyond. His imprint on the Allied air campaign was virtually nil, other than to insist on an early thumping of Iraqi ground forces. After the catastrophe of the Al-Firdaus bunker, much of the strategic targeting authority was tugged from his hands by his superiors in Washington. He had stubbornly resisted turning his attention to the only Iraqi gambit that could have threatened him strategically, the Scud missile attacks against Israel. In the end, Allied success was less a reflection of any particular brilliance in the war plan than of the stellar competence of Schwarzkopf's lieutenants in executing it, a contribution at times acknowledged with stingy reluctance. Nevertheless, the man had risen to the task. He had unified the coalition forces and kept them unified. He had generally encouraged initiative and intrepidity among his subordinate commanders. His tactical assessments, in declining, for example, to launch an amphibious attack, proved sound. He had projected an image of strength and resolve. He brought home alive far more of his soldiers than even the most optimistic strategists in Washington had dared hope. He had won. Norman Schwarzkopf had earned his due. The larger military lessons of the war were harder to parse. Few could doubt the full emergence of air power as the preeminent factor in modern combat, although sensible leaders recognized that the optimal conditions that had rendered air attacks so lethal in this war would by no means be assured in the next. Those who considered air power the linchpin of a new Pax Americana, as land power had characterized Pax Romana and sea power created Pax Britannica, needed only to recall Vietnam to remember the limitations of bomber fleets against a determined foe sheltered by mountains and thick foliage. Even against Iraq, the impact of the air campaign was mixed and bitterly debated. A 2-year independent study commissioned by the Air Force would find little evidence that the strategic attacks against Baghdad and other targets north of the Euphrates had been critical in the Allies' ultimate success. Despite destroying nearly all of Iraq's petroleum refining capacity, for example, such attacks bore no significant military results, in part because the war did not last long enough for fuel shortages to severely hamper enemy forces. Also, despite 840 attacks against leadership and other command and control targets, Saddam was still alive and his regime still in power. On the other hand, the 22,000 strikes against the Iraqi army, although failing to reach Schwarzkopf's goal of 50% destruction before the ground offensive began, had clearly battered the enemy to near senselessness. The wrangling over air power's efficacy, begun nearly a century before, seemed likely to continue for at least another generation. Sharp reductions in the U.S. military, begun even before the Gulf War, also raised doubts about whether America could again mount the sort of expedition that had embarked to the Middle East. As Bush himself would warn in a speech at West Point in January 1993, the nation could not serve as the world's policeman. War as an instrument of national policy, the president concluded, was justified only where and when force can be effective, and where the potential benefits justify the potential costs and sacrifice. Given such prudent constraints, relatively few of the world's conflicts, including the carnage in disintegrating Yugoslavia, seemed to lend themselves to resolution by American force of arms. Even so, the Gulf Campaign reaffirmed the bond between those in uniform and the larger republic, a delicate relationship that has waxed and waned for more than 2 centuries. Although difficult to measure, that reaffirmation was important. As the author James Fallows once wrote, a nation's military, especially in a democracy, can endure the hardships of war only if it feels tied to a nation by a sense of common purpose and respect. The war also demonstrated Washington's capacity to assemble an extraordinarily diverse alliance, some of its members former blood enemies from the Cold War. It resuscitated and empowered the United Nations. It provided the United States with sufficient cachet to bring Israelis and Arabs together for comprehensive peace talks, offering at least faint hope for resolving the world's most dangerous and intractable conflict. Finally, and perhaps most significantly, the war defanged Saddam Hussein. In testimony before Congress a few days after his triumphal march through Washington, Schwarzkopf claimed that Iraq's 42 divisions in the Kuwaiti theater were all destroyed. The CINC exaggerated. By subsequent Army calculations, about 1/3 of all Iraqi forces got away. Fully half of the Republican Guard tanks and other heavy equipment escaped. Nevertheless, the enemy host had been substantially dismembered. An avaricious despot had been stopped in his tracks, and the barbarity of his occupation avenged. With a victor's gift for self-delusion, the Americans initially assumed that Iraq's nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons programs had been destroyed by 6 weeks of bombing. This, as United Nations teams soon discovered, was hardly so. More than 100 Scud missiles survived, as well as missile production equipment, at least 19 mobile launchers, and components for a new 2-stage missile. 70 tons of nerve agents and 400 tons of mustard gas also escaped destruction. Allied bombers had concentrated on 3 nuclear facilities, the last of which, Al-Athir, was not discovered until late February and was struck in the last F-117 sortie of the war. Our pinpoint attacks have put Saddam out of the nuclear bomb-building business for a long time to come, Bush had declared. In fact, Iraq had more than 20 facilities linked to a mammoth bomb-making effort resembling the Manhattan Project. Airstrikes had only inconvenienced Iraqi plans to build a bomb, United Nations analysts later concluded. But that which the bombers failed to destroy fell prey to UN inspectors, who roamed through Iraq under provisions of the April ceasefire agreement. These search and destroy missions would be tedious, protracted, and periodically thwarted by the Iraqis. Yet 2 years after the invasion of Kuwait, there seemed little doubt that Saddam's programs for weapons of mass destruction had been gutted. The wholesale demolition of chemical stocks began in the fall of 1992 in a UN-built incinerator and hydrolysis plant. In September, the leader of the United Nations nuclear inspection team declared Iraq's bomb-building effort to be at zero. Such optimism may have been premature, given the additional caches of bomb-making equipment discovered in subsequent months. Saddam's most sinister aspirations remained intact, and he manifestly possessed sufficient conventional firepower to terrorize his own citizenry. But as an immediate threat to its neighbors, Iraq was finished. Why then, given this catalog of accomplishments, did the sweet savor of victory so quickly turn to the taste of ashes? At the time of the parade in Washington, 3/4 of all Americans polled believed the war had been worth fighting. 9 in 10 said that the United States should be proud of its accomplishments. Bush's approval rating leaped to an astounding 88%, comparable to Harry Truman's at the end of World War II. Yet these numbers steadily plummeted to the point that the president failed to muster the majority needed for re-election. Scarcely 2 years after the invasion of Kuwait, Bush, Thatcher, Gorbachev, and Yitzhak Shamir were all swept from power. Saddam, still entrenched, celebrated Bush's defeat at the polls by unholstering his pistol and firing a few defiant shots into the air. Before the war began, Bush had established limited objectives for a limited campaign. Through 6 weeks of combat, he stuck to those goals with fixed determination, a quality Clausewitz held among the highest attributes of a successful commander. He resisted the temptation to march on Baghdad, certainly a decision that spared countless lives and incalculable political complications. But at the same time, Bush had encouraged the nation to consider the war a great moral crusade, a struggle of good versus evil, right against wrong. Nothing of this moral importance, he had proclaimed in absurd overstatement, had occurred since World War II. By demonizing Saddam, Bush aroused passions that would remain unsated. "I pledge to you there will not be any murky ending," the president had vowed in November 1990. "I will never, ever agree to a halfway effort." But, by definition, limited wars achieve limited results. Murky endings have been the rule rather than the exception in modern warfare. In the months following Schwarzkopf's triumph, the ending grew ever murkier. By mid-1992, the CIA concluded that Saddam was tightening his grip on Iraq, partly through the prodigal employment of firing squads, and had become more secure than at any time since the ceasefire. Despite the Allied naval blockade and hyperinflation estimated somewhere between 300 and 4,000%, Saddam turned the reconstruction of Iraq into his own national crusade. By late 1992, the Justice, Defense, and local government ministries had been rebuilt. Only one bridge remained down over the Tigris. The so-called AT&T building, the first structure destroyed in downtown Baghdad on January 17, 1991, was refurbished, as were highways and oil refineries. At least half a dozen secret police agencies again terrorized Iraqi society in a relentless hunt for subversives, real or imagined. The army rank and file was purged of Shiites. Countless new portraits of Saddam, smiling, omnipresent, and rarely defaced, appeared on billboards and street corners. The man who had made innumerable tactical and strategic miscalculations nevertheless correctly reckoned that he could lose the war and still remain in power, thus demonstrating that he knew his country better than the Americans did. Some American policymakers argued that Saddam's survival provided a strategic benefit by keeping Saudi Arabia dependent on the United States for protection. But such arguments soon seemed as fatuous as they were clever. Emboldened by Bush's reluctance to risk further entanglement, Saddam reasserted his claim to Kuwait and refused to recognize the border drawn by the United Nations between Iraq and the Emirate. Washington responded by selling $20 billion worth of arms to Iraq's neighbors, hardly an innovative means to regional security. The CIA also undertook a covert $40 million program to destabilize the regime, which, among other projects, reportedly called for flooding Iraq with counterfeit dinar banknotes to further stoke inflation. In July 1992, Iraqi troops intensified attacks on Shiite rebels through airstrikes from Talil Air Base. Such behavior violated United Nations Resolution 688, which forbade the repression of Iraqi citizens. This time, the United States and its allies intervened by imposing a no-fly zone that prohibited flights south of the 32nd parallel. Tensions heightened in December 1992 when Baghdad harassed United Nations inspection teams and humanitarian relief convoys headed for Kurdistan. On December 27th, U.S. jets shot down an Iraqi MiG in the south. 10 days later, Washington ordered Iraq to remove surface-to-air missiles from the southern no-fly zone. On January 10, 1993, 200 Iraqi soldiers raided a United Nations bunker not far from Safwan and snatched a weapons cache that included 15 Silkworm missiles. 3 days later, 110 U.S. and British warplanes attacked 4 SA-3 SAM sites and 4 air defense centers, hitting about two-thirds of 33 specific aim points. Bush also ordered a U.S. armored battalion back to Kuwait. More raids followed against the Southern Air Defense Network. On Sunday, January 17, 1993, U.S. warships fired more than 40 Tomahawk missiles at Zafaraniya, a research complex southeast of Baghdad, allegedly capable of making machinery used to enrich plutonium for nuclear warheads. One TLAM went awry, hitting the Al Rashid Hotel and killing 3 civilians. The attack would be the last major event of George Bush's presidency. On January 20th, he gracefully handed over the office to Bill Clinton of Arkansas. For 2 more days, the skirmishing continued in Iraq, with U.S. fighters striking anti-aircraft and missile sites in the north before a tacit ceasefire again took hold. After more than 2 months of study, the Clinton administration affirmed most of the tenets of Bush's post-war policy toward Iraq. Although Saddam's removal was no longer explicitly required to ease international economic sanctions, other conditions, such as an end to attacks on Kurds and Shiites, the acceptance of Kuwaiti sovereignty, and the continuation of UN inspections, remained intact. Few Western analysts believed Saddam likely to accept such strictures willingly. Sooner or later, he would again test the resolve of his Western adversaries. Something close to the Korean precedent, which Bush and his brain trust had so ardently sought to avoid, had taken shape in the Persian Gulf. The U.S. military faced a hostile foe across not 1, but 2 lines of demarcation, the 36th parallel in the Kurdish north and the 32nd parallel in the Shiite south. American forces in the Gulf region comprised 26 ships, more than 150 aircraft, and 24,000 troops, compared with 37,000 in Korea. George Bush had always drawn a distinction between wicked Saddam and the Iraqi people, who have never been our enemy. Yet this appeared ever more simplistic. Iraqis had supported Saddam through 2 catastrophic wars of aggression. Few showed remorse for the brutal sack of Kuwait. School children in the spring of 1993 again lined up before class to chant, "America, the Zionists, France, and Britain are the enemy of Iraq." A thwarted plot to assassinate Bush during a visit to Kuwait in April 1993 appeared to have links to the Iraqi intelligence service. Clinton retaliated by ordering another Tomahawk salvo on June 26th. 20 missiles destroyed the Iraqi intelligence service headquarters in Baghdad. 3 others landed outside the compound in a residential neighborhood, killing 8 people and wounding 12. The Iraqis answered with more vitriol and more harassment of UN inspectors. Iraq might require Allied vigilance for years or even decades, regardless of Saddam's fate. A policy akin to the NATO containment strategy of the Cold War would be necessary to restrain Iraq and its equally volatile neighbor, Iran. It is worth noting that after World War I, the Inter-Allied Control Commission had roamed Germany for years in search of arsenals and munition factories. The commission withdrew in 1926, and a decade later, the German military was the most powerful in the world. These developments helped eclipse the war's genuine accomplishments, as did the gradual revelation of the U.S. government's unsavory support for Saddam through the 1980s. The New World Order, so grandly trumpeted by Bush during and after the war, proved an empty slogan. The world's sole remaining superpower still felt compelled to be the world's armory, peddling $63 billion worth of weaponry and military products to 142 nations in 1991 alone. Restoring the status quo in the Persian Gulf also permitted Americans to indulge their addiction to foreign petroleum with hardly a second thought. A nation with 5% of the world's population continued to devour 25% of its energy, a gluttony made possible only by importing half the country's oil. Moreover, the war did nothing to address crippling social and economic problems at home. Having earned his laurels, Bush would rest on them with a complacency that cost him his job. The president showed neither the inclination nor political wherewithal to harness his popularity in the cause of domestic achievement. His prowess as commander-in-chief underscored a lackluster domestic record, giving rise to cynicism. Saddam Hussein still has his job, a popular bumper sticker observed. How about you? They set out to confront an enemy abroad, Bush had said of his legions in early March of 1991. And in the process, they transformed a nation at home. Sadly, no such transformation took place. The sense of the war as a watershed proved ephemeral. Americans soon recognized that expeditionary warfare offered no panacea for the nation's most profound challenges. Someday, perhaps, the tide would change, and revisionist sentiment would bring the war into proper perspective. A jaundiced discontent was common after other American wars. Franklin Roosevelt and his subordinates were long accused of winning World War II but losing the peace. Harry Truman left office badly stained by Korea. Not for years was that conflict seen as a plausible achievement on behalf of American interests and principles. The Persian Gulf War was neither the greatest moral challenge facing America since 1945, as Bush had declared, nor the pointless exercise in gunboat diplomacy portrayed by his severest critics. The truth lay somewhere on the middle ground, awaiting discovery. The parade surged around the Lincoln Memorial, gleaming in the midday sun. The immense figure of Abraham Lincoln sat as though watching in review, a faint smile chiseled on his marble lips. The battle captains trooped by, John Yosak and Gary Luck, helmeted and somber, Barry McCaffrey and Benny Pay, Walt Boomer and Ron Griffith and Tom Rame, Chuck Horner in his flight suit and pilot scarf, followed by Dave Depula. At the head of the 7th Corps contingent, Fred Franks hobbled slightly, the stump of his left leg rubbing uncomfortably against his artificial limb. On to Memorial Bridge they marched, past the equestrian statues of valor and sacrifice. Police had cleared spectators from the bridge. Cheering faded to a distant murmur. Ahead lay the greensward of Arlington. A tranquil silence settled over the ranks, broken only by the tramp of boots and the sharp rap of a drum.